The so-called three-body technique refers to transformation, substitution, and duplication in a classroom within. The Hidden Leaf Village's Ninja Academy. A teacher clad in a green vest stands at the podium, imparting knowledge to his students. Below, a group of 8 or 9-year-old children sit upright, their expressions serious as they attentively listen. Only sounds that resonate within the classroom are the scratching of chalk against the blackboard and the teacher's explanations echoing throughout. However, in the back row, one boy wearing goggles appears to be somewhat out of place amidst the diligent atmosphere. Indeed, he stands out quite distinctly, for he is sprawled over his desk, fast asleep. Obito, wake up! If the teacher catches you sleeping again, you'll be in trouble, a girl with shoulder-length hair nudges the slumbering boy with her elbow, whispering a gentle reminder. 2 faint purple markings adorn her cheeks. Rin, what's wrong? Is class over? Obito murmurs groggily, as he lifts his head in confusion. Having struggled to sleep through a long, restless night, he finds himself somewhat lethargic during class today. Little does Obito realize that his utterance of his class over draws the attention of everyone in the room. Ha ha, Obito is such a fool. One student chuckles. Isn't that the truth? He always manages to anger teacher Yoshida. Another chimes in. I wonder what punishment teacher Yoshida will give him today. Running laps, push-ups, or carrying sandbags. Students stifle their laughter, whispering amongst themselves. A few classmates have already begun to revel in Obito's potential embarrassment, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Obito, you again, always late to school, and now you're disrupting the class. Teacher Yoshida unleashes a furious tirade, spittle flying from his mouth. This is a technique unique to the instructors of the Ninja Academy, one that no student can withstand at I'm sorry. Teacher Yoshida, I'll be more careful next time. Obito scratches his head, offering an awkward smile. Thankfully, his seat is not in the front row. In fact, the student seated in the central front row, Asuma Suritobi, now wears a gloomy expression as he wipes away the droplets of saliva from his face. TCH, don't think an apology will suffice. You're responsible for cleaning the classroom this week. Yoshida retorts, with an exasperated pout. If it weren't for the third Hokage's recent decree against physical punishment, fearing it might have adverse effects, he would have made Obito do 500 push-ups right then and there. Understood. Teacher Yoshida. Obito nods vigorously. 2.5 years ago, Obito was not the same person he is today. Or rather, Chun Fan had transmigrated into the world of Naruto 2.5 years ago. He had occupied Obito's body, assuming his identity. Now, 2.5 years later, Chun Fan has fully embraced his identity as Obito. Yet, inexplicably, it seems as though Obito has been cursed with a peculiar charm, finding himself frequently assisting elderly ladies crossing the street. As a model student with exemplary character, he could never turn away those in need. Thus, every time he helps an elderly lady, he inevitably arrives late to school, resulting in punishments from teacher Yoshida. Nevertheless, Obito rationalizes that these punishments serve to strengthen his body and enhance his physical skills, so he does not dwell on them. To his surprise, however, teacher Yoshida has refrained from imposing any physical punishment today. All right, let's resume class, Yoshida declares, turning back to the blackboard to scribble notes for the upcoming lesson. The students let out a collective sigh of disappointment, clearly dissatisfied with the lack of a spectacle. Their anticipation for entertainment has been thwarted, leaving Obito to cast a disgruntled glance at his classmates, most of whom he recognizes: Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy, Anko Mitarashi, Shino Aburame, and others. Among them sits a boy named Kosuke Shimura, whose consistent status as the top student, coupled with his lineage as the nephew of Shimura Danzo, leads him to flaunt an air of superiority that is exceedingly irksome. Naturally, Obito, often at the bottom of the class, cannot escape his mockery and derision. This moment, Kosuke glares at Obito with disdain, his expression brimming with contempt. Idiot Obito unreservedly raises his middle finger towards him, mouthing a silent greeting. How infuriating. Uchiha Obito, you're asking for a beating. Kosuke seethes internally, already concocting schemes to teach Obito a lesson. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoes in Obito's mind, startling him. Ding! Congratulations, host. The God-level copy system has been successfully loaded. System? You finally loaded? I thought you'd never show up. Obito can hardly believe it, nearly overturning his desk in frustration at the system's tardiness. The system had been a source of disappointment since it first appeared when he transmigrated, only to display a loading status for an entire 2.5 years. Obito had begun to fear that this external aid would never materialize, leaving him without a chance to alter his fate. After all, the devastation of the Third Great Ninja War was unfathomable. In his current position, he could not escape the tragic fate that awaited him at the hands of Uchiha Madara. Thought of being crushed by a boulder or becoming half a body due to White Zetsu's parasitic nature and inheriting Madara's, while to seek vengeance against the world was daunting. While there was a possibility of a comeback after Madara removed the outer past life support, it would be a tainted victory for a half-transformed Obito. Wouldn't it be more appealing to rewrite his destiny with the aid of this system and use his handsome visage to charm the ladies? Ding! As this system is a god-level system, the loading time is exceedingly lengthy. Such an absurd excuse is hardly convincing to Obito. He presses on, enough with the trivialities. Tell me, what functions you possess, Ding? This system is known as the God-level copy system, allowing the host to replicate any individual within a 200-meter radius. Note, the replicated subject may manifest any ability categorized for the host's use, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden techniques, etc. Ding. Congratulations, host. You now possess 2 opportunities for replication. By the heavens, is this for real? Obito was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary fortune that had befallen him. The ability to replicate ninjutsu, taijutsu, and forbidden techniques? Would he not be able to casually replicate the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato? As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze was drawn to the boy seated ahead of him, clad in a form-fitting green outfit and sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. He was none other than the charming youth who often spoke of youthfulness, Might Guy. Might Guy was a master of taijutsu. If he could replicate the 8 Gates technique, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Eagerly, Obito activated the system's replication ability and directed it towards Might Guy, a shimmering orb of white light, visible only to Obito. Enveloped Guy. Soon after, a notification resonated in Obito's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have replicated Might Guy's unique skill, eating while doing a handstand. What on earth? Obito was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was this? Wasn't it supposed to be ninjutsu, taijutsu, or forbidden techniques? What practical use could a skill involving eating upside down possibly have? Unwilling to accept defeat, he activated the replication ability once more, aiming this time at Asuma seated in the front row. If he couldn't replicate the 8 Gates, perhaps obtaining a fire release technique would suffice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have replicated Asuma's unique skill, brand recognition for cigarettes. Are you kidding me? Obito exclaimed, exasperated. Where were the promised taijutsu, ninjutsu, and forbidden techniques? This so-called system was utterly useless. He wanted to uninstall it, to report it. Frustrated, he nearly flipped the table in anger. Ding. Please listen carefully, host. The skills that can be replicated from the target may include ninjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden techniques, and so forth. Obito was bewildered again. So, the system was merely playing word games with him. The term and so forth had merely deferred his expectations. Tip. The higher the intimacy level between the host and the target, the more powerful the replicated abilities will be. Intimacy level? It dawned on him that the reason he had only managed to replicate trivial skills was due to insufficient intimacy with those 2 individuals. It was shameless of the system not to mention this earlier, revealing it only now. System. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Trying to trick me? Ding. This system is devoted to serving the host. Please rest assured. Devoted? For 2.5 years. A full 2.5 years during which you remained silent. Do you have any idea what I endured in that time? Were you so cruel as to leave me in such despair without even providing a beginner's gift package? Obito seethed with anger within. System. Ding. Now issuing the host a unique beginner's gift package. Please be attentive. Congratulations, host. You have received a limited edition I-Power Value gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 opportunities for duplication. A reminder, for each passing year, you will automatically receive 1 duplication opportunity. Additionally, the system will periodically assign tasks to you. Completing these tasks will also grant you duplication opportunities. The system's notification echoed continuously in Obito's mind. Upon hearing about the limited edition Ocular Power gift pack, he could hardly contain his eagerness to open it, scarcely paying attention to the subsequent 5 duplication opportunities. Quickly, he thought, open the Ocular Power gift pack. Ding. The limited edition Ocular Power gift pack has been opened for you. As the system's voice resonated once more, a gentle red light floated from the virtual interface, enveloping Obito's eyes. He felt a powerful surge of ocular energy encasing his gaze. In the blink of an eye, his originally black pupils transformed abruptly into a vivid crimson. In that moment, the bloodline limit of the Red Eye clan was successfully unlocked by Obito. Yet, this was not the end. As the flow of ocular energy intensified, the Tomoe within his eyes began to manifest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the single Tomoe Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the double Tomoe Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the triple Tomoe Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. With each system notification, the Tomoe and Obito's eyes underwent a rapid transformation, ultimately forming a triangular pattern, the Mangekyō Sharingan unique to him, the Eye of Kamui. To prevent the process of awakening his Sharingan from being witnessed, Obito had already laid his head on the desk at the moment he activated the Ocular Power gift pack. Upon realizing that his Sharingan had reached the Mangekyō state, he was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped onto his desk, pointing at his classmates and exclaiming, "Who else?" However, Obito was mindful that he was in a classroom, and if he caused too much commotion, Teacher Ryu would surely become furious. Therefore, he struggled to suppress his excitement, stifling laughter as his shoulders trembled. "Obito, are you all right?" Rin observed his unusual demeanor and shook her head in mild exasperation. She assumed he was simply upset due to a reprimand from the teacher. "It's all right. Don't be so down. It's nothing to worry about being scolded by the teacher." Rin gently patted Obito's shoulder, offering quiet comfort, finally managing to quell the urge to laugh. Obito lifted his gaze to the side, where Rin was squinting at him with a smile, her face radiating warmth. "Don't worry. I can stay behind to help you tidy up the classroom." As Obito gazed at her face, he found himself momentarily entranced. No wonder the former Obito was utterly captivated by Rin, so much so that he became obsessed with creating a world that included her. Who could resist such a gentle and understanding soul? The reason Rin could become the only pure light in Obito's heart likely lay here. "Thank you, Rin." After expressing his gratitude to her, Obito shook his slightly dazed head, drawing his gaze away from Rin's cherubic face. Regrettably, he was no longer the Obito of old. While the creation of a world with Rin was certainly feasible, it could not be solely populated by her. It necessitated the presence of more companions, lest his long journey as a ninja become excessively monotonous. Ding ding ding. Soon enough, the theory class had come to an end, heralded by the ringing of the dismissal bell. As the words "class is over" escaped Ryota's lips, the students within the classroom erupted like untamed horses, rushing out to revel in the open air. Under the blazing summer sun, the fleeting moments of post-class joy were swiftly interrupted. As the bell for the next lesson rang once more, all the students of Ryota's class had gathered on the schoolyard's grassy expanse, standing in 3 neat rows. The upcoming session would involve the throwing of ninja tools and physical training exercises. When I call your name, those selected will form groups of 3 to come forward for the throwing of ninja tools, and I will provide an approximate assessment of your performance. Ryota announced after surveying the class and confirming the number of students present. At the edge of the playground stood 3 target boards. The aforementioned throwing and physical training exercises constituted the core of the daily regimen at the Ninja Academy. Aside from theoretical instruction, practical training was paramount. The art of ninjutsu was not easily mastered. Beyond the fundamental body flicker technique, the academy did not impart any further ninjutsu teachings. Generally, those hailing from esteemed clans possessed a rich heritage of inherited techniques. For instance, the Sarutobi clan's fire release, the Yamashiro clan's mind-body transmission, and the Nara clan's shadow imitation were all examples. Conversely, ordinary civilians aspiring to become ninjas had to rely on accepting missions to accumulate sufficient merit points, which could subsequently be exchanged for ninjutsu at the 3rd Hokage's office. However, the ninjutsu available for exchange were predominantly of low rank, typically D or C grade. Acquiring A or S grade techniques was a daunting challenge. The instructors at the academy were not particularly well versed in ninjutsu either. making it unrealistic to expect them to impart their secret skills freely. Asuma, Kurenai, and Mangekyō, while conversing, teacher Ryota began to call out names. Yes, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy responded in unison, stepping forward to stand approximately 10 meters away from individual targets. They each retrieved kunai from their ninja tool packs and hurled them forth with a flick of the wrist. Swish, 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 the sound of kunai slicing through the air echoed. Subsequently, a series of dull thuds resonated as the kunai embedded themselves in the targets. Given the distance from the bullseye, it was impossible to discern the specifics of their aim. Thus, Ryota hastily jogged over to the targets, inspecting each one before announcing the results to the class. With a satisfied nod, he exclaimed, "Not bad. Asuma scored 80, Sunset Red 86, and Mangekyō 79. All three of you still have room for improvement. Yet achieving these scores is commendable. Hooray, how wonderful." Sunset Red received praise from the teacher and joyfully leaped into the air. Mangekyō, filled with enthusiasm, swung his fists in the air and exclaimed, "Yes. My efforts have finally paid off. Youth is all about sweating through hard work." Asuma let out a soft sigh, feeling a touch of secret delight at his exceptional performance today. As the three returned to their original positions, Liang Tian began another round of announcements. Next group, Uchiha Obito, Mitarashi Anko, and Shimura Kakashi. Yes, teacher Liang Tian. The trio nodded in agreement and stepped forward, each finding a target to stand by. Shimura Kakashi turned to Obito, his face radiating provocation. He gestured dismissively with his thumb pointing downwards, delivering a rather unfriendly signal. "Obito, you're always at the bottom. Are you brave enough to challenge me?" Obito, unyielding, shot back with a middle finger. "What do I have to fear? Uchiha Obito isn't afraid of you." A smirk of triumph appeared on Kakashi's lips as he replied, "All right, you said it. I'll defeat you with shuriken throwing. There's no sense of accomplishment in that. But how about a duel later? Are you willing to face me?" Kakashi's mind was racing with plans. He had successfully provoked Uchiha Obito, but merely winning in shuriken throwing wouldn't suffice to quell his frustrations. If Obito dared to accept the challenge for the duel, Kakashi was confident he would turn Obito into a punchline. "Fine, no problem. I'll play along with whatever you want." Obito regarded Kakashi with an expression of disbelief, but chose not to expose his intentions. "I'm now a person with a system. Do you still think I'm the same underachiever as before? Let the competition begin. The loser will undoubtedly be you." This time, Kakashi smiled arrogantly, declaring, "All right, Uchiha Obito. Whoever loses must clean the school toilets for a month." Obito nonchalantly nodded, "Fine. You'll be the toilet supervisor for sure." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his temper on the spot. However, with teachers and students observing, he had to maintain the image befitting a class leader, gritting his teeth and holding back his anger. At this moment, only this class's students occupied the entire playground, as other classes were still in their classrooms. Thus, the exchange between Obito and Kakashi fell squarely within the ears of their classmates, who began to whisper among themselves, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Mizuki wore an expression of disdain, remarking, "Obito is truly both foolish and clumsy. He dares to accept Kakashi's challenge. He'll probably end up as a punchline." Ibiki, puzzled, asked, "Why is Kakashi so intent on targeting Obito? He is undeniably the top performer in all assessments of his grade. What comparison can be made with Obito, who languishes at the bottom?" Shiranui Jinkan, discarding the toothpick from his mouth, quietly reminded, "I believe I heard classmate Bakuga mention earlier that Obito has offended him in some way." Yuhi Kurenai shook her head in resignation. "Obito is truly pitiable, despite being perpetually at the tail end. Yet it is clear that Bakuga is merely seeking to take advantage of this opportunity to bully him." Inuzuka Rin clasped her hands, a hint of concern gracing her features. "Obito, you can do it. I believe in you." As the instructor, Ryota had naturally overheard the exchange between Obito and Bakuga. However, he simply stood with his arms crossed, patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. The ninja school is fundamentally a place for nurturing ninjas. Teachers often tacitly permit students to resolve their conflicts through such competitive means, as it cultivates their spirit of rivalry and fosters growth. "All right, Obito, Bakuga, and Akamichi. Let the shuriken throwing begin." Seeing the students' enthusiasm peaked, Ryota nodded in satisfaction and issued the start command. Although this round of shuriken throwing had yet to begin, everyone had a sense of what to expect. Bakuga's abilities were exceptional, likely scoring above 95. Akamichi's shuriken throwing was also commendable, possibly reaching around 90. Only Uchiha Obito had performed abysmally in the last shuriken throwing test, resembling a complete farce. The shuriken he threw had landed on others' targets, and one even flew directly towards Ryota's face. Consequently, Ryota was now hesitant to stand beside the target. He always positioned himself next to the throwers to direct them. With a swift command from Ryota, Obito, Akamichi, and Bakugo simultaneously launched their shuriken. However, Obito's eyes shifted from black to red, the three Tomoe Sharingan flickering briefly in his pupils. A series of dull thuds echoed as all three shuriken struck the targets with precision. Ryota quickly jogged over to the targets, first inspecting Akamichi's bullseye. After assessing the score, he announced loudly, "Akamichi, 90 points. Very impressive. Yay." Akamichi turned back to her classmates, flashing a sign of victory, her face beaming with joy. Next, Ryota looked at Bakugo's target, nodding in satisfaction. Next, we have our top performer of the grade, Bakugo. His score is 95. Truly a consistent performance. Ryota was quite pleased with Bakugo, as such outstanding students helped him vie for numerous awards as an excellent homeroom teacher. In contrast, Obito, who perpetually lagged behind, merely served as a stumbling block in his pursuit of accolades. Moreover, Obito often arrived late and engaged in inexplicable antics, thus Ryota held no fondness for him. It seemed he had already anticipated Obito's poor performance on the target. Liang Tian had not yet turned his gaze toward the target shot by Obito. Yet an involuntary expression of disdain had already crept across his face. However, when his eyes finally landed on the bullseye struck by Obito's arrows, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could this be possible? 3 kunai were embedded in the exact center of the red dot, with barely any space in between. Such a throwing technique was unprecedented. Even if Liang Tian himself were to attempt it, he could not guarantee achieving such precision. The proximity of the kunai to one another was astonishing. The bullseye's red dot was minuscule, making it exceedingly difficult to land a second kunai on the target after the first had already struck the center. As the two would inevitably overlap, the second kunai would likely hit the tail of the first, causing it to fall or veer off course. Yet Obito had managed to achieve a triple hit, all striking the red dot directly. Obito, a perfect score of 100. Seeing that the students behind him had begun to murmur and were growing impatient, Liang Tian had no choice but to announce the results loudly. What? How could this be possible? Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring Liang Tian's reaction. Shimo's face was filled with skepticism as he shouted in question, "Teacher Liang Tian, you must have misread the target. That underachiever Obito could not have possibly scored full marks. It must have been Kono's target that received the perfect score." Gazing at the approaching Obito, Nohara Rin's face lit up with joy. "Obito, did you really do it?" The other students largely shared Asuma and Shimo's incredulous responses. They believed that Liang Tian had mistakenly identified the target, confusing Obito's with Kono's. A perfect score of 100 in shuriken throwing? Such a jest was not to be taken lightly. Even Kakashi, the prodigy who graduated early, had only managed a record score of 98. Achieving a perfect score of 100 was undeniably stringent. Although most students were unaware of the criteria for a perfect score, they were nearly certain that Uchiha Obito could not possibly attain such a result. The image of Obito's clumsy demeanor was firmly etched in everyone's minds. Only Shizune, who had been observing Obito's expression, could vaguely discern something from the confident smile that played on his lips. Perhaps Obito truly had succeeded, she mused quietly. Liang Tian was not surprised by the students' reactions. He cast a complex glance at Obito. "Classmates, I did not misread the target. You can trust the teacher's judgment." Obito truly scored 100 points. Though Liang Tian was reluctant to believe it himself, as a teacher, he had to take responsibility for his words. A wave of astonishment rippled through the students upon hearing Liang Tian's firm affirmation. Their incredulous expressions toward Obito grew more pronounced, with a hint of jealousy flickering in some eyes. Asuma's gaze held a trace of confusion. Could it be that Obito had truly triumphed against all odds? Has he become a genius surpassing even Kakashi? Mizuki sneered him. That guy will always remain at the bottom of the ranks. Even if he hits the target perfectly, it's probably just sheer luck. Kurenai shot Mizuki a disapproving glance. You must acknowledge when others excel. You, Mizuki, are merely second to last in the class. What right do you have to speak? Akatsuki nodded. I also feel that today, Obito seems somewhat different. He appears much more confident than usual. A flicker of resentment flashed in Mizuki's eyes. Kurenai's words struck a nerve. So what if he ranked second to last? He was merely a child of common origin, unlike them, who hailed from prestigious families with abundant resources. What is there to boast about? Obito stood quietly with a smile, observing his classmates' discussions without uttering a word. The truth is resilient. With his Sharingan activated, Obito possessed exceptional insight and predictive abilities, coupled with the Uchiha clan's unique shuriken techniques, making a perfect score quite achievable. Over the past 2.5 years since his arrival, he had not been idle. After classes each day, he diligently trained alone in the woods, honing his shuriken throwing among other skills. As for his previous assessments, where he had seemingly embarrassed himself, that was merely Obito's way of avoiding drawing too much attention. He understood well that the higher-ups in Konoha were cunning individuals. Being a standout could lead to unwanted scrutiny from the Umbu or root, resulting in a life devoid of privacy, particularly in recent years. As the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha deteriorated, it was imperative for Obito to remain low-key and avoid excessive attention. However, the circumstances had changed. Obito had unlocked his dual Kimui, bringing him closer to invincibility. Continuing to endure would only make his life increasingly stifling. Individuals like Shimura Kankoku, the more you tolerate them, the more they bark like dogs. Conversely, revealing some strength would silence dissent and earn respect. Impossible. Teacher Ryoan must be mistaken, Shimura Kankoku shouted, hastening towards the target. He saw that everyone was gradually accepting the reality of Obito's perfect score. The radiant spotlight that should have belonged to him had been snatched away by a bottom dweller like Obito, igniting a fiery rage within him. Yet, when he beheld the target struck by Obito's arrows, his anger dissipated instantly. Was it truly possible for a human to shoot 3 kunai so seamlessly into the bullseye? Certainly, he, Shimura Kankoku, was incapable of such a feat. Among the other students on the playground, many shared Kankoku's disbelief in Obito's perfect score. But as they watched Kankoku return, dejected and deflated, they began to realize that this might indeed be true. Consequently, their gazes towards Obito began to shift. Most individuals surveyed the scene with curiosity, while a few had already begun to exhibit admiration. The more Shirmu Beogwang pondered, the angrier he became. He pointed at Dato with a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Dato, do not revel in your arrogance. In the upcoming paired test, I shall surely transform you into a pig's head." Dato, however, merely shook his head dismissively. To him, Shirmu Beogwang appeared nothing short of a jester. Could Dato possibly be afraid? Was he contemplating retreat at such a critical moment? Noticing Dato's lack of a direct response, Mizuki began to stir the crowd, igniting the flames of discord. Dato cast a cold glance back at Mizuki, finding him utterly irksome, constantly hovering around Shirmu Beogwang like a sycophant and persistently trying to make things difficult for him. Enough of the noise, everyone. Let us proceed with the throwing of ninja tools. Any matters can be addressed later. Before Dato could utter a word, Teacher Leontion called out. Glancing at the form in his hand, he continued, "Next group. Jinin, Ibiki, Mizuki, step forward and commence the ninja tool throwing test." Yes. Jinin and the others nodded in agreement and stepped forward to begin the test. Jinin excelled, achieving a score of 92, surpassing most present. Ibiki also performed admirably, scoring 86. Only Mizuki, languishing in second to last place, managed a mere 76, 3 points lower than the inept Might Guy. Oh dear, the second to last has now become the absolute last. Dato couldn't restrain himself from sneering. Upon receiving Mizuki's furious glare, Dato felt a surge of satisfaction. Why is it acceptable for you to vex others, yet not for others to vex you? Individuals like Mizuki, who had lingered in Konoha for years, were still mere genin by the time of Naruto. A lack of talent was one factor. The other was his narrow-mindedness and questionable character. Spending his days as a sycophant around Shirmu Beogwang, what success could he ever hope to achieve? If only he, like me, dedicated his after-school hours to diligent practice in the groves, he wouldn't be languishing as a perennial genin. Speaking of which, it seems Shirmu Beogwang never truly appeared in the original narrative. Such characters likely served as cannon fodder during the Third Great Ninja War, destined to perish on the battlefield without notice. The trio's ninja tool throwing continued. And with around 30 students in the class, it took nearly half an hour to complete all tests. All right, we shall now commence the next round of evaluations. Paired sparring matches. Teacher Leontion stood at the front of the line, surveying all the students as he began to outline the subsequent course content. Upon hearing about the paired sparring, the students instinctively turned their gazes toward Dato and Beogwang, murmuring amongst themselves. "Do you think Dato can defeat Beogwang?" one asked. "I doubt he stands much chance. Beogwang is proficient in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. But I feel that Dato might just be the dark horse among this year's graduates." Another countered. Everyone had witnessed Beogwang's provocation toward Dato just moments ago, and they eagerly anticipated the imminent clash. Let them verify whether Obito's prowess in throwing ninja tools truly reflects his genuine strength or is merely a stroke of luck. Liang Tian clapped his hands and smiled, saying, "All right, I believe everyone is eager to witness the duel between Obito and classmate Baowa. Let us allow them to begin first." Shimizu Baowa displayed a look of delight, inwardly exclaiming, "Excellent. It is my turn to shine. I shall surely bring Obito down." Obito, however, remained remarkably calm, taking strides towards the center of the playground. Just a few steps in, the voice of Nohara Rin echoed behind him. "Obito, go for it. If you truly cannot hold your ground, just surrender." Obito turned back, offering Rin a reassuring smile. "Fear not, Rin. A fellow like him is someone I can easily handle." "Humph, such arrogance," came the derisive voice of Mizuki. Obito and Baowa had already reached the very center of the playground. At Liang Tian's signal, both parties formed their respective hand seals for the match. Subsequently, they charged towards each other. "Obito, prepare to be pummeled." Baowa roared, then launched a punch aimed at Obito's chin, a left hook. Obito leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. "Here comes my right whip kick." Baowa pressed on, capitalizing on his speed advantage, executing a lateral sweep aimed at Obito's side. Obito raised his hands to block the sweeping kick, and then retaliated with a kick aimed at Baowa's abdomen. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Baowa's abdomen, sending him staggering back several meters, clutching his midsection in disbelief. "You managed to block my ordinary attack so effortlessly." Obito scoffed. "Your ordinary attack? Pathetically weak." Despite his words, Obito was acutely aware that in his previous state, he would not have bested Baowa so easily. However, the Uchiha clan was akin to a family endowed with extraordinary abilities. The strength of the Uchiha would escalate alongside the evolution of the Sharingan. At least a double Tomoe could reach the level of a Chunin, while a triple Tomoe could attain Jonin status. Though Obito had not activated his Sharingan at that moment, the subtle enhancements imparted by its potential had already significantly bolstered his strength. "Humph, don't get too cocky, Obito. I merely let my guard down previously. This time, I will ensure you crawl on the ground." Shimizu Baowa seethed, his face contorted in fury as he charged at Obito once more. Lightning whip combo. One whip. Two whips. Baowa howled as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, moving faster than before, hurtling towards Obito with ferocity. Each strike was fierce, his whip-like legs striking with lightning speed, targeting Obito's vital points. Having just kicked Baowa, Obito had benefited from Baowa's earlier complacency. Now, faced with Baowa's full-on assault, Obito found himself compelled to respond in kind. His eyes shifted from black to red as he activated the triple Tomoe to counteract the onslaught. "Look, it has appeared. That is Baowa's lightning whip combo." "Indeed. I heard that he used this very technique to defeat the previous graduating student, Haibi Sho. The prowess of Beogwotang's lightning five-strike whip is truly formidable. Each strike is not only sharp in its offensive capability, but also executed with remarkable speed." The onlooking students gaped in awe, each one intent on not missing any detail of this fierce confrontation. However, Mike Kai, a ninja renowned for his mastery of physical techniques, held a different perspective from the others. With his arms crossed, he gently shook his head and remarked, "Have you not noticed? Classmate Obito is equally impressive. Although he appears to be on the defensive, he skillfully evades Beogwotang's attacks every single time." Asuma nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Obito may very well have a chance of victory." Upon hearing this, Mizuki's demeanor soured. Harboring a grudge against Obito, he naturally wished for Beogwotang's triumph. He scoffed dismissively, "Humph. If that underachiever Obito can actually defeat Beogwotang, I will do a handstand and fly." Before Mizuki could finish his sentence, Beogwotang was struck by a punch, his cheek instantly swelling with shock. He staggered back several steps, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Obito. "Impossible. How could my lightning five-strike whip fail to overcome you? Wait, is that the Sharingan?" Beogwotang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he finally noticed the transformation in Obito's eyes. His face was a canvas of incredulity, momentarily causing him to forget his offensive intentions. As the top student who replaced Kakashi after his early graduation, Mangekyō was well aware of the significance of those eyes. The Uchiha clan's ninjas who could awaken the Sharingan were renowned for their exceptional strength. Yet, how could Obito, at such a young age, have unlocked the three Tomoe Sharingan? Why had he never utilized this power before? A flurry of questions swirled in Mangekyō's mind, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. He realized that, given his current abilities, he stood no chance against the Sharingan. Simultaneously, the students who had been spectating erupted into a frenzy upon hearing Mangekyō's exclamations. What? How is this possible? Obito has awakened the Sharingan. Look, it's real. My goodness. 1, 2, 3, it's in the three Tomoe form. Oh my. So Obito is actually the hidden top genius of our age? Is that underachiever Obito still the same person? Among the students, many hailed from prestigious families. Having been educated by their elders from a young age, they were well acquainted with the lore surrounding the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan. Unlike Naruto's generation, where discussions about the Uchiha clan were taboo following their massacre, the current students were well informed. How infuriating. Is this really Obito? Even teacher Leontion wore an expression of disbelief, vigorously rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. Yet, alas, the truth remains unaltered. No amount of rubbing would make Obito's Sharingan vanish. Mangekyō, are you afraid now? Just moments ago, you were so boisterous. This hardly seems like your character. As Shigemura Hakoku hesitated, contemplating surrender, the voice of Obito resonated. If you are truly afraid, that is perfectly acceptable. I, Obito, shall not hold it against you. However, you cannot deny the incident of cleaning toilets for a month. A wicked smile played upon Obito's lips, and with these words, he effectively extinguished Hakoku's thoughts of conceding. It was evident to all that this bout was initiated by Hakoku himself. He had boldly proclaimed his intent to pummel Obito into a state resembling that of a pig's head. Yet now, he appeared timid and indecisive. The crowd began to murmur and point fingers at Hakoku, with some even starting to jeer for the sake of entertainment. Hakoku, are you truly afraid? After all, you are the top of your class. This is not at all like you. Indeed. Go, Hakoku. We have faith in you. What nonsense. Who says I am afraid? Hakoku, on the verge of tears, knew he would lose this fight, yet he felt compelled to press on. Otherwise, he would forever be unable to hold his head high in front of everyone. Prepare. Transform. Strike. Hakoku launched himself at Obito with full force. If facing an ordinary classmate, such a fierce assault might yield favorable results. Alas, he was now up against the Sharingan's three Tomoe. Obito harnessed the insights and foresight of the Sharingan, perceiving Hakoku's movements as if they were in slow motion. In the moments when Hakoku's attacks fell short, Obito seized the opportunity to deliver precise, powerful blows that struck Hakoku squarely in the face. Before long, Hakoku's visage was bruised and battered, looking utterly pitiful. Yet, these were mere superficial injuries. Though he was in great pain, Hakoku's inner fury blazed ever brighter. The murmurs from the surrounding students echoed in his ears, feeling like a profound insult. Uchiha Obito, today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Hakoku completely lost his rationality, lunging at Obito in a frenzy. Very well. Today, I shall employ my ancestral skill to restore your memories of your past life. Obito scoffed, rolling his eyes as he began to theatrically weave hand signs. Ninjutsu, rebirth of past life technique. Dodging Hakoku's direct punch, Obito fixed his gaze upon Hakoku's eyes, the three Tomoe spinning rapidly as the Genjutsu activated. In an instant, Hakoku's assault ceased, his eyes growing vacant as he stood frozen. The Genjutsu was remarkably simple. It implanted a directive in Hakoku's mind. I am a courtesan, and I must serve my clients well, otherwise, I shall earn no money to eat. Upon receiving the command, Hakoku promptly turned to face the students. Ultimately locking his gaze on teacher Raiden, he began to tear at his clothing, his expression lewd, swaying his hips as he approached Raiden. Ah, little Raiden, tonight you are mine. You must obediently comply and resist not. On the playground, the students were utterly astonished by the flamboyant and audacious demeanor of Shimura Bagua. He had torn his shirt into shreds, and with both hands massaging his flat chest, he shouted for Xiaoyangtian. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain their laughter, and a burst of giggles erupted. Following suit, the entire class joined in hearty laughter, with several students doubled over, clutching their stomachs, and laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha. What on earth is Shimura Baowa doing? I never imagined he could be this outrageous. Ha ha ha. I simply cannot bear it. His antics are utterly ridiculous. How can he stoop so low? Did you not hear Dato just now? It seems he cast a jutsu on Baowa to awaken his past life memories. Could it be that Baowa was a prostitute in his previous life? The laughter echoed throughout the gathering. However, amidst the mirth, one individual stood out, unable to suppress a look of horror as he cautiously retreated step by step. He was the unfortunate target of Baowa's attention, the respected teacher, Liang Tian. Liang Tian stumbled backward, stammering, "Baowa, could you please calm down? This is a school. You cannot behave in such a manner. Come on, Xiaoyang Tian, don't be shy." Baowa blew a kiss toward Liang Tian. In an instant, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Baowa lunged at him. Yet Liang Tian, a seasoned shinobi with years of experience, could not be easily caught off guard by Baowa's antics. With swift precision, he subdued Baowa, pinning him to the ground and stepping on his head. Despite Baowa's desperate struggles, Liang Tian dared not relent even slightly. The last thing he wanted was for this lustful character to overpower him, which would undoubtedly compromise his reputation and future in the Ninja Academy. "Dato, what on earth have you done to him?" Liang Tian bellowed in frustration, knowing full well that Dato had meddled with Baowa. Dato shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely mentioned restoring his past life memories. Don't worry, he will come to his senses shortly." Liang Tian shot Dato a fierce glare before turning to the crowd and calling out, "Yuri-han, come here and help the teacher take a look." Although Liang Tian was not well versed in the intricacies of the Sharingan, he was aware that ninjas with the ability often excelled in Jinjutsu. Given Baowa's peculiar state, it was highly likely he had fallen victim to an illusion. The Yuhi clan was renowned for its mastery of Jinjutsu, and having Yuhi-han assess the situation could shed light on the matter. "Yes, teacher Liang Tian." While the students continued to roar with laughter, Yuhi-han, stifling her amusement, stepped forth from the throng. "It seems that Baowa has indeed fallen under Dato's Jinjutsu, teacher." Yuhi-han observed Baowa's eyes and quickly grasped the situation. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Dato, revealing a glimmer of envy. Although the Yuhi clan may not be one of the largest families in Konoha, they had firmly established themselves through their prowess in illusion techniques. The techniques of illusion employed by the Yuhi clan, although capable of reaching a level akin to that of her father, the former Crimson Warrior, ultimately pale in comparison to Obito's Sharingan, which can effortlessly ensnare foes in its grasp. Obito is indeed formidable. It is surprising how well he concealed his prowess until now, muttered Yuhi Kurenai. Ryota nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Yuhi Kurenai, you are quite remarkable. Are you able to dispel it?" "I should be able to," Kurenai replied, her hands gracefully forming the necessary seals. "Release." Upon completing the final seal, she uttered a soft command, her fingers gently touching the forehead of the bewildered Hakugo. Instantly, he ceased his erratic behavior, his eyes clearing as confusion washed over him. "What just happened? Ryota-sensei, why are you standing on me?" Hakugo expressed his discontent. Ryota shot him a frustrated glare. "How dare you ask? What were you doing just now?" Hakugo, bewildered, scrambled to his feet. As he noticed his classmates' pointing and stifling laughter, he glanced down at himself. His once pristine brown kimono lay tattered and soiled. The delayed recollection of his earlier antics flooded back, igniting a deep blush of embarrassment across his face. He glared furiously at Obito, roaring, "Uchiha Obito, today, it is either your demise or mine." Obito merely shook his head in disdain. "You've already uttered those words, Hakugo. Repeated threats diminish one's credibility." Such words struck Hakugo as a grave insult, fueling his ire. How infuriating. "Uchiha Obito, I will not let this stand." With that, Hakugo charged at Obito in a frenzy. Yet, barely 2 steps forward, he was once again restrained by Ryota. "You are no match for him. Do you not find this humiliation sufficient?" Overwhelmed with tears, Hakugo lamented, "As the top student in the grade, I have never endured such treatment." All of this was due to that detestable Uchiha Obito, whose very existence he could not abide. Although he struggled to accept this reality, he ultimately regained his composure under Ryota's admonitions. The farcical confrontation between Obito and Hakugo came to a close. Yet Hakugo's standing as the top student had plummeted in the eyes of his peers. Conversely, Obito had indeed transformed into the dark horse foretold by some classmates. A ninja wielding the three Tomoe Sharingan is not to be trifled with. Whether within the Uchiha clan or under the aegis of the third Hokage's faction, he would undoubtedly become a prime candidate for cultivation. This signified that the former underachiever, Uchiha Obito, had irrevocably vanished from this moment onward. Henceforth, Obito's path would unfold with greater ease and clarity than ever before. On the playground, Ryota continued to oversee the ongoing matches, while many spectators harbored their own thoughts, each grappling with diverse sentiments. I shall exact my revenge on Uchiha Obito. Hakugo's gaze was filled with venomous resentment as he fixed his eyes on Obito. Liang Tian furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Why has Obito concealed his true strength until now? This entire situation is exceedingly suspicious. I must promptly inform the third Hokage." As Yuhi Kurenai gazed at Obito's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity and admiration unconsciously surfaced in her eyes. Why did Obito choose to hide his power previously? Was he merely pretending to be clumsy to amuse everyone? Nevertheless, it is truly remarkable that he has reached such a level at this young age. The afternoon classes swiftly drew to a close. With Liang Tian's declaration of dismissal, the students joyfully exited the school, chattering animatedly about their plans for play and delectable food. Only Obito, Rin, Bakoku, and Mizuki remained behind. Obito stayed to fulfill his promise of tidying the classroom, while Rin, as his desk mate, willingly offered her assistance. Bakoku lingered out of pride, having lost a bet to Obito, and committed to help clean the school toilets. As for Mizuki, he shamelessly embraced the role of a sycophant, volunteering to assist Bakoku with the restroom cleaning. Before long, the classroom was spotless. As Obito and Rin departed, Obito turned his head to glance towards the restroom. Bakoku and Mizuki were diligently scrubbing, one wielding a plunger while the other handled a mop, rinsing them beneath the faucet. Unable to contain himself, Obito waved and called out, "Bakoku, Mizuki, keep up the hard work. This is only the first day. There are many more days of toilet cleaning ahead." Bakoku, infuriated, turned back to glare at Obito, his eyes ablaze. "Damn it. Uchiha Obito, I will make sure you pay for this." Mizuki chimed in, "Bakoku, don't stoop to his level. Getting angry will only harm your health." Bakoku retorted, "Just wait and see. I will inform Uncle Danzo and ensure he deals with him." Outside the school gate, Rin and Obito walked side by side. Rin appeared to have something on her mind, frequently glancing at Obito but unsure how to articulate her thoughts. "What's wrong, Rin? If you have a question, just ask." Obito discerned her hesitation. Rin nodded. "Obito, may I ask why you were not this formidable before? Yet today you suddenly awakened your Sharingan." Coming from an ordinary family, Rin lacked extensive knowledge of the Sharingan, but she had gleaned from her classmates that it was quite powerful. "Rin, the truth is, I have always been this strong. I simply chose not to reveal it before." Obito chuckled. Though this statement may seem somewhat audacious, it nonetheless held an element of truth in the eyes of outsiders. They could never fathom that Obito's prowess stemmed from possessing a system that enabled him to instantly activate the Mangekyō Sharingan. Throughout the years at the Ninja Academy, Rin, as Obito's deskmate, had spent nearly every day in his company. What kind of strength does Obito possess? Rin had some inkling in her heart. She rolled her eyes. Thinking that trusting him would be absurd, she was merely curious. However, to be honest, witnessing him teach that annoying Sarutobi a lesson was quite satisfying. With a chuckle, Obito replied, "Rin, as long as you enjoy it. If Sarutobi dares to upset you again, I shall take care of him." In the Hokage office building, on the second floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, cradling a crystal ball in his hands. The images displayed within were of a women's bathhouse in Konoha, where dozens of young ladies, with bare skin, frolicked by the hot spring. "Ah, this one is splendid, with a voluptuous waist and ample hips. And this one as well. A larger backside is sure to bear strong children." He chuckled with a mischievous grin, his eyes fixated on the crystal ball, nearly pressing his face against it to capture every detail. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the office door, accompanied by a male voice from the corridor outside. "Hokage-sama, Teacher Ryoshin from the Ninja Academy is here to see you." The interruption of his viewing displeased Sarutobi greatly. He turned to glance at the door. Impatience etched on his face, saying, "Ask him what he wants. If it's not important, don't disturb me. I'm busy." "Hokage-sama, Teacher Ryoshin insists it is urgent. Perhaps you should spare a moment to meet with him." "Fine, let him in." Sarutobi reluctantly set aside the crystal ball. The office door creaked open, and Ryoshin hurriedly approached. Bowing respectfully before the desk, "Hokage-sama." Sarutobi acknowledged him with a brief hum. "Speak your mind." Ryoshin nodded. "Yes. Hokage-sama. I wish to report an incident that occurred this afternoon. Uchiha Obito has triumphed over Shimura Sarutobi in the sparring match." "Oh." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He had been keeping an eye on the graduating class, and he was aware that Shimura Sarutobi, being Danzo's nephew, was quite strong. He had also heard of Uchiha Obito's reputation as the underdog. "So, it seems that Uchiha Obito has significantly improved his strength recently?" Ryoshin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Hokage-sama. While that is true, Obito has astonishingly awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan." "What?" Sarutobi, who had just lit his pipe, took a deep breath and was immediately choked by the smoke, coughing uncontrollably. After a moment, he managed to compose himself. Wide-eyed, he stared at Ryoshin and asked, "Ryoshin, do you realize what you are saying? Are you joking? Obito has activated the 3 Tomoe Sharingan?" The process of awakening the Sharingan begins with a single Tomoe and evolves step by step with increased power. I have thoroughly investigated this. Even among the prodigious talents of the Uchiha clan, it is rare to witness the phenomenon of awakening a double Tomoe Sharingan upon the first opening of one's eyes. However, to hear of someone achieving the remarkable feat of awakening a triple Tomoe at once is truly unprecedented. Liang Tian, discerning the skepticism in Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, hastily clarified, "Lord Hokage, I speak nothing but the truth. This afternoon, all the students in my class witnessed Obito awakening his 3 Tomoe Sharingan on the playground." Observing Liang Tian's earnest expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the veracity of his words. He composed himself, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "Liang Tian, you have done well in this matter. I shall commend you for your efforts by increasing your monthly stipend by 20% next month." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Liang Tian replied with a bright nod, promptly bowing in gratitude. The 20% increase in salary was not the most significant aspect. Rather, it was the recognition from the Hokage that held the promise of future promotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "You may return now." Liang Tian expressed his thanks once more before turning to leave. "Obito Uchiha, you say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself as he watched Liang Tian's departing figure. To awaken a 3 Tomoe Sharingan is indeed a mark of exceptional talent within the Uchiha clan. If he could find a way to bring this Obito under his wing, aligning him with the Hokage's direct faction, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the future. Resolute in his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen wrapped his fingers on the desk and called out softly, "Come in." No sooner had the words left his lips than a ninja clad in a silver vest leapt through the window, kneeling before the desk. "Lord Hokage, how may I serve you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, "Fetch me the dossier on that lad, Obito Uchiha." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The ninja nodded in affirmation and, in a flash, vanished from the room. Approximately 10 minutes later, the silver-vested ninja returned, presenting a document to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, Obito Uchiha's parents are deceased, having perished on the battlefield. He has only a grandmother remaining in his family. Additionally, Uchiha Shursui is his cousin." "Shursui, you say?" A flicker of surprise crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. While he had not paid much attention to Obito, he was familiar with Shursui. Shursui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who had served as a bodyguard to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and had been a longtime comrade of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had long been fraught with tension. In the past, Uchiha Kagami had acted as a lubricant in the relations between Konoha and the Uchiha, fostering a degree of harmony and preventing the situation from deteriorating further. However, following the deaths of Uchiha Kagami and Senju Tobarama in the Great Ninja War, no one had emerged from the Uchiha clan to fulfill that role of reconciliation. In recent years, the Uchiha clan's takeover of the Konoha police force had only exacerbated conflicts with other prominent families and the villagers of Konoha, leading to a multitude of disputes. As the conflict intensified, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha deteriorated further. Deep down, the third Hokage was reluctant to witness such a scene unfold. Regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha clan was undeniably a part of Konoha and should not be subjected to such isolation. However, certain matters were beyond his control. He could not manage the sentiments of the villagers, nor could he dictate the problem-solving methods employed by the Uchiha clan's police force. If he could cultivate this young man named Obito properly, Perhaps in the future, he could become a significant asset like Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stroking his chin, felt a sense of satisfaction at devising such a brilliant strategy. He had perused the dossier on Uchiha Obito, which primarily indicated that Obito was at the bottom of his class and not well regarded by his peers. Although Obito's sudden awakening of the Sharingan was indeed surprising and somewhat unfathomable, his considerable prowess had already made him a coveted individual in the eyes of the third Hokage. The minor flaws did not warrant further scrutiny from him. He could always inquire about the details from Obito later. Have someone closely observe this young man named Obito, and once the graduation assessment is concluded, arrange for him to be placed in Minato's class. Sarutobi instructed the Umbu before him. Minato was a disciple of Jiraiya and could be considered his grand student. By placing Obito under Minato's tutelage, he would naturally become a ninja aligned with the Hokage's faction. In the future, whether serving as a guard or acting as a mediator between the Uchiha and Konoha, everything would fall into place. The Umbu ninja nodded. Hokage-sama, rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. At the residence of the Shimura clan. Within a spacious and lavish courtyard, Shimura Danzo sat in the hall, cradling a teacup and savoring the fine tea within. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by a youthful voice calling, Uncle Danzo, are you there? Before even seeing the visitor, a smile graced Danzo's face upon hearing the voice. Ah, it's you, Kagaku. What brings you here today? Danzo had once had a dearly beloved son, tragically lost on the battlefield during the war. Fortunately, within the Shimura clan, a nephew named Kagaku had emerged. Though still young and yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, Kagaku exhibited exceptional capabilities, and Danzo held considerable admiration for him. In no time, Kagaku rushed into the room. Upon seeing his nephew's bruised face, a flicker of surprise crossed Danzo's eyes. What happened? Kagaku, did you get into a fight? Bagua wore a look of grievance as he lamented to Danzo. Uncle Danzo, don't even mention it. It's that guy, Uchiha Obito, who hit me. You must help me send someone to teach him a lesson. Uchiha Obito? Who is that? Danzo inquired, perplexed. Bagua, filled with indignation, recounted the events that transpired that afternoon on the school playground, embellishing his tale with numerous disparaging remarks about Obito. He spoke of rumors regarding Obito peeping in the girls' bathing area and how he hadn't bathed for 3 months. Yet, as Danzo listened, his astonishment grew. His focus was not on how Bagua had been beaten or bullied by Obito, but rather on the fact that Obito, at such a tender age of 8 or 9, had awakened the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Simultaneously, Danzo, like the third Hokage, began to entertain thoughts of recruiting Obito. Bagua, are you absolutely certain you are not deceiving me? Danzo asked. Bagua nodded earnestly. Of course, Uncle Danzo. You must help me teach Obito a lesson and give him a good beating. Danzo shook his head. It would not do to beat him, Bagua. A true man does not dwell on trifles. The fact that Obito could awaken the 3 Tomoe Sharingan at such a young age indicates his potential is boundless. Sarutobi's old cohorts already have numerous powerful ninjas at their side. I must ensure that this Uchiha Obito joins the roots. Tears streamed down Bagua's face. Uncle Danzo, what do you mean by that? Are you unwilling to help me? Do you not care for me anymore? Danzo patted his shoulder reassuringly. Bagua, you must endure this for now. Perhaps in the future, you will have the opportunity to work alongside him in the roots. Uncle Danzo, I hate you, Bagua exclaimed, bursting into tears and storming out of the room. Danzo shook his head in exasperation at the child's reaction. He then rapped on the coffee table and called out, Come in. Outside, 2 figures swiftly emerged, kneeling before Danzo. Lord Danzo, how may we serve you? Danzo instructed, A and B. You 2 shall go on my behalf to the Uchiha clan and attend to some matters. Meanwhile, on a certain street within the Uchiha clan's territory, Obito, as was his routine, walked partway home with Rin after school before preparing to return for dinner. Grandma, I'm back. At the end of the street, Obito paused in front of a somewhat dilapidated wooden house, pushed the door open, and entered. Ah, little Obito has returned. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is almost ready. His grandmother's gentle voice called from the kitchen. He could already smell the delicious aroma wafting through the air as he entered. Grandma, what delectable dish have you prepared today? Obito asked, dashing into the kitchen and affectionately wrapping his arms around her neck, playfully rising on his toes. Today, we shall have your favorite, corn stew with ribs. His grandmother replied, patting the back of his hand. Now, Be a good boy and wash your hands. Ribs? What special occasion is this? This meal is quite lavish. Obito remarked, slightly surprised, as he turned on the faucet to wash his hands. Due to the passing of his parents and the advanced age of his grandmother, the family had almost no source of income. His grandmother was exceedingly frugal, often denying herself comforts to ensure that her beloved grandson had the best of what they could afford. This left a profound warmth in Daitu's heart, mingled with a tinge of sorrow for his grandmother's selflessness. On an ordinary day, as graduation assessments loomed at school, his grandmother thought to prepare a nourishing meal to bolster his health. As she spoke, she brought forth a pot of stewed ribs to the table. Oh, is that so? Daitu quickly took up his utensils and followed her out of the kitchen. The grandfather and grandson shared casual conversation about the day's happenings as they began their meal. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the house, interrupting their meal. Who could that be? His grandmother turned to glance at the door. Daitu hastily set down his bowl and rose to answer, assuming it was his cousin, Shirzue, come to share a meal. Shirzue, being Daitu's younger cousin, had always maintained a friendly rapport with him, and their bond had grown even stronger over the past 2 years since Daitu's arrival in this world. He had been particularly attentive to Shirzue, especially considering the latter's potential as a future genius ninja capable of unlocking the kaleidoscope. As he opened the door, a creaking sound emanated from the hinges, revealing 2 figures clad in the standard silver vests of the Umbu, their faces obscured by masks. To Daitu's surprise, each held several large bags filled with gifts and boxes. Are you from the Umbu? Daitu asked, bewildered. Are you Uchiha Daitu? One of the masked ninjas replied, their voice steady. Daitu nodded. Yes, what brings you here? At that moment, his grandmother, sensing the unusual atmosphere, set down her utensils and stepped forward, her expression fraught with concern. What is happening? Has my grandson gotten into some trouble? It was widely known in the village that the Umbu's visit rarely boded well. Not at all, Daitu shook his head. The only thing I did today was give a beating to Shitachi. The other Umbu ninja, donning a bare-faced mask, quickly interjected. Please, madam, do not misunderstand. We are subordinates of Danzo from the root, here to discuss certain matters with Daitu's day. As they spoke, the 2 ninjas extended their gifts toward Daitu and his grandmother. Well, if you're coming by, why bring gifts? It feels overly formal, Daitu remarked. Upon hearing that her grandson was not in trouble, his grandmother's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly accepted the gifts, exchanging polite words of gratitude. Obito chuckled, accepting the gifts with a speed that surpassed even that of his grandmother. Indeed, it felt rather embarrassing to be lavished with such expense. Perhaps next time, they might consider bringing something as well. The 2 root members, however, were not ensnared by the curse of the tongue, possessing the full range of human emotions. They exchanged glances, and the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily beneath their masks. This grandfather and grandson duo were truly something. While they feigned pleasantries, their eagerness to accept gifts was almost akin to thievery. Little did they know, for impoverished souls like them, these extravagant gifts represented a substantial fortune. Should they choose to pawn these items at a shop, they could amass a considerable sum, affording themselves countless lavish meals. Cradling an array of gifts, Obito peered through the packaging to catch a glimpse of what lay within. There were bottles of red wine, ginseng, tea leaves, and an assortment of dried goods, predominantly high-end items. It was evident that these 2 individuals had invested considerable thought and money into selecting these gifts. By the way, are you from Root? What brings you to me? Obito inquired, lifting his gaze toward the 2 ninjas, his mind swirling with speculations. Could it truly be related to the incident with Shimizu Bikoku? The corners of the Root ninjas' mouths twitched once more. What manner of person are you? Accepting a gift without inviting us in for a conversation? Do you lack even the most basic hospitality? Fortunately, after placing several gift boxes inside, the grandmother promptly gestured to Obito. Obito, allow them to come in and sit. I shall prepare some tea for them. Understood, grandmother. Obito nodded, finally parting the way. The 2 Root ninjas stepped inside, invited by the grandmother to take a seat. Obito, meanwhile, placed the gifts aside and approached the dining table, picking up a bowl and chopsticks to resume his meal. You must have dined already, I presume? He asked, biting into a rib while glancing at the 2 ninjas. The ninja with the tiger-faced mask shook his head, about to express that he had yet to eat dinner. Before he could finish, Obito interrupted. My grandmother and I only prepared enough for 2. We shan't extend an invitation for you to join us. The corner of the tiger-faced ninja's mouth twitched once more. What did Uchiha Obito care for their meal? Were it not for Lord Danzo's orders to recruit him, he would hardly bother with this dismal place. The bare-faced masked Umbu ninja was equally vexed, yet he maintained a semblance of composure, attempting to establish rapport with Obito while revealing his purpose. Obito, it's quite all right. We are not hungry at all. Just then, a rumble emanated from the bare-faced ninja's stomach, causing his cheeks to flush. Thankfully, the mask concealed his embarrassment. Obito, we are here on Lord Danzo's instructions to pay you a visit. Obito nodded. Proceed. What is the matter? Is it regarding my altercation with Bakoku? The bare-faced ninja shook his head. No, Lord Danzo stated that Bakoku's defeat was merely due to his lack of skill. Moreover, Lord Danzo places great importance on your abilities and hopes that upon your graduation, you will join the route. Join route. Obito was taken aback. He initially thought these two individuals had come to cause trouble, only to realize that they were sent by Danzo to extend an olive branch. Most ordinary Konoha ninjas, upon receiving an invitation from the esteemed Lord Danzo, would likely be swayed by such cordial overtures. However, Obito was no ordinary individual. He was a time traveler. He was acutely aware of Danzo's true nature, which was far more ruthless than that of the third Hokage. The third Hokage could at best be described as hypocritical, whereas Danzo could genuinely be characterized as insidious. In the original narrative, Danzo not only plucked out Shusui's eyes, but was also a primary architect in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Following a master like Danzo would leave Obito perpetually anxious about potential schemes against him, fearing that his own eyes might be taken from him. Although Obito currently wielded the power of the double Mangekyō Sharingan and held no fear of Danzo, being in proximity to such a person always felt unsettling. Therefore, he would never accept the invitation to join route. Before Obito could voice his thoughts, his grandmother emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of steaming tea, and presented them to the two ninjas. With a warm smile, she inquired, "Gentlemen, what exactly is route? Is the remuneration there substantial?" The two ninjas graciously accepted the tea and politely removed their masks to nod in acknowledgement. The ninja with the bear mask replied with a smile, "Grandma, you need not worry about the salary. With Obito's exceptional talents, he will undoubtedly become Lord Danzo's right hand in the future, and his monthly stipend will be quite generous." "Oh, is that so? That sounds wonderful," his grandmother beamed, glancing at Obito. Although she did not comprehend why her usually underperforming grandson was suddenly receiving such attention from Konoha's upper echelons, she considered it a positive development. "Obito, you should hurry back to dinner," he said, feeling a sense of helplessness. His grandmother had struggled to raise him over the years, having endured a life of poverty, which explained her immediate inquiry about monthly stipends. Fortunately, he was on the brink of graduation, and after that, he could easily undertake various ninja missions to earn a decent commission. Life would gradually improve. With this in mind, Obito addressed the two root ninjas. "I appreciate your kind intentions, and please extend my thanks to Lord Danzo. However, I must take some time to contemplate this matter." Having accepted their gifts, it would be somewhat inappropriate to reject them outright, so Obito chose to express his refusal delicately. "Very well, we shall convey your message to Lord Danzo. We will take our leave now." The bear-masked ninja nodded and, along with his companion, made his way out. "Obito, those two were quite courteous and seemed to hold you in high regard. Why not accept their offer?" his grandmother inquired, watching the retreating figures. Obito shook his head. "Grandma, some matters are not as simple as they appear. The people from Root are not to be trifled with." Grandmother merely inquired without any intent of deeply engaging in the future plans of Dato. After dinner, Dato took the initiative to wash the dishes. Subsequently, he informed his grandmother that he was going out to train, and he dashed out of the house. The following morning, after breakfast, Dato hurried toward school. On a somewhat secluded path, he unexpectedly encountered an elderly lady once more. Alas, age has rendered her frail. As she struggled to maintain her balance while attempting to cross the street, lamenting her plight. "Grandma, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." Dato, exemplifying his commendable character, lifted the elderly lady without hesitation. He carried her across the road, heading determinedly to the right. The lady, jostled by the brisk pace, began to pat Dato's back, exclaiming, "Youngster, do slow down. You are going the wrong way. My home is on the other side." Dato nodded and swiftly turned, sprinting in the opposite direction. "You should have mentioned that sooner. I am Konoha's most enthusiastic citizen, and I shall ensure you reach your destination safely." Dato safely deposited the elderly lady at her doorstep, but she was already dizzy from the ordeal, teetering and collapsing to the ground. Inside the wooden house, a burly man, upon witnessing his mother fall, erupted with fury, rushing out with a stick in hand, shouting at Dato, "You little rascal! What have you done to my mother?" Dato quickly turned to flee. "Sir, she is perfectly fine. I merely brought her home. Stop right there. You will not leave without paying 10,000 taels." With the man's angry shouts echoing behind him, Dato ran at full speed, soon vanishing around the street corner. The man, breathless and frustrated, returned home, muttering about the boy's astonishing speed. Dato leaped down from a nearby tree, his heart still racing. That was quite perilous. I must exercise more caution when assisting the elderly in the future, lest I be wrongfully accused. The time for class was drawing near, and Dato was far from school. Certain he would be late. However, he felt no urgency, for the previous evening, during his training, he had conducted numerous experiments and gained a comprehensive understanding of his Keimyui abilities. Among these, the long-distance displacement of Keimyui was devoid of any limitations. As long as there was a Keimyui mark left behind, he could sense its location and swiftly arrive at the destination. Dato had already strategically placed a Keimyui mark outside the ninja school the night before. Keimyui. Dato's eyes transformed from black to red, the three Tomoe swirling within his gaze. Morphing into the form of a shuriken, a distortion of space rippled before him as Dato's body was drawn into the alternate dimension. Following the direction of the Keimyui mark, he activated his ability once more. Outside the ninja school, amidst the thicket by the roadside, a distortion in space materialized as Obito stepped forth from the void. Oh, what a peculiar situation. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sensed something amiss. A series of blush-inducing groans emanated from behind him, accompanied by the heavy panting of a man. What on earth is happening? Obito was taken aback. Could it be that someone was engaged in a wild duel so early in the morning? Turning to glance behind him, he spotted a disheveled couple a few meters away, obscured in the corner of the wall, indulging in some indescribable activities. This part is often overlooked, so it is omitted. Isn't that Ryota-sensei? Obito's face was filled with astonishment. Though he could only see the back of the man's head and his silhouette, he recognized Ryota without a doubt. Ryota had been the homeroom teacher for 4 or 5 years, and Obito was well acquainted with him. The woman in Ryota's embrace appeared to be another teacher at the school. Although her face seemed familiar, Obito could not recall her name. Ryota, who had always had a tendency to pick on Obito at school, was now caught in a compromising situation that Obito could exploit. A mischievous grin crept across Obito's lips as he concealed himself behind a large tree, silently forming a series of hand signs for a jutsu. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Obito tilted his head back slightly, puffing out his cheeks. With a forceful exhale, a stream of flames erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a fireball that rolled toward the thicket, igniting the surrounding underbrush and dead wood. The moment the jutsu was completed, Obito swiftly darted out from the bushes, standing boldly on the path and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Fire! Quick, everyone, help put it out. Where's the fire? Where is it? Look, it's in the woods. Over there." At this early hour, numerous students and teachers were hurrying to school. Upon seeing the thick smoke rising from the thicket, many bravely rushed in to combat the flames. Ryota's chosen spot for his escapade was far from discreet, and his antics with the female teacher were quickly laid bare for all to see. "Ah!" The female teacher's scream pierced the air as she shyly covered her face. Ryota, hastily adjusting his trousers, waved his hands in a futile attempt to explain. "Please, don't misunderstand. The fire wasn't caused by us." A wave of silence fell over the crowd. Everyone knew that the fire was not their doing. They were preoccupied with their own activities and hardly had the leisure to start a fire. Ryota-sensei, Kuiko-sensei, I must say as educators, how could you engage in such behavior in broad daylight? Indeed, it is utterly disgraceful and shameful. I feel embarrassed for both of you. As the instigator of this incident, Obito could not suppress a chuckle at the commotion unfolding behind him. To avoid arousing further suspicion, he did not linger and made his way toward the school entrance. However, as soon as he stepped onto the campus, he noticed that many students passing by were casting glances in his direction. They pointed and whispered among themselves. "Look, that person seems to be the perennial underachiever, Uchiha Obito. He was the one who awakened the 3 Tomoe Sharingan yesterday, right? Don't call him an underachiever anymore. Haven't you heard how formidable the 3 Tomoe Sharingan can be? Even the genius from the Shimura clan, Shimura Kakashi, was soundly defeated by him. I heard my father mention it yesterday. An Uchiha ninja who can awaken the 3 Tomoe Sharingan will undoubtedly possess immeasurable power in the future. Obito will surely be favored by the 3rd Hokage. Is that true? Actually, if you take a closer look, Obito is quite handsome. He's tall and has a decent appearance. It's just that those goggles are a bit outdated. As Obito listened to their idle chatter, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. News travels fast. Within a single night, nearly the entire school was aware of it. And what is wrong with my goggles? They're actually quite stylish. It's just that girl who doesn't appreciate them. Deep in thought, Obito had already entered the classroom. Many classmates had arrived early. The way they looked at him had changed compared to before. Previously, most gazes were filled with a sense of ridicule. Now, however, there was a hint of curiosity and envy in their eyes. Obito, congratulations. You're quite the celebrity in school now. Just as he took his seat, Rin couldn't help but tease him with a giggle. Rin, don't make fun of me. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Rin shook her head. I'm not joking. I genuinely wish you well. At that moment, Kurenai, with her hands behind her back, walked from the front row and stopped in front of Obito. Obito, may I train with you after class today? Kurenai seemed a bit shy. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she nervously gazed at Obito. Within the class, Kurenai was considered the class flower. If one were to call her the school flower, few would contest it, although among ninjas, strength reigns supreme. And such rankings are not taken seriously. Kurenai's action immediately drew everyone's attention in the classroom. Wow, Kurenai is actually asking to train with Obito. What is going on? It was evident that Kurenai was showing interest in Obito, making it one of the most sensational pieces of news in school today. Oh no, my goddess is going to be tainted by that fool Obito. Asuma lamented, tears streaming down his face as he watched Kurenai's retreating figure. He silently returned the pack of cigarettes he had prepared for Kurenai back to his pocket. I never expected Kurenai would take a liking to someone like Obito. It seems my carefully selected gift will go unaccepted. Shinobu tugged at Shimura Kakashi's arm, inciting further. Kakashi, that Obito is too despicable, stealing your spotlight. Now even Kurenai is starting to favor him. Shimura Kakashi replied with a hint of resentment. Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to deal with him. He will undoubtedly have a difficult evening. Taito raised his head, staring blankly at Sunset Red, momentarily at a loss for words. Why was she practicing with him? Was this a stroke of fortunate fate? Ding. It has been detected that Sunset Red has expressed affection towards the host. Please, host, fulfill the following designated dialogue with Sunset Red to gain a replication opportunity. Sunset Red, after class tonight, let us venture into the grove together. I can guide you through dual cultivation. Suddenly, the system's prompt echoed in Taito's mind. He was rendered speechless. System, what on earth are you doing? I am not that familiar with her. Saying such things would be utterly inappropriate and could lead to misunderstandings. Please complete the designated dialogue to accomplish the task. Otherwise, the existing replication opportunity will be automatically nullified. Damn it. Are you a replication system or a prankster? Taito was quite distressed. Sunset Red stood there, hands clasped behind her back, waiting patiently. With everyone watching her, she felt increasingly shy, her cheeks reddening like ripe persimmons. Taito, is there something troubling you? If so, I apologize. Noticing Taito's silence, Sunset Red bowed in apology and turned to return to her seat. Wait, hold on. Taito hastily called out to her. Sunset Red. After class tonight, Taito's face flushed crimson as he struggled to comply with the system's designated dialogue. However, the latter part was simply too embarrassing to utter, especially in front of so many people. Huh, Taito, what are you saying? I didn't catch that. Sunset Red's face was filled with confusion. To hell with it. Taito gritted his teeth, as if making a resolute decision, and boldly proclaimed to Sunset Red, Sunset Red, after class tonight, let us venture into the grove together. I can guide you through dual cultivation. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the classroom. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the students seemed momentarily frozen. Mouths agape, expressions of astonishment plastered on their faces. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the designated task dialogue. You have earned one replication opportunity. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Yet, at that moment, Taito's mind was elsewhere. He longed to vanish into a crack in the ground. This was excruciatingly embarrassing. How shameless could Taito be? To invite a girl to accompany him into the grove. Indeed, and to mention dual cultivation? That certainly was not a phrase associated with propriety. Taito was truly a paragon of audacity, showcasing an unparalleled level of shamelessness. It was unclear who reacted first, but soon, the classroom erupted in chatter, critiquing Taito. Taito, you. Sunset Red finally grasped the situation, feeling utterly mortified and uncertain of what to say. Taito's face was also flushed. Thankfully, he quickly interjected, "Please don't be upset. I'm known for my sense of humor. Everyone knows that. I was just joking." He hadn't finished speaking, as the setting sun cast its crimson hues. Hinata hurried back to her seat, her cheeks flushed. Rin shook her head in disappointment. "Obito, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person." Obito felt a surge of despair, questioning the reason behind this predicament. Why must the system orchestrate such a scene, causing me to lose face? Rin, allow me to explain. What I said earlier was not my true intention. Well, that is, I didn't mean it in that way. Fortunately, Rin had shared many years as Obito's desk mate and was well acquainted with his character. She was merely teasing him and was not genuinely upset. Obito's incoherent explanations elicited a soft giggle from Rin, who covered her mouth and said, "All right, I was just teasing you. I'm not angry at all." The school bell soon rang, prompting everyone to return to their seats, sitting up straight in anticipation of teacher Ryota's class. However, to their surprise, Ryota had yet to appear even after the bell had rung for a considerable time. The recent incident of a fire outside the school had already drawn the attention of a few students in the class. Nevertheless, the number of those aware was limited. Moreover, everyone had been captivated by the drama involving Hinata and Obito, leaving no one to discuss the scandal of teachers Ryota and Keiko being caught in an embarrassing situation. At this moment, interest in Obito's predicament had waned, and the class resumed its chatter about Ryota's scandal. As the instigator of the fire incident, Obito was already privy to the full details of what had transpired. He had no inclination to engage in discussions about Ryota's affairs. Instead, he activated his replication ability and directed it toward Hinata, who sat in the front row. I wonder if, after everything that just happened, Hinata's fondness for me has completely vanished. As Obito pondered, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have replicated Hinata's illusion technique, magical tree binding attack. Note, the caster's body becomes invisible to the enemy's eyes, while a tree grows from behind them, binding their body. The caster emerges from the tree to launch a fatal attack. Incredible. A direct replication of an illusion technique. Obito felt a surge of joy. The system's replication ability largely depended on the intimacy between Obito and the target. The fact that he could replicate an illusion technique in one go indicated that Hinata's fondness for him remained intact. Although he could not fathom the reasons behind Hinata's feelings for him, he did not dwell on it. After all, having a girl like him was undoubtedly a positive development. Creaking sounds filled the air as approximately half an hour of class time passed. Suddenly, the classroom door was pushed open from the outside. A somewhat unfamiliar green-vested ninja entered and came to a halt at the front of the class. The previously noisy classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on the newcomer. The green-vested ninja scanned the room, nodded, and began to introduce himself. "Students, I am the new teacher assigned to this class. You may call me Teacher Muki." A wave of astonishment swept through the students. Teacher Ryota isn't coming to class? It appears that the rumors surrounding him and Teacher Keiko are indeed true. "Teacher Muki, where is Teacher Ryota?" a daring student inquired. Muki nodded and responded ambiguously. Due to certain circumstances, Teacher Ryota is unable to attend for the time being. The discussion ceased, and the class commenced. Ryota and Keiko were caught in the act. Such scandalous behavior from a teacher is hardly respectable, particularly in a ninja academy where, despite the students' precociousness, it could have an adverse influence. Muki preferred not to elaborate, and the students understood. The prospect of changing teachers did not evoke much dissent among them. After all, anyone could teach the class. However, the students remained curious, eager to investigate further once class concluded. After school, they set out to gather information from other classes. According to the latest intelligence acquired, both Ryota and Keiko had been taken to the office of the third Hokage. The specifics of their situation remained unknown. Upon hearing such news, Obito felt a twinge of guilt. He had merely intended to prank Ryota, never anticipating the situation would escalate to such severity. However, one couldn't help but wonder if Ryota and that teacher named Keiko would face suspension because of this incident. The day's lessons swiftly came to an end. As the final bell rang, students surged out of the school. Thanks to the system confirming his closeness with Hinata, Obito approached her desk without hesitation and invited, "Hinata, shall we go train together?" Hinata, organizing her textbooks, glanced up at Obito. The memory of his morning comments regarding the Grove and dual training caused her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. She nodded softly, neither accepting nor declining the invitation. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, but fortunately, Rin arrived at that moment, linking her arm with Hinata's and cheerfully saying, "Hinata, don't be upset about this morning. Obito is just a fool without any ill intentions." "I'm not upset," Hinata replied gently, nodding in agreement. She then turned to Obito with a playful smile, covering her mouth as she whispered to Rin, "I concur with your assessment. Obito is indeed rather foolish." Rin chuckled, and the two girls, hand in hand, walked out of the classroom, leaving Obito standing there, bewildered. He had never witnessed such camaraderie between the two before. Is it true that friendships between girls can form so rapidly? Is it merely because they both think of me, the foolish Obito? Rin is too harsh. I am exceptionally clever. Not foolish at all. Hey, wait for me. As they distanced themselves, Obito hurried after them. In the classroom, most students had already departed, leaving only two behind, Shimura Kogen and the sycophant Mizuki. Mizuki, watching Obito's retreating figure, couldn't help but exclaim, "Kogen, look at that guy. Didn't teacher Ryota say he had to clean the classroom for a week? How can he just leave like that?" Bogwang wore a sullen expression as he raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap on Shuemu's head. "You fool. Teacher Liangtian hasn't he even come to class? Why on earth would he be cleaning?" As he spoke, Bogwang strode towards the cleaning supplies cabinet at the back of the classroom. Shuemu, cradling his swollen head, looked woefully pitiful. "But since teacher Liangtian isn't here, shouldn't we forego cleaning the restroom?" Bogwang retrieved two plungers from the cabinet and jabbed one into Shuemu's face. "You imbecile. Can't you think? We're not betting against teacher Liangtian. I lost a wager to that slacker Dato. Naturally, I must uphold my promise. Otherwise, I'll just be a laughingstock." Tears streamed down Shuemu's face as he pulled the plunger away, leaving a vivid red circle on his cheek. He muttered softly, "The one who lost the bet was you, not me. I'm just helping you clean the restroom. Can't you be a little nicer to me?" On the street, Dato, Rin, and Yugao walked side by side. The two girls chattered animatedly, seemingly with an endless stream of topics. Dato had intended to find an opportunity to join their conversation, but was distracted by the murmurs of the surrounding villagers. "Did you hear? Hatake Tsukumo actually abandoned a crucial mission for the village and chose to flee instead. Who would have thought that Konoha's ninja, the White Fang, would bring such disgrace upon us? Disgrace is one thing, but I heard that due to the failure of that mission, Lord Third had to pay an exorbitant penalty, causing significant losses to the village. Indeed, originally, this month, they were supposed to allocate funds to build homes for us, but now, because of Tsukumo, we don't even have a new house to live in." Rin and Yugao paused their conversation, straining to catch the gossip around them. Yugao turned to Dato and asked, "Dato, Tsukumo Hatake must be Kakashi's father, right? What exactly happened?" Dato nodded. "Yes, he is indeed Kakashi's father. But it seems he is being discussed due to the mission failure." As someone who had traversed from the original storyline, Dato recalled some of the plot details. Tsukumo Hatake had sacrificed an important mission to save his comrades, resulting in harsh criticism from the villagers. Even the comrades he saved could not comprehend Tsukumo's actions and reproached him for his choices. Ultimately, this led to Tsukumo's emotional and physical decline, driving him to take his own life to make a statement. Rin pouted, "That is hardly mere gossip. They're openly denouncing Tsukumo-sensei so loudly, it's practically personal attacks." Dato glanced at her in surprise. "Rin, it sounds like you know a bit more than you're letting on." Lin shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I don't know, but I believe everyone makes mistakes. Even if Shoma-senpai erred, it shouldn't warrant such scorn behind his back." "Indeed, you are absolutely right," replied Obito, nodding in agreement. Initially, he thought Lin had grasped the situation regarding Hatake Shoma's mission. However, her words revealed that she was merely seeking justice. It appeared that Lin possessed not only a gentle kindness, but also a more righteous perspective than most. While the tide of rumors swept over everyone else, this young girl managed to retain her clarity of thought. Nevertheless, concerning the matter of Hatake Shoma, Obito could only lament without offering any substantial assistance. The villagers' gossip was an unstoppable force. It was under immense mental duress that Hatake Shoma chose to end his life. Obito did not consider himself eloquent enough to pull someone so resolutely seeking death back from the brink. Lin, Kurenai, let us go. I shall treat you both to ramen. Afterward, the three of us can head to the grove, Obito said with a playful grin, extending the invitation. Upon hearing the word grove, both Lin and Kurenai felt a flush of embarrassment, casting reproachful glances at Obito. Kurenai chided, Obito, stop making such jokes, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of our fists. Obito feigned innocence. I meant after eating ramen, we could train together in the grove, nothing more. Obito, do you even have money to treat us to ramen? Lin giggled, well aware of Obito's financial struggles. With a flourish, he brandished the pouch hanging from his waist, declaring, Fear not, I certainly have enough for ramen. Even if I must part with the gifts Kakashi gave me yesterday to raise some funds, it's worth it. Besides, graduation is just around the corner. Once I become a full-fledged ninja, I shall earn money through missions. Lin, hands clasped behind her back, shook her head with a smile. No, thank you. Obito, I must return to help my mother at the shop. I don't have time to join you today. Perhaps next time. As she spoke, Lin waved goodbye to Kurenai and turned towards the fork in the path. Kurenai, farewell. Kurenai nodded. Then, she glanced back at Obito, her cheeks blooming with color. Perhaps due to the prospect of spending time alone with him. Come on, Kurenai, let us go have ramen, Obito said, displaying his generosity with a cheerful call as he continued to stride forward. Hello, big brother, I would like a bowl of char siu noodles. At the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop, Obito lifted the curtain and entered with Kurenai, taking a seat at the counter. He almost addressed the proprietor as uncle, but quickly corrected himself upon realizing that the owner, Ichiraku, was a young man, likely not yet 30. His daughter, Ayam, was merely 6 years old, younger than both Obito and Kurenai. I'll have a bowl of noodles with sauce, Kurenai said as she settled beside Obito. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Ichiraku greeted them with a warm smile and enthusiastic hospitality. I am busily assisted by setting out bowls and arranging seasonings. By the way, Kurenai, what made you suddenly want to train with me? Obito asked, unable to contain his curiosity. This morning, I intended to inquire, but the classroom was bustling, and I hesitated to speak up. In truth, it was my father who encouraged me to engage with you more, which is why I, Hinata, felt a flush of embarrassment and chose not to conceal my feelings. Obito, appearing puzzled, asked, Your father? Does he know me? Hinata shook her head. No. It's just that after I returned home yesterday, I mentioned the competition between you and my classmate, Beogwogwo, and that's why he suggested I spend more time with you. Oh, I see, Obito nodded thoughtfully. It seems my fame stems from awakening the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Perhaps Hinata's father, like Danzo, recognizes my potential. However, Obito, please don't misunderstand. My father does not mean for me to curry favor with you. Fearing that Obito might misinterpret her words, Hinata quickly waved her hands in explanation. Obito chuckled lightly. It's all right. Regardless of the reason, I am quite pleased to train alongside you. His words were sincere, after all. Sharing the experience of cultivation with such a lovely companion as Hinata surely surpasses solitary training. Whether or not her father harbors ulterior motives is inconsequential. If he does, it is merely a testament to my own strength. Nonetheless, Hinata continued to elaborate on her conversation with her father, who expressed admiration for Obito's extraordinary talent and limitless potential for the future. The Hyuga clan, while once esteemed, has seen a decline in its talent pool in recent years, falling from its former prominence in Konoha to a lesser status. According to her father, he hoped that Hinata could deepen her connection with Obito, which might enhance her skills in Genjutsu. After all, both the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan excel in illusion techniques. Since Obito and Hinata are already classmates, fostering communication to strengthen each other's abilities is undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, it led to Hinata proposing their joint training this morning. Outside the ramen shop, in a narrow alleyway at the corner of the street, 3 men clad in gray kimonos were whispering and discussing the ramen shop's direction. The Uchiha Obito that young Master Beogwogwo wants us to teach a lesson to must be that kid, right? Absolutely. He bears the Uchiha clan's emblem. One of them remarked. Isn't there a rumor that he has awakened the 3 Tomoe? Upon hearing this, a bald man among them grew displeased. Confidently, he patted his chest and declared, What are we afraid of? Just follow my lead. I am a special jonin, and with you 2 chunin, surely we can handle a mere rookie. Young Master Beogwogwo had previously mentioned that this Uchiha Obito had only just awakened his eyes yesterday. Even if he is a prodigy, he surely cannot wield that power effectively yet. The boss is right. Let's change our clothes quickly, so we aren't recognized later. Consequently, the three men pulled out ragged villagers' garments and began to don them. Ah, I am full, Obito said contentedly, patting his stomach inside the ramen shop. As the setting sun cast its crimson glow, Akatsuki's appetite proved surprisingly modest, unable to finish even a single bowl of noodles. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Obito finished his own char siu noodles and then polished off the remaining half bowl left by Akatsuki. Let us go? Called Akatsuki as she stood up and lifted the curtain to step outside. All right, Obito nodded, closely following her lead. Just as the two reached the intersection ahead, three towering figures suddenly emerged from around the corner, advancing towards them with a fierce demeanor reminiscent of bandits descending from the mountains. What do they want? Akatsuki instinctively took a step back, feeling a twinge of fear at the sight of three adult men approaching so aggressively. Seizing an opportunity to impress the girl, Obito stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Akatsuki. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Akatsuki nodded, her heart warming at Obito's resolute stance. Who are you? What do you want? Obito demanded loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by nearby. However, the three men seemed unfazed. One bald man stepped forward, glaring at Obito, and shouted, You are Uchiha Obito, aren't you? My family lost 200,000 Ryo yesterday, and it must have been you who stole it. Return my money at once. At this accusation, the villagers around began to murmur among themselves, some even casting judgment upon Obito, claiming he was a delinquent for stealing at such a young age. Akatsuki's face was a picture of astonishment as she tugged at Obito's sleeve, whispering, Obito, what is going on? Obito shook his head. These three are clearly looking for trouble. How could anyone believe such nonsense? As he spoke, he pointed at the clothing of the three men, shaking his head in derision. Please, if you three wish to disguise yourselves as villagers, at least do it convincingly. That emblem of the Shimizu clan is plainly visible on your garments. You're talking nonsense. No way. The bald man's expression shifted to shock as he hastily lifted his tattered outer garment to inspect what lay beneath. The other two men mimicked his actions, tugging at their villager attire to check for inconsistencies. After a moment, one of the shorter men scratched his head and asked the bald man, Taro, isn't it strange? The Shimizu clan attire doesn't have any family markings, does it? The bald man, realizing his oversight, rubbed his bald head in enlightenment. Right. How did I not see it? That kid tricked us. With a smug expression, Obito crossed his arms and looked at the three men with amusement. Indeed, I was deceiving you all along. Who would have thought you'd be so foolish as to reveal your identities? You were sent by the Shimizu clan to cause trouble, weren't you? Uffed. Akatsuki stifled a laugh, taken aback by Obito's cleverness and the sheer ineptitude of the three men. Taro, what do we do now? We've been recognized. The shorter man, with a silly expression, turned to the bald man in distress. The Shimura clan adheres to strict family rules. Should the clan leader, Danzo, discover that the three of them dared to bully a few ungraduated students, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. If they are recognized, so be it. Let us dispense with the chatter. Let us strike him. The bald man clenched his teeth, fully committed to the confrontation. After all, with the young master of the Baoguoguo backing them, he would surely speak favorably of them in front of Danzo. Understood, Taro. The other two men replied in unison, their expressions turning menacing as they charged towards Obito and Kurenai. Kurenai, be careful, Obito called out, his eyes shifting from black to red, the three Tomoe spinning rapidly within his pupils. The bald man, fist clenched, launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Obito's face. His speed was astonishing, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although they had only just engaged, Obito quickly assessed his strength, likely surpassing that of a Chunin. However, he remained unperturbed. Utilizing the insight and predictive capabilities of his Sharingan, he effortlessly sidestepped the forceful blow. The rush of wind from the punch grazed his ear, and seizing the opportunity, he lifted a leg and delivered a sharp kick to the bald man's abdomen. A dull thud resonated. The kick landed squarely, eliciting a pained cry from the bald man. Nonetheless, being a special jonin and an adult, his strength far exceeded that of Obito. Although he winced from the kick, he only staggered back half a step before seizing Obito's ankle with both hands. Kid, it seems you are courting death. The bald man, enraged, gripped Obito's ankle tightly and hurled him towards a nearby wall, several meters away. Obito felt a sudden loss of weight. Yet, amidst his flight, He did not forget to retaliate, using the instep of his other foot to viciously strike the side of the bald man's face. Ouch! The bald man howled in pain, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Obito's kick had been quite forceful. In contrast, while Obito was airborne with no means to brace himself, he managed to brace his hands against the wall just before impact, dissipating most of the force. He then executed a graceful flip in midair, sliding down the wall until his feet landed firmly on the ground. The bald man wiped the corner of his mouth, noticing the blood staining his palm, which ignited his fury even further. He bellowed to his two companions, "What are you standing around for? Go and beat that kid." "Yes, Taro," the two replied, charging towards Obito. Kurenai, witnessing Obito being besieged, anxiously stamped her foot from the sidelines. She longed to assist him, but given their numbers and evident strength, she hesitated. "Obito, I'm coming to help you." Ultimately, Kurenai summoned her courage and dashed forward, positioning herself in front of the hefty ninja. Genjutsu, tree binding death. Kurenai's delicate hands moved swiftly, completing a series of hand seals for her illusion technique. A fierce wind erupted around her, causing her form to vanish in the eyes of the hefty ninja. Immediately, a large tree materialized behind him, its vines ensnaring his body tightly. The once vanished Yuhi Red emerged, partially revealing herself from behind the tree trunk. Grasping a kunai, she intended to press it against the neck of the rotund adversary, compelling him to surrender. "Damn you, wretched little imp!" The hefty ninja bellowed, struggling fiercely against his restraints. The vines binding him could scarcely withstand his forceful thrashing, fissures appearing throughout. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, the vines shattered entirely. As the illusion was dispelled, Red was struck by a wave of backlash, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Ah!" She gasped in pain, clutching her chest, her expression one of agony. As she slumped to the ground, though she had mastered a formidable illusion technique from her father, her tender age rendered her mental fortitude insufficient. Controlling a seasoned chunin like the rotund foe remained a daunting challenge. Red's illusion had indeed been momentarily effective, yet it had lasted scarcely 2 seconds before being forcibly unraveled. "You little brat. With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me with illusions? Utter folly." The hefty ninja, incensed, paid no heed to her identity and lifted his foot, aiming a kick at Yuhi Red. Fire style, great fireball technique. However, just as his corpulent foot began to rise, a colossal fireball barreled toward him, scorching a long trail upon the concrete. Should he persist in his assault on Red, he would undoubtedly be seared by the fireball. Despite his dull wit, the rotund ninja instinctively knew the prudent course of action. He rolled aside onto the street, narrowly evading the fireball's trajectory. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the wall across the road, erupting in a burst of flames. The villagers, who had gathered to watch, gasped in horror, though fortunately, their distance spared them from harm. Meanwhile, the fallen Yuhi Red had been scooped up by Obito, who leapt back several meters to stand atop a wall several feet high. "Red, are you all right?" Obito inquired, concern etching his features as he gazed at the girl in his arms. "Cough, cough. I'm fine," Obito, Red replied, her breath slightly hurried. For reasons unknown, from this angle, she found Obito's profile strikingly handsome, more so than usual. "You say you're fine, yet you're bleeding." Obito felt a twinge of guilt, knowing Red had been injured in her efforts to assist him. He then cast a glance downward at the 3 ninjas standing below, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "You 3, today, you shall not return unscathed. At the very least, one of you shall be missing something." The rotund ninja scratched his head, bewildered. "Missing what?" A bald man kicked the rotund ninja in the rear, exclaiming angrily, "Are you foolish? Why respond to threats? Just beat him up." Obito smirked coldly, "Whatever it is. It can be an arm, a leg, or a finger, it matters not." Hearing this, Red's eyes widened with concern. "Obito, let it go. They're at least chunin level. We should leave this place quickly." Red understood all too well the significant standing of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. Apart from the Sarutobi clan, the clan that wields the most power in Konoha is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. She did not wish for Obito to create a ruckus because of her, risking ostracization from the Uchiha clan. "Red, rest assured, I can handle these 3 ruffians." Obito gently set Red down, allowing her to sit atop the wall. After all, he was now the protagonist endowed with the formidable power of the Sharingan and an invincible replication system. How could he possibly be intimidated by these petty thugs? If they dared to cause trouble, Obito would not hesitate to retaliate. At that moment, the trio of bald men, realizing their identities had been exposed, ceased their concealment. As they ran, they flung several shurikens towards Obito and Red perched on the wall. The sound of clashing weapons echoed in the air as Obito and Red swiftly drew their kunai, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Red, stay here. I can handle all three of them alone. Obito called out, his hands moving rapidly to form hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With the completion of the incantation, Obito tilted his head back slightly, his cheeks puffing up. As he opened his mouth to exhale, a stream of fire erupted forth. The flames rapidly coalesced into a fireball that hurtled down towards the trio below. Earth style, earth flow wall. The bald man, being a specially appointed jonin, was not easily intimidated by such an attack. He swiftly formed hand seals, and as the last seal was completed, he crouched down and slammed his palms onto the ground. A slight tremor rippled through the earth as a wall of yellow earth surged up to block the incoming assault. The wall measured about 3 meters in width and 4 meters in height, sufficiently vast to obstruct the fireball. The fireball collided with the wall, sending waves of flames cascading outward. Subdue that brat. I want to teach him a lesson. The bald man shouted to his companions, his fury palpable as he disregarded caution, intent on making Obito suffer. Understood, Taro. The chubby man and another ninja responded in unison as they charged out from the right side of the wall. Meanwhile, the bald man veered directly around the left side of the earthen barrier. However, the moment he rounded the wall and regained sight of the area behind it, he was taken aback to find Obito had closed in on him. Sharingan. As Obito and the bald man locked eyes, the three Tomoe within his pupils began to spin, activating the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Even though the bald man was a specially appointed jonin with formidable mental fortitude, he was no match for the terrifying prowess of Obito's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the bald man's gaze dulled, leaving him frozen in place. Moments later, he found himself disoriented, the street scene before him fading away, only to be replaced by the dazzling expanse of a ballroom floor at a grand gala. Vibrant, multicolored lanterns twirled overhead, while pulsating DJ music reverberated in the air. On the dance floor, scantily clad women engaged in an unusual dance. Their hands clasped together and feet slightly apart, their movements reminiscent of horseback riding. The bald man was immediately swept up by the lively atmosphere, joining the women around him in the peculiar equestrian dance, reveling in the moment. At that moment, a portly fellow and another ninja emerged from behind the ochre wall, exclaiming in surprise as they intended to confront Obito. However, they were abruptly struck by the realization that only Sunset Red sat atop the surrounding wall. Obito had vanished without a trace. Where did that kid go? The portly man inquired. I have no idea, the slender man replied, shaking his head. As they turned, they noticed their bald comrade still dancing the equestrian dance by the earthen wall, lost in his own world. The portly man appeared bewildered. What on earth is Taro doing? Has he lost his mind? The slender man shrugged. I don't know. Could he be under an illusion? They were both perplexed by the situation, yet the slender man, displaying a glimmer of intellect, soon discerned the truth. Taro, wake up. They exchanged glances and hurried towards their bald friend, attempting to rouse him. Unbeknownst to them, Obito had already maneuvered behind the earthen wall, skillfully evading their line of sight. Just as they approached, Obito sprang forth from the other side, shouting, surprise. With a powerful leap, Obito landed a fierce kick to the back of the slender man's head. The impact was jarring. The slender man, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain before toppling forward, his head striking the ground. A large bump formed on his forehead, and with a roll of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it, it was you who ambushed me. Can't you play fair? The portly man exclaimed, turning in fury to discover Obito had felled a companion. Enraged, he swung his hefty arms, fists cutting through the air, aimed at Obito. Anticipating the attack, Obito performed several backflips, evading the portly man's clumsy strikes. As the portly man lunged forward, preparing for a savage assault, Obito was ready with his next move. Lightning 5 strikes. 1 strike. 2 strikes. Obito unleashed a series of rapid kicks, each connecting with the portly man's face. The portly man endured the blows, his cheeks contorting with each impact, saliva and blood mingling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, his resilience proved formidable. After 5 heavy hits, he merely staggered, dazed, with bruised and swollen cheeks. You. You can wield young Master Baogua's lightning 5 strikes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The portly man gasped in astonishment. The lightning 5 strikes was a signature technique. Each kick delivering a fierce assault, not something one could easily master. Obito dismissed the notion with a scoff. What's so impressive about the lightning 5 strikes? I can perform his techniques too. As he spoke, Obito charged forward once more, delivering a flurry of straight punches aimed at the hefty man's cheek. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed through the air. The rotund figure's face contorted in agony, and this time, the beating was more severe, with several bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. How could this be? I refused to believe it. The man's eyes spun wildly, and he finally lost his footing, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The altercation had lasted quite some time, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered along the roadside. Although they were reluctant to become involved, none chose to leave. Instead, they formed a cluster, standing several dozen meters away, captivated by the duel between the ninjas. Haha. Look at that bald guy. What on earth is he doing? That dance is absolutely hilarious. Indeed, he appeared quite comical. However, the youth wearing protective goggles was astonishingly skilled for his age. Who knows where this little prodigy came from? He looks young enough to still be in Ninja Academy. I know. He is a classmate of ours. His name is Uchiha Obito. Among the distant crowd, several students returning home happened to be Obito's classmates. Upon hearing that someone recognized Obito's identity, they eagerly began to inquire about him. Red, I mentioned wanting them to be deprived of something. What should we take from them? Obito turned to Rin, grinning as he posed the question. As he spoke, he pulled out a kunai and approached the 3 unconscious men menacingly. At this moment, they were entirely powerless to resist, completely at Obito's mercy. Obito, perhaps we should let this go. They haven't truly harmed me, Rin exclaimed, quickly leaping down from the wall and rushing forward to intervene. After all, they were in Konoha, and she did not wish for matters to escalate. If the situation spiraled out of control, it would be difficult to manage, and Obito would certainly face repercussions. Let it go? Absolutely not. How about this? We take a tooth from each of them. Obito's eyes gleamed with mischief as he seemed to come to a firm decision. While it was true that one should consider the owner before striking a dog, Obito was unafraid of the Uchiha clan. Before he could act, 3 figures leapt in from a distance, blocking his path. Instinctively, Obito tightened his grip on the kunai, ready for a confrontation. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the trio looked familiar. Clad in standard green vests and sporting matching black hair, they bore the distinctive half-red, half-black fan emblem on their arms, an unmistakable symbol of the Uchiha clan. Leading the group was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, who also served as the captain of the Konoha police force. Fugaku was the father of Itachi and Sasuke, although at this time, Itachi had yet to be born. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan. You must be Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Fugaku gazed into the blood-red eyes of Obito, his face etched with astonishment. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was invariably preoccupied with numerous responsibilities, rendering it impossible for him to recognize every member of his family. Moreover, Obito had merely been an inconspicuous student at the academy, hardly warranting Fugaku's attention. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The news of Obito awakening the 3 Tomoe had spread throughout the Ninja Academy. Being well informed, Fugaku was quick to learn about this development. Yet, he found it hard to believe that someone could awaken their eyes for the first time and immediately manifest the 3 Tomoe form. Could it be that Obito had been concealing his true strength until now? Nevertheless, Fugaku refrained from hastily inquiring about the details, considering the multitude of onlookers present. As a member of the police force, it was imperative for him to set an example and prioritize the resolution of the conflict at hand. Is it true that the clan leader has arrived, causing such a stir? Obito nodded, responding somewhat politely. However, he could not suppress his inner critique. You officers of the police force are quite something. When those 3 rascals were looking for trouble, you were nowhere to be seen. Now that the fight is over, you show up to intervene. We happened to be passing by and noticed the commotion, Fugaku replied, glancing at the 3 members of the Senju clan. What exactly transpired, Obito? Obito crossed his arms and recounted, nothing much. These guys were looking for trouble, and I merely retaliated. Oh, Fugaku furrowed his brow. While he grasped the gist of the situation, Obito's vague explanation left him perplexed. Hello, uncle. Allow me to clarify for Obito. Kurenai stepped forward, seemingly eager to prevent any further disturbances. Uncle? Fugaku's lips twitched. What kind of perception did this girl have? Did he truly appear so old? After all, he was still a young man in his 20s. Kurenai paused, realizing that the man with the square jaw might be sensitive to such labels. She quickly corrected herself. I meant, let me assist Obito with the explanation. I know the details of the entire incident. Very well, Fugaku conceded, albeit with a hint of annoyance. It was evident that her change of address was forced, and she likely still viewed him as an uncle. Kurenai then recounted the events in detail, including the entanglements involving Kakashi and Obito, as well as Kakashi's connection to Danzo, and the fact that the three individuals were his subordinates, members of the Senju clan. You say? This complicates matters significantly, Fugaku remarked, his brow furrowing. Danzo, who held sway over the root, was notoriously protective of his own. If he were to learn that one of his clan members had been assaulted, Obito would likely face dire consequences. After contemplating and solidifying his decision, Fugaku turned to Obito and said, "How about this, Obito? Accompany me to the third Hokage's office to report this matter to him, seeking his assistance in resolving it. Otherwise, when those three return to complain to Danzo, it may lead to considerable trouble for you." Fugaku was acutely aware that matters concerning the Uchiha clan were not easily managed by the police department. Fortunately, this situation was indeed in Obito's favor. As long as it reached the third Hokage, his intervention would likely smooth things over with Danzo. Fugaku expressed all his concerns, awaiting Obito's response. "Obito, perhaps you should heed the clan leader's advice and visit the third Hokage," urged Rin, tugging gently at Obito's arm, hoping to prevent the situation from escalating. The course of action proposed by Fugaku was indeed the most prudent choice. "Very well, let's proceed as you suggest," Obito nodded in agreement. He was genuinely surprised by the extent of the clan leader's consideration for him. Was it because he had awakened the Sharingan, and his potential was deemed limitless? Or did this clan leader genuinely care for the affairs of his clansmen? Regardless of the underlying reason, following Fugaku's plan appeared to be a commendable option. "You two, bind them and escort them to the Hokage's office," Fugaku instructed the two police department members behind him. "Understood, Captain," they responded with a nod. As members of the police department, the Uchiha clan referred to Fugaku as Captain when outside, but once home, they would address him as clan leader. "Obito, let us be on our way," Fugaku called out. "All right," Obito replied, then turned to Rin, saying, "Rin, I won't be able to train with you today. Would you prefer to join me at the Hokage's office for some fun, or head home first?" Rin rolled her eyes and remarked, "Obito, you really have a way of underestimating the gravity of the situation. You call dealing with the Hokage's office fun?" With a confident smile, Obito replied, "Of course. I believe this matter will have no adverse effect on me. They won't do anything to harm me." Rin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Why is that? Didn't clan leader Fugaku just say that Danzo is difficult to deal with?" "That's a secret for now," Obito replied with a mysterious grin, following Fugaku down the street. He was well aware of Danzo's notorious reputation. Not only was he difficult to approach, but he was also quite cunning. However, Obito was willing to trust that the three from the Shimura clan had been dispatched by Shimura Taizo, and moreover, Danzo was unaware of their actions. Otherwise, how could Danzo have sent someone to deliver gifts to Obito yesterday, attempting to recruit him into Root? Wasn't that contradictory? "Obito, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me why," Rin said with a pout, catching up to his pace. "You'll find out soon enough. Haha." He teased as the three of them chatted, quickly arriving at the foot of the Hokage's office building. On their journey, Fugaku subtly attempted to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Obito's awakening. However, Obito merely evaded the question with vague responses, prompting Fugaku to refrain from further probing. Suddenly, two ninja guards stationed at the stairway below obstructed Obito and his companion's path. "We have urgent matters to discuss with the third Hokage. Please relay our request," one guard stated. Fugaku deemed it unnecessary to elaborate, knowing that explaining to these gatekeepers would yield no results. "Very well, please wait a moment." One of the guards in a green vest replied before hastily ascending the stairs. Moments later, the ninja returned, breathless, announcing, "Mr. Fugaku, you may proceed." "Very well, Obito. Let us ascend," Fugaku nodded, leading the way up the stairs. Obito and Kurenai exchanged glances before following closely behind. The other two Uchiha members struggled somewhat as they bore the weight of the three large members of the Shimura clan who had regained consciousness. Though bound and gagged, the trio fought against their restraints, making their transport laborious. Fortunately, the two guards from downstairs came to assist, facilitating the group's ascent. Upon reaching the second floor of the Hokage's office building, they found Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at his desk. His expression one of perplexity as he observed the three men being unceremoniously deposited on the floor. Third Hokage. These three individuals are from the Shimura clan, Fugaku reported candidly. Hiruzen appeared momentarily taken aback. Oh, what transpired? Please elaborate. Of course, third Hokage, Fugaku acknowledged, then gestured for Obito to stand beside him. This young man is a member of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Obito. A few days ago, he engaged in a combat match at the academy with a boy named Shimura Kankoku, who, upon losing, refused to acknowledge his defeat, Fugaku recounted, adhering closely to the account previously provided by Kurenai. As Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Fugaku's introduction of Obito, his gaze remained fixed on the young Uchiha, scrutinizing him intently. Is this indeed Uchiha Obito? Even Fugaku has come to speak highly of him. It appears the Uchiha clan has begun to recognize the significance of this youth. Hiruzen mused internally. He was acutely aware that while Fugaku outwardly demonstrated deference, the Uchiha clan had endured various forms of oppression and restriction in Konoha over the years. Deep down, Fugaku harbored a reluctance to engage excessively with the Hokage. Hiruzen could even sense the latent resentment Fugaku held towards him. Yet, here was Fugaku, advocating on behalf of Obito, signaling the young man's burgeoning importance in his clan's eyes. It seemed my earlier thoughts were correct. Nurturing Obito would be wise. Allowing him to serve as a bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, a notion that could not be mistaken. Hiruzen silently resolved to cultivate this potential. At this moment, Fujitake had nearly recounted the entire sequence of events. I am well aware. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then shifted his gaze back to Obito. A gentle smile gracing his face. You are Obito, correct? I heard about you yesterday. Oh, yesterday? Obito feigned surprise, yet deep down, he had already surmised the source of this information. It was either that the Umbu had witnessed his match with Bakugo, or that the insufferable Ryoten had betrayed him by informing the third Hokage of his awakening. After all, the activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan was no trivial matter. The disparities in how others treated him following his awakening were evident. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and nodded. Indeed, Obito, you performed admirably, and the events of today are not your fault. As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward the entrance and called out in a firm voice. Come in. A green-vested gatekeeper ninja entered, bowing respectfully. Lord Third, what are your commands? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Fetch Danzo for me, and inform him that I have matters to discuss. Oh, and bring along his little nephew, Bakugo, as well. Yes, Lord Third. The green-vested ninja nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly departing. Fujitake. How has the situation in the police department been lately? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention back to Uchiha Fujitake, expressing genuine concern. It was a rare opportunity for Fujitake to visit, and an excellent moment to strengthen their relationship. Fear not, Lord Third, the police department is functioning normally. Fujitake slightly bowed in respect, responding. Meanwhile, as the two discussed official matters, Yuhi Kuren tugged at Obito's arm, whispering, Obito, congratulations. It seems the third Hokage holds you in high regard. It looks like he intends to support you. Obito chuckled. I told you so. You should have trusted me to come along without worry. You're quite mischievous, making me fret all the way here without revealing the reason until now. Yuhi Kuren pouted playfully, her demeanor appearing adorably charming. Her curiosity piqued. Obito relented. Very well, I shall enlighten you. Noticing her mild irritation, he leaned closer to her ear and recounted the events concerning the Root S personnel and their gifts from the previous day. What? Even the Root? Yuhi Kuren gasped. Having heard her father mention this organization before, it operates similarly to the Umbu, yet seldom appears in the public eye. Hush. Obito quickly gestured for silence, indicating that she should not make a fuss. Obito had not declined the invitation from the two members of Root, merely suggesting he needed time to consider. He wondered if they would return today with gifts after reporting back to Danzo. Should Danzo still have such intentions, Obito would be more than willing to accept. Gifts are welcome, but joining the Root is out of the question. After all, he would simply dangle the prospect before Danzo. His generosity was indeed his own affair. Before long, the corridor outside the office was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Two figures, one tall and one short, entered through the office door. They were Shimura Danzo, a prominent figure in the Hidden Leaf, and his nephew Shimura Kakazu. It seemed that Danzo had already inquired about the situation during their journey. Upon entering the room, before the third Hokage could utter a word, Danzo interjected, "Sarutobi, I have heard about the matter. Where are those 3 scoundrels from the Shimura clan? I must deal with them properly." A slight displeasure flickered across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The 3 bound members of the Shimura clan were merely tossed aside on the floor, visible at a glance. What sort of pretense was Danzo putting on? However, adhering to his usual demeanor of gentleness, Sarutobi chose not to expose Danzo's ulterior motives. He gestured toward the desk nearby, stating, "It is them, boldly causing trouble in Konoha and targeting students from the Ninja Academy no less. Danzo, I have heard this involves your nephew." From the moment he entered, Kakuzu had kept his head bowed, exuding an air of guilt. It seemed he had already received a private reprimand from Danzo. Upon hearing the third Hokage mention him, he instinctively sought to confess his wrongdoing. Yet, the assertive Danzo did not afford him the opportunity to speak, continuing, "I know. It was that boy Uchiha Obito, correct? This indeed falls upon Kakuzu, and I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson." As he spoke, Danzo's gaze shifted toward Obito. The second Hokage's disdain for the Uchiha legacy appeared to have been seamlessly inherited by Danzo. Upon noticing Uchiha Fugaku's presence, Danzo's eyes involuntarily flashed with contempt. Nonetheless, he refrained from greeting Fugaku or even Yuhi Kurenai. How could I, the proud assistant to the Hokage of Konoha, stoop to engage with the villainous leader of the Uchiha clan? At most, I shall devise a way to win over the rising talents of the Uchiha clan, seeking to extract some benefits from them. This young man must be Uchiha Obito. Danzo approached Obito, forcing a smile that lacked sincerity. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Obito." Obito nodded apathetically, offering no further response. "Who are you trying to impress with that condescending demeanor? I am not swayed by your antics," he thought. Danzo nodded, persisting with his self-assumed congenial smile, and remarked, "Excellent. A true prodigy indeed. The Uchiha clan is undeniably a formidable lineage in Konoha. Obito, to unlock the Sharingan at your age, your future achievements shall be limitless." Danzo's words provoked Uchiha Fugaku to roll his eyes in exasperation. He felt an urge to berate Danzo for his shamelessness, willing to stoop so low just to curry favor with Obito. It would take but a casual inquiry among the Uchiha clan to reveal that Danzo was the very person who frequently caused them trouble. Not only did Danzo often undermine the Uchiha clan's police department behind the scenes, but he also seemed to relish in their misfortunes. In recent years, the Uchiha clan has been continuously pressured to migrate further to the outskirts of the village, all orchestrated by that scheming Danzo. Now, how ironic it is that Danzo openly praises Obito while simultaneously extolling the Uchiha clan to the heavens. If you truly admire the Uchiha, why do you incessantly create difficulties for them? "Mr. Danzo, you flatter me," Obito replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Danzo paid no heed to his words and beckoned to Konoha as protector. "Konoha, come here." "Yes." Uncle Danzo, Shimura Konoha approached, his head hung low, standing beside Danzo. Danzo continued, "You ought to apologize to Obito. This time, it was indeed your fault. Losing a match means one must graciously acknowledge their inferiority. How could you seek assistance from the elders of your clan to deal with a fellow student?" Danzo had mentioned beforehand that Konoha would need to apologize. Initially, Konoha was adamant in his refusal. "I, Shimura Konoha, am the top student of the Ninja Academy. Why should I apologize to that underachiever Obito?" However, under Danzo's oppressive authority, Konoha had no choice but to relent. After all, he was aware that while his uncle treated him well, if he truly angered him, the consequences could be dire. "Obito, I'm sorry." Konoha bowed to Obito, though his tone was laced with reluctance. What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that." Obito feigned ignorance. Leaning in closer, Konoha felt his anger ignite, ready to retaliate, but upon noticing Danzo's piercing glare, he immediately wilted. He had to raise his voice once more. "Obito, I apologize. This incident was my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Kurenai hurriedly tugged at Obito's arm, exchanging knowing glances. Obito understood that she wanted him to accept the apology graciously. He nodded, feigning magnanimity. "Konoha, considering your earnest apology, I shall overlook this matter. However, resorting to your clan's elders for assistance in a dispute is rather unrefined." Konoha gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself unable to express his anger. He could only glare at Obito, remaining silent, especially with Uncle Danzo present. Danzo intervened again, saying, Obito, rest assured. When I return, I will certainly give Konoha a good talking to. Obito shook his head, no need for that. Regardless of whether you discipline him or not, I wouldn't be able to witness it. Danzo's lips twitched in irritation. What was up with Uchiha Obito? Why was he becoming so audacious? Although he felt displeasure brewing within him, Danzo refrained from reacting immediately. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and stated, Hiruzen, let us settle this matter here. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen, a shrewd individual, noted that Danzo was intentionally trying to win over Obito through his actions. However, he chose not to voice any objections or take any drastic measures. Even though Sarutobi harbored similar intentions towards Obito, he remained patient and unhurried. As he was aware, Obito was about to graduate, and subsequently, the allocation of classes would fall under his jurisdiction. At that time, placing Obito in Minato's class would allow Minato to nurture the young boy, thereby limiting Danzo's interference. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, stating, Yes, of course. You may take those 3 fellows back. Thus, the matter was set to rest. Danzo departed with the 3 members of the Uchiha clan, while Hiruzen resumed his official duties. Obito, Rin, and Fugaku subsequently exited the Hokage office building. By now, dusk had settled, and the sky was gradually darkening. Beneath the building, Rin waved goodbye to Obito, saying, Obito, let's call it a day for training. We shall continue together tomorrow. The earlier Jinjutsu had been forcefully dispelled by the rotund individual, leaving Rin feeling somewhat unwell. She yearned to return home for a proper rest. All right, goodbye, and take care on your way, Obito replied, waving back. I understand. Rin nodded and turned to walk down the right side of the road. At this moment, Fugaku had just completed his workday. Initially, he intended to return to the Uchiha compound, but unexpectedly encountered the situation with Obito, so he accompanied him to the Hokage office. Come, Obito, let us head back. Fugaku suggested. Obito nodded in agreement, responding with a soft as they walked side by side. Obito, congratulations on successfully awakening the 3 Tomoe Sharingan at such a young age. After walking a short distance, Fugaku turned to congratulate Obito. Ah, thank you, Obito replied nonchalantly. In recent days, he had heard such sentiments far too often. People tend to overlook the inconspicuous, yet once one achieves notable success, relatives and acquaintances swiftly arrive to offer their congratulations and express their admiration. In the past, Obito struggled to grasp the meaning behind this phenomenon, but now he understood it all too well. Fugaku, being astute, quickly discerned Obito's sentiments, realizing that Obito was merely responding out of politeness. Obito, I am aware you might think that, like Danzo, I approach you with ulterior motives. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I previously paid you no heed, yet now that you have awakened your eyes, I am suddenly so enthusiastic towards you. Obito was slightly taken aback by Fugaku's quick perception of his thoughts. Leader, you. But before Obito could finish, Fugaku gestured for him to listen. Please allow me to finish. Obito. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has numerous members, and as the clan leader, I have many responsibilities to attend to, making it difficult to care for everyone. You must have noticed that in recent years, the Uchiha clan situation has not been ideal. Our clan members, tasked with the police department, often find themselves in conflict with the villagers. Sometimes, when I visit taverns, I frequently overhear unflattering remarks about the Uchiha clan, accusing us of abusing our power and employing excessively violent methods in our enforcement. The matters at hand are far from simple. They are largely the result of insidious provocations from behind the scenes. The Uchiha clan currently finds itself in a rather precarious situation. Although they are members of Konoha, a significant rift exists between them and the village. It is conceivable that Fugaku Uchiha is under immense pressure. Before Obito, he openly divulged the Uchiha's dire circumstances. While Obito might have harbored some suspicions regarding the clan's plight, hearing it articulated by Fugaku was still astonishing. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately seeking to harm the Uchiha? Shoo, lower your voice. Fugaku frowned and shook his head. He then leaned in closer and said, Obito, I am already investigating these matters, but such talk of covert schemes against the Uchiha should not be spoken of lightly in public. Be wary, for walls have ears. Obito promptly covered his mouth and nodded. Understood, clan leader. Fugaku smiled and patted Obito's shoulder. To be frank, I, like Danzo, hold your talents in high regard. The shinobi world has always been one that reveres strength. You previously did not exhibit such remarkable abilities, hence you were not privy to these matters. However, now that you have awakened your Sharingan at such a young age, even if I did not seek you out, the elders of the clan would surely place significant importance on you. As a member of the Uchiha, there will inevitably be burdens you must share in the future. Obito turned to glance at Fugaku, feeling a sense of admiration. The young clan leader bore a tremendous weight upon his shoulders, tasked with ensuring the clan's survival within Konoha. This survival is predicated on the discontent of countless villagers towards the Uchiha, coupled with the rumors and incitements spread by the higher-ups of Konoha. Simultaneously, Fugaku must keep in check the impetuous youth of the clan, preventing them from causing turmoil within the village. No wonder Fugaku, at just over 20, has already acquired such a mature countenance. With all this worry, it's remarkable he hasn't lost all his hair. The fact that he confides in me indicates that he must hold a favorable opinion of me, Obito mused as he looked at Fugaku once more. Subsequently, he activated his replication ability and directed it toward Fugaku. A burst of white light enveloped Fugaku, followed by a notification echoing in Obito's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated and acquired Fugaku Uchiha's technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Phoenix Fire? Quite impressive, Obito thought with a sense of delight. Realizing his suspicion was indeed correct, Fugaku harbored fondness for him. One more time, Obito activated his replication ability again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated and acquired Fugaku Uchiha's technique. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. After checking the system panel, Obito noted that he had 3 replication opportunities remaining. He decided against further attempts, as another fire technique would not be worth the cost. Before long, Obito and Fugaku had entered the Uchiha clan's compound and parted ways. Obito did not promise anything to Fuyue, nor did he express much. Fuyue made some valid points. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito should contemplate the current state of the clan and contribute in some way. However, these matters were not yet within Obito's purview. After all, he had not yet graduated and lacked the authority to address such intricate disputes. Everything could wait for a later time. The night of the clan's annihilation was still quite distant. Even Itachi had not yet been born, so there was no need for haste. It would be better for my dear Obito to enjoy a few more peaceful years, earn some money, and learn more ninjutsu to enhance his abilities. Grandma, I'm back. Obito pushed open the door and entered the dilapidated wooden house. In the center of the living room, a dining table was set with food. It was already quite dark, and his grandmother was still eating, holding a bowl and chopsticks in her hands. Obito, beside his grandmother, sat a small figure at the table, also enjoying the meal. He was none other than Obito's distant relative, his cousin Uchiha Shursui. Ah, Shursui has come too. Obito chuckled as he approached the table. The dishes included stewed winter melon with meat, tomato and egg, and stir-fried eggplant. They had barely been touched, as if the meal had just begun. Grandma, Shursui, why are you eating so late? Obito inquired. His grandmother shot him a glance, her tone tinged with mild reproach. How can you ask that? We were waiting for you to return. The food has cooled down quite a bit. Why are you only just back? Obito scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I was having dinner with some classmates outside and forgot to inform you. I'm sorry. Typically, Obito would return home for dinner after school every evening. Today, however, he had eaten ramen with his classmates, which was a rare exception. It was no wonder his grandmother had been waiting for him. You should let me know in advance next time. Don't be so careless, she sighed. Obito nodded. I understand, Grandma. If they're essay next time, you won't have to wait for me. I'm full now, Shursui announced as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. He dashed over to Obito and grabbed his arm. Obito, let us go practice together. I learned a new ninjutsu these past few days and want to spar with you. Shursui was only 4 years old. Over a year ago, Obito had sought to befriend Shursui with the intent of gaining a powerful ally, and they had become quite close since. Shursui occasionally came over to Obito's house for meals and would then urge Obito to train with him. This little fellow was nearly obsessed with the art of ninjutsu. Though he had just begun attending the ninja academy this year, he had already mastered the throwing of shuriken with remarkable finesse, even learning the great fireball technique before Obito. It was no wonder that some naturally gifted individuals were truly remarkable. Obito had struggled daily after school to master the great fireball technique, while for Shursui, it required little effort. A new ninjutsu? What kind of ninjutsu? Obito asked, puzzled. Jisue tilted his small head and smiled candidly, exclaiming, it's the Phoenix Fire technique. Let's go. Obito, I can hardly wait to spar with you. Obito, taken aback. thought to himself how astonishing it was that this little one had already mastered the phoenix fire at such a tender age of 4. Is there no justice in the world? How can one so young possess such abilities? Jisue, puzzled by Obito's silence, questioned, "What is the matter, Obito? Are you not pleased?" Obito gently ruffled Jisue's hair and replied, "Not at all. Come, I would also like to show you the new ninjutsu I have learned. You possess remarkable talent, but I, Obito, have my own advantages. It is impossible for you to surpass me." Nevertheless, having such a prodigy like Jisue by his side was undoubtedly a blessing for Obito. Their bond was exceptionally strong, and in a few years, as Jisue truly matured, Obito would be able to assimilate ninjutsu directly from him. He wondered whether Jisue's unique Heavenly God Eye technique could be replicated. Just imagining the prospect of having both the double Kinyui and the ability to replicate the Heavenly God was enough to seem utterly extraordinary. "Grandma, we are heading out now. I shall return later," Obito said, wrapping his arm around Jisue's shoulder as they made their way outside, glancing back at his grandmother. She nodded in acknowledgement. "All right. Don't stay out too late. Come back early to bathe. I will prepare hot water for you." In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Obito, Rin, and their companions were on the verge of graduating from school. During this period, numerous events transpired. For instance, Obito and Yuhi Kurenai spent almost every day after school exploring the small woods together, their relationship blossoming rapidly. Additionally, soon after the rumors began to circulate, the esteemed Hatake Tsukumo chose to end his own life in a tragic act of defiance against the stigma he faced. Before his demise, Obito, Rin, and Kurenai had even discussed visiting him as classmates, hoping to offer some words of encouragement. However, Obito was merely a child, and his words carried little weight with adults. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. Tsukumo succumbed to the torment of public opinion and chose to take his own life. Moreover, teachers Ryota and Keiko were dismissed by the third Hokage and reassigned to patrol duties in the city defense. Meanwhile, the old man Danzo continued to send gifts to Obito through his subordinates. Naturally, Obito accepted them all without hesitation, yet he showed no inclination to join the root organization. In the Uchiha clan, the clan leader Fugaku's wife was expecting a child. Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, was the mother of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. If all went as expected, this child would likely be Itachi, heralding the arrival of another young genius from the Uchiha line. In the Hokage's office on the second floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing away at his pipe. Shortly thereafter, a ninja clad in a green vest entered. He was a man with golden hair and blue eyes, adorned with a gentle smile upon his face. He is none other than the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Standing resolutely before his desk, he addressed the third Hokage, "Lord Third, I have arrived." The ninja world was engulfed in an ongoing war, rife with tensions among the nations. Minato had only recently returned from the field, and to his surprise, just 2 days of rest had passed before he was summoned by the third Hokage. "Minato, I trust you have been resting well?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a warm smile. Minato nodded. "Yes, Lord Third. You summoned me regarding the new batch of graduates from the Ninja Academy, did you not?" Setting aside his pipe, Hiruzen confirmed, "Indeed, you have guessed correctly. This afternoon marks the graduation of the new cohort, and I would like you to take the helm in guiding these young minds." Minato had been informed of this responsibility upon his return, though the lists of students assigned to other leaders had already been distributed. He had yet to receive his list, making the personal summons from Hiruzen unexpected. Minato's brow furrowed in curiosity. "Who are they?" Hiruzen replied, "The 3 you will oversee are Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and Hatake Kakashi." "Kakashi? Hasn't he already graduated early?" Minato questioned. Despite his time on the battlefield, he remained somewhat aware of village affairs, which included the news of Kakashi's early graduation and the recent demise of the White Fang of Konoha. Indeed, Kakashi graduated some time ago, Hiruzen affirmed. However, since the incident involving his sensei, he has been severely affected. I have received numerous complaints from various squad leaders about his reckless conduct during missions, disregarding the well-being of his teammates. Recently, I assigned him to different teams, yet he has struggled to connect with his peers, often feeling isolated. Minato, Kakashi is an exceptionally gifted child. I do not wish for him to remain overshadowed by the tragedy of his mentor's death, as it could lead to his downfall. Minato nodded thoughtfully, grasping the third Hokage's intention. The other members of the teams were also averse to Kakashi, unable to accommodate his passionate demeanor. "Lord Third, You wish for me to help Kakashi overcome this shadow and reintegrate him into a normal life, Minato deduced. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Precisely. Kakashi's mind is still maturing, and I believe you are capable of guiding him correctly. Additionally, there is a boy named Uchiha Obito. I hope you will keep a close eye on him as well. Minato inquired. Uchiha Obito? The prodigy who awakened his 3 Tomoe Sharingan at the age of 9? The Uchiha clan has produced yet another remarkable individual. The news of Obito's achievement had already stirred quite a buzz within the village, and Minato had certainly heard about it. Indeed, I have interacted with Obito on a few occasions. He is a fine child, Hiruzen affirmed. However, I believe you are somewhat acquainted with the intricate and subtle relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. I hope that this child, Obito, can serve as a bridge to foster communication between Konoha and the Uchiha, much like Uchiha Kagami did. Obito possesses remarkable talent, and I entrust him to your capable guidance. Please take good care of him. Minato nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Lord Third. In Konoha village, at the Ninja Academy, within a particular classroom, the instructor, Maki, held a roster and was calling out names to assign students to their respective classes. Class 3, Might Guy, Shino Aburame, Tetsuya Shimura. Class 4, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi. Gama Shiranui. Class 5, Kenkuro, Mizuki, Nara Shikaku. Class 6, Anko Mitarashi, Ibi Shinkai, Aoba Yamashiro. Class 7, Obito Uchiha, Rin Nohara, Kakashi Hitaki. The students attentively listened, eagerly awaiting the mention of their names. However, upon hearing Kakashi's name, a stir of excitement erupted among them, leading to whispers and discussions. Rin turned to Obito and Kakashi, asking, hasn't Kakashi already graduated? Why is he still in the same class as you two? Shino leaned in slightly and whispered, indeed. I heard that Kakashi had already been promoted to Chunin. Why is he still mingling with us? Rin wore a puzzled expression and shook her head. I'm not sure. Obito, do you know? I have no idea. Once we see him, you can ask him yourself, Obito replied, reclining leisurely in his chair with his hands behind his head. While he had read the original story, he could no longer recall the specific reasons behind Kakashi's current situation. Before long, the class roster was completed. Out of more than 30 students, only 18 had successfully graduated, while the rest would have to repeat the year and undergo re-evaluation. The lead teachers from the various classes entered the classroom in succession to escort their respective groups away. Rin and Obito remained in the classroom for a full hour. Left alone at the end, their intention to ask Kakashi for clarification did not come to fruition. Fortunately, not long after the others had departed, Minato finally appeared at the classroom door. With a gentle smile, he waved to Obito and Rin. Hello, may I confirm that you are Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara? Obito pouted and remarked, Teacher, you're so slow. Minato awkwardly scratched his head and replied with a smile, I apologize. I was delayed by some matters on the way. Rin tugged at Obito's arm, squinting with a smile at Minato. It's all right. We haven't been waiting long. Minato nodded and said, I am Minato Namikaze. And for the foreseeable future, I will be your guiding instructor. As he spoke, he turned to the classroom entrance. Kakashi, please come in and meet them. A gentle sound of footsteps followed, and a silver-haired youth entered the room, his face obscured by a black mask. It was Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi stood beside Minato, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked, there is no need for introductions. They are already acquainted with me. On a prior occasion when Obito, Rin, and Yugao visited Kakashi's home, he happened to be present. During that period, the disparaging remarks about Tsukumo Hitaki had circulated widely within the village. However, the visit from Obito and Rin was entirely well-intentioned. Deep down, Kakashi felt a sense of gratitude towards his classmates, as very few in the village were willing to engage with the Hitaki family. Apart from this group of friends, Minato, unfazed by Kakashi's aloofness, nodded in acknowledgement and declared, I see. Very well, starting today, Team 7 will be officially formed. Let us depart from here. With that, Minato turned and walked toward the classroom exit. Understood, Teacher Minato. Rin and Obito responded in unison, following closely behind him, while Kakashi remained silent, trailing at the rear. Before long, Minato led the trio out of the school, crossing a street until they reached a grove behind the institution. The ground was lush with verdant grass, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, imparting a sense of comfort and ease. Minato halted outside the woods, glanced back at the three, and announced, All right, this shall be our chosen location. Today, you will undertake your first task following your graduation assessment. What task? Obito inquired curiously, wondering if the customary bell-grabbing exercise would be involved, as it was often the first challenge after class divisions in the Ninja Academy. Though the specifics of the task varied, they typically revolved around teamwork. Minato surveyed the three of them before performing a series of hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding bang, white smoke erupted, revealing a perfect duplicate of Minato. The task is quite straightforward. You three must defeat my shadow clone. Only then will you successfully pass your graduation. He continued. My shadow clone possesses the same abilities as I do, including my flying thunder god technique. While the clones dissipate upon taking damage, their strength is commensurate with my own. Given that I am a Jonin and skilled in such an extraordinary teleportation technique, it is indeed a formidable challenge for young ones like you to contend with even a mere clone of mine. Obito speculated that Minato's intention behind this challenge was to underscore the significance of teamwork. However, it seemed that Minato wished for them to grasp this lesson through combat experience. Rin, her face a mask of astonishment, exclaimed, "Wait. Teacher, this must be a joke. You are a Jonin. Even if it's just a shadow clone, we cannot possibly defeat it so easily." Minato shook his head. "Rin, you are mistaken. Kakashi has already been promoted to Chunin and is formidable in his own right. Furthermore, according to my observations, Obito has previously triumphed over a special Jonin from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, your team possesses considerable capability." The last time Obito found himself in a confrontation on the streets with three members of the Uchiha clan, it was indeed witnessed by many. However, to mitigate any negative repercussions, Danzo and the third Hokage intervened, suppressing the incident. Those present at the scene were silenced, forbidden from speaking of it. Therefore, although Rin was aware of the scuffle involving Obito, she remained oblivious to the fact that one of the three individuals was a particularly skilled Jonin. Kakashi, disinterested in the trivial matters outside, was naturally unaware as well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kakashi's indifferent face as he instinctively turned to glance at Obito, pondering inwardly how formidable Obito truly was. Rin, her small face etched with surprise, reproachfully inquired, "Obito, is this true? I had no idea." Understanding Rin's concern for his well-being, Obito offered an awkward smile and reassured her, "Yes, it's true, but I'm fine, so don't worry." Kakashi maintained his usual aloof demeanor, gesturing towards Obito with a hint of sarcasm. "Really? If he is so strong, why has he been stuck in the Ninja Academy without graduating?" Obito's lips twitched. Kakashi's sharp tongue was truly merciless. How quickly he had hit the nail on the head, seemingly intent on exposing Obito's vulnerabilities. This was indeed a source of skepticism for Danzo and the third Hokage regarding Obito's sudden surge in power. "So, Kakashi, is he really that impressive? Would you care for a demonstration?" Obito mechanically turned to Kakashi, questioning him. Immediately after speaking, however, he regretted it. Why should he bother competing with this guy, who had merely become somewhat cold-hearted following his father's suicide? Kakashi, however, nodded earnestly. "Is that so? I would indeed like to test your skills." In that moment, neither was willing to back down, their gazes locking with an electric intensity. Sensing the mounting tension, Rin quickly stepped in between them, waving her hands in protest. "Kakashi, Obito, enough. Didn't Lord Minato assign us a mission? We must prioritize completing it." Watching Rin's silhouette, Minato felt a sense of relief and understanding. It became clear that the third Hokage had placed Rin in this class for a purpose. With her gentle yet resolute nature, she could foster teamwork between the competitive Kakashi and Obito. Minato quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Kakashi, Obito, let us focus on my assessment first, and we can discuss other matters later." With a huff, Kakashi turned his head away, choosing not to say more. Obito nodded and leaned closer to Rin, whispering something in her ear. The more she listened, the more astonished her expression became. Finally, she nodded vigorously. "I understand." Kakashi, slightly vexed, was left in the dark about their exchange. However, nothing else mattered to him. He just needed to charge forward and defeat Minato's clone. Obito glanced at Minato and chuckled. "Teacher Minato, we are prepared." Minato nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. I shall observe your battle from the sidelines and provide each of you with a rating at the end." With that, Minato vanished, appearing atop the trunk of a large tree at the edge of the forest. "Begin." As Minato's words echoed, Kakashi swiftly retrieved several shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurled them towards Minato's shadow clone. The clattering sound of metal resonated as the shuriken were deftly deflected to the ground by the clone. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi charged forward, closing the distance to the clone. He drew a kunai from his pouch, skillfully spinning it in his hand before thrusting it towards the clone's abdomen. The clone reacted with remarkable speed, grasping Kakashi's wrist. In a swift motion, the clone delivered a powerful kick aimed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi bent his knees, evading the kick by crouching low. He quickly unsheathed a short blade from his back, creating a dazzling display of spinning steel as he lunged at the clone. Unfortunately, Minato was an elite jonin. His reflexes were too swift, allowing him to anticipate Kakashi's movements. He crouched low, delivering another sweeping kick that sent Kakashi sprawling to the ground. Immediately, the clone seized the kunai that had been wrested from Kakashi's grasp and swung it towards Kakashi's face. As Kakashi watched the kunai grow larger in his vision, a sense of dread and despair filled him. Is this truly the power of Teacher Minato? I am indeed far from his level. Just as Kakashi thought he was about to be captured by Minato's shadow clone, Obito's voice rang out. Rin, now is the time. In a flash, Rin appeared a few meters behind Kakashi, her hands crossed before her, fingers interlaced with an array of kunai. With a swift motion, she launched the kunai towards Minato's shadow clone. At that moment, had the clone continued its assault on Kakashi, the outcome would have resulted in mutual destruction. Thus, Minato's clone decisively relinquished its hold on Kakashi, leaping back several times while kunai embedded themselves into the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Fire style, fireball jutsu. At last, Minato's clone retreated a distance of 4 to 5 meters. However, as soon as its feet touched the ground, Obito's attack followed closely behind. While running, Obito completed the hand signs for the fireball technique. With one palm extended before him and his head tilted slightly back, he expelled a massive flame from his mouth, forming a large fireball that rolled toward Minato's shadow clone. The clone skidded several meters back, but faced with the approaching fireball, he remained composed. He rolled aside, allowing the fireball to pass less than half a meter away, leaving a scorched mark on the ground. Once stabilized, Minato swiftly brushed his hand over his waist, revealing 3 uniquely styled kunai in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai shot forth, aimed directly at Rin, Kakashi, and Obito. Obito, leave it to me, Rin declared, her face etched with seriousness as she positioned herself between Kakashi and Obito. With determination, Rin clutched the kunai in both hands and hurled them once more. The tips of the 3 kunai she launched met Minato's kunai in a spectacular clash, sending sparks flying and generating a series of resounding impacts. The force of the 6 kunai's collision neutralized each other, causing them to ricochet off to the side. Obito had discreetly conveyed to Rin the importance of focusing on Minato's kunai, which bore the special Flying Thunder God seal, ensuring he could not close the distance. The primary offensive was to be executed by Obito. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. At that moment, Obito completed a set of hand seals for his next jutsu. With his fingers poised before him, he exhaled forcefully, unleashing fireballs the size of basketballs from his mouth. The fireballs traced a winding trajectory, accompanied by a crackling sound. Hurtling straight toward Minato, Kakashi stood momentarily astounded, unable to fathom the seamless cooperation between Obito and Rin. His keen intellect quickly recognized the effective synergy of their combined efforts. Though Rin's individual strength was modest, her task of intercepting Minato's kunai within her designated role was indeed manageable. Had they been strategizing this approach together? A hint of confusion flickered in Kakashi's eyes as he tightened his grip on the short blade, advancing toward Minato's shadow clone. Together, Obito and Kakashi engaged with Minato's shadow clone, entangling in a flurry of taijutsu. After a series of exchanges, Obito successfully cast a genjutsu, gaining control over Minato's shadow clone. Kakashi, wielding his short blade, struck with precision, causing Minato's clone to burst into a cloud of white smoke, thus achieving victory in their assessment. The genjutsu Obito employed was not derived from the Sharingan, but was instead a technique he had replicated from Red, known as the tree-binding death. This ancestral genjutsu from Red was of a high caliber. However, Minato, being exceptionally perceptive and well-versed in countering genjutsu, could only be held for a fleeting second by such a powerful technique. Had Obito utilized the genjutsu from his Sharingan against Minato's shadow clone, the outcome would likely have been quite different. Minato would have found it far more challenging to break free. You 3 performed admirably, Minato exclaimed as he leapt down from the tree, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded the trio. Obito, were you and Rin just sharing whispers to devise a battle strategy? Minato had observed their earlier skirmish with keen interest, Noting the clear division of labor between Obito and Rin, Lin was responsible for providing cover, while Obito took on the role of the primary attacker. A clear indication of a well-devised plan in action. Indeed, Sensei Minato. Obito nodded affirmatively. You're quite commendable. Minato expressed his approval with a nod, then turned his gaze towards Lin, saying, Lin, please share what Obito just conveyed to you. Lin hesitated slightly, glancing at Kakashi before ultimately responding honestly. Obito mentioned that Kakashi would undoubtedly recklessly charge and to engage in combat with you, and he wanted me to find a way to assist him in providing cover. During the battle, my responsibility is to keep an eye on your shadow clones from the periphery and ensure you cannot approach with your specially crafted kunai for the Flying Thunder God technique. The more Minato listened, the more astonished he became. Although this battle strategy seemed remarkably straightforward, the ability of Obito to formulate such a plan swiftly, even with limited information, while recognizing the significance of teamwork, was indeed admirable. This young lad possesses remarkable leadership potential, Minato mused silently as he regarded Obito. However, he quickly composed himself, scanning the three individuals before him, and reiterated, the central theme of this graduation assessment is primarily teamwork. Before arriving here, I thoroughly investigated the capabilities of the three of you. Kakashi and Obito are both exceptional, yet in a one-on-one scenario, neither of you could overcome my shadow clone. Hence, I devised this method to enlighten you about the essence of teamwork. As he spoke, Minato's gaze fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi, I trust you are aware that your initial solo charge was rather reckless. Engaging without knowledge of the enemy's strength is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Though his words were not harsh, Kakashi recognized their truth and felt a twinge of irritation. I understand, Sensei Minato, Kakashi replied with a stoic expression. Yet in his heart, he contemplated that once he fully mastered his new technique, he would undoubtedly gain the confidence to win battles on his own. Minato nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. From this moment forth, Team 7 is officially established. You three may return to rest. Tomorrow morning at 8. We shall gather by the bridge outside the Ninja Academy to commence our formal ninja mission. Understood, Sensei Minato. Lin and Obito replied in unison. Kakashi merely nodded indifferently before turning and departing. Minato then vanished in a flash, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin turned to Obito and remarked, Obito, I genuinely owe you one. Otherwise, I would have been utterly at a loss. Lin spoke from the heart. She recognized that among the three, both Kakashi and Obito possessed considerable strength. If they had all charged at Minato's shadow clone together, she might have ended up being a liability. However, with Obito's plan to manage the external constraints, Lin could effectively showcase her strengths and advantages, which filled her with immense joy. Obito scratched his head and smiled. It's nothing. Lin, we're all part of a team, right? Sensei Minato emphasized the importance of teamwork. Lin leaned her delicate face close to Obito, scrutinizing his features intently. Obito, it seems you have truly changed, she remarked. A faint blush involuntarily crept across Obito's cheeks, and a wave of nervousness surged within him. This little girl certainly knew how to entice. He had initially contemplated a plan to nurture her, but was she now attempting to take the initiative with him? What is different? Obito stammered, curiosity tinged with confusion. Lin playfully rubbed her mouth's corner, revealing a bright smile. You seem more dependable than before. In the past, you were always a bit clumsy, but now not only has your strength improved, your intellect has sharpened as well. Really? Lin, I've always been quite capable, haha. Obito replied, feeling a sense of relief. So that was what Lin meant. He had thought she discovered some secret of his. Yet, this little girl certainly knew how to charm. Although Obito had never experienced romance in his previous life, he had certainly seen enough to recognize the effect she had on him, leaving him blushing and his heart racing. Lin pouted, clearly aware of Obito's playful banter. She gently patted his shoulder and spoke in a surprisingly mature tone. Is that so, Obito? Then I hope you maintain this. Obito raised his hand in a mock salute. Yes, Lin. The two continued on their way, eventually reaching the road outside the Uchiha clan's territory. Lin mentioned that she needed to return home to help her mother at the store, bidding farewell to Obito. He was somewhat familiar with Lin's family background. Her father, a ninja, had perished on the battlefield before Lin was born. In the world of ninjas, it was common for children to lose both parents at the outset. Yet Lin was fortunate to have a caring mother. Her mother operated a small shop, raising Lin single-handedly. Obito had visited her home once and found her mother to be a warm and kind-hearted individual. Perhaps it was this nurturing environment that allowed Lin to inherit her mother's virtues. The hour was still early, just past 2 in the afternoon. As Obito prepared to head to the training ground, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! A special mission has been issued for the host. Mission content: visit Might Guy's home to enhance friendly relations and intimacy. Completion of the mission will yield the following rewards. Reward 1. 1 replication opportunity. Reward 2. A novel from the same series as Paradise of Affection. Obito stood momentarily bewildered. A novel from Paradise of Affection? That sounded rather intriguing. He pondered whether the system's creation would usurp Jiraiya's title for the book. However, based on the timeline, Jiraiya likely hadn't begun writing Paradise of Affection yet. And he probably hadn't even finished Tale of Strong Will and Perseverance. Lost in thought, Obito soon found himself in the neighborhood where Might Guy resided. The houses here were mostly dilapidated, inhabited predominantly by impoverished families. He knocked on the wooden door with a firm rap. "Who is it?" "Coming," a mature male voice responded. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, the door to the house swung open. Standing within was a man of approximately 1.5 meters in height, clad in a snug green outfit, with a middle-parted hairstyle. Despite his stature, he possessed a robust physique, and the 2 curls of his mustache gave him an endearing, somewhat simple-minded appearance. This man was none other than Might Guy's father, the perennial genin, Might Terumī. Often ridiculed in the village for his sole reliance on taijutsu and deemed to be eternally a low-ranking ninja with little promise. He had never once offered an explanation for the jibes directed at him, allowing others to speak as they wished. It was only after he achieved fame on the battlefield by unlocking the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death and defeating several members of the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen that he began to be recognized for his prowess. "Hello, uncle. I am a classmate of Akai's. My name is Uchiha Obito. Is he at home?" Obito inquired, scratching his head with an awkward yet endearing smile as he introduced himself. Although his interactions with Kai at the Ninja Academy were not extensive, they were familiar enough. Might Terumī initially appeared taken aback, but his subsequent reaction left Obito somewhat bewildered. Tears streamed down Dewey's face as he eagerly grasped Obito's hand, pulling him into the house. "So you are Akai's classmate. Please, come in. My son Akai is not very sociable and has few friends. It is a rarity for a classmate to visit him. You are Uchiha Obito, right? You must continue to spend time with Akai. Otherwise, I truly worry about him." Obito scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. "Hee hee. Rest assured, uncle. I will." At this moment, Obito was still in a state of confusion. Dewey's warmth was so unexpectedly overwhelming that it took him a moment to adjust. However, he could deeply appreciate the affection a father held for his son. "Dad, who has come?" A figure, also clad in a green bodysuit, emerged from the house in an upside-down manner. Upon noticing Obito, surprise flickered in his eyes as he righted himself. "Obito, what brings you here?" Obito chuckled. "Akai. It's nothing much. We just graduated, so I thought I would come by and see how your class assignments are going." Might Guy scratched his head, beaming with his characteristic simplicity. "Oh, I see. The class assignments are quite good. Our Team 3 will begin undertaking ninja missions tomorrow." It was evident that Might Guy was genuinely pleased by Obito's visit. Perhaps it was indeed as Dewey had mentioned. Akai usually devoted himself to rigorous training in taijutsu and rarely socialized with his classmates. In the original narrative, Akai was fervently fixated on challenging Kakashi, aspiring for a lifelong rivalry. It seemed that Dewey's later insights had altered his mindset. Now, however, Akai struggled with a sense of inferiority, stemming from his father's perpetual underestimation. "Akai, quickly invite your classmate inside. Don't just stand outside talking. I'll go wash some fruit for you too," Might Dewey urged, before briskly retreating into the inner room. Might Guy nodded and said, "Come in, Obito, please take a seat." Following Might Guy, Obito entered the living room. The decor was exceedingly simple, adorned with a few pieces of worn furniture, even less appealing than Obito's own home. Although Might Guy was a lower-ranking ninja, it seemed that his income from daily tasks was quite limited. He gestured for Obito to sit on the sofa, saying, "Obito, please share your thoughts. I am quite curious about the fact that Kakashi is in the same class as you." Everyone in the class today missed out on the news regarding Kakashi's demotion from Chunin. This thought immediately came to Might Guy's mind upon seeing Obito. "I didn't inquire too much about it. Kakashi is rather aloof," Obito replied. Before long, Might Daisuke emerged from the inner room holding a platter of fruit, placing it before Obito. Here you go, young Obito. Enjoy some fruit. Feel free to visit Akai often. I'm usually at home when I'm not on a mission. Might Daisuke welcomed warmly. Obito nodded, peeling 2 oranges, indulging in the fruit while engaging in conversation with the father and son. Both were exceedingly cordial, perhaps due to the fact that Obito was the first classmate to visit Akai. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your visit to Might Guy's home has successfully increased your friendly relationship intimacy. Task complete. Rewards have been issued. Reward 1. 1 copying opportunity. Reward 2. A novel akin to Paradise of Affection. The system's notification echoed in Obito's mind. A novel resembling Paradise of Affection was automatically stored in the system's grid space. Paradise of Affection? Obito mused, somewhat bewildered. Could it truly be similar rather than a mere appropriation of Jiraiya's work? However, the current situation was not conducive for delving into Paradise of Affection. Sensing that the moment was right, Obito activated the system's copying ability and directed it towards Might Daisuke. A shimmering light, visible only to Obito, enveloped Might Daisuke. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully copied Might Daisuke's martial arts, the nunchaku technique. Nunchaku? Why not the 8 gates? Obito felt a tinge of frustration and activated the copying ability once more, this time directing it towards Might Guy. After all, since Obito and Akai were classmates, their connection might yield better results. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully copied Might Guy's martial arts, the first gate of the 8 gates. Are you serious? System? Are you implying that there are a total of 8 gates, and I must copy them all individually? Obito lamented, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ding! The separation of copying is for the host's consideration. The 8 gates cannot be cultivated by just anyone. That much is obvious. I've known that for quite some time, Obito retorted, somewhat speechless. The 8 gates are notoriously difficult to master. Furthermore, with his already formidable abilities, training in the 8 gates was not a priority. Nevertheless, the ability to replicate this martial technique was undoubtedly beneficial. Who would despise possessing an extraordinary ability? It is akin to the 8 gates of Doenjia, a force capable of nearly vanquishing the 6 paths Obito with a mere kick. Contemplating this, Obito activated his replication ability once more and directed it towards Might Guy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated Might Guy's taijutsu, whip-leg strike. Obito, system. What on earth are you doing? Why didn't I replicate the 2nd gate this time? Ding! The replication possesses a certain degree of randomness, and not every attempt results in acquiring the most formidable ability of the replicated entity. You truly are something, Obito thought in exasperation. Can this thing replicate in batches? Isn't that a classic tactic akin to a certain platform's deceptive practices, deliberately tantalizing you while thwarting your efforts to succeed? Nevertheless, Obito remained undeterred and activated his replication ability towards Might Guy once more. The odds of randomness surely could not be unfavorable every time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated Might Guy's taijutsu, the 2nd gate of the 8 gates of Doenjia. At last, success had graced him. However, upon inspecting the system panel, Obito noted that only 1 replication opportunity remained. He resolved not to expend that final chance, but rather to engage in casual conversation with the father-son duo. Guy? Uncle Dai? May I borrow that nunchaku to give it a try? Obito pointed to a nunchaku hanging on the wall nearby. Unable to contain his eagerness to experiment with the nunchaku technique he had just replicated from Might Guy, he was brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Obito, it turns out you also practice with nunchaku? Obito nodded affirmatively. Naturally, not only nunchaku. I am quite versatile in singing, dancing, and rap as well. Might Guy appeared genuinely delighted. Rising from his seat, he patted Obito on the shoulder. I never imagined, Obito, that like us, you also train in taijutsu, and you possess musical talent as well. Obito chuckled, scratching his head. Actually, I'm pretty good at basketball too. Might Guy nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving the nunchaku from the wall and presenting it to Obito. Little Obito, this nunchaku is a gift for you. It's rare to find someone with whom we resonate so well. I hope you and my son Guy can become lifelong friends. Obito promptly stood, accepting the nunchaku with both hands. Thank you, Uncle Dai. I shall not be polite. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, his pearly white teeth gleaming. Obito, let us engage in a youthful duel with this nunchaku against my son Guy. Might Guy, brimming with enthusiasm, waved his fists. The badge of youth is inseparable from passion. Obito, let us go? Obito raised the nunchaku in his hand. Absolutely. Let us commence this youthful duel. With that, Obito and Might Guy exited the room, standing face to face in the small courtyard. A gentle breeze caressed them as Might Guy planted his foot firmly on the ground and lunged towards Obito. I'm coming. Obito. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy leapt into the air, executing a spinning whip kick aimed at Obito's face. Lightning five-linked whip, with his body leaning back. Obito supported himself on his palms, his feet sweeping out like lightning. The thundering sounds of their kicks colliding echoed in the air. Might Guy landed firmly, his eyes shining brightly. Indeed, it is the Sharingan Obito. This must be the taijutsu you copied from Kakashi. Come again. Konoha's rock rising. As he spoke, Might Guy charged forward, his elbow aimed at Obito's chest. Iron Mountain lean. Obito did not retreat but advanced, his shoulder crashing forward, entangling with Might Guy. The two exchanged blows, and although Obito's taijutsu was slightly inferior, his mastery of the nunchaku, combined with the foresight and perception granted by the Sharingan, kept him from falling behind, earning the admiration and approval of the youthful duo. Might Guy, eager to invite Obito for dinner, was met with evasive reasons from Obito. After over half an hour of sparring, drenched in sweat, he felt a shower would be more refreshing. I'm back, Grandma. Upon entering his home, Obito pushed the door open. Obito, how was the graduation class today? His grandmother, busy in the kitchen, smiled at him, her wrinkled face lighting up. Very good. My homeroom teacher is Minato Namikaze. You must have heard of him. Obito took a gulp of the iced tea from the table. His grandmother's eyes widened in surprise. Is he the Yellow Flash? Though aged, she certainly recognized such an eminent figure. The title of Yellow Flash was one recently earned by Minato in the ninja world, known as the fastest man, winning battles with sheer speed. After chatting with his grandmother for a while, Obito retreated to the bathroom for a shower. After enjoying a refreshing cleanse, he did not emerge immediately but instead hid inside, secretly reading the Paradise of Affection book distributed by the system. However, there was little of interest. It was only after his grandmother urged him several times over the span of 2 hours to come out for dinner that he reluctantly closed the book. In the back mountains of the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, within a sealed underground chamber, stood 2 rows of enormous transparent tanks filled with green liquid. Children aged 4 or 5 were submerged inside, connected to various tubes. Their faces contorted in agony, eyes tightly shut, the skin wrinkled as if they had long since perished. Creaking, the heavy iron door of the underground chamber was pushed open from the outside. 2 figures entered, scanning the surroundings to observe the condition of the transparent tanks. One leaned on a cane, his right arm wrapped in bandages. He was Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root. The other, with long black hair and pale skin, bore a smile at the corners of his mouth, occasionally extending his long red tongue to lick his lips. He was Orochimaru, one of the disciples of the 3rd Hokage. It appears that the initial Hokage cells are excessively dominant, rendering a complete transplantation impossible. Alas, these children have perished. Disappointment clouded Orochimaru's eyes as he shook his head with a sigh. Danzo, leaning on his cane, spoke in a grave tone. Orochimaru, you must expedite your research. I care not for the means you employ. You must devise a solution promptly. Sarutobi has already deployed individuals to investigate this matter. Orochimaru's expression turned icy, his gaze laced with a murderous intent as he shot a glance at Danzo. Pressing me will yield no results. The initial Hokage cells are not so easily manipulated. If you desire a more refined transplantation, you shall have to wait. With that, he did not await Danzo's response and turned to stride towards the door. Danzo's eyes bore a hint of helplessness. This individual remained unchanged, and perhaps my impatience had been excessive. Muttering to himself, he cast one last glance at the transparent containers. Initially devoid of hope, he suddenly found his spirits lifted, for within the innermost container, the green liquid was fervently bubbling. The glass of the container had begun to show fine cracks. Suddenly, several sharp tendrils pierced through the glass of the transparent container. With a resounding crash, the container shattered, glass scattering across the floor. The child within plummeted to the ground, splashed by the liquid. I am still alive. Help me. The child reached out towards Danzo, his eyes fluttering shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Is it truly so? Has the final experiment succeeded? That must have been would release. Joy radiated from Danzo's face as he hurried forward to lift the child, examining him closely. At that moment, two masked figures leaped from the basement, landing on one knee before Danzo. One of the ninjas, adorned with a tiger mask, reported, "Lord Danzo, Uchiha Obito has ultimately declined to join Root. He has successfully graduated from the academy and has been assigned to the class of Minato Namikaze." Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "So it is true? That rascal Obito has been toying with me all along." For 3 months, Danzo had intermittently dispatched individuals to deliver gifts to the Uchiha household, all of which Obito had accepted, yet he continually rebuffed the offer to join Root. Danzo had sensed something amiss, realizing that Obito likely would not join. However, he had clung to a sliver of hope. Upon hearing that Obito had been assigned to Minato's class, Danzo's fury erupted. Minato was a ninja affiliated with the 3rd Hokage's faction, a fact Danzo was acutely aware of. As long as Obito joined Minato's class, he would no longer have any ties to Root. Had Obito rejected the offer to join Root from the outset, perhaps Danzo would not have been so enraged. Yet, the sensation of being played with left a bitter taste in Danzo's heart. He commanded, "Kia, Yuki, arrange for personnel to ensure that Uchiha Obito disappears." "Yes, Lord Danzo." 2 Root ninjas responded in unison, rising to prepare for their departure. However, they had not ventured far when Danzo's voice echoed once more, "Wait. Bring back Obito's Sharingan. Furthermore, this task must be executed with utmost discretion. No one must be informed." The 2 Root ninjas turned back, bowing deeply once again. "Yes, Lord Danzo." The following morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, near the Ninja Academy, on an arched wooden bridge, Kakashi and Rin stood by the railing, awaiting the arrival of Obito and Minato. Sorry. I'm late." Obito sprinted up from the bridge's edge, waving enthusiastically at Kakashi and Rin. "You've kept us waiting." Kakashi seized the opportunity to tease, seemingly eager to find any chance to rib his formidable rival. Obito patted his chest, catching his breath, and replied, "What's the big deal about being late? I was helping an old lady cross the street. It was a noble act of kindness." Kakashi, with indifference, retorted, "You've used that excuse for 4 or 5 years now, and you're still at it." Obito's expression soured, and he pointed at Kakashi. "Kakashi, you're particularly chatty today. This isn't like you." Rin, noticing the escalating tension, hurriedly interposed herself between the two. "Obito, Kakashi, can you both refrain from arguing? Besides, Minato-sensei hasn't arrived yet. A little delay is no problem." "Humph." Kakashi turned his head away, unwilling to engage further. It was then that Rin observed something unusual about Obito. She inched closer to inquire, "Obito, did you not rest well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Obito's face as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just studying diligently last night." Rin's brow furrowed in skepticism. "Studying? But you've already graduated from the Ninja Academy. What could you possibly be reading?" "What I'm reading is not something I can disclose to you," Obito asserted. "Surely, you wouldn't want to know if I spent the night watching Lovers in Paradise, would you?" "Of course, it's the educational materials from the Ninja Academy. Even after graduation, one must revise," Obito declared earnestly. Rin's skepticism deepened. She was well aware that Obito had never been particularly diligent in his studies. He spent class time either sleeping or daydreaming, hardly ever inclined to review. Just then, a figure clad in a green vest appeared, standing atop the support beam of the wooden bridge. It was none other than their tardy instructor, Minato Namikaze. "Apologies. I was delayed due to a minor issue on the way," Minato said with a gentle smile as he leaped down from the beam. Rin eagerly approached him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Minato-sensei, what task are we to undertake today?" Minato replied casually. "Today's task is quite simple. Assist the villagers in driving away the wild boars near their fields." "Wild boars?" Obito, Rin, and Kakashi widened their eyes, questioning whether they had misheard. "Teacher, this task seems far too easy," Obito remarked, recalling how Minato had previously praised their trio's considerable strength. To his surprise, today he did not bypass the tedious D-rank tasks. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Obito and remarked indifferently, "As a ninja, one should not be overly ambitious. Rather, it is essential to accumulate experience through fundamental tasks in order to foster greater growth." Kakashi had long since ascended to the rank of Chunin, having completed such low-level tasks over 30 times, rendering them utterly unappealing to him. However, upon hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's competitive spirit ignited, and he found himself opposing Obito. "Kakashi, You're deliberately going against me, aren't you? I can see it. Obito raised a middle finger at Kakashi. This guy was truly at odds with him. Was this what they referred to as a love-hate relationship? Deep down, Kakashi had developed genuine feelings for Obito, hence his relentless provocations aimed at capturing Obito's attention. What about Might Guy, though? They were lifelong friends, after all. Moreover, Obito had no interest in men. He was only fond of the ladies. Shaking his head, Obito instinctively distanced himself from Kakashi and grasped Rin's arm to shield himself. Rin, thinking that Obito was afraid of further conflict with Kakashi, hurriedly intervened, saying, "All right. Kakashi, Obito, let's hear what Sensei Minato has to say." Minato nodded, affirming that Kakashi was correct. Undertaking D-rank tasks to gain experience was a necessary process for every ninja. The three of them could use this time to become more familiar with one another. Minato's words resonated with them, and no one voiced any further objections. Under Minato's guidance, the quartet arrived at a farmer's home, where they were led by a matron to the outskirts of a cornfield. According to her, wild boars frequently roamed this area, wreaking havoc on her corn crops, which were often left in disarray. The primary task was to drive the wild boars away or hunt them down. For Obito and the other ninjas, killing a wild boar posed no significant challenge. Minato readily agreed and led Obito and the others into the mountains. He then assigned them a competitive task in the form of a mission. Minato would operate alone, while Obito, Rin, and Kakashi teamed up. The two groups were tasked with hunting and driving away the wild boars before nightfall. They were to gather outside the cornfield by noon. If Minato emerged victorious, Obito and his team would treat him to lunch. Conversely, if Obito's team won, Minato would be responsible for the meal. Shadow Clone Technique. Minato formed the hand seal for the technique. With a resounding puff of smoke, an identical clone of Minato appeared. "All right, my shadow clone will accompany you. Remember, you are a team. Teamwork is essential." "Understood, Sensei Minato." Obito, Rin, and Kakashi responded in unison. After the signal from Watergate, Dato and his two companions sprinted forward, leaping over the wooden barricade that marked the edge of the mountainous terrain and plunging into the depths of the jungle. Within this verdant expanse, various wild beasts roamed. Not solely wild boars. However, wild boars were particularly troublesome creatures. They would break through the fences, emerging from the confines to wreak havoc upon the surrounding crops and villagers. "Dato, Kakashi, there's movement over there. Let us check it out." Lin's face was etched with concern as her gaze swept the area. She was the first to detect the disturbance, alerting Dato and Kakashi. Dato turned his gaze in the direction Lin indicated, noticing the dense underbrush rustling ominously. Clearly, there was indeed some creature lurking within. "Let us flush them out," Dato declared, without hesitation, retrieving two kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurling them toward the thicket. The kunai pierced through the foliage, embedding themselves in the underbrush. A sharp, anguished squeal erupted, and a wild boar, measuring over a meter in length, burst forth from the bushes. Its blood-red eyes glared furiously at Dato and his companions. The kunai Dato had thrown was now lodged in the boar's rear, with only a small portion of the blade embedded in its flesh, a testament to the beast's formidable toughness. With a clang, Kakashi drew his short sword from his back and charged directly at the boar, with a series of swift and precise strikes. A dazzling arc of steel flashed across the boar's body. The creature bared its sharp tusks, preparing to charge at the masked youth before it. However, it was swiftly brought down, collapsing to the ground with numerous deep gashes marring its hide. "Nice one, Kakashi. You stole my kill," Dato grumbled, his frustration evident. The term stealing a kill was a novel phrase that left both Kakashi and Lin momentarily taken aback. Yet, witnessing Dato's anxious demeanor, Kakashi felt an inexplicable thrill of satisfaction. Could this be his chance to surpass Dato? Enough talk. What's wrong with stealing kills? If you can, try to outdo me, Kakashi retorted, resolutely forging ahead. He was determined to surpass Dato in the number of wild boars taken down today. The mission to hunt wild boars progressed remarkably well. Watergate's strategic division of roles was indeed the finest method for fostering camaraderie and understanding among the team members. Despite Kakashi's penchant for rivalry with Dato, the trio had begun to work in increasing harmony throughout the course of their task. Lin primarily assumed the role of an observer, perched atop a large tree trunk, keenly sensing and monitoring their surroundings. Meanwhile, Dato and Kakashi followed Lin's lead, competing to see who could claim the most boar kills. The expanse of this mountainous forest was vast. Beyond wild boars, Deeper within the wilderness lurked formidable predators such as tigers and leopards. In the world of ninjas, perhaps influenced by the natural energies of the three great holy lands, these beasts exhibited an instinctive ability to absorb and respond to the forces of nature. In the depths of the forest, both tigers and leopards exhibit a size considerably larger than their usual counterparts. Throughout the entire morning, the quartet from the Watergate class successfully hunted and eliminated a substantial number of wild boars. They also managed to drive the smaller wild boars to other territories. Ultimately, the competition in hunting wild boars concluded with Watergate emerging victorious, living up to his reputation as the fastest man in the ninja world. By the end of the morning, he had dispatched over 400 wild boars, while the team consisting of Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, despite their collective efforts, had only managed to hunt fewer than 300. However, Obito experienced an extraordinary encounter. As noon approached, upon exiting the jungle and returning to the outskirts of the cornfield, the trio was closely followed by an enormous tiger, moving with delicate steps behind them. This majestic creature measured over 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height. Its fur is striking white adorned with bold black stripes. Each step it took left deep impressions of its formidable claws in the ground. Yet, its once yellow eyes had turned a vivid red, with 3 black Tomoe swirling within its pupils. The sight of this colossal tiger outside the cornfield sent a wave of panic among the nearby villagers tending to their crops, many of whom dropped their tools and fled in terror. Such a tiger, emerging from the depths of the jungle, was a rare sight, typically unseen in the outer regions. Obito, this tiger must be under the control of your Sharingan, right? Watergate discerned the situation immediately and inquired. Obito nodded yes. Teacher Watergate, this tiger would be perfect as a summoning beast. I intend to bring it back to the village to sell. Such a tiger would indeed be an ideal summoning beast, and its immense size suggested it could fetch a handsome price. Rin and Kakashi were already aware of the tiger's presence, and on their way back, Obito had shared his plans with them. Rin quickly reassured the frightened villagers, calling out, "Dear uncles and aunts, there is no need to fear. This tiger has been subdued and poses no threat to you." The villagers had heard Watergate's earlier words, and with Rin's assurance, they began to feel at ease. They exchanged whispers, glancing at Obito, murmuring among themselves, "That boy is from the Uchiha clan, isn't he? Truly impressive to control such a large beast with such ease." The Uchiha clan was indeed known for their role in the security division, which had garnered a less than favorable reputation among the villagers, often viewed as aloof and dismissive of their concerns. The mere mention of the Uchiha clan instantly raised thoughts of the security division and its notorious enforcement tactics. The negative reputation of the Uchiha clan had long permeated the village, and even a child like Obito could not escape its shadow, potentially facing disdain from others. Hearing this, Obito could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting, "What does the security division have to do with my brother, Toby? At present, I have no desire to engage in conflict with anyone. I merely wish to lead a tranquil existence akin to that of a salted fish." Minato, Kakashi, and Rin naturally overheard the discussions surrounding them, yet they found themselves powerless to alter the situation. Minato gently patted Obito on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort, while Rin took hold of Obito's arm, uttering words of solace. Subsequently, the quartet from Minato's team departed, returning to the village to report to the Hokage's office and collect their bounty. However, during this process, Obito chose not to accompany them. Instead, he proceeded towards the street where ninja tools were sold, accompanied by the colossal tiger he had captured. Kunai, shuriken, various scrolls, and specialized weapons were all available in the shops lining this street. As long as one offered a fair price, one could procure almost anything. The trade of ninja tools was highly lucrative, which is why Konoha permitted such districts to flourish. A significant portion of the profits from these merchants was subject to taxation, contributing to the village's coffers. Moreover, most shops were established under the village's name, with all financial transactions benefiting the community. However, in cases like Obito's, where one captured a summoning beast to sell, the tax obligations could be circumvented. This arrangement not only stimulated consumer enthusiasm, but also attracted foot traffic. "Look, that young lad is accompanied by a tiger of such immense size. How foolish. Clearly, that is his summoning beast. Having such a magnificent creature is truly impressive. I wish to have one as well." The green-vested ninjas passing by whispered amongst themselves, captivated by the giant tiger that Obito led. Once Obito found a suitable spot to sit, he pulled out paper and ink, erecting a banner on which he inscribed the sale of the summoning beast. Instantly, the onlookers comprehended that this majestic tiger was a creature without an owner, available for purchase as a personal summoning beast. For a ninja, possessing a summoning beast undeniably enhances one's prowess. Upon forming a contract with a formidable summoning creature, it would unconditionally obey its master's commands. Naturally, contracts vary in nature. A powerful beast like Manda may have different requirements and might not entirely heed the summoner's wishes. After all, it is a proud creation of the Dragon Cave and would not easily bow to mere humans. Without offering 100 or 80 humans as snacks, Manda would be reluctant to assist. "Hello, young man. How much do you sell this summoning beast for?" A burly man, having observed for a while, approached with curiosity. "Not expensive. 100,000 Ryo, and you can immediately sign a summoning contract with it," Obito replied nonchalantly. "What? 100,000? The robust man was taken aback. "Uncle, for a summoning beast of this size, 100,000 Ryo is quite reasonable. It is a fair price," Obito responded calmly. The large spirit beast, with its imposing stature, serves as an unwavering companion during the execution of tasks. The robust man could naturally perceive this. He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. "I understand that well. But I only have 20,000 taels with me." Daitu gestured towards the passers-by along the street, stating, "Uncle, you can see for yourself that they are all eyeing this tiger. My spirit beast certainly has no shortage of potential buyers. If you wish to haggle, I suggest you look elsewhere." The robust man waved his hands repeatedly, a look of regret on his face as he said, "Young brother, please don't rush. I am fully aware of the value of this tiger spirit beast, and I'm not trying to negotiate with you. It's just that I didn't bring enough money with me. I'd like to go back, gather the funds, and return. I wonder if you might wait for me." "Very well, I can wait for you for a maximum of half an hour." Daitu, noticing the sincerity in the robust man's tone, readily agreed. The man's face brightened with joy, and he nodded repeatedly, "Rest assured. I will definitely return within half an hour with the money." With that, he dashed away. Half an hour later, the robust man returned as promised, carrying a pouch of coins. Along the way, many approached him, inquiring about the price, eager to purchase the giant tiger, but Daitu did not entertain any offers. Ultimately, the robust man successfully acquired the giant tiger, binding it as his spirit beast. After accepting the pouch of coins amidst the man's repeated expressions of gratitude, Daitu departed from the scene. 100,000 taels was indeed a substantial amount for Daitu at this moment. Given his family's financial struggles, he knew that handing half of this sum to his grandmother would bring her immense joy. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Daitu's mind. Ding. A special task has been issued to the host. Find Yugao and further develop your relationship with her. Complete the task to receive rewards. Reward 1. One opportunity for replication. Reward 2. The second volume of Intimate Kingdom. Daitu paused, taken aback. Could it be that the system was aware of his all-night endeavor to finish the first volume? Was this the reason for the prompt issuance of the second volume as a reward? Daitu was genuinely excited about the unfolding plot and found it hard to resist such a considerate offer from the system. However, reflecting on his 3 months of close companionship with Yugao, he realized he had developed an inexplicable fondness typical of young love. The system seemed intent on pushing their relationship further. Was it suggesting that Daitu should pursue Yugao? System, how can you be so shameless? We are still just young teenagers, not allowed to engage in early romance or indulge in sordid affairs. Host, just tell me whether you desire it or not. Did I express such a desire? After a moment of inner turmoil, Daitu ultimately decided to undertake this task. Yet, he was certain that his motivation was solely to obtain the task rewards, with no ulterior intentions. Soon, Daitu reunited with Minato and the others. As the fortunate benefactor of their recent financial windfall, he treated them to a sumptuous barbecue feast. After their meal, Daitu bid farewell to his companions and set off in the direction of Yugao's residence. The residence of the Yuhi family is situated in the heart of Konohagakure, considerably more spacious and affluent than that of Mangekyō. Although the Yuhi clan's territory may be modest in size, its members are predominantly gathered in close proximity. On a previous occasion, Obito had accompanied Yuhi Kurenai home and had visited her abode. This time, he approached her house with familiarity, arriving at her doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? The door stood ajar, yet Obito still knocked politely. I'm here. Who is it? A woman's voice resonated from within. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman emerged. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a gray dress, with an apron tied around her waist. This was Kurenai's mother, named Ino, whom Obito had met during his last visit. Upon recognizing Obito, Ino's face brightened with a smile. "Ah, Obito, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here today?" Obito nodded politely and inquired, "Auntie, is Kurenai home? I came to invite her for some training." Ino replied with a smile, "Yes, she is at home. She went on a mission this morning, but returned early." Ino then turned and called into the house, "Kurenai, come out. Obito is here to see you." "Oh, I'm coming." Kurenai's voice echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps descending the staircase. Kurenai emerged, breathless, her face lighting up at the sight of Obito. "Obito, what a surprise." Obito nodded. "I hadn't seen you in a couple of days and thought to invite you for training. Are you free this afternoon?" Kurenai's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she instinctively glanced at her mother. After receiving a reassuring nod from Ino, she responded, "Yes, I'm free." "Then let us go?" Obito waved his hand. The two walked side by side, exiting the Yuhi clan's territory and heading toward the grove where they usually trained. Inside, Yuhi Zenko stepped out slowly, standing beside Ino and wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Watching Obito and Kurenai depart, Zenko remarked with a smile, "It seems my earlier judgment was not misplaced. These two might truly find a path together." Ino shot him a reproachful glance. "You're always preoccupied with strengthening the clan. I wonder if their union would truly be beneficial." Zenko raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why do you say that?" Ino replied, "Let us not forget that Obito hails from the Uchiha clan, which is not particularly favored in Konoha. I worry that Kurenai may face repercussions in the future." Zenko gently patted Ino's back, reassuring her, "Such matters are far off. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it ultimately depends on Kurenai's own fate. Besides, I believe she has quite the fondness for that boy." Meanwhile, Obito and Kurenai crossed several streets and soon reached the training grounds, entering the grove. As their relationship continued to evolve, Obito pondered silently about the system's interpretation of their bond. Did holding hands signify a deeper connection? He mused to himself. Observing that they were now secluded in the woods, with no one else around, the atmosphere shifted. As Toby swallowed hard, he tentatively extended his palm, wishing to take hold of the small hand of Hinata. "Toby, why have you been silent all this time?" she suddenly inquired, her large eyes blinking as she turned to him. I was just about to speak." Toby hastily withdrew his hand, his initial nervousness giving way to a tinge of embarrassment. What was happening? How could he, Toby, be so timid in front of a little girl? This was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Hinata let out a light huff. "What do you mean? You haven't come to see me for several days. I thought you had forgotten about me." Toby quickly clarified, "We are training partners. How could I ever forget you? I came to find you, didn't I?" Hinata pouted, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Who wants to be your training partner? You really are as dense as a log." Toby was taken aback. If she didn't want to be his training partner, then what did she wish to be? Was she hinting at something? Summoning his courage, Toby boldly grasped Hinata's small hand without further ado. Her delicate, soft hand felt fragile in his grip, sending a ripple of emotions through him. Yet, the system's notification of task completion did not arrive immediately, leaving Toby somewhat disheartened. What more did the system desire? The sudden grasp made Hinata momentarily freeze. Her heart raced as her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she offered no resistance, allowing the boy beside her to lead her forward. Indeed, it seemed Toby's dense mind had finally begun to awaken. A flicker of delight surged within Hinata as she mused silently. Toby, however, felt quite anxious. He could distinctly sense Hinata's emotional shifts and her bashfulness. He knew he ought to say something to ease the atmosphere. "Hinata, I think." Words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he remained at a loss. Hinata's heart raced even faster, her face a rosy hue. She cast an expectant glance at Toby, only to quickly withdraw her gaze, shyly. Has my foolish boy finally figured it out? Is he about to confess? Toby finally managed to articulate, "I think the weather isn't too pleasant today. It might rain tonight. Remember to drink some warm water when you get home to keep warm. And be careful not to catch a cold while sleeping." The sparkle of anticipation in Hinata's eyes dimmed, and her once excited spirits plummeted. She mechanically turned her head, her expression blank as she regarded Toby. "Toby, I dislike drinking warm water." Toby scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Then perhaps you could have some cold water." Hinata rolled her eyes. "Forget it." Toby suggested, "How about some lava instead?" As the system notification for task completion remained elusive, Hinata's cheeks puffed up in frustration, indicating her displeasure. Toby steeled his resolve, deciding to take a bold step. Without hesitation, he pulled her closer, cradling her lovely, cherubic face in his hands. Before she could react, Obito leaned in and planted a kiss on her crimson lips. The sudden assault left Hong momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in surprise as she instinctively pushed against Obito's shoulders. Ding! Congratulations, host. The task of developing a closer relationship with Hong has been completed. A system notification echoed in Obito's mind. His dazed brain quickly regained focus upon realizing Hong's resistance, prompting him to hastily release her face and sprint away. Obito, you scoundrel! Hong's cheeks flushed a deep red, her heart racing wildly. Watching Obito's frantic retreat, a smile unexpectedly crept onto her lips. Stop right there. I'll make you pay for this, you rascal. Obito glanced back, chuckling as he waved. Come on. If you catch me, there's a reward. Hey, be gentler. You hurt me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so forceful, he replied. In the forest, both Hong and Obito were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The sounds of their playful skirmish echoed around them, their breaths growing increasingly labored. They exchanged blows in a spirited match, each taking and delivering hits. After an afternoon of rigorous training, their stamina was clearly waning, leaving their faces flushed with fatigue. Ugh, I can't go on, I'm too tired. Let me rest for a moment, Hong exclaimed, leaping back and leaning against a sturdy tree trunk to catch her breath. From the confines of the system's grid space, Obito retrieved a bottle of mineral water from 1982 and offered it to her. Here, drink some water. It'll quench your thirst. Hong looked at him with a hint of skepticism, wondering where he had acquired the water, but she didn't press him for details. With a slight nod, she accepted the bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a hearty gulp. After resting against the tree for a while, they resumed their physical training. In the shadows of the thicket, three men clad in black robes observed Obito and Hong from a distance. What should we do? Uchiha Obito is always accompanied by that girl. Should we eliminate her too? That girl is from an ancient clan. Let us find a way to incapacitate her first. Then deal with Uchiha Obito. Let us proceed with caution. Although we have strategies to counter the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, we must remain vigilant. The trio quietly conferred, solidifying their plans before vanishing once more into the canopy of trees. Obito, let us call it a day. It's getting late. We should head back. Hong suggested as she glanced at the darkening sky. Evening had descended, and after an exhaustive day of practice, Obito felt hunger pangs. He readily agreed. All right, let us go. I'll treat you to a feast. You? Do you have any money? Hong inquired, a puzzled expression adorning her face. Through the days spent together, Hong has come to realize that Dato is quite the miser. Whenever they venture out for a stroll or a casual outing, it is invariably she who bears the brunt of the expenses. Dato nods in agreement, exclaiming, Of course. I am now a wealthy individual, with a full 100,000 Rio tucked away in my pocket. Hong gasps in astonishment. Is that true? Where did you acquire such a fortune? As they converse, the pair retraces their steps along the path they initially took. Just a short distance from their starting point, Dato suddenly perceives something amiss. Between the towering trees ahead, he notices that the earth beneath has been recently disturbed. Wait, hold on. Dato quickly grasps Hong's arm, preventing her from advancing further. With a puzzled expression, Hong inquires, What is the matter, Dato? He responds, Hong, have you noticed? The soil there has been freshly turned. When we passed earlier, there was no sign of this. Following Dato's gaze, Hong too observes the irregularity ahead. Her face reflects surprise as she exclaims, Are you suggesting that someone has set a trap? I am uncertain. Let us investigate, Dato replies, shaking his head as he activates his ocular powers, his eyes shifting from black to red, with three Tomoe swirling rapidly within. Indeed, the disturbed patch of earth is flanked by trees whose trunks are ensnared by fine threads. One end of the threads is anchored to the recently turned soil. The trap's design is remarkably rudimentary, likely hastily constructed by someone who did not invest much effort. They've been discovered. Attack! A deep voice resounds from within the woods. Immediately, three figures clad in black robes brandish their kunai, severing the threads wrapped around the tree trunks. The traps laid out in the surroundings are instantaneously triggered. Hong, be cautious. We are under ambush. At the first sound of alarm, Dato swiftly draws his kunai, signaling to Hong. Being a skilled ninja herself, Hong requires no further prompting. With a determined nod, she unsheathes her kunai, her expression serious and vigilant. Suddenly, A barrage of kunai and shuriken rains down from three directions, front, left, and right, hurling towards Dato and Hong with relentless fervor. The shuriken slice through the dense canopy above, piercing leaves and vines along their path. In an instant, Dato and Hong wield their kunai, creating a shimmering barrier of blades before them. The clashing sounds of metal resonate through the air as kunai and shuriken clatter to the ground. Amidst the chaos, several bound tree stumps come crashing towards them. Fortunately, with Dato's enhanced abilities, he deftly maneuvers, guiding Hong to evade harm. At last, the traps have fully discharged their onslaught. Hong remains closely pressed against Dato's back, her face stern as she furrows her brow and asks, "Dato, who could be attacking us? That ambush was exceedingly fierce. Had you not been here, I fear for my life." To my astonishment, there are indeed individuals audacious enough to engage in assassination within the confines of Konoha. Obito shook his head and solemnly remarked, "I am uncertain, Hong. Do not stray from my side." As he spoke, the dense foliage surrounding them began to rustle ominously. Three figures materialized in rapid succession, encircling Obito and Hong from three distinct directions, front, left, and right. Clad entirely in black, their faces obscured by dark cloth, their identities remained shrouded in mystery. "Who are you? Why do you seek to assassinate us?" Hong's face was etched with anxiety as she observed the advancing trio, a flicker of fear dancing in her eyes. Her apprehension was not born of cowardice, but rather from the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from these three individuals, suffocating in its intensity. Even without engaging, Hong could discern the vast disparity in strength between herself and her adversaries. Attack! The trio of cloaked figures had no intention of responding. With a sweeping gesture, one of them signaled, and the black-clad figure directly opposite Hong suddenly thrust his hands forward. However, he did not launch any weapon or invoke a jutsu. Instead, a multitude of dense black insects swarmed around his arms, vibrating their wings, creating a cacophony of buzzing. In an instant, the insects surged forth, as if responding to a command, rushing toward Hong and Obito. Obito watched as the swarm magnified in his vision, while Hong's voice trembled with trepidation. The oppressive and suffocating sensation was unbearable, as if she could already envision their demise occurring here today. Fire style, fireball technique. Obito had completed his hand seals long ago. Without hesitation, he pivoted and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, swiftly coalescing into a massive fireball. The fireball crackled as it soared through the air, hurtling toward the oncoming tide of insects. Upon contact, the insects ignited, charred to a crisp. As the multitude of insects plummeted to the ground, they had utterly lost their lives. Yet, this onslaught was merely the initial wave of attack from the three assailants. Following this, they drew their ninja swords and charged toward Obito and Hong. "Hong, you must rest for a moment." Obito raised his hand, delivering a gentle blow to the nape of her neck. Hong immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her eyes closing as she collapsed. Obito hurriedly cradled the unconscious Hong in his arms, and just before the enemy's blades could descend upon him, he activated his Kimui ability. A swirling distortion of space enveloped them. Hong, held tightly in Obito's embrace, was drawn into an alternate dimension. The ninja swords of the three assailants sliced through the air, aiming for Obito. Yet their razor-sharp blades encountered no resistance, passing straight through him as though he were a mere apparition. The force of their forward momentum caused them to stagger. Disbelief taking advantage of the brief moment when his opponent's attack missed, Obito raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the back of a black-clad figure. A muffled thud echoed, and the man, in excruciating pain, stumbled forward before collapsing to the ground in a rather undignified manner. "Who are you? Did Shimura Kokatsu send you? Or was it Danzo?" Obito inquired, raising his hand to grasp the air as a pair of nunchaku materialized from the spatial grid of the system into his grasp. He surveyed the three men with a calm, yet intense gaze, his voice low and steady. The red-clad figure was once a member of his clan, which would not have any quarrels with anyone from Konohagakure. Thus, Obito deduced that these individuals were certainly targeting him. Beyond having crossed paths with Shimura Kokatsu, he had no other enemies. "You will soon be a corpse. Go to hell and ask your questions there." One of the black-clad men threatened harshly. The other two cautioned. "Wait, this brat is rather peculiar. Why did our previous attacks pass right through him? Where has that little girl gone? Don't worry about that. Let us probe him a bit more." At this moment, the sky had darkened, obscuring their vision. The trio failed to notice that Obito's eyes had transformed into the form of a windmill shuriken, indicative of the Mangekyō Sharingan. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged at Obito once more. Originally, their plan was to ensnare him during the second wave of encirclement and subdue him. However, the current situation had far exceeded their expectations. Yet, retreat was not an option. The orders from above were clear. Uchiha Obito must disappear, and his Sharingan must be retrieved. If you want to speak, I have my ways to make you. Obito's gaze turned icy as he tightened his grip on the nunchaku and rushed toward the three men. The two sides clashed once again, the nunchaku clashing against the ninja blades with a resounding ring. The trio indeed demonstrated remarkable teamwork, their swordsmanship exceptionally refined, consistently finding openings to launch lethal strikes at Obito. However, their weapons merely passed through him, causing no tangible harm whatsoever. Instead, taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Obito retaliated by striking them repeatedly with his nunchaku, eliciting cries of distress from the trio. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Do not engage him in close combat. The leader urgently commanded, recalling the painful lessons learned from their previous encounters. The three of them swiftly leaped back, regrouping into a triangular formation, preparing to confront Obito once again. This time, they began forming hand seals, intending to unleash ninjutsu upon him. Shadow Flow Half-Moon Slash. The black-clad figure at the forefront leaped into the air, his body suspended gracefully above the ground. He wielded his ninja blade, tracing a semicircle in front of him. A shimmering white light enveloped the blade, forming a crescent shape in the air. With a swift motion, he thrust the blade forward. The moon, stretching a full 2 meters wide, soared towards Obito with a brilliant radiance. Konoha's lightning shadow dance slash. Another cloaked figure leaped into the air, but with a single hand. He formed a series of seals. 3 puffs of white smoke erupted before him, revealing 3 identical dark silhouettes. Each of these figures grasped a ninja sword tightly, descending with lethal intent towards Obito below. The swords crackled with dazzling lightning, exuding an aura potent enough to cleave through anything. Secret technique, Insect Sphere. The attack from the figure on the right was comparatively straightforward. He swung his arms, summoning a colossal swarm of black insects that encircled him. The swarm vibrated its wings, creating a resonant hum. This dense tide of insects surged forth, racing towards Obito. Obito surveyed the trio with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I've had enough of this. It's time for you to meet your end. The malicious aura surrounding the three was palpable, each strike aimed at extinguishing Obito's life. Naturally, Obito was not inclined to show mercy. A mere beating would not suffice. The Tomoe in his eyes began to rotate slightly. In an instant, Obito vanished into the ground. A thunderous explosion erupted as the combined force of their attacks struck the earth. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, dirt and debris flying everywhere, enveloping the area in dust. Everyone, be cautious. That guy didn't take a hit. He must be hiding nearby. The ninja controlling the swarm was the first to sound the alarm. Despite the dim lighting and the dust obscuring the crater, he sensed through the insects that Obito's body was absent from the pit. It was too late. Almost simultaneously with the warning, Obito emerged from beneath the feet of another black-clad ninja. His speed was astonishing as he delivered a powerful punch to the ninja's abdomen. Following that, his eyes rotated, activating the Sharingan Jinjutsu. The ninja shrieked in agony, his body curling in on itself. In the next moment, as their eyes met, he felt his mind freeze, consciousness slipping away. Kamui. The technique was unleashed once more, as the spiraling space before Obito distorted. The entrapped ninja was consumed by the void, vanishing without a trace. Damn it! What is happening? How can this guy devour someone so instantaneously? The remaining 2 ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. The techniques they had unleashed were their strongest attacks. Logically, even the 3rd Hokage might have struggled against such a barrage. Yet, this mere 9-year-old boy slipped through their grasp like an eel. Every assault passed through him as if he were a ghost. What kind of monstrosity was he? You go ahead. Find a way to relay the information. One of the black-clad ninjas exchanged a glance with the other, already contemplating retreat. The one controlling the insect swarm called out to his companion. As the words fell, he once again commanded the swarm of insects surrounding him to soar towards Obito. Aware of his lack of speed, he realized that fleeing would only lead to his inevitable capture. Thus, he relinquished all hope of survival and chose instead to support his teammates from the rear. Very well. Another cloaked figure responded without hesitation, turning to prepare for departure. Trying to leave? After coming this far, do you think I would let you go? Obito sneered, intensifying his ocular power as a bluish-green light enveloped him. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal hand shot forth, seizing the black-clad figure who had just leapt onto a tree with a firm grip. The skeletal hand tightened, causing the cloaked figure to contort in agony, emitting a series of dreadful cries as the sound of cracking bones resonated. I shall grant you another chance. Speak. Who sent you? Obito demanded in a low, commanding voice, paying no heed to the approaching tide of insects. As the swarm drew within mere inches, Obito's form was shielded by a skeletal frame, allowing the insects to collide against it in a futile frenzy before tumbling to the ground. We will not speak. Revealing our secrets would only lead to a more excruciating demise, the figure ensnared in the skeletal grip managed to utter through bloodied lips. Despite his overwhelming desire to surrender, the horrifying punishments within his organization loomed larger in his mind, making death seem a more merciful fate. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Obito scoffed softly, his gaze sharpening as he tightened his grip. The ninja's body was instantly crushed, contorting grotesquely as blood erupted from every orifice. With a finality, the skeletal hand vanished, and the disfigured figure fell to the ground with a thud. Now it is your turn. Obito whirled around, fixing a glare upon the remaining black-clad ninja. Damn it! Damn it! Witnessing the brutal demise of his comrade sent the insect-controlling ninja into a frenzy, his reason slipping away. He tore off his black garment, revealing a muscular torso. With hands clasped, he formed a seal, and to everyone's astonishment, numerous finger-sized holes appeared on his exposed skin. Black insects began to crawl out from these openings, fluttering their wings as they surged towards Obito. Summon the great insects, the controlling ninja shouted. As the insects fell to the ground, they miraculously expanded in size, each one reaching approximately 1 meter in length, their grotesque forms eliciting horror. They advanced with the agility of soldiers charging into battle, rushing towards Obito. Futile. Obito dismissed with a shake of his head, disregarding the approaching horde. He strode purposefully toward the insect-controlling ninja. The body traversed the insect, arriving before the insect ninja amidst the terror-stricken gaze of the latter. Susanoo. To avert the venomous retaliation from the insect, Obito activated Susanoo. A half-formed azure skeleton enveloped and shielded his form. A skeletal hand materialized, swiftly seizing the controlling ninja and placing him before Obito. As their eyes met, the Sharingan's ninjutsu was unleashed. The ninja's gaze dulled, his body ceased all resistance, slackly surrendering to the grip of the skeletal hand. The insects behind him fell into a state of disarray, aimlessly swaying their antennae before scattering in all directions. Obito paid them no heed, for they posed no threat to him. Kamui activated once more, warping the space before him. The previously absorbed black-clad figure tumbled out, crashing to the ground. Obito approached, unveiling the black cloth that shrouded their faces, only to find them unfamiliar. Upon prying their mouths open, he discovered they bore no root curse marks. Speak. Who sent you? Obito demanded, delivering a sharp slap across their faces. The depth of the illusion cast could be determined by the potency of the eye's chakra. The two before him remained firmly under his control, unlikely to awaken recklessly. We do not know him, only that he is the captain of the root, one replied. Unfamiliar? Obito questioned, a frown of confusion creasing his brow. Is the root's hierarchy so stringent? What does their captain look like? We do not know. He wears a mask, obscuring his face. Realizing it was indeed the root, Obito surmised it was likely that old schemer Danzo. He recalled the playful jest of accepting gifts from them. Could it be that Danzo, with his petty disposition, would seek to silence him over such a trivial matter? Just past 8 in the evening, the lights flickered on in every household, and pedestrians filled the streets. The area beneath the Hokage office was equally lively. Yet, at the center of the street, a small boy donned with goggles, stained with crimson blood and dragging a rope over his shoulder, trudged forward with great difficulty, as if laboriously hauling something along. Passers-by, taken aback by the sight, parted to create a path for the young boy. What was he doing? Covered in blood, it was quite a frightful sight. Look, he's dragging 2 corpses with that rope. What on earth is happening? He bears the Uchiha clan's emblem. He must be one of them, murmured the crowd. Ignoring their whispers, the boy gritted his teeth and continued to pull the bound bodies along, eliciting curiosity from the villagers. Those who had previously been occupied set their tasks aside, trailing behind the boy as he pressed forward. However, the sight of him, covered in blood, was undeniably terrifying. Coupled with the notorious reputation of the Uchiha clan, no one dared to approach and inquire about the situation. At long last, the boy, dragging the lifeless body, arrived near the Hokage's office building. Hidden in the shadows, the Umbu members were visibly shocked, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them as a large group followed closely behind the boy. "Wait, what are you doing?" Uchiha Obito shouted the two ninja guarding the stairs, rushing forward to question him. Having encountered Obito several times before, they recognized him instantly. Obito lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes, and with a pitiful gaze, implored the two ninja, "Please, sirs, help me carry this body upstairs. I need to report to the third Hokage." "What? Report?" The two were taken aback, still trying to grasp Obito's intentions. However, bringing two bloodied corpses upstairs, along with his own disheveled appearance, clearly indicated that they would not allow him to proceed. "Obito, what on earth is going on?" They exchanged glances, probing for answers. "You wouldn't understand. I must see the third Hokage." Obito continued, tears glistening in his eyes, helplessly sighing. "Obito, please don't rush. I'll go inform the third Hokage." One of the ninja, realizing the gravity of the situation with hundreds of villagers following Obito, dared not take it lightly and turned to ascend the stairs. A discreet smile crept onto Obito's lips. The first step of his plan had been set in motion. Just moments before in the woods, Obito had been filled with rage. His initial instinct to confront Danzo and settle the score. However, the system had presented him with a task to humiliate Danzo, which would grant him 2 opportunities for duplication and a random reward. Upon reflection, Obito concluded that storming into the root headquarters alone would be unwise. Though he possessed the power of the Sharingan, he was still young, and his abilities had yet to fully mature. Rather than recklessly confronting Danzo, it seemed more gratifying to accomplish the system's task and witness Danzo's downfall. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether this incident was orchestrated by the Shimura clan or if it was Danzo himself behind it. Instead of lingering in uncertainty, it would be prudent to secure the system's reward first. At that moment, the crowd of villagers below had swelled to nearly 1,000, their animated discussions growing increasingly louder. Sensing the commotion, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, hurried down the stairs. "Obito, what on earth is happening?" Upon seeing Obito, Hiruzen's face was etched with confusion and concern. The boy was drenched in blood. He couldn't possibly have sustained serious injuries, could he? After all, he was one of the new generation members I intended to nurture. Obito composed himself, feigning tears once more, and called out, "Hokage-sama." In the depths of the forest, I engaged in my training, only to be unexpectedly ambushed. The moment this revelation escaped from Obito's lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered villagers. Having trailed behind Obito for a while, their curiosity had been piqued. They were eager to uncover the secrets he harbored. However, upon learning that a new generation Uchiha ninja had fallen victim to an assassination attempt, and that it had occurred in the tranquil village of Konoha, disbelief flickered in their eyes. The third Hokage referred to this child as Uchiha Obito. That name rang a bell. He was a prodigious talent who had just graduated from the academy. What could possibly have led to this? Why would anyone wish to harm a child? Who could possess such malice? Perhaps it was a vendetta against the Uchiha clan, and this child was merely a pawn in their retribution. Yet, should not the focus of their concern be on the fact that this child was capable of retaliating against 2 ninjas? At the prompting of one individual, the villagers momentarily fell into a stupor before realizing the implication. Discussions ensued, revolving around Obito's ability to take on 2 adversaries and emerge victorious. Many even compared their own children to him, expressing that if their offspring could achieve even half of Obito's prowess, their futures would be secure, and their families would want for nothing. Seeing the situation spiral somewhat out of control, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the necessity of maintaining his benevolent Hokage persona. He could not simply dismiss the villagers. Thus, he forced a smile and beckoned to Obito, saying, "Obito, why don't you come upstairs with me to discuss the situation? Allow them to handle those 2. He then gestured for the 2 gatekeeping ninjas to remove the lifeless bodies. "No, Hokage-sama, with everyone here as witnesses, I feel more assured." Obito continued to feign tears, adopting a pitiful expression. Sarutobi's face darkened at this, pondering the child's insinuation that he might act unjustly behind closed doors. Nevertheless, he restrained his irritation to preserve his image, replying with a feigned smile. Very well, Obito, do tell. How do you wish to address this matter? Who exactly were those individuals? They were sent by Danzo's route. When they attacked me in the woods, they confessed as much. Obito declared, I seek an explanation from you. If this matter remains unresolved, I fear I shall live in constant trepidation. Who knows when I might be struck down while walking on the streets? As Obito's agitation grew, a sly grin crept into his heart. Did Danzo wish to eliminate me, Obito? He would soon discover whether he possessed the capability to do so. Moreover, Obito had long considered the safety of his grandmother. At her advanced age, her movements were confined to the Uchiha clan's territory. If Danzo were to send individuals into Uchiha lands to kill indiscriminately, he would have to be truly audacious. The Uchiha had long harbored grievances against the villagers of Konoha. Any outsiders entering Uchiha territory would be subjected to scrutiny, both overt and covert. What? Root. Sarutobi's expression turned grave. Based on his understanding of Danzo, he surmised that there was an 80 to 90% chance that Danzo was behind this incident. Instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with righteous fury. As the Hokage, I value talent. So how dare this old fool resort to assassination without a second thought? Does he not regard me at all? Enraged, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared fiercely, commanding the 3 Umbu ninjas accompanying him, go find Danzo immediately. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu responded, vanishing in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen then ordered, fetch someone familiar with the root ninjas. I need to ascertain the identities of those 2 deceased individuals. Understood, Lord Hokage. Another Umbu replied before disappearing as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that this matter needed to be handled with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, it would not only provoke dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan, but also exacerbate the villagers' feelings of panic. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Umbu sent to find someone acquainted with the root ninjas was the first to return. Following closely behind him was a ninja clad in a green vest. Lord Hokage. The green-vested ninja bowed respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon Hiruzen's gesture, he stepped forward to examine the faces of the 2 root ninjas. It seemed he recognized the corpses. As he gasped in shock, he hurried back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, eager to whisper his report. Speak up. No need for whispering, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, somewhat displeased. As he pushed the green-vested ninja aside, my image as Hokage must be preserved. What is there that the villagers cannot know? After all, this disgrace was wrought by Danzo. Not me. Yes, Lord Hokage. The green-vested ninja nodded in agreement, then continued. One of them is a jonin from the Yamanaka clan, named Yamanaka Jigen. The other is a jonin from the Nara clan, named Nara Yuri. Both were elite members of Root. The green-vested ninja had previously served in Root, tasked with the registration and assessment of new members. Thus he could name most of the elite personnel. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the villagers. They gazed in disbelief at Obito's silhouette, engaging in animated discussions. This kid named Obito can't be more than 10 years old, yet he defeated 2 jonin? Is this for real? Are our village's jonin as common as cabbages, easily taken down? What do you know? I've heard that this kid, Uchiha Obito, is a prodigy from the new generation, having activated the Sharingan at the tender age of 9. How frustrating. If my little chubby could possess even a third of this Obito-esque prowess, I would be forever grateful to my ancestors. Unbeknownst to him, Obito had already garnered a following among the villagers. However, amidst the crowd, there were still a number of discerning individuals who understood the gravity of the situation. They were engaged in discussions regarding the true nature of the Root organization and the reason behind its formidable power to orchestrate assassinations at will. The 3rd Hokage felt compelled to step forward, once again striving to maintain his image and soothe the public's unrest. Fortunately, the principal figure behind the incident soon arrived at the scene. Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane and flanked by several masked Root ninjas, made his way through the crowd. Sarutobi, why the urgency in summoning me? This time, Danzo was genuinely unaware of the specifics. Thus, he approached with a sense of righteous indignation, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Obito, drenched in blood, and the 2 fallen Root ninjas on the ground, his expression shifted to one of shock. Internally, he could not suppress his astonishment, murmuring to himself, how could this be? Jonin told me he dispatched 3 elite shinobi capable of countering the Sharingan, yet they were actually slain by Uchiha Obito? Danzo's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Yet, confronted with the undeniable evidence and the chaotic surroundings, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation, fearing that the assassination plot he orchestrated had been completely exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards the deceased ninjas. His face darkened with gravity, and remarked, "Surely, I need not elaborate further. You should recognize those two, yes?" Danzo feigned ignorance. "Sarutobi, what do you mean? They are my root operatives. Why are they dead?" Sarutobi scoffed lightly. These two attempted to assassinate Obito in broad daylight, but underestimated their opponent, ultimately falling to his hand. As they were under your command, ought you not provide a reasonable explanation? Although Danzo had his suspicions, hearing that Obito had countered and killed the two root members still sent a chill through him. He thought to himself, could it truly be that little Uchiha Obito? And where's the third? Quickly, Danzo concocted a plausible excuse. He replied nonchalantly, "Sarutobi, I am as perplexed as you. It must have been that brat, Kagaku. The recent conflict with Obito led to this debacle. The surrounding ninjas, including the third Hokage, Obito, and the Umbu personnel, were left speechless." Danzo's shamelessness was astounding as he shifted the blame onto his own nephew. What power could the young Shimura Kagaku possess to mobilize elite root ninjas? Nevertheless, Sarutobi did not wish to escalate the matter. Despite years of rivalry with Danzo, he still harbored some affection for the old comrade. If Danzo were to fall, who would manage the darker dealings behind the Hokage? Thus, Sarutobi was resolute in not taking severe action against him. He had summoned Danzo not only to provide Obito with an explanation. After all, he still sought to ally with him, but also to uphold the image of Konoha. Despite the external turmoil, the village had remained a bastion of peace and stability. Should the villagers become restless and anxious, the third Hokage would undoubtedly lose their trust. Such an occurrence is something Sarutobi Hiruzen would never allow. He remarked lightly, "So it is. Send someone to fetch Hokage to inquire about the specifics." As he spoke, Sarutobi turned to Obito and inquired, "Obito, what do you think of this approach?" Obito scoffed inwardly. These two old men, working in tandem, clearly aimed to downplay the situation. It was evident to the surrounding ninjas, aside from the oblivious villagers. "You may handle this as you wish," Obito replied, maintaining a facade of indifference while feeling an immense disappointment towards Sarutobi. Although the old man had been amiable towards him recently, Obito felt deceived by that genial exterior. Yet, it was apparent that he was still the cunning third Hokage, allied with Danzo. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system's random task has been completed. Now, rewards are being issued. Reward 1. 1 opportunity to copy. Reward 2. 10 explosive tags. The system notification echoed in his mind. Obito realized that this matter would likely be swept under the rug. Completing the system's random rewards was the primary reason for his visit. Despite the rewards being modest, he had no intention of lingering to witness the two old men's charade. "You may converse at your leisure. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned toward the Uchiha clan's territory, and the crowd parted to make way for him. "Obito, don't rush off. Aren't you going to wait for clarification?" Sarutobi's voice called from behind. Without looking back, Obito casually waved his hand. "No need to concern yourselves. I am fine." The blood on him was merely a facade, self-applied to evoke sympathy. Those few individuals lacked the capability to injure him, Uchiha Obito. As the villagers watched Obito's resolute departure, they were left bewildered. The ninjas, privy to the truth like Obito, could comprehend his sentiments. Hidden in the shadows, groups of Umbu ninjas murmured quietly among themselves. Obito must have realized that the third Hokage is deliberately protecting Danzo. Indeed, Obito is likely disheartened and will no longer wholeheartedly support the third Hokage. Shoo, speak softly. This is a matter among the higher echelons of Konoha, not for us to discuss. Returning to the topic, it was remarkable that Obito, at just 9 years of age, managed to defeat 2 elite jonin. Who knows what extraordinary strength he will possess as he matures. As Obito reached the entrance of the Uchiha clan, he was met by a large group of ninjas clad in green vests, marching purposefully out of the clan's grounds. Leading them was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, whose eyes lit up with joy upon spotting Obito. "Obito, what brings you back?" He hurriedly jogged forward, grasping Obito and examining his injuries. "How are you? Where are you hurt? Why is there so much blood?" Seeing Fuyue's concern stirred a flicker of emotion within Obito. He shook his head, saying, "Leader, I am fine. This blood is not mine." As he glanced at the elders of the Uchiha clan, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Fuyue replied, "Just now. Someone from our clan witnessed the events beneath the Hokage office and rushed back to inform me. It was reported that you were ambushed during training. Thus, our Uchiha members came to check on you and lend their support." Upon hearing this, Obito felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. Indeed, it was the people of his own clan who were reliable, unlike that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen, who only practiced duplicity, presenting one face while harboring another. The Uchiha clan was already marginalized in Konoha. If Fuyue, accompanied by a group, chose to assist Obito, Sarutobi would undoubtedly suspect them of forming factions and causing trouble. Yet, Fuyue disregarded such implications and resolutely opted to come to Obito's aid. To Obito, this loyalty was invaluable. What others perceived as the malevolence of the Uchiha clan, Obito found to be far more comforting than the higher-ups of Konoha. "Obito, come, let us return and discuss what transpired," Fuyue said, pulling Obito's arm and leading him towards the clan's territory. The group of Uchiha elders and leaders that Fuyue had brought followed closely behind, each expressing their concern and inquiries towards Obito. If Obito recalled correctly, in the original narrative, Uchiha Fuyue had indeed awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, he willingly met his demise at Itachi's hands without retaliating. With this in mind, Obito decided to replicate Fuyue's abilities. He activated his system's copying capability, enveloping Fuyue in a radiant white light. Almost immediately, a notification echoed in Obito's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have copied Uchiha Fuyue's ocular power, 10 points. Ocular power? This can be replicated?" Obito felt a slight surprise and wondered about the specific benefits of increased ocular power. Current ocular power of the host is 101,000. When the host's ocular power reaches 10001000, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan can be unlocked. My, this is indeed impressive. Obito felt a surge of excitement. If this was the case, then after advancing to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the next level should be the Rinnegan. The system was truly formidable. Although the requirement of 1,000 ocular power points was quite steep, it remained within the realm of possibility. Without hesitation, Obito decided to expend the remaining opportunities for replication, casting them all towards Fuyue. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have copied Uchiha Fuyue's ocular power, 20 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have copied Uchiha Fuyue's ocular power, 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully acquired the shuriken throwing technique of Uchiha Fugaku with a comprehension level of 10. Soon, the group arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Mikoto welcomed Obito and guided him to their bathroom for a cleansing bath, for he was covered in blood and grime. It was imperative to ensure he was presentable, especially to avoid alarming his grandmother upon his return. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and the clan's higher-ups convened in a meeting room, deliberating on the unfortunate status of the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village. They awaited Obito's emergence to elucidate the events of the day. "Perhaps we should reconsider our duties in the security department," suggested one clan elder. "We strive to mediate village disputes, but often find ourselves in a losing battle." Indeed, the higher-ups of Konoha have become increasingly intolerable. Our Uchiha clan has produced a prodigy in Obito, and they dare to plot his assassination? Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. We shall await Obito's account before drawing any judgments. Just as Obito completed his bath, Mikoto led him to the meeting room, where they could hear a spirited discussion within. Knock, knock, knock. Mikoto raised her hand to rap on the door of the meeting room. She then pushed it open and ushered Obito inside. The spacious room was occupied by over 10 Uchiha clan members, seated in a circle upon cushions. "Obito, come sit by me," Fugaku beckoned. "Of course, clan leader," Obito replied, nodding respectfully. As soon as he settled, the higher-ups could no longer contain their curiosity and began to question him. "Obito, what on earth transpired? Why would the root send assassins after you?" inquired Uchiha Taikatsu, the eldest son. With a tone laced with indignation, the third elder declared, "Obito, you must tell us everything without reservation. We must demand an explanation from the third Hokage." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, the Uchiha will not be trifled with." The collective fervor of the Uchiha elders filled the room with a cacophony of agreement. Fugaku raised his hand to restore order. "Enough. Let us allow Obito to recount the details of the incident." All eyes turned expectantly toward Obito. "Very well, here is what transpired," Obito began. nodding as he recounted the events in broad strokes. However, he chose to withhold certain details regarding his encounter with the three root members, as revealing his newly awakened Mangekyō Sharingan was not something he could afford to disclose. That was his trump card, a closely guarded secret. Uchiha Taikatsu slammed his fist into the ground in fury, exclaiming, "This is utterly shameless. The third Hokage and Danzo are clearly colluding. Does a mere descendant of the Shimura clan possess the authority to mobilize elite root ninjas?" "Indeed," the third elder echoed gravely. "They are intentionally attempting to cover up their misdeeds." As he spoke, the third elder turned to Fugaku. "Chief, what shall we do? The Uchiha clan cannot be so easily bullied. Obito and Danzo have a history. It is likely they will act against Obito again." Fugaku furrowed his brows, sighing repeatedly. Among the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, there were quite a few hot-headed individuals like the third elder and Uchiha Teo. Due to the violent enforcement issues of the Uchiha, they nearly clashed with the Leaf Village's ninjas. If it weren't for Fugaku's repeated interventions, these individuals might have faced dire consequences. This was not a matter of Fugaku being cowardly or unwilling to resist the Leaf. Rather, the Uchiha were merely a clan within the Leaf. Should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Fugaku spoke solemnly. "I trust you all understand that this situation mirrors our past experiences. Although Obito has suffered, fortunately, he remains unharmed. We cannot topple Danzo over such a minor incident, as we lack sufficient evidence to prove his involvement. Even if we were to confront the Leaf, the ultimate outcome would likely be inconclusive." The third elder let out a heavy sigh. "Are we to let this slide? Must we, as in the past, continue to bow our heads and endure? I can scarcely hold back any longer." Many shared the third elder's sentiment, feeling aggrieved. However, they all recognized the validity of Fugaku's reasoning. Without concrete evidence or the power to sway the upper echelons of the Leaf, seeking trouble would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Ultimately, the meeting ended on an unhappy note, with everyone distressed over Obito's situation. Standing outside Fugaku's residence, Obito glanced back into the house. It seemed he had made a firm resolution. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "Chief, rest assured, I will not allow the Uchiha clan to face annihilation. Should Danzo make any moves against us again, I will not hesitate to eliminate him. Grandma, I'm home." Obito pushed open the door to the dilapidated wooden house. It was now past 9 in the evening. His grandmother had finished dinner and was busy with household chores. "Obito, have you eaten?" she inquired. He nodded. "Yes, Grandma, I have." After exchanging a few casual words, Obito made his way to his room. Since the evening, he had kept Rin confined within the Kimui dimension, uncertain if she had awakened yet. He needed to retrieve her as soon as possible. Kimui. Obito's eyes shifted from black to red, and the space before him twisted and fluctuated. Rin was released from the void, gently descending onto Obito's bed. She remained unconscious, her eyes tightly shut. Leaning closer, Obito scrutinized her features. Her beautiful, fair face bore a hint of blush. Long eyelashes framed her eyes. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her cherry lips occasionally moved, stirring something within Obito's heart. Truly, she was a stunning beauty, captivating even in childhood. He chuckled softly, his face unconsciously drawing nearer. He pursed his lips, longing to plant a kiss upon the crimson mouth, yearning to savor the flavor he had missed earlier in the afternoon. "Granny, you must bathe before sleeping, especially in this sweltering weather." The door creaked open, and his grandmother peered in. Her words faltered mid-sentence as she caught sight of him with his lips puckered. In an instant, she erupted with fury. She flung the door wide, seized a broom from outside, and stormed in, ready to discipline him. "What on earth are you doing? You're still young. How can you behave this way? Whose girl have you brought back? How could you do such a thing?" Though advanced in years, she could clearly see that Hong was in a state of unconsciousness. She assumed that he had intentionally rendered her senseless, bringing her home for some sordid purpose. "Grandma, I was wrong. Please let me explain." "Oh, don't hit me." In the 47th year of Konoha, at the tender age of 10, Obito had been part of Minato's team, alongside Kakashi and Rin. Over the course of more than a year, they had completed 48 D-rank missions and 23 C-rank missions. D-rank tasks were quite simple, primarily involving cat catching, weeding, and picking up litter from rivers. C-rank tasks were relatively more challenging, including acting as bodyguards for wealthy individuals or escorting them to various locations while guarding against potential bandit threats. Since the incident that exposed his misdeeds, Danzo had been notably more subdued, perhaps chastised by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and had largely ceased bothering the Uchiha clan. Recently, the situation on the front lines had intensified. Various ninja villages were causing disturbances, eyeing the territory of the Land of Fire, and Danzo had assumed command at the front line of the Rain Village. The Uchiha clan had finally enjoyed a period of tranquility, although they still faced frequent complaints regarding their enforcement methods within the village. Their circumstances had improved significantly without Danzo's interference. Another morning arrived. Today, they were to undertake a new ninja mission, as Minato had briefed them the day before. After eating breakfast at home, Obito organized his ninja tools and attire, bid his grandmother farewell, and headed straight out the door. Outside the ninja school, on the spacious sidewalk, there was an elderly woman, her back hunched under the weight of a large bundle, trembling as she struggled to move forward, muttering to herself, "Old age renders one feeble. Crossing the street is such a challenge. If only a young person would lend me a hand." Ding. Task triggered. Show respect for the elderly and assist. The host must carry the grandmother in a princess carry to her destination. Completing the task grants one opportunity for replication and a random reward. The system's notification echoed in Obito's mind. As a model youth of impeccable virtue, how could he possibly shy away when an elderly woman was in need? Yet, the task assigned by the system seemed rather daunting. A princess carry? Embracing an elderly lady in a princess carry may seem rather peculiar. However, in pursuit of system rewards, Obito did not waver. "Grandma, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you," he exclaimed, rushing forward to lift the elderly woman effortlessly and darting across the street. After years of experience assisting grandmothers in crossing roads, Obito had become remarkably adept, ensuring the old lady experienced minimal jostling. Upon learning that she was bound for the Konoha hospital, he hurriedly made his way to the destination, while the grandmother beamed with joy throughout the journey. It was likely a sensation she had never encountered before in her lifetime. "Young man, your performance is commendable. This is a reward from Grandma," she said cheerfully, producing a handful of candies and placing them in Obito's hands as they arrived at the hospital entrance. Ding. The task of honoring the elderly and cherishing the young has been triggered. The host, through the Princess Carrie, has successfully delivered the grandmother to her destination. Now, rewards are being granted to the host. Reward 1. One opportunity for duplication. Reward 2. A complete set of ninja tools. As the system notification concluded, the rewards were deposited into the system's inventory. Obito glanced at the contents. A complete set of ninja tools, including 20 shuriken, 10 kunai, 5 explosive tags, and 3 wind-style shuriken, all neatly packed in a single backpack. "Thank you, Grandma. Wishing you good health," he said, accepting the candies and waving goodbye. Noticing that there were only 5 minutes left before the meeting time, he hurriedly made his way towards the Ninja Academy. A few kilometers away, on a wooden bridge, Kakashi, Rin, and Minato had already arrived punctually. Kakashi glanced back at the road leading to them and remarked indifferently, "Obito is, unsurprisingly, late once again." Rin, with her hands behind her back, smiled and replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he has been delayed by something." Minato concurred, "Indeed, Kakashi. Let us give him a moment. He should be here shortly." Kakashi shook his head in resignation. "Rin, Minato-sensei, you both always defend him. This bad habit of his will never change." At that moment, a boy clad in a blue tracksuit and sporting goggles appeared around the corner, jogging and waving. Sorry. I'm late again," Obito shouted. Kakashi scoffed, "Hey, you're not going to claim you were helping an elderly lady cross the street again, are you?" Obito scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "Kakashi, how did you know? You saw me, didn't you? I took that old lady to Konoha Hospital." "You tell the same lie every time. Can you come up with a different excuse next time?" Kakashi retorted, exasperated. "Who said I was lying? You truly lack compassion, Kakashi." Obito replied, feeling disheartened. "Every time I come to a corner, I have to refresh my elderly lady's story. That is not my fault." The banter between Kakashi and Obito occurred almost daily, much to the indifference of Rin and Minato. "Obito, say a little less. I believe you," Rin said, playfully tugging at his arm and smiling. Obito chuckled softly. "Indeed, Rin is still the gentle and kind-hearted one, always treating me, Toby, the best." At that moment, Minato stepped forward, placing a hand on each of Kakashi's and Obito's heads, and said with a smile, "You two, stop fooling around and quiet down. I have some delightful news to share with you." Both Obito and Kakashi were left momentarily speechless. "Minato, unaware that ruffling someone's hairstyle can be rather inconsiderate, continued. Rin's face lit up with anticipation as she inquired, Minato-sensei, what is the good news? Minato retrieved 3 forms from his ninja tool pouch and presented them to the trio. He stated nonchalantly, the Chunin exams are about to commence, and I have brought the registration forms for you. I am aware that Kakashi and Obito have long surpassed the Chunin level in strength. Rin, too, should feel relatively confident about this assessment. Hence, I surmise that all of you should pass the Chunin examination with ease. The Chunin exams are typically held every 3 years, and indeed, the time had arrived for the assessments. As Minato mentioned, Obito and Kakashi's abilities had already transcended the Chunin level. This examination posed no significant challenge for them. Over the past year, Rin had also been influenced by Kakashi and Obito, diligently honing her skills. She should feel quite assured regarding the Chunin examination. Upon examining the forms closely, Rin's expression turned to one of confusion as she looked at Minato and asked, Minato-sensei, hasn't Kakashi already passed the Chunin examination? Why must he participate again? Minato replied, the situation is as follows. The Konoha Chunin exams require that all 3 team members participate together. If one is absent, the examination cannot proceed. In order to accommodate Obito and you, Kakashi, as a member of Team 7, must participate in this Chunin examination. Obito patted Kakashi on the shoulder and teased, congratulations, my friend, you get to take the test again. Kakashi rolled his eyes and retorted, you're truly tiresome. Stop wasting my time with such pointless chatter. Obito shook his head and complained to Minato, Minato-sensei, look at him, so heartless. How can we work as a team like this and succeed in the Chunin exam? Minato was well aware that Obito and Kakashi were merely jesting. Over the past year, Kakashi had indeed transformed significantly from that cold young man, at least in his attitude towards the 3 members of Team 7. Despite their banter, the camaraderie amongst them had grown strong through their daily interactions. Minato shook his head and said, enough of the nonsense, you two. Hurry up and fill out the forms properly. I will submit them to the 3rd Hokage, and then you can enjoy some time off. Rin inquired, time off? Minato-sensei, are you saying that in the days leading up to the Chunin exam, we won't have to undertake any more ninja missions? Minato nodded, indeed. I have faith in your abilities. Obito, haven't you been complaining about the monotony of low-level missions? Starting today, you shall be free from them. This news brought joy not only to Obito, but also to Kakashi and Rin. After all, tasks such as scavenging, caring for children, and harvesting watermelons are fundamentally agricultural chores, which can be rather tedious. Rather than engaging in such mundane activities, it would be far more beneficial for everyone to devote their time to honing their skills and enhancing their abilities. However, these tasks are part of a process that cannot be avoided. Obito took out a pen and swiftly filled in his registration information. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and murmured to himself, I wonder if I can replicate anything worthwhile from Sensei Minato? Over the past year, Obito had utilized his replication ability numerous times on Kakashi and Minato. It is noteworthy that the system's replication capability is remarkably powerful. Not only can it replicate ninjutsu, but it can also copy chakra attributes. Most of what Obito had replicated from Kakashi were points of lightning chakra attribute. However, this lightning chakra attribute, like the power value of his Sharingan, is replicated based on quantity. Lightning chakra attribute 115200. This value of 115 represents the amount of lightning chakra Obito currently possesses. Once he can replicate up to 200 points, he will be able to employ a 3rd type of ninjutsu, aside from fire and earth release, which is lightning release. Obito glanced at the system panel and noted he still had 3 replication opportunities left. Without hesitation, he directed his attention towards Minato. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated the ninjutsu shadow clone technique from Minato Namikaze. Shadow clone? Not bad. I am more eager for Flying Thunder God. Obito nodded in satisfaction and activated his replication ability on Minato again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated the ninjutsu Rasengan from Minato Namikaze. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a small amount of Earth Attribute Chakra from Minato, Earth Attribute Chakra 10. Earth Attribute Chakra? Obito was taken aback. I already possess Earth Attribute Chakra. So why this? Nevertheless, with the Shadow Clone and Rasengan in his repertoire, Obito felt a sense of contentment. All right, you 3 can disperse. I shall take my leave. Minato collected the completed forms. Farewell, Sensei Minato. Obito waved goodbye along with Rin. Kakashi merely nodded indifferently. Minato promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Kakashi, Rin, let us find a place to train, Obito suggested to the two beside him. Kakashi shot Obito a glance and shook his head. No, you two can train together. I need to continue developing my new technique and cannot let you know. Obito rolled his eyes at that. Your so-called new technique is merely Chidori. What is there to hide? I already knew about it. I just chose not to expose you. After saying this, Kakashi walked away with an air of nonchalance, leaving Obito to turn to Rin. Rin, shall we go? Rin squinted and smiled apologetically. Sorry, Obito. I cannot accompany you to train today. I need to return to the shop to help. Obito immediately felt disheartened and sighed. Not even you can join me. Rin approached and gently pinched Obito's cheek, saying, Obito, please don't say that. It's not that I don't wish to train with you. It's just that my mother has to visit the hospital today, so I must return to attend to her. Farewell. Seemingly aware that her gesture was overly affectionate, Rin hastily withdrew her hand. A faint blush adorned her small face as she turned and sprinted away. Watching Rin's retreating figure, a smile crept across Obito's face. The little girl truly was amusing. After teasing him, she became bashfully flustered and ran off. In the Hokage office on the second floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, engrossed in the documents before him. Suddenly, a figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the desk. This individual, with blonde hair and blue eyes clad in a green ninja vest, was none other than Minato Namikaze. Third Hokage. My 3 students have submitted their applications for the Chunin exams, Minato stated, bowing slightly and retrieving the forms from his ninja tool pouch. Hiruzen seemed entirely unsurprised by Minato's arrival, as if he had anticipated it. He raised his gaze and casually glanced at Minato, inquiring, So, Minato, what did Obito say? Does he still refuse to join the Umbu? Minato shook his head. Third Hokage, I have not broached the subject of joining the Umbu with Obito today. As you know, ever since the incident with Danzo, Obito has harbored a certain reluctance towards the direct ninja department of the Hokage. Following the assassination attempt orchestrated by Danzo, Hiruzen had dispatched personnel to investigate the training grounds where Obito practiced, personally examining the combat situation there. The Umbu operatives, through meticulous surveillance and evidence, along with Obito's unscathed appearance the following day, reported back to Hiruzen that Obito had utterly overwhelmed the 3 root ninjas. Hiruzen had also thoroughly investigated the capabilities of those 3 root ninjas, confirming that they were all elite jonin. This indicated that, at that moment, Obito possessed the strength to decisively defeat 3 elite jonin, and perhaps even had capabilities that were far more formidable. The revelation of this fact left both Hiruzen and Danzo profoundly astonished. Who would have imagined that the renowned 9-year-old Uchiha boy concealed such depth of power? However, despite Hiruzen dispatching numerous skilled Umbu operatives to monitor Obito for an extended period, they discerned no unusual behavior. Apart from participating in ninja missions alongside Minato's class daily, he primarily spent his time alternating training sessions with Kakashi, Rin, and Hong. Among the valuable intelligence gathered by the Umbu operatives, aside from Obito's inclination toward early romance and his complicated entanglements with the 2 girls, there were no other concerns. At last, Hiruzen felt a sense of relief regarding Obito. Perhaps it could be said that Hiruzen continued to harbor a sense of compassion for him, wishing to incorporate Obito into his department. After all, everyone has their privacy. Becoming a prodigy at the tender age of 9 while desiring to conceal one's abilities is, in truth, not an egregious matter. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to engage with Minato, subtly suggesting that he persuade Obito to join his direct Umbu. However, Obito remained steadfast in his refusal, unwilling to part ways with Team 7. Despite Minato's numerous attempts to convince him, Obito still showed no interest in joining the Umbu. Hiruzen sighed in exasperation and remarked, Minato, is it because of the earlier incident where Danzo sent assassins after Obito, and my failure to hold Danzo accountable, that has left a thorn in Obito's heart? Minato nodded in agreement. Lord Third, I believe that to be the case. That little rascal, despite his cheerful demeanor, is quite sensitive. Your lack of support during that incident may have created a rift in his heart. Hiruzen acknowledged, it seems you hold Obito in high regard. That is well. Your bond with him is strong, and thus, it is best for him to remain under your guidance. After all, being under your tutelage essentially means he is still under my supervision. Minato, as a disciple of Jiraiya, is also my grand student as Hokage. Therefore, Obito Uchiha remains within my sphere of influence. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and the Chunin exams that Minato spoke of had arrived. This particular examination mirrored the format of the Chunin exams during Naruto's time, consisting of 3 rounds. The first round was a written test assessing theoretical knowledge. The second round took place in the Forest of Death, involving a contest for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls in team battles. The third round was an individual competition, where participants would face off in a tournament, with the victors advancing to become Chunin. However, there was one notable difference. During Naruto's era, peace prevailed, allowing Konoha to adopt an open examination system to foster goodwill with other nations, inviting ninja from various villages to participate in the Chunin exams. Currently, though, nations were engulfed in chaotic warfare, making it impossible for Konoha to open its doors to allow ninjas from other villages to partake in the exams. Consequently, this time, only Konoha's ninjas would participate in the Chunin exams. This arrangement significantly reduced the likelihood of life-threatening conflicts over scrolls in the Forest of Death, as it was understood that, despite the allowance for such actions, all participants belonged to the same village and would refrain from engaging in such extreme behavior. Within a spacious classroom, numerous ninjas adorned with the Konoha forehead protector sat quietly in their seats, awaiting the commencement of the first written examination for the Chunin selection. Obito turned his head, surveying the room. Most of his classmates from graduation were present: Asuma, Kurenai, Mangekyō, Rin Nohara, Kakashi, Mitarashi Anko, Shino Aburame, Mizuki, and Konohamaru Sarutobi, among others. In addition to these familiar faces, there were several older candidates who had not successfully graduated in previous years or had chosen to participate in the Chunin exams only once they felt assured of their abilities. Among them, the eldest appeared to be around 20 years of age. Kakashi, Rin, and Hong were seated in the front row, distanced from Obito. The only familiar face beside Obito was the not-so-frequent acquaintance, Mitarashi Anko. Anko had tucked a takeout box beneath her desk, filled with an abundance of dango. With her large eyes scanning the surroundings, she noticed no one was paying her any mind and leaned over her desk, beginning to sneak bites. Oh, today's 3-colored dango tastes delightful, simply exquisite. Seeing her relish the treat stirred a pang of hunger within Obito. He leaned closer to Anko and whispered, "Anko, could you spare me a couple? I haven't had breakfast." Upon hearing this, Anko quickly clutched the box to her chest, holding it tightly as if fearing Obito might snatch it away. With a wary expression, she replied, "I can't give you any. This is a new flavor I just bought today, and if I share, I won't have enough for myself." Obito pouted and teased, "You're so stingy. Eating all that. Be careful, or you'll end up resembling a sweet potato." By the time of Boruto's generation, Anko seemed to have become quite plump. This was likely due to her indulgence, leading to midlife weight gain. Sweet potatoes, however, I happen to enjoy quite a lot, he thought with a chuckle. Anko, unbothered, continued to smile. "Eat, eat. May it be your downfall," Obito muttered inwardly, critiquing the unyielding woman. "Here, take some. You are the first to share my dango," Anko suddenly offered, extending the box toward him. Soon, the examiner for the first assessment entered the arena, prompting everyone to commence the initial round of testing. The examination format mirrored the one Naruto and his peers had participated in. The questions were exceedingly difficult, far beyond the curriculum taught at the Ninja Academy. However, among the candidates, there were spies dispatched by the teachers who were privy to all the answers. These spies would promptly begin answering, filling in the correct responses. The remaining candidates would need to employ their investigative skills to retrieve the correct answers. Sharingan. Without hesitation, Obito activated his Sharingan, quickly identifying the spy possessing the correct answers. Utilizing the mimicry ability of his Sharingan, he began to replicate the strokes of the spy's writing. The moment the spy completed the correct answers, Obito finished his own exam. It wouldn't be long before others in the Chunin exam would realize the cheating mechanism at play. Yet, they wouldn't immediately grasp the true implications of this assessment. Thus, Obito became the first candidate to finish his exam paper. However, he did not submit it right away, as Anko was beside him, biting the pen, uncertain of how to proceed. Clearly, this girl, favored by Orochimaru, was somewhat lacking in wits. Obito quickly transcribed his answers onto a piece of paper and slipped it into Anko's hand. With a flourish, he then strode to the podium, the first to submit his exam. A subtle stir arose within the classroom. As the remaining students in their seats looked on with a mix of envy and astonishment at Obito, Mike Guy, with a comical expression of distress, cradled his head and lamented, "These questions are exceedingly difficult. How on earth did Obito manage to answer them so swiftly? Truly a prodigy." Kakashi mused internally. "I must accelerate my pace. I cannot allow Obito to outshine me." Rin's cheeks blossomed with a smile as she declared, "Obito, I shall strive as well." Anko Mitarashi, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced around furtively. Once she confirmed that the proctors were not observing her, she unfurled the crumpled note Obito had slipped her. The first line read, "Thank you for the dumplings. They were delightful. I shall treat you next time." The subsequent lines contained the correct answers to each question. Anko was deeply moved, gazing at Obito's departing figure, silently vowing, "Obito, you are truly my savior. Without you, I would undoubtedly drag everyone down." The proctors stationed in the corner of the classroom were equally astonished as they observed Obito's exit. What is going on with that boy? Could he have submitted a blank paper? It has barely been 20 minutes since the exam commenced, and he is already finished? One remarked, "Is he a new transfer?" That is Uchiha Obito, notorious among the latest graduating class for his exceptional abilities. Indeed. According to information my cousin gathered from the Umbu, this Uchiha Obito once single-handedly challenged 3 elite jonin, another exclaimed. "Goodness, is that true? That news is quite sensational." The incident involving Obito defeating 3 elite root ninjas was under investigation by the Umbu, and the third Hokage had long since issued a directive to keep it confidential. However, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever, and with the passage of time, those in the Umbu who were privy to the details gradually forgot, occasionally mentioning Obito in casual conversation. This led to a considerable number of ninjas within Konoha being aware of Obito's reputation as a young prodigy, while others remained skeptical, doubting that someone so young could possess such formidable strength. The first examination lasted approximately 2 hours. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, aside from Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Anko, Asuma, and Guy also successfully passed. At the 44th training ground, commonly referred to as the Forest of Death, shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, clusters of ninjas gathered beneath the iron fence, engaging in lively conversation. These individuals had successfully navigated the first written assessment and were now awaiting the next round of the scroll-seizing battle. Approximately 30 to 40 candidates had been eliminated in the first round, leaving less than 50 remaining. This was merely an internal Chunin exam within Konoha. Thus, the scale was not overwhelmingly vast. Obito, Rin, Kakashi, Anko, and Guy stood beneath the shade of a tree, seeking refuge from the sun's relentless rays. Rin turned to Obito and inquired, "Obito, how were you able to pass the examination so swiftly?" Akai inquired, Indeed. I noticed that Obito achieved a perfect score." Obito responded with a mysterious smile, "Is there any need to ask?" "Naturally, it's because your esteemed Toby is quite astute, having known the assessment criteria from the very beginning." Kakashi scoffed, rolling his eyes in mockery, "Obito, your audacity knows no bounds. You seize every opportunity to boast." Before Obito could retort, Yugao's face flushed with indignation as she seized Obito's arm, positioning herself protectively behind him. She glared at Kakashi, exclaiming, "You must not speak of Obito in such a manner. He is truly exceptional in my eyes." Obito wrapped an arm around Yugao's shoulders, casting a mischievous grin at Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi, did you see that? Should you dare to insult me again, there will be someone ready to defend me." Ibiki and the likes of Shiranui Gunma had initially intended to join the fray and engage with their former classmates. However, upon approaching, they were unexpectedly inundated with a deluge of affection. Asuma discreetly withdrew to a corner, silently wiping away tears, lighting a couple of cigarettes to compose himself. It seemed that his classmate Yugao, who shared the same group, remained oblivious to his affections, choosing instead to be with that rascal Obito. "Humph," Kakashi grunted. Turning away to disregard Obito and Yugao, he knew he could not out-talk the two. Mike Guy, observing from the sidelines, felt a twinge of frustration. Why was it that Obito, once as unpopular with the ladies as he was, now had even someone as lovely as Yugao taking a liking to him? Nonetheless, over the past year of competitive sparring with Obito, Guy had grown closer to Kakashi. He realized that he ought to cherish his enduring friendship with Kakashi. It was as if some unseen force compelled him toward Kakashi for a lifelong rivalry. Witnessing Kakashi, his chosen comrade, rendered speechless by Obito's antics, Guy quickly approached. offering a comforting pat on Kakashi's shoulder. Akai raised his hand, giving a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming. Kakashi, it's all right. You still have me. I shall forever be your closest friend. Kakashi cast a cold glance at Akai. I never consented to be your friend. I hope you do not harbor delusions. In an instant, Akai appeared struck by lightning, clutching his head and weeping. No, cursed Kakashi, why must you be so heartless? Obito shook his head in exasperation. Realizing that Akai's aspirations to befriend Kakashi, or rather, to forge a deep friendship, would require greater effort. However, while he jested and laughed with Yugao, he seemed to overlook the feelings of Nohara Rin, who quietly took a few steps back, observing the pair with a fleeting glimmer of sorrow and desolation in her eyes. Meanwhile, not far away, three tall competitors were stealthily scanning the surroundings, scrutinizing something intently. These individuals stood approximately 6 feet tall, seemingly in their 20s. Evidently seasoned participants of the Chunin exams who had yet to succeed in any of their attempts. Among this year's candidates, it appears that there are those with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Lord Raikage has orchestrated our infiltration for many years, aiming to seize the Byakugan and Sharingan. This time, victory is imperative. However, let us not be overly complacent. We shall only act once we have entered the examination venue, for it is within that we can engage without detection. Soon, the proctor of the second round, a ninja, arrived and began to elucidate the rules of the upcoming evaluation to the candidates. The general premise mirrored that of the original narrative. Each trio of participants would be allocated a scroll, which would be categorized as either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Upon entering the forest of death, the objective is to successfully acquire both types of scrolls, after which the entire trio must reach the central tower of the forest to commence the third round of assessments. Although there are no explicit rules governing the acquisition of scrolls, allowing for any means necessary, the nature of this internal assessment in Konoha means that participants are unlikely to resort to lethal force. It is more probable that the encounters will result in severe injuries at most. This stands in stark contrast to the external evaluations where ninjas from neighboring villages might engage in more brutal tactics. Furthermore, due to the limited number of participants, the ensuing duels in the central tower will determine who qualifies as a Chunin. In this time of turmoil, the process has been significantly streamlined. Those who succeed in the Chunin exams will predominantly be dispatched to the battlefield to provide reinforcements. Young ones, the second round of the Chunin exam commences now. You will have a maximum of 3 days within. Should anyone fail to secure both types of scrolls and reach the central tower by this time on the third day, they will be eliminated and must await the next Chunin examination, declared the proctor. With the conclusion of the proctor's announcement, the green-vested ninjas stationed outside the exam venue began to step forward, each leading a team of candidates toward the various entrances to the forest of death. The rationale behind separating the groups and allowing entry from different locations was primarily to prevent immediate conflict upon entry. As such, skirmishes would defeat the purpose of survival within the forest. The 3 days allotted are essential, given the vast expanse of the forest of death. Participants must devise a strategy to locate their opponents, acquire the scrolls, and make their way to the central tower, which will undoubtedly consume considerable time. With a creak, the heavy iron gate of the fence swung open. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin walked side by side into the depths of the forest of death. Kakashi inquired, "Should we formulate a battle strategy?" "There's no need. Those individuals pose no real threat to us. We can simply stroll in," Obito replied, shaking his head. Kakashi, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "While that may be accurate, should others overhear you, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage." As they spoke, the trio ventured deeper into the woods. Rin, who had been silent since their departure, kept her head lowered as they walked, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. Obito noticed her demeanor, keenly aware of her unease. Moreover, Obito has come to realize that the young girl might be feeling a tinge of jealousy due to his relationship with Rin. After all, over the past year, his bond with Rin has remained quite strong. He can also perceive that Rin harbors feelings for him. "Rin, are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" In an attempt to lift her spirits, Obito broached a somewhat awkward topic. Rin shook her head. "I'm not thirsty. You can drink it yourself." Obito, maintaining his straightforward demeanor, continued, "Not thirsty? How about a rice ball to replenish your energy?" "No, Obito, I don't wish to talk right now. Please don't bother me." Rin cast a glance at Obito, laden with complexity, before turning away and placing Kakashi between them. Obito felt quite helpless. The young girl was clearly upset, but with Kakashi present, he could not overly pursue ways to comfort her. Suddenly, a rustling emerged from a dense thicket ahead. Kakashi's expression turned vigilant as he grasped the hilt of his short blade. Be cautious, something SMS. Rin and Obito promptly halted, retrieving kunai from their tool pouches. Without hesitation, Obito threw a kunai into the bush. The blade sliced through branches, embedding itself within the foliage. However, just seconds before the kunai arrived, 3 figures sprang forth from the thicket, brandishing kunai and eyeing Obito and his companions warily. These 3 were familiar faces: Mizuki, Shimizu Bakoku, and Narasuawa. Upon seeing them, Obito couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Isn't this the young Master Bakoku of the Shimizu clan? Along with the sycophant Mizuki? Ever since his defeat at Obito's hands, Bakoku had harbored resentment. Later, when he attempted to send his subordinates to bully Obito, he ended up getting beaten instead. Even the 3 elite ninjas under Bakoku's command had met their demise at Obito's hands. Bakoku genuinely feared Obito now and had not dared to provoke him since. With a wary expression, Bakoku scrutinized Obito, panic evident in his eyes. Uchiha Obito, what do you intend? Don't forget the rules of the exam. You cannot kill. Obito could easily discern the fear reflected in Bakoku and Mizuki's eyes. Clearly, Bakoku was apprehensive that Obito might eliminate him. Although Obito had no intention of killing either of them, instilling a bit of fear was certainly warranted. With a playful smirk, Obito replied, "Is that so? But I distinctly recall the instructor stating that all means could be employed to seize an opponent's scroll. The rules did not specify that killing was prohibited." Upon hearing this, the fear on Bakoku and Mizuki's faces intensified, and they stepped back several paces. Kakashi and Rin exchanged surprised glances, turning their attention toward Obito. However, being perceptive and familiar with Obito, both Kakashi and Rin understood that he was merely trying to intimidate Bakoku and Mizuki. Thus, they chose not to comment further. Naramiku's eyes were filled with confusion. Obito, we are all classmates. Even if there were past grievances between you and Kikoku, is it truly necessary to resort to such extreme measures? The sycophant, Mizuki, hurriedly stepped forward, awkwardly offering an apology. Indeed, Obito, even if we have erred in the past, let us put aside our differences today. Let you off? That is out of the question. Obito scoffed. He still vividly recalled the incident when Shimura Danzo had sent assassins after him, only to shift the blame onto Kikoku. Ultimately, Kikoku had been inexplicably detained for a time, and the matter was left unresolved. Although Obito had endured in silence since then, the current circumstances in the Forest of Death presented the perfect opportunity to investigate the details of that event. As he spoke, Obito advanced, charging towards the trio across from him. Shadow imitation technique. Naramiku clasped her hands together, crouching to activate her family's secret art. The shadow at her feet swiftly elongated, reaching towards Obito. Miku, hold them off for a moment. We'll provide support. Mizuki, knowing full well that the 3 of them stood no chance against Obito, panicked and retreated a few steps before hastily diving into the nearby thicket, sprinting away. I'll keep an eye on that Mizuki brat. Miku, buy us some time. Kikoku, without a second thought, also turned to flee. You 2 idiots. Naramiku felt a wave of frustration wash over her. What kind of teammates were these? Support meant running away. Obito understood that if her shadow connected with him, he would be immediately controlled. Thus, as he dodged and leaped, he flung several shuriken towards her. The shuriken whistled through the air, aimed directly at Naramiku's face. She faced 2 choices: either relinquish her shadow imitation, allowing Obito to advance unimpeded, or remain a target, risking injury from the shuriken to buy time for Kikoku and Mizuki's escape. Any rational person would opt for the first choice. Naramiku promptly abandoned her control over the shadow imitation, retreating while drawing out kunai to block the incoming shuriken. The sounds of clashing weapons rang out as she deflected each shuriken that flew her way. Once she was out of danger, she stepped aside for Obito. I know you have grievances with those 2. Go, deal with those scoundrels. Naramiku was furious, harboring deep disdain for the 2 who had betrayed their team. She had never anticipated being grouped with such shameless individuals. All right, thanks. Obito chuckled, continuing his pursuit in the direction Kikoku and Mizuki had fled. Naramiku's shadow imitation training was still not sufficiently refined. Therefore, it posed little obstacle for Obito. However, Obito harbored no desire to harm her. Observing the two shameless fellows, Bakugo and Mizuki, flee in a panic amused him greatly. "Run, Bakugo! Hurry, he's coming for you!" Mizuki sprinted for his life, yet deep within, he felt a genuine fear of Obito. Occasionally, he cast furtive glances over his shoulder. Upon realizing that Obito was less than 10 meters away from him and Bakugo, his terror intensified, compelling him to run with all his might, lamenting the fact that he wished he had 2 more legs. "Stop wasting time. You need to hold him off for a moment. He after me, not you." Bakugo understood all too well the depth of animosity between himself and Obito. He knew that the trouble Obito sought was indeed directed at him, Shimizu Bakugo. Thus, in a rather shameless manner, he once again resorted to betraying his ally. Grabbing Mizuki's arm, he forcefully flung him toward Obito. "Scoundrel! Shimizu Bakugo, you wretched traitor! I will forever despise you." Mizuki, airborne, extended his middle finger at Bakugo, cursing his treachery. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Mizuki felt a tremendous force strike his back, nearly causing him to lose consciousness as blood sprayed from his mouth. "Get lost. I have no interest in you." Obito kicked Mizuki aside and relentlessly pursued Bakugo, who was desperately fleeing ahead. "Ha ha ha, Bakugo, here I come. Feel the fear, the dread, the rage. You cannot escape my grasp." Obito deliberately closed the distance between them, laughing maniacally as he instilled terror in Bakugo. Ever since he had replicated Gai's 8 gates, his physical prowess had significantly improved. With the ability to open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, he was no match for Bakugo's meager abilities. Breathless, Bakugo ran for his life, nearly losing his sanity to fear as he shouted, attempting to dispel his anger towards Obito. "Get away! Uchiha Obito! You monster, you're not human. Don't come any closer, stay away from me." The two enacted a chaotic chase through the woods, creating quite a commotion. The surrounding ninjas, initially lying in ambush, were left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Are those two treating this place like a playground? Wait, that's Uchiha Obito and Shimizu Bakugo. Let us follow them. They're bound to be a spectacle. I've heard that Shimizu Bakugo previously crossed Obito, so he's in for a rough time now. Near the forest's edge, Kakashi and Rin stood, their expressions clouded with concern. The sounds of Bakugo and Obito echoed through the woods. Given their understanding of Obito, they knew he was merely indulging in his playful whims, treating Shimizu Bakugo as a source of amusement. "Kakashi, let us go. We must see what unfolds and ensure Obito doesn't stir up any real trouble." Lin greeted Kakashi and hurriedly pursued the trail leading towards Obito. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and matched Lin's pace. Nara Shikaku lingered in place, uncertain whether to chase after Bakugo and Mizuki or to withdraw from the competition altogether. Ultimately, she decided to follow in the footsteps of Kakashi and Lin, exclaiming, "Hey, wait for me." Meanwhile, Obito was playfully chasing Bakugo, who was terrified and stumbling in his frantic escape. Seeing Bakugo in such a distressed state, Obito felt a twinge of pity and resolved to cease his teasing. With a sudden burst of speed, Obito delivered a powerful kick to Bakugo's back. "Ah!" Bakugo cried out in anguish, falling to the ground. However, he was still a remarkable talent among the younger generation of the Shimura clan. Instead of immediately lamenting his pain, he swiftly rolled over and assumed the starting stance of the lightning whip technique, preparing to counterattack Obito. Yet, as he turned, his gaze locked with Obito's crimson eyes. The Sharingan. As the Tomoe spun, the ninjutsu was activated. Bakugo's expression grew vacant, standing frozen in place, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Speak. Relate to me the events that led to your imprisonment a year ago," Obito commanded coldly. Bakugo numbly nodded and responded like a simpleton. "I was imprisoned because Uncle Danzo told me I needed to take some responsibility for the route and help quell certain matters." "What matters specifically?" Obito inquired, his brow furrowing. "I don't know. Uncle Danzo didn't tell me. He only mentioned that once I was released, he would grant me some superior ninjutsu and personally instruct me in my training." Upon hearing this, Obito realized that questioning Bakugo further would yield no fruitful information. Danzo was indeed meticulous in his dealings, not revealing a word about the assassination plot against Obito. Nonetheless, Bakugo's statements were sufficient to establish that the incident was orchestrated by Danzo, leaving Bakugo entirely uninvolved. The notion that Obito and Bakugo had a conflict, or that Bakugo had instigated an attack on Obito, was mere fabrication, a pretext concocted by Danzo to evade culpability. Obito had every reason to believe that the third Hokage, with his authority and position, would not be oblivious to the crux of the matter. His suspicions were not misplaced. The third Hokage was indeed complicit with that old schemer. Danzo. A cold chuckle escaped Obito's lips. What audacity to expect him to join the Yumbu. If the third Hokage could not treat others with sincerity, how could he expect Obito to serve him faithfully? It was best to distance himself from such a person and avoid any entanglement. It became evident that he could extract nothing further from Baokaku. Obito began to search through his belongings and found the scroll issued upon entry. The scroll belonging to Kagaku was the Earth Scroll, identical to the one Obito possessed. However, Obito reclaimed his scroll, unwilling to leave it with such a shameless individual. With no hesitation, Obito unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Kagaku, venting the pent-up frustration within him. After enduring the initial heavy blow, Kagaku awoke from the Jinjutsu. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Obito, lying helplessly on the ground as his cries of agony echoed far and wide. "Ah, stop. Please stop. I beg you. No more. No more." Meanwhile, the observing ninjas, drawn to the spectacle, witnessed Kagaku's battered state, bruised and disfigured. Instantly, their faces contorted in disbelief, and they shook their heads in lament. How ruthless! That Uchiha Obito is truly a monster. He not only stole the scroll, but also beat him to such a pulp. Enough, we should leave quickly. Can't you see he's in a berserk state? Be careful, or we might find ourselves in his line of fire. As the show approached its climax, the onlooking ninjas stealthily retreated into the thickets, eager to avoid provoking the likes of Uchiha Obito. Should he turn his wrath upon them, it would be an unwise endeavor. Suddenly, from the treetops behind, several figures leapt forward and halted behind Obito. They were Kakashi and Rin, who had come in pursuit. At the rear, Nara Suehwa supported Mizuki, who was slowly making his way over. Mizuki, initially groaning in misery, froze in fear upon spotting Obito, clinging to a tree trunk, too terrified to approach. Kakashi, witnessing Kagaku's pitiful condition, remarked, "You truly are ruthless." Obito merely scoffed, asserting that a beating was a light punishment for someone who had allied with that old rogue. Danzo. Kakashi and Rin were well aware of the villainous reputation of Danzo, having spent every day with Obito, sharing in his tales, unless they were matters too sensitive to discuss. Rin stepped forward, pulling Obito back. "Enough. Let it go, Obito, don't escalate this further." Obito leaned closer to Rin, gazing into her large eyes, and grinned. "Rin-chan, are you not angry with me anymore?" As Rin beheld Obito's face so near, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and she playfully shoved his shoulder, exclaiming, "Who said I was angry? You really have some nerve." Obito sensed that the little girl had likely calmed down. Though he hadn't endeavored to placate her, he could still discern her emotions. "Let us proceed. We must continue our search for the scrolls we need." Immediately, Obito wrapped one arm around Kakashi's shoulder and the other around Rin's, urging them onward. "Obito, let go of me," Rin protested, her voice tinged with both embarrassment and annoyance, as the trio vanished into the depths of the forest. The Death Forest spanned an immense area. Although they had encountered several ninjas from different teams near the periphery, while Obito pursued Kagaku, as they ventured deeper, they found no signs of other participants. With the sun descending in the sky, the light began to fade. The trio halted by a small stream, preparing for their evening camp. In the past, when accompanying Minato on missions, they had clear divisions of labor during their camping trips. Rin primarily organized the sleeping bags and gear. Obito gathered firewood from the surroundings, while Kakashi hunted for food to ensure their meals were well prepared. "I'll go catch some fish since the conditions here are perfect for it," Kakashi said, glancing at the stream and calling out to Obito and Rin. As he mentioned, the stream teemed with lively fish, leaping joyfully from the water. It seemed their dinner was secured for the night. "Rin, I'll gather some firewood too and see if I can catch something wild to supplement our meal," Obito announced to Rin. "All right. Be careful," Rin nodded, turning her attention to her tasks. "Don't worry, it may look dangerous here, but I'm not threatened," Obito chuckled, leaping onto a nearby tree trunk and darting off in one direction. Within the Death Forest, there were indeed numerous fierce creatures like tigers and leopards. The trio had encountered several during their travels that afternoon. Given that it was the period of the Chunin exam, it was possible that a team of ninjas lay in ambush somewhere, waiting to strike. However, Obito was confident in his abilities and felt no concern, especially with Rin and Kakashi together, which provided them a measure of safety. As he leaped forward, He scanned the underbrush for signs of rabbits or other small creatures. Unbeknownst to him, he had traveled quite a distance when he faintly heard the sounds of a skirmish ahead. What is happening? Are there people fighting over scrolls? Obito furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. His team possessed 2 Earth Scrolls, and they needed 1 more Heaven Scroll to successfully complete the second stage of the Chunin exam. Thus, unable to suppress his curiosity, Obito pressed forward, heading toward the source of the noise. As he rushed onward, the sounds of battle grew clearer. Finally, Obito reached his destination, pausing atop a large tree, parting the foliage to gaze below. The clashing of weapons resounded continuously in the clearing below, where 6 ninjas were locked in a fierce confrontation. The 6 individuals adorned with ninja headbands were evidently ninjas from Konoha. However, they presented a striking contrast in stature, with 3 towering figures and 3 shorter ones, showcasing a significant age disparity. The shorter trio was instantly recognized by Obito. They were his former classmates. 2 were male, Aoyama Yamashiro and Reito Ninjutsu. In the original narrative, these 2 later became bodyguards for Minato, having been taught the Flying Thunder God technique by him. Unfortunately, their skills were lacking, and they could only perform a technique known as the Flying Thunder Array when working in unison. The female member of this group was named Yoko Hyuga, a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan. She possessed both beauty and charm, resembling Hinata Hyuga closely. The 3 taller individuals appeared to be around 20 years old, their muscular physiques evident as each wielded a ninja sword. Their swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp, forcing Yoko and her companions to retreat continuously, leaving them defenseless. At this moment, Aoyama and Reito had sustained several cuts, blood oozing from their wounds. Yet they continued to endure valiantly. Ha ha, today we shall finally obtain the Byakugan, little girl. Surrender quietly, and you may be spared some pain. One of the muscle-bound men taunted. Indeed, if you willingly relinquish the Byakugan, we might consider granting you 3 a chance at survival. The trio of brawny men had cornered Yoko and her friends, forming a semicircular encirclement as they slowly advanced, their laughter echoing ominously. Aoyama gritted his teeth, pressing against his bleeding wound, seething, damn it. Their target is Yoko's Byakugan. Reito added, Yoko, these 3 must be spies infiltrating Konoha. Aoyama and I will find a way to hold them off while you escape and seek help. Yoko's delicate face was etched with concern as she shook her head vigorously. No, you're already injured. If I leave, you 2 will die. Reito shouted, Yoko, don't you understand? If you don't leave now, we'll all perish here. We must find a way to relay the existence of these spies, or our sacrifice will be in vain. The 3 muscle-bound men exchanged glances, their sinister laughter resounding once more. Having concealed their identities in Konoha for years, they lived in constant apprehension of being discovered, which left them feeling uneasy. Now, if they could successfully seize the little girl's Byakugan, they would fulfill their mission and escape back to the hidden cloud village. Ah, how touching! The sacrifice and dedication of these little ones from Konoha truly command respect. Enough of this pointless delay. Eliminate them all. Secure the Byakugan and leave at once. Tears welled in Yoko's eyes, her heart filled with complex emotions. She had not anticipated that her 2 comrades would be willing to go this far for her. Despite their motivations stemming from a spirit of sacrifice for Konoha, it still moved Yoko deeply. With a determined nod, Yoko finally resolved to take action. She pivoted and leaped backward, treading upon the ancient trunk of a millennia-old tree, intent on climbing upward to escape. Futile, little girl, how could we possibly allow your escape? One of the 3 burly men, a bald giant, bellowed. In an instant, he sprang into the air, brandishing his ninja blade, aiming a deadly slash toward Hinata Yoko. Lightning release, thunder binding. The blade in the bald man's hand shimmered with electric brilliance. The lightning surged forth like a serpentine entity, swiftly ensnaring Hinata Yoko in a firm embrace. A piercing cry escaped her lips as the electric tendrils coursed through her, rendering her limbs paralyzed and sending her crashing heavily to the ground. Attack! Eliminate them all. The trio of muscular brutes surged forward, gripping their ninja blades tightly, each selecting a target to strike mercilessly at Hinata Yoko and her companions. Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly, a figure adorned with goggles leaped down from above the great tree. In midair, he formed hand seals, and 2 bursts of white smoke erupted. From the mist emerged 2 identical shadow clones. Altogether, 3 Uchiha Obitos descended before Hinata Yoko and her companions. With a sharp clang, The three Obitos, each wielding a kunai, positioned themselves defensively, intercepting the descending ninja blades. The muscular men exchanged astonished glances, exerting all their might downward, yet they could not breach Obito's formidable defense. Sharingan. Obito's original eyes transformed from black to crimson, the three Tomoe whirling rapidly within. Simultaneously, he locked eyes with one of the burly men, unleashing the Jutsu of the Sharingan. Immediately, the man succumbed to dizziness. Losing control of his body, the ninja blade slipped from his grip, and he crumpled to the ground. Damn it! It's the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The remaining two muscular men finally sensed the anomaly, but it was too late to rush to their comrade's aid. For Obito had already crouched down, thrusting his kunai with lethal intent. The ensnared ninja was pierced through the heart, dying on the spot. Instantly, the last remaining bald giant and a bearded thug hastily retreated, widening the distance between them, brandishing their ninja blades defensively while eyeing Obito with wariness. Obito, what brings you here? Hinata Yoko, still on the ground, her eyes glistening with tears, had just begun to recover from the paralysis of the lightning. She gazed at Obito's silhouette, filled with gratitude and astonishment, feeling that this boy, with whom she had scarcely interacted, appeared remarkably gallant in this moment. Obito turned back to glance at his three classmates, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yoko. Aoba, are you all right? Yoko nodded vigorously, cradling her hands against her chest, her eyes sparkling with affection. Yes, Obito, we are so grateful you came to rescue us. Thank you, Obito. In the mountainous city, Chingya removed her sunglasses, her eyes filled with gratitude and complexity as she gazed at Obito. She exclaimed loudly, Obito, under no circumstances should those two escape. They are undoubtedly spies from another village infiltrating Konoha, and their objective is to seize Hinata's Byakugan. The three individuals, relieved to have been rescued, found themselves at a loss for words to adequately express their appreciation for Obito. After all, they had narrowly avoided death at the hands of the three ninjas. It could be said that they had ventured close to the gates of the underworld, and Obito had forcibly pulled them back from that brink. Rest assured, those two fellows are incapable of stirring up any trouble, Obito remarked, nodding as he turned his attention to the two burly ninjas standing nearby, observing them intently. All three wore the forehead protectors of Konoha, and their skin tones were not significantly different from those of the villagers. However, Chingya was correct. Since they aimed to seize the Byakugan, they must be spies from another village embedded within Konoha. Yet, the identity of these three spies remained uncertain to Obito for the time being. Speak. From which village do you hail? Obito demanded, brandishing a kunai as he approached the two men. The muscular duo exchanged glances but remained silent, continuing to regard Obito with wariness as they gradually retreated. The bearded giant inquired, It's the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. What should we do? The bald giant responded, We need to retreat and find a way to escape. This kid is formidable. Despite Obito's reputation in Konoha not being widely recognized yet, the three ninjas could discern from his recent strike that this Uchiha youth possessed strength far superior to their own. As soon as the bald giant finished speaking, both men simultaneously produced black iron balls from their persons, forcefully smashing them onto the ground. With two loud bangs, the moment the iron balls made contact with the earth, they exploded, not with fire or hidden weapons, but with a thick, purple smoke that rapidly enveloped the area. The smoke carried a pungent odor, and the two muscular men turned to flee, leaping into the forest and sprinting for their lives. Ding! The host has triggered a temporary mission. Apprehend the remaining two spies and deliver them to the central tower of the Death Forest for Konoha's ninja to handle. Completing the mission will yield the following rewards. Reward 1. 2 opportunities to replicate. Reward 2. Random item reward. Obito, quickly stop those two. We cannot allow them to escape. They are spies. Chingya shouted anxiously as she witnessed their flight. Obito cast a sidelong glance at her. It was evident that she had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire, placing the village's safety above her own. While he did not possess such noble ideals, the system had indeed issued a mission, and tasks must be completed to reap the rewards. Tobirama swiftly cast his gaze over the three individuals, noting that only Hinata Yoko remained unscathed. He instructed Yoko, Please tend to their injuries for the time being. Once I capture those two rascals, I will return to you immediately. At that moment, Hinata Yoko was still in a state of infatuation, gazing dreamily at Tobirama. She nodded vigorously, her voice softer than usual. Yes, Tobirama-kun, leave it to me. Without hesitation, Tobirama turned and leapt in pursuit of the fleeing ninjas. Previously, he had heard tales of Hinata Yoko's infatuation, but now he experienced firsthand the extent of her adoration. It was undeniable that his charm had captivated countless young maidens. For over a year, Tobirama had primarily focused on physical training, enabling him to move at remarkable speed. Although he was a step behind the two burly ninjas, it was not long before he caught up to their pace, now within 10 meters of them. Damn it, that kid is closing in. The bald giant, as he raced through the treetops, occasionally glanced back. Upon seeing Tobirama gaining on him, panic flashed in his eyes. Leave it to me. The bearded man abruptly halted. He swiftly formed several hand seals, causing the blade of his ninja sword to shimmer with electric brilliance. Lightning release, thunderstrike. As the bearded man gripped his sword with both hands and swung it down forcefully, the lightning intensified, extending like a serpent towards Tobirama. However, to his dismay, the strike failed to connect, passing harmlessly through Tobirama. With a thunderous roar, the serpent's head collided with a large tree behind, resulting in a resounding explosion as the trunk splintered and debris scattered. The tree toppled, effectively blocking Tobirama's path. Damn it, what is going on? The bearded man was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. His attack had seemingly failed to affect his adversary. He had clearly aimed at the boy with the Sharingan. Was it an illusion? He quickly dismissed that notion. Illusions could not be so tangible, and his mind remained clear. Was it an afterimage? That too seemed implausible, as the boy had not dodged but rather ignored his attack entirely, accelerating in pursuit. Frustration and fear surged within the bearded man, stemming from his uncertainty about the Sharingan boy's capabilities and the overwhelming pressure he exuded. Despite being merely a child of around 10, the bearded man could distinctly sense that the boy's strength far surpassed that of both him and his companion. Lightning release, thunderstrike. The bearded man unleashed his signature move once more. He brandished the ninja katana in his hand and struck towards Obito. The blade shimmered with crackling lightning, which transformed into a long serpent, roaring as it surged towards Obito. This time, Obito refrained from charging straight ahead. Before the lightning serpent could reach him, he infused chakra into the soles of his feet, leaping onto the tree trunk and soaring to the top of the towering tree. He bounded from the treetop, rapidly pursuing the two ninjas below. A thunderous explosion resonated behind him, as another ancient tree was struck by the lightning serpent. Obito had already positioned himself directly above the two ninjas. He's above us. Be cautious. The bearded man, his face etched with tension and sweat beading on his forehead, gripped his katana tightly, his eyes fixed on the sky. Meanwhile, the bald man halted his escape, standing back to back with the bearded man, both on guard against a potential ambush from Obito. Suddenly, the dense foliage above erupted with violent movement. Obito descended from the branches, hanging upside down. He crossed his arms in front of him, several shurikens nestled between his fingers. With a swift flick of his wrist, the shurikens whistled through the air, aimed at the two ninjas. The sound of clashing metal rang out. The bearded man swung his katana, expertly deflecting each incoming shuriken. As they scattered across the ground, the bald man had already assumed a peculiar stance, gripping his katana with both hands. Cloud flow breaking slash. Just as Obito prepared to attack from above, the bald man created an impenetrable wall of blades with a flurry of movements. The bright flashes of steel illuminated the air, and as Obito descended, he found himself caught by numerous strikes. However, before the two muscular ninjas could celebrate their apparent victory, a resounding bang echoed. A white smoke erupted, and the fallen Obito dissipated into the air. Damn it, it's a shadow clone. The bald man's expression shifted to one of alarm. Fire style, great fireball technique. Unbeknownst to them, Obito had already emerged from behind a tree, 5 meters away. As he appeared, his hand seals were complete. He extended one palm forward. His head tilted back slightly, and with a forceful exhale, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth. The flames quickly coalesced into a great orb, crackling as it surged through the air toward the two ninjas. Watch out! The bald man shouted in alarm, urging his companion. The two swiftly leaped into the air, climbing the nearby tree to evade the fireball's assault. The fireball collided with a millennia-old tree trunk, igniting a burst of flames that spread outward, almost simultaneously with their leap. The bearded man launched a counterattack. Lightning style, lightning strike. He unleashed his lightning technique once more. As the ninja's blade swished through the air, bolts of lightning coalesced into a serpentine form, extending towards Obito with a menacing grace. "You're doomed," he sneered, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "At this close range, there's no escaping my lightning release." The bearded man was confident that victory was assured, for Obito was still in the aftermath of executing his fire release technique. The instantaneous nature of the lightning technique at such proximity meant that the electric serpent could obliterate its target in the blink of an eye. Just as anticipated, Obito had barely begun to withdraw, unable to execute his escape. His pupils dilated in terror as he gazed upon the approaching lightning, his body paralyzed with fear. With a crackling sound, the lightning serpent struck Obito, piercing through his abdomen. Yet, the anticipated splatter of blood failed to materialize. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and the Obito who had unleashed the fire technique vanished once more, engulfed in the mist. "What? How could this be?" The bearded man gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That phrase is being returned to you. You're finished. At such close quarters, you cannot evade my attack." Obito's voice resonated from behind the bearded man. Raising his right palm, Obito had unknowingly summoned a swirling blue chakra sphere within his grasp. The air around the sphere crackled with energy, indicating its formidable offensive power. Rasengan. He thrust his palm forward, and the Rasengan crashed into the back of the bearded ninja. A thunderous explosion echoed as the bearded man let out a pained scream, blood spewing from his mouth. The violent energy of the Rasengan seared a massive crater into his back, propelling him through the air, spinning uncontrollably. Mangekyō. Damn it! The bald, muscular man watched in horror as his companion was severely injured, panic flooding his visage as he looked towards Obito. What kind of terrifying power did this 10-year-old possess? The proficiency displayed by his shadow clone was beyond imagination. Not only had he effortlessly deceived his opponent, but his attack methods were exceedingly fierce. As Mangekyō collided with several large trees before finally coming to a halt, the bald man felt a chill of dread wash over him. However, he knew he could not match Obito's speed, and escape was out of the question. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his ninja blade, launching an assault towards Obito. "You seem weaker than the other two," Obito chuckled, unfazed as he adeptly defended against the bald ninja's strikes. Dodging left and right, he skillfully evaded every swing of the blade. Unbeknownst to the bald man, Obito had also taken out a pair of nunchaku, spinning them with dizzying finesse. Each strike found its mark, landing forcefully against the bald man's body. "Ah! Ouch!" In an instant, the forest echoed with the anguished cries of the bald, muscular man. He bore the marks of a grievous beating, his face bruised and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body marred with contusions. "Enough, enough! I surrender." At last, the man could no longer endure this torment. He cast aside his ninja sword and raised his hands in submission. It was not that he was genuinely cowardly. He simply realized that he was no match for Obito. Whether in combat or ninjutsu, he found himself utterly powerless against Obito's prowess. Conversely, Obito seemed to toy with him, a playful smile gracing his lips as he wielded the nunchaku with an air of mockery. The bald man's mental defenses crumbled entirely, leaving him with no choice but to surrender. "Hands on your head. Stand still," Obito commanded, pointing his nunchaku at the defeated warrior. "Yes, my lord," the bald man replied, his face a portrait of despair, on the verge of tears. He could not help but lament that he had been oblivious to such a formidable presence within the ranks of Konoha. Had he known that someone like Obito would participate in the Chunin exams, their scheme to seize the Byakugan would have been postponed by 3 years, thereby avoiding this unsettling encounter. Now, it seemed that 2 of his companions had perished, leaving him alone as a captive, uncertain of his fate, whether he would face execution. "Well, you seem compliant. Bind yourself," Obito remarked with satisfaction, gently tapping the bald man's head with the nunchaku. Startled, the bald man recoiled, tears streaming down his face. "Wah, my lord, I acknowledge my mistakes, but I have not yet mastered the art of binding myself." Obito, resting his chin on his hand, suddenly realized, "Ah, indeed. You have not learned that skill." He then pointed to a nearby, bearded giant who had been sent flying by a Rasengan. "How about this? You go and bind that fellow, then carry him along with me." "Yes, my lord," the bald man replied, his heart heavy with a sense of injustice. Why did this feel so peculiar? It was as if he were being treated as a slave. Yet, he dared not oppose Obito, fearing another round of nunchaku strikes. After rummaging through his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a length of rope and approached the bearded man, gently nudging him. Discovering that the man still breathed, albeit unconscious from his injuries, he felt a flicker of hope. "Fear not. I am cautious in my strikes," Obito reassured him. "I did not kill him. Now hurry and bind him so we can continue our journey." The system's task mandated the capture of both individuals alive. If Obito's actions were too severe and resulted in their deaths, the mission might very well fail. Thus, he had tempered the force of his Rasengan considerably. Now, with both spies successfully apprehended, it seemed that delivering them to the central tower of the Forest of Death would ensure the completion of the mission. Yes, I understand." The bald man nodded vigorously in agreement. Subsequently, he bound the bearded man and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Under the relentless urging of Obito, he was compelled to walk toward Hinata Yoko and her companions. Upon Obito's arrival at the area where Hinata Yoko and her comrades were engaged in battle, he discovered that the situation had undergone some changes. Yamashiro Aoi and Nara Shikamaru had received rudimentary treatment for their injuries and were leaning against a nearby tree. Their eyes closed, as if they had succumbed to unconsciousness. Hinata Yoko, however, appeared unscathed, gazing longingly in the direction from which Obito had departed, seemingly awaiting his return. Beside her stood 3 other individuals, all acquaintances of Obito: Mangekyō, Shizune, and Shikamaru Nara. These 3 stood vigil behind Hinata Yoko, attentively surveying their surroundings with vigilant expressions. Obito. Upon seeing him, Hinata Yoko's face brightened with joy, and she called out loudly, waving as she approached him. "Is everything all right over here?" Obito replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Well aware of the situation's clarity, Mangekyō, Shizune, and Shikamaru had likely been nearby and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. With their presence, it was evident that no issues would arise here. "Yes, we are all fine." "Obito, are you injured?" Hinata Yoko seemed to have forgotten to inquire about how he had managed to capture those 2 burly men. She leaned close to him, unabashedly brushing against him as if lost in admiration. While Hinata Yoko was rather carefree, Mangekyō, Shizune, and Shikamaru approached with expressions of disbelief. Having just heard Hinata Yoko recount the formidable strength of those 3 foreign spies, it was astonishing how, in just a few exchanges, they had managed to knock down Hinata Yoko and her companions. However, the current scene appeared quite different. The 2 individuals who had seemingly fled were one severely injured and the other looking quite pitiful, with a battered face, reluctantly trudging ahead. Shizune and Shikamaru exchanged glances, each reflecting bewilderment and surprise. Shizune's lips twitched slightly. What on earth did Obito do to that bald man? He looks utterly dejected. Shikamaru gulped hard. I suspect he was frightened by Obito. He truly lives up to his reputation for being a bit of a monster. Mangekyō gave Obito a thumbs up, his brilliant smile shining like a beacon. Truly worthy of being one of my eternal rivals, Obito. This is what youth should embody. AKA, Shizune, you should join us. Obito chuckled, waving to the trio. He then casually recounted the process of capturing the spies to them. As darkness enveloped the sky, only a faint moonlight illuminated the earth. The dense woods limited visibility, prompting Obito to decide to escort everyone back to the temporary camp to reunite with Kakashi and Rin for safety. In the dim light of the night, Shimura and Yada hoisted the unconscious figures of Bing and Aoyama. Akai, carrying the comatose Shanshin Aoyama, waved to Obito, beckoning him to follow. Let us proceed, he urged. Obito nodded in agreement, yet as he attempted to move, he felt a peculiar heaviness in his body. It dawned upon him that Hinata Yoko, infatuated as ever, clung to his arm, nuzzling her cheek against him. With a hint of exasperation, Obito remarked, Yoko, what are you doing? Such behavior could easily lead to misunderstandings. Her eyes sparkled with adoration as she tightened her grip, unabashedly declaring, Obito, I care not. Only by your side do I feel secure, and your handsome visage, coupled with your unique aura, captivates me deeply. I have no intention of leaving your side so easily. Taken aback, Obito raised a hand to gently push her forehead away. While I cannot deny the merits you speak of, we must keep moving. Look, Akai and the others have already distanced themselves. Yoko chuckled playfully. That's even better. Let them go, for we can then revel in our own little world. Obito called out to the distant figures of Akai and Shizune, hey, is there no one to manage her? Someone has clearly lost their senses. However, Shizune and the others merely waved back, signaling him to hurry along. Resignedly, Obito lifted his hand and struck Yoko lightly on the back of her neck. Unprepared, she promptly fainted, and he slung her over his shoulder. "Let us be off, big fellow," he urged, driving the remaining captive forward as they pressed onward. The burly man remained silent, seemingly intimidated by Obito, complying with his commands without a hint of defiance. Soon, under the cover of darkness, the group arrived at Kakashi and Rin's makeshift campsite by the brook. Kakashi had just finished fishing and had gathered some dry wood, kindling a fire. 3 fish sizzled over the flames, exuding an enticing aroma. Upon hearing the rustling in the bushes behind them, both Kakashi and Rin instinctively tensed. However, their apprehension dissipated upon recognizing the familiar voices of Obito and Akai. "Obito, is that you?" Rin exclaimed, rising to jog towards the source of the sound. She had grown anxious, for Obito had been away for quite some time under the pretense of gathering firewood. Kakashi, too, set down the skewers of fish and followed suit, heading towards the commotion. "Rin, it is me. I have returned," Obito called back, emerging from the thicket alongside Akai, Shizune, and the others, finally reaching the brook's edge. "Where have you been? We were just about to venture out to find you," Rin exclaimed, her concern evident. Lin's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. "Lin, I told you earlier. He will be fine," Kakashi remarked with his arms crossed. Yet, the flicker of concern in his eyes was carefully observed by Obito. "Lin, I apologize for making you worry," Obito said as he gently set down Hinata Yoko, handing her over to Kakashi. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, instinctively cradled the unconscious Yoko in his arms. Before he could utter a word, Obito patted his shoulder. "Kakashi, if you're worried, just say it. There's no need to maintain that indifferent facade." "Humph. Your skin is as thick as ever," Kakashi retorted, turning his head away with a hint of pride. Mangekyō gave Kakashi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Kakashi, it's wonderful to see you again, one of my lifelong rivals." Kakashi shot a cold glance at Guy. "Why are you here again? That green jumpsuit of yours is truly an eyesore." Immediately, Mangekyō appeared deflated. Yet, soon, a fierce fire ignited in his eyes as he bellowed at Kakashi. "You wretched Kakashi, this outfit symbolizes my youthful exuberance, representing the boiling vigor of my youth. It is not as dreadful as you claim." In an instant, everyone was stunned into silence by Mangekyō's melodramatic outburst, wearing expressions of disbelief. Shizune stepped forward, advising, "Everyone, let us not linger here. Can we find a place to sit down and discuss this?" Kakashi met Guy's gaze indifferently for a few seconds before nodding. "Indeed, your boiling youth is undeniable, but it is rather unsightly." "No." Mangekyō was struck down once more, clutching his head and weeping. However, the weight he had been supporting, Yamashiro Aoi, was now released, falling to the ground with a thud. Aoi, already grievously wounded, was further injured by the fall. Awakening in pain, Aoi grimaced, his face twitching. "Kai, could you please refrain from treating me this way? I am an injured party." The farcical exchange eventually came to an end. Lin took Kakashi, that sharp-tongued fellow, aside for a little moral education. Shizune, along with Guy, helped Yamashiro Aoi up from the ground and headed toward the campfire. Meanwhile, Obito turned around and bound the burly bald man. In fact, Obito had attempted to bind him during their journey, albeit not as securely, as he still needed to allow the man to travel on his own. Now that they had arrived at the campsite, Obito naturally had to be wary of him, lest he entertain thoughts of escape. As Obito returned with a large group of people, including several injured, both Lin and Kakashi were somewhat bewildered. However, they refrained from questioning him immediately. After Lin finished her conversation with Kakashi, he retrieved a lighting device from his belongings and continued to fish in the creek, as 3 grilled fish would clearly not suffice for dinner with so many people returning. Meanwhile, Lin was called by Obito to assist him. After all, both Yamakishi Aoi and Kanetsu Reito have sustained severe injuries. However, Rin has made significant progress in medical ninjutsu over the past few days. It is certainly feasible for Rin to perform basic wound treatment and facilitate healing. "Rin, please assist me in treating that fellow over there. His injuries are grave, and I fear he may not survive the night," said Dato, gesturing towards a bearded ninja lying on the ground not far away. Rin nodded. "Yes, don't worry. I'll take care of it." "Thank you, Rin-chan, you're truly wonderful," Dato chuckled, noticing Rin was sweating profusely from the effort of treating the wounds. Dato promptly moved closer and gently wiped her brow with his sleeve, brushing away the beads of perspiration. Rin's face flushed with a rosy hue at Dato's affectionate gesture. Yet she did not shy away. Instead, a delightful warmth blossomed within her heart. To divert the conversation and ease the tension, Rin quickly inquired, "By the way, Dato, you haven't told me what exactly happened earlier. Where did you go for so long?" Dato shook his head. "It's nothing. Yoko and Aoi were ambushed by someone." As he spoke, he pointed to the bald man bound on the ground. "That guy over there, and the one you're treating, seem to be spies from another village." Rin gasped in surprise. "What? Spies?" "Yes," Dato affirmed with a nod. He then recounted the entire incident to Rin. After listening, Rin couldn't help but exclaim, "How could this be? There are spies in the village, and 3 of them at that. I wonder who they are." Dato remarked, "Judging by their combat techniques and ninjutsu, they likely hail from Kumogakure." He distinctly remembered that among the 3, 2 were adept at utilizing lightning techniques, while only the bald man had not employed any. Nonetheless, his swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for Dato's recent advancements in taijutsu and his mastery of Might Guy's nunchaku techniques, he might have struggled to subdue the bald man. "Kumogakure? This situation has become quite complicated," Rin sighed, shaking her head. She then formed hand seals, a green light swirling between her palms as she began to treat the bearded man. His back bore a large, gruesome, spiral-shaped wound, appearing extremely severe. Dato leaned closer to check the man's breathing. It was weak, but still present. Fortunately, Rin's medical ninjutsu was quite formidable. After successfully treating the bearded man, his complexion improved significantly. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Might Guy had returned with a substantial catch, roasting the fish by the campfire. Upon rejoining the group, Dato and Rin began to eat and converse with everyone. After a lively discussion, Dato inquired about the progress of the teams, discovering that among the 3 groups, Might Guy, Shizune, and Shimizu Kenta had successfully acquired both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. In the trio consisting of Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, although they had not gathered both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, it is essential to remember that the Earth Scroll belonging to the nation was reclaimed by Obito. Thus, Obito possesses 2 Earth Scrolls. The scrolls held by the trio of the bald, muscular men are Heaven Scrolls, as are those held by Hinata Yoko's group. Consequently, Obito, Shizune, and Hinata Yoko's teams have now collected all the necessary scrolls. This signifies that there is no longer any need for the 3 groups to vie for the scrolls. They merely need to rest after a hearty meal, and once dawn breaks, they can commence their journey toward the central tower. The following morning, Obito led his entourage, urging the 2 muscular men forward as they made their way to the central tower. Although they encountered several ambushes along the route, the sheer size of Obito's group instilled fear in any would-be attackers, preventing them from making a move. Even those bold enough to emerge retreated in haste upon realizing Obito was at the helm, deterred from any ill intentions. After a full day of travel, as the sun began to set, Obito and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of the central tower. At last, I did not anticipate the vastness within. "The journey alone has been exhausting," Shizune remarked, shading her eyes as she gazed at the towering structure in the distance, her face alight with joy. "Let us hurry. Once inside the tower, we should be able to rest peacefully for a day." Obito gestured to the group, encouraging the 2 muscular men to advance. As Obito had indicated, upon entering the Forest of Death, the time allotted to reach the central tower and complete the assessment was 3 days. Yesterday counted as the first day, and today's journey constituted the second. This implies that the entire next day would afford Obito and his team a chance to rest within the tower, free from the worries of the impending competition. Kakashi, Rin, and the others remained silent, trailing quietly behind Obito. Shizune and Hinata Yoko walked side by side, with Yoko still exhibiting a somewhat infatuated demeanor towards Obito, albeit with her impulses somewhat restrained under his strict admonitions. Might Guy, carrying the injured Yamashiro, exuberantly shouted about youth as he dashed toward the central tower in pursuit of first place. Jolted by the hurried pace, could only lament and shed tears. Although Rin had tended to IM's injuries earlier, the rough treatment received from Guy had aggravated her condition. It seemed imperative for her to seek medical attention promptly upon reaching the central tower and to distance herself from Might Guy thereafter. At the outskirts of the central tower, numerous guard ninjas stood at attention, maintaining a vigilant stance a few meters apart. Guy, with on his back, swiftly entered through the main entrance. However, as Obito and his 2 muscular companions approached the entrance of the central tower, they were met with an obstruction from 2 green-vested ninjas stationed at the door, who raised their hands to halt Obito's party. Perhaps it was the peculiar appearance of the 2 bound men that aroused their suspicion. One of the green-vested ninjas inquired. Wait. Without further elaboration, Obito cast a glance at the two individuals, stating, "They are spies infiltrating Konoha, seeking to obtain the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Please take these two away." The mission assigned by the system was for Obito to capture these spies and deliver them alive to the central tower. Presently, Obito and his companions had successfully arrived at the central tower. By handing these two over to the Konoha ninjas, Obito would alleviate his responsibilities, and the mission should be accomplished. What? The two gatekeeping green-vested ninjas displayed expressions of shock, exchanging incredulous glances. Their eyes reflected disbelief. Yet Obito's reputation had recently resonated throughout the ninja community in Konoha. Thus, they recognized him and understood that this was no jest. The surrounding green-vested ninjas, upon hearing of the infiltrators, cast astonished glances in turn. "We understand. You may hand them over to us. You may proceed inside." The two gatekeepers nodded. Subsequently, each apprehended one of the spies, clearing a path for Obito and his group. Ding! The host has successfully captured the two spies and delivered them to the central tower of the Death Forest for Konoha ninjas to handle the temporary mission. Now, we present you with the mission rewards. Reward 1. 2 opportunities for replication. Reward 2. 50 soldier pills. Obito led his team into the tower. Simultaneously, the system's notification resonated within his mind. Soldier pills? Obito grimaced. While these were essential for marching, bolstering stamina and chakra, their taste left much to be desired, bland and unremarkable. Nonetheless, receiving 50 soldier pills as an added bonus was still commendable. What truly piqued Obito's interest were those 2 replication opportunities. Without hesitation, he directed the newly acquired opportunity toward Kakashi. With a flourish, a radiant light, visible only to Obito, enveloped Kakashi. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated Kakashi's lightning-based chakra, acquiring 15 units of lightning chakra. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have replicated Kakashi's lightning-based chakra, acquiring another 15 units of lightning chakra. Obito glanced at the virtual panel of the system. Lightning chakra, 14200. He had amassed a substantial 140 points. If he could continue to extract chakra from Kakashi, reaching an additional 60 points would enable him to master a new ninjutsu, lightning release. Noticing something amiss, Kakashi turned to Obito with a puzzled expression. "Why are you staring at me?" Obito shrugged nonchalantly. "Who is staring at you? Do you think I'm as interested in you as Guy is?" As he spoke, he pulled Rin closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "See? Only someone as adorable as Rin captures my attention." "Humph. You truly are neurotic," Kakashi huffed, raising his chin defiantly as he strode directly into the tower. He was well aware that Obito was merely jesting with him. In the past, Obito had proclaimed that he and Might Guy would be eternal comrades. Initially, Kakashi was oblivious to the meaning of this novel term, comrade. However, upon witnessing the peculiar glances Obito cast at him and Guy, he swiftly discerned the sordid thoughts that lay beneath Obito's demeanor. Furthermore, he deemed such thoughts as neurotic behavior. "Obito, please refrain from that." Rin, ensconced in Obito's embrace, felt her cheeks flush crimson. She wriggled free and dashed into the tower. "Hey, why so shy? What's wrong with a little hug, haha?" Obito chuckled mischievously, teasingly watching Rin's retreating figure. At that moment, Hinata Yoko approached, seizing Obito's arm and resting it on her shoulder. hug me, Obito. I'm willing to be embraced by you. Get away." Obito raised his hand, playfully pushing Yoko's forehead, distancing himself from her playful advances before sprinting after Rin. While Obito enjoyed teasing the girls, it felt somewhat odd to be on the receiving end of such antics, prompting him to make a hasty exit. "Obito, I despise you." Yoko pouted, stamping her feet in mock indignation, pretending to wipe away tears. As she received no response from Obito, she reluctantly grabbed Shizune and meandered toward the tower. At the entrance of the central tower, the guarding ninjas did not immediately depart after taking custody of the 2 spies from Obito. The ninja in the green vest on the left waved to his companions nearby. "Hey, let us first escort these 2 inside for detention. And you hurry to notify Lord 3rd Hokage." Understood. The 2 other green-vested ninjas nodded in agreement before dashing off toward the forest. Originally, the 3rd Hokage was supposed to make an appearance to observe the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. However, with a day and a half remaining until the conclusion of the 2nd round scroll battle, he remained at the Hokage office and had yet to arrive at the Death Forest. Nevertheless, It was imperative to report significant developments during the examination period to the third Hokage. Thus, the green-vested ninjas stationed at the central tower had no choice but to depart from the Death Forest and head to the office to relay the information. Meanwhile, the ninjas participating in the second round of the scroll battle continued their struggle within the forest. Obito and his group were among the first to successfully reach the central tower. Shortly after they entered and took a brief respite, a designated ninja arrived to escort them to the dining hall for dinner. It must be said that the central tower, with its expansive grounds and towering structure, served a purpose beyond mere aesthetics. Inside, there were dedicated chefs preparing meals. After dinner, there were specific rooms available for rest, equipped with almost all daily necessities and even bathing facilities. As night fell, once Obito and his companions had dined heartily, bathed, and succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Outside the central tower, over a dozen ninjas were sprinting directly towards the entrance. Leading the charge was a figure clad in a gray robe, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat that bore a large character for fire. This individual, approximately 60 years of age, was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Beside him was a striking young man with blue eyes and golden hair, exuding a radiant charm. He was Minato Namikaze, the most capable aide to Hiruzen. Following closely behind them was a contingent of Umbu ninjas, donned in silver vests and various masks. Upon reaching the tower's entrance, they finally came to a halt. Third Lord. The green-vested ninjas stationed around the tower bowed respectfully, greeting Hiruzen. He nodded in acknowledgement. What about the two captured by Obito? Where are they now? The two gatekeepers gestured towards the interior of the tower and replied with deference. Third Lord, they are inside and have already been detained. Please come with us. Minato. Let us proceed. Hiruzen beckoned to Minato, who promptly complied, following closely behind the two ninjas. As they traversed the corridor, Hiruzen inquired about the situation from the green-vested guards. Although they lacked precise details and had not conducted a thorough interrogation of Obito, the guarding ninjas had previously sought confirmation from Obito and his companions during dinner, gathering some essential information. It was known that two of the three intruders were adept in lightning release techniques, while the third wielded the cloud flow sword technique. Consequently, it was likely that they hailed from the village hidden in the clouds. Furthermore, these three individuals had infiltrated the village for years with the intent to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. This time, they had finally identified an opportune moment to strike, intending to escape amidst the chaos following the second graduation exam. However, they were intercepted by Obito while attacking the team of Hinata Hyuga. Obito first eliminated one of them and subsequently incapacitated the other two, bringing them back to the central tower. Having gathered this information, Hiruzen entered a secluded room and took a seat. Minato and the Umbu ninjas stood at attention nearby. Shortly thereafter, the two severely injured infiltrators were brought in. They were shackled and appeared utterly defeated. One of them, a burly man with a beard, had a pale complexion, looking as if he might faint at any moment. Although Rin had administered first aid to him in the Forest of Death, it was merely a temporary measure to preserve his life. After a long day's journey, his injuries had resurfaced, and the pain in his back was unbearable. Just as Hiruzen was about to pose his first question, the bearded man succumbed, his eyes closing as he collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Quickly, check on him. Hiruzen commanded urgently. Yes, Third Lord. Two gatekeeping ninjas clad in green vests promptly crouched down to assess the condition of the burly man with a bushy beard. Standing nearby were Watergate and a group of Umbu ninjas, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Their eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed at the grievous wound on the man's back. The injury was horrifyingly grotesque, resembling a large, spiral-shaped gash that exposed flesh and bone. Despite some rudimentary medical treatment, the spine was shockingly visible through the gruesome opening. The Umbu ninjas exchanged glances. Although they had not removed their masks, their expressions were nearly uniform. What manner of attack could inflict such a wound? Could it truly be the work of that Uchiha? It appears to me that this injury resembles the result of Watergate's Rasengan, one of them whispered. Watergate and Sarutobi Hiruzen overheard the murmurs. They exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting a complex mix of surprise and concern. Lord Third, this man has perished. His injuries are too severe. That he has persisted until now is nothing short of a miracle, reported the green-vested ninja in charge of the examination, raising his head to address Hiruzen. I see. Hiruzen nodded, then turned to Watergate with a subtle gesture. Understanding immediately, Watergate approached the corpse of the bearded man and conducted a meticulous inspection. He then turned back to Hiruzen, stating, "Lord Third, this injury was indeed caused by a Rasengan. Only a Rasengan could produce such a wound." Hiruzen, taken aback, responded, "Oh? Watergate, have you already instructed Uchiha Obito in the art of the Rasengan?" Watergate shook his head. "No, Lord Third." Hiruzen's confusion deepened. "What? If you haven't taught him? How could he know it?" Watergate too was perplexed. "I'm not entirely certain. We should finish our current tasks and inquire with Obito tomorrow." Tomorrow? Must the Hokage wait until the morrow to question a mere genin? A trace of barely concealed disdain flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Even at this late hour, they should summon Obito from his slumber for a thorough inquiry. "You too, go and fetch Obito and anyone else relevant to this matter. There remain many uncertainties, and I need to question him closely," Hiruzen instructed, directing his gaze towards the two guarding ninjas. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The two green-vested ninjas responded respectfully, nodding in agreement before turning to leave the room. At Hiruzen's signal, two Umbu ninjas stepped forward, escorting a bald, muscular ninja to the side to commence an interrogation. The crack of a whip echoed intermittently, accompanied by the stern inquiries of the Umbu ninjas, reverberating throughout the room. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Watergate awaited Obito's arrival. "Lord Hokage, Uchiha Obito has arrived," came a voice announcing from outside shortly thereafter. With Hiruzen's acknowledgement, the door swung open, and Obito entered alongside Hinata Yoko. "Obito, what is the purpose of this?" Hinata Yoko tugged at Obito's arm, her expression reflecting a hint of trepidation in the charged atmosphere of the interrogation room. After all, this was a space reserved for serious inquiries, and the third Hokage was an esteemed figure far beyond her reach. "Don't worry, Yoko. Just answer their questions truthfully, and you will be fine," Obito reassured her with a comforting glance. "That old coot, Sarutobi Hiruzen, really is something, even at this late hour. My brother Toby is still awake. However, disturbing others while they indulge in a late-night viewing of intimate paradise is undeniably irritating. Obito, come on in, haha." Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted them with a wide grin, his demeanor somewhat disingenuous as he removed the pipe from his mouth. Obito, already harboring resentment towards the old man, merely responded with an indifferent remark. He exchanged glances with Minato, nodding in acknowledgement. "Obito, the injuries on him were likely inflicted by you, correct?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the lifeless body of a bearded man sprawled on the ground. Obito turned to glance at the corpse, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, I caused those injuries. Were they not spies from an enemy nation? What is wrong with that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Obito, that is not my point. What I mean is, the injuries on his back must have been caused by the Rasengan. How did you learn Minato's Rasengan?" "How did I learn Minato's Rasengan?" Obito realized he had overlooked that detail. In his eagerness to master the technique, he had forgotten about this particular issue. The injuries caused by the Rasengan were distinct, recognizable to anyone familiar with the jutsu. Moreover, Minato had never instructed Obito in its practice. This was indeed a matter of suspicion. Obito scanned the room, taking in the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, and the assembled Umbu shinobi, all awaiting his explanation. However, he remained surprisingly composed. His subsequent response left everyone in the room utterly stunned. "Oh, it's nothing. Teacher Minato used this jutsu before, and I just taught myself a bit. So I managed to pick it up." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato exclaimed in disbelief. The Umbu shinobi behind their masks wore equally astonished expressions, their mouths twitching as they struggled to articulate their feelings. "What does it mean to say you just picked it up casually? For heaven's sake, that is the Rasengan." Minato had dedicated over 3 years to developing this technique. In recent years, during various battles in the ninja world, Minato had gained renown as the Yellow Flash, thanks to the combination of the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, Minato had attempted to teach the Rasengan to his trusted allies. Yet this jutsu proved exceedingly difficult to master. It demanded not only a high level of chakra control, but also considerable innate talent. Otherwise, one would never be able to learn such a technique. However, now Obito claims that a technique of A rank, like the spiral sphere, can be effortlessly mastered through self-study. Does he truly consider A rank ninjutsu to be as common as cabbages, easily learned with a mere glance? "What is the matter with you all?" Obito feigns a bewildered expression at everyone's reactions. "Naturally, I cannot let you all know that I, Uchiha Obito, possess the ability to replicate ninjutsu. Yet, Obito is confident that the lie he has spun cannot be unraveled. After all, there exists no evidence to suggest that his ninjutsu was not self-taught. During their missions, Minato indeed demonstrated the spiral sphere in front of Obito. Moreover, they could never fathom that Obito possessed a system. Ultimately, it must be attributed to Obito's exceptional talent. A genius unlike any other. Obito, are you certain it is truly so? Hiruzen Sarutobi, his jaw slightly agape, questioned in disbelief. Obito crossed his arms, slightly displeased, and replied, "Third Hokage, your inquiry lacks substance. After all, only Teacher Minato can perform the spiral sphere. You can simply ask him if he has ever taught me." He added, "Is this why you summoned me at such a late hour?" The astonishment in Hiruzen's eyes was palpable. He turned to Minato, seeking his thoughts. Minato nodded. "Indeed, Third Hokage. Obito speaks the truth. I have not instructed him in the art of the spiral sphere. If he has managed to learn this technique, it is undoubtedly due to his remarkable talent." With a smile, Minato gazed at Obito, filled with pride. "Obito, your aptitude is truly astonishing. Well done." "Teacher Minato." "You flatter me." Obito chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. In his interactions with Minato, Obito felt a greater sincerity, for Minato genuinely cared for him. Furthermore, Obito's embarrassment was entirely genuine. The spiral sphere was a product of the system's replication ability. As for the talent Minato spoke of, Obito considered it rather ordinary. At this moment, the Umbu ninjas standing behind Hiruzen could no longer restrain their whispers. Uchiha Obito is indeed remarkably powerful. To master the spiral sphere through self-study is no small feat indeed. Lord Minato has truly acquired an exceptional disciple. He is bound to become an extraordinary individual in the future. Hiruzen, receiving Minato's affirmative response, felt a storm of emotions brewing within him. Obito's talent was not merely impressive. He was a prodigy of astonishing proportions. At the age of 9, he awakened the three Tomoe Sharingan, and now, having observed Minato utilize the spiral sphere, he learned to wield it himself. While it is widely acknowledged that the Sharingan possesses formidable copying abilities, not every wielder of this power can claim such an extraordinary talent. Otherwise, wouldn't every member of the Uchiha clan capable of awakening their Sharingan be considered an extraordinary being? Contemplating this, Hiruzen Sarutobi regretted his earlier decision to protect Danzo without consideration for Obito's feelings. Now, he had subtly attempted to persuade Minato to recruit Obito into the Umbu on multiple occasions, but Obito had consistently declined with various excuses. At this moment, Obito stood before him. Gritting his teeth, Hiruzen resolved to make one final attempt, personally extending an invitation to Obito to demonstrate his sincere regard for him. With his characteristic benevolent smile, he addressed Obito. "Obito, there is no need for modesty. Minato is right. You are indeed an extraordinarily gifted child. Therefore, how about this? You needn't continue with the Chunin exams. I will grant you special permission to be promoted directly to Jonin and join the Umbu. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was momentarily taken aback. Such exceptions had never been made before, although it was true that Obito possessed the capability to serve as a Jonin. The third Hokage's actions were undeniably an open gesture of goodwill towards Obito. "Obito, congratulations. You should accept Lord Third's offer," exclaimed Hinata Yoko, her disbelief quickly transforming into joy for Obito. Minato swiftly joined in, advocating for the third Hokage. "Indeed, Obito, this is a wonderful opportunity. The situation on the battlefield is urgent, and if all goes as planned, after the Chunin exams, you may need to join me on the front lines. Remaining by Lord Third's side would spare you from undertaking perilous missions. You are still quite young. This age is better suited for growth and training." Minato's words were undeniably accurate. The battlefield was fraught with rapidly changing circumstances and dangers that far surpassed the risks faced in Leaf Village missions. Yet, that old coot, the third Hokage, was known for his duplicitous nature. Obito was not fond of him. Should Obito agree to join the Umbu, it was certain he would be subjected to the third Hokage's directives daily. The thought of having to bow and defer to the third Hokage every day filled Obito with resistance. Turning to Hiruzen Sarutobi, he spoke politely. "Lord Third, Minato-sensei, I believe I must decline. I feel quite satisfied with my current situation, and I do not yet possess the qualifications to join the Umbu. As for the prospect of heading to the battlefield after the Chunin exams, I have no objections and harbor no grievances." The room fell into astonished silence once more. How audacious of Uchiha Obito to so boldly refuse the third Hokage. For most, such an olive branch would be a dream come true. Yet this young man dared to disregard the third Hokage's offer. Hiruzen's smile faltered, a sense of embarrassment washing over him, igniting a flicker of anger within. Nevertheless, he knew he had to maintain his image as a kind and benevolent Hokage, and he would not allow his temper to surface. He forced a smile and said, "Haha, Obito, it's all right. Staying by Minato's side is beneficial. You can accompany him and contribute to the glory of Konoha." "Yes, I am grateful for the third Hokage's generosity." Obito nodded politely in response. Following this, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Minato proceeded to inquire in detail from Obito and Hinata Yoko about the events surrounding the spy incident. Once everything was clarified, Obito and Hinata Yoko finally departed. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Minato awaited the interrogation results of the bald, muscular man. "Obito, why did you decline such a splendid offer from the Hokage? That is, after all, the Umbu," Hinata Yoko asked, tilting her head in confusion as they walked home. As a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, she was well aware of what the Umbu entailed. It was not only a position of great privilege, but also a direct department under the Hokage's jurisdiction. Most exceptional ninjas serving alongside the Hokage had typically emerged from the Umbu ranks. Obito shook his head. "Yoko, you simply do not understand. The thoughts of men are beyond the grasp of women." Upon hearing this, Yoko's infatuated side emerged. Her eyes sparkled with hearts as she clutched Obito's arm, exclaiming, "No wonder you are the man I admire. Even your speech is so extraordinary. Although I don't comprehend what you mean, it undeniably sounds cool." Obito withdrew his arm from her grasp. "Could you please exercise a bit of restraint? Such behavior could lead to misunderstandings." Undeterred, Hinata Yoko once again wrapped her arms around Obito's. "But when I see you, I simply cannot maintain my composure or act rationally." Obito was left speechless. It appeared that infatuation was devoid of principles. While being admired was certainly gratifying, the experience proved somewhat troublesome for him. Upon entering his room, Yoko surprisingly refused to let go, attempting to join him for the night. However, Obito resolutely rejected her, shutting her outside. "Humph. Obito, you heartless man, I despise you." After knocking on the door and receiving no response, she stormed off, leaving behind a huffy comment. This girl was undeniably adorably infatuated. As Obito lay on his bed, he couldn't help but lament, "Come on, I may not be a pure-hearted gentleman, but I would never engage in inappropriate behavior with a girl. Besides, we are all so young. Sharing a bed would lead to nothing significant. Ahem, such affectionate advances from a girl should be savored at a later time." The incident involving the three spies from the Hidden Cloud Village was merely a minor hiccup in the Chunin exams and did not impede the normal proceedings of the examination. Another day passed, and the participants of the assessment competition arrived at the central tower without undue incidents. Although many bore serious injuries in their quest for the Earth and Heaven Scrolls, they pressed on undeterred. However, due to the nature of the examination involving the ninjas from the same village, there were no casualties. It is noteworthy that Shimura Hakakoku, Mizuki, and Naratsubaki astonishingly succeeded in acquiring 2 types of scrolls. At the last moment, they managed to reach the central tower and participate in the 3rd stage of the examination. Unfortunately, their fortunes took a turn for the worse in the subsequent matches. Shimura Hakakoku found himself in a dire predicament, as his randomly assigned opponent was Obito, who had thoroughly beaten him to a pulp. Just 2 days had passed, and his injuries had yet to heal, when Obito leaped down from the railing of the 2nd floor, beckoning Hakakoku to join the competition. Hakakoku's eyes were filled with dread. He lacked the courage to descend, and instead raised his hand to surrender on the spot. Mizuki and Naratsubaki followed suit, both falling one after the other and losing their qualifications to advance to Chunin. Additionally, Kakashi triumphed over Might Guy, while Rin Nohara faced a fellow commoner and also achieved victory. Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, Mitarashi Anko, Shizune, Marino Ibiki, Hinata Yoko, and several others successfully advanced to Chunin as well. During this period, the Chunin exams were not as stringent as they had been during Naruto's time. Even after defeating his opponent, Naruto's promotion to Chunin seemed contingent upon various factors. In contrast, the current cohort, including Obito, witnessed a significant number of candidates passing the Chunin exams, largely due to the ongoing turmoil in the ninja world, which led to fewer requirements and concerns. The Land of Fire was regarded as a coveted prize among the great nations. Although the Third Shinobi World War had not fully erupted, skirmishes at the front lines were incessant. The high-ranking ninjas of Konoha were primarily stationed on the front lines, prepared for any possible invasions. Hanzo of the Salamander from Mangekyō had already engaged in fierce battles with the Konoha forces led by Danzo. Under these circumstances, despite Konoha's status as the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages, it still faced a shortage of personnel. Thus, the Chunin exams essentially served as a mere formality, conducted in a simplified manner. Generally, those who demonstrated the capability to become Chunin would be dispatched for battlefield missions to assist at the front lines. Conversely, lower-ranked ninjas, due to their inadequacies, would merely serve as fodder and would not be sent to the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. With the formal conclusion of the Chunin exams, Obito and the others who successfully passed the graduation assessment exited the Forest of Death. After registering their information with the relevant departments in Konoha, they each received a certificate of Chunin status and were presented with the symbolic green vests. This green vest is a privilege reserved solely for those who have attained the rank of Chunin in Konoha. Holding this vest signifies that Obito and the newly graduated ninjas have officially advanced to become capable ninjas in their own right. Outside the entrance of a building, as the setting sun cast a warm glow, Yuhi Kurenai joyfully tossed the green vest and the form she held high into the air, celebrating her successful promotion to Chunin. Finally, the examination was over. Who would have imagined that she could achieve the rank of Chunin so smoothly? Among the attendees were Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Asuma, Mangekyō, Hinata Yoko, Shizune, and Nara Shikamu, all of whom shared Kurenai's exhilaration, their faces alight with excitement. One by one, they followed her lead, sending their green vests and forms soaring into the sky. In the past, as genin, they required guidance from their instructors to execute missions and familiarize themselves with the ninja system. However, the situation had drastically changed. Being a Chunin signified a position akin to that of a squad leader. They could now independently lead teams or participate in formal missions based on squads. In simpler terms, the commissions they earned from missions would be significantly greater than before. Moreover, they enjoyed newfound freedoms, no longer regarded as mere children to be belittled by others. Although they were all around the tender age of 10, youthful rebellion often stirred within them, a desire to break free from parental protection and truly spread their wings. Kakashi, however, remained the most composed, standing with his arms crossed, quietly observing the festivities. After all, he had experienced this moment before and felt no trace of the earlier excitement. His participation in the Chunin exams was merely to accompany his friends this time. Kakashi, you're being aloof again, aren't you? Obito remarked, playfully patting Kakashi's shoulder in an attempt to encourage him to engage more with the group. Maintaining his aloof demeanor would ultimately lead him to be nothing more than a lifelong companion to Mangekyō. It became evident that the brooding, stoic persona did not guarantee admiration from the opposite sex. What does aloof mean? Kakashi inquired, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he turned to Obito, his guard up. From the mischievous expression on Obito's face, Kakashi sensed that this newly introduced term was not meant as a compliment. Obito earnestly explained, aloof refers to someone who appears reserved and taciturn on the surface, yet harbors an underlying charisma. At this revelation, Kurenai, Shizune, Rin, and the other girls couldn't suppress their laughter. Asuma and the others found Obito's description of Kakashi to be remarkably apparent. Although Kakashi was not particularly social, he would lend a hand when others were in need. Mangekyō gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his bright smile revealing a flash of white teeth. Kakashi, you truly are quite aloof. Is that why you hesitate to accept my challenges? Kakashi felt a flush of embarrassment creeping beneath his mask as he was teased by his friends. Guy, if you don't want to get beaten, I suggest you be quiet. Kakashi replied stiffly, casting a sharp glare at Mangekyō. His hand instinctively moved toward the hilt of his short blade, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he turned to Obito. Obito, your tongue is quite sharp, my friend. I shall not hold back. Obito hastily concealed himself behind several girls, awkwardly scratching his head as he explained, Kakashi, please don't be so agitated. I was merely jesting earlier. That remark was meant as a compliment. Kakashi, infuriated and humiliated, brandished his short blade and charged forward, exclaiming, I would be a fool to believe your nonsense. However, before he could close the distance, Yuhi Kurenai and Hinata Yoko stepped forward, their hands firmly placed on their hips, glaring at Kakashi. Listen here, Kakashi. You shall not intimidate Obito. Otherwise, I will confront you. Kurenai declared vehemently. Indeed, I am here to ensure Obito's safety. Should you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me, Yoko added, her resolve unwavering. Kurenai cast a sidelong glance at Yoko, a flicker of rivalry igniting within her. What is this Yoko up to? It seems she harbors intentions of rivalry now. Turning to face Yoko, Kurenai demanded, Why do you wish to protect Obito? Yoko puffed out her modest chest, responding haughtily, Humph. Need you even ask? Obito is my idol now. Of course, I must shield him. Kurenai's irritation flared, and she turned to Obito, questioning, Obito, what is the nature of your relationship with her? Obito, utterly bewildered, felt his previous smile vanish, sensing the palpable tension directed at him. Kurenai's eyes burned with anger, awaiting his response. Lin's gaze was tinged with sorrow as she occasionally glanced at Obito, seemingly affected by him. Kakashi, still reeling from the earlier debacle, also bore an expression of ire. Only Yoko appeared starry-eyed, gazing at Obito with unabashed admiration. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Obito hastily waved his hands in explanation. I have no relationship with Yoko. It was merely a previous incident in the Forest of Death. Ouch. Before he could finish, Kakashi lunged at him, initiating his revenge. He tackled Obito to the ground, binding him tightly with his hands and feet, constricting him mercilessly. Do not harm him. Kurenai and Yoko exclaimed in unison, rushing forward to halt Kakashi. Obito, Kakashi, please cease this folly. Rin called out anxiously, hurriedly approaching to intervene. Truly, Obito and Kakashi, you are undoubtedly my lifelong adversaries. Such fervent battles are simply indispensable to my existence. Might Guy, with fiery determination ablaze in his eyes, charged forward, lifting a leg to deliver a kick to Obito's head. Hey, Kai, you rascal. If you seek revenge for the last time I bested you, just say so. Obito exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Ever since his visit to Akai's home, this fellow had been incessantly seeking to challenge Obito to duels. Endlessly pursued, who could endure such relentless attention? My dear Obito yearns to woo the ladies, to foster connections with Kurenai and Rin. How could he possibly spend every day entangled with a green-skinned, spandex-clad youth? If that were to happen, would he not become just like Kakashi? In youth, there should be camaraderie, not merely fleeting moments devoid of the innocent beauty of young love. To evade excessive entanglement with Might Guy, Obito delivered a severe beating to Might Guy and subsequently devised a plan to introduce Kakashi to him. This ultimately led Guy to shift his focus onto Kakashi. When faced with a kick from Might Guy, Obito remained remarkably composed, merely tilting his head slightly to evade the blow. With a resounding thud, the kick landed squarely on Kakashi's face, leaving a prominent shoe print. Guy, are you trying to get yourself killed? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes aflame with fury, though it was a rage born not of youthful exuberance, but of genuine ire. Ha! Youth demands such fervor. Here I come. Might Guy, undeterred and blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, lunged forward, eager to join the fray between Obito and Kakashi. Get lost. Both Kakashi and Obito simultaneously raised a foot to kick out. With a loud bang, Guy let out a pained cry, propelled backward 3 meters by the force. You two are far too ruthless. Was such force truly necessary? As Guy descended, tears streaming down his face, he landed in a disheveled heap on the ground. Guy? You scoundrel! Kakashi wiped the shoe print from his face, genuinely enraged and unwilling to let Might Guy off so easily. Even Obito, who typically teased him for being reserved, had been abandoned as he clambered to his feet and charged towards Guy. Yukari, Rin, let us make haste. Seeing Kakashi's fury redirected, Obito quickly grasped the hands of Yugao and Nohara Rin, leading them towards the nearby street corner. Obito, wait for me, I'm coming too. Hinata Yoko called out from behind, waving her little hands in pursuit. You mustn't follow. Hurry home. It's dangerous outside, don't you realize? Obito shouted back at Yoko. Honestly, managing 2 little girls is already exhausting enough for me. Now, adding a love-struck girl into the mix will only complicate matters further. Yoko froze in her tracks, startled by Obito's outburst. Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented, Wah, how could you be so mean, Obito? I despise you. Observing Yoko's sorrowful demeanor, Yugao felt a pang of sympathy. Obito, why are you being so harsh with her? Just look at how pitiful she is when she cries. Obito was immediately struck by a wave of frustration. The whims of girls truly were unpredictable. Hadn't Yugao just displayed hostility towards Yoko moments ago? Rin, aware of the bond between Obito and Yugao, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she found herself caught between them. "Obito, where are we headed?" Rin inquired softly. Glancing at her, Obito replied as he continued to pull them along. "We're off to grab a meal. Aren't you two hungry?" After the Chunin exams concluded yesterday, aside from the third Hokage and Minato Namikaze, who had urgent matters to attend to and left immediately, the majority of the remaining participants had taken refuge in the central tower of the Forest of Death for a night's rest. The following morning, Obito led Hong and the others directly away from the Forest of Death. They hurried towards the building for the Chunin registration. It was already well past noon, and indeed everyone was quite famished. Of course, they were hungry. I hadn't even had breakfast yet. At the mention of food, Hong's eyes sparkled, momentarily forgetting the prior events. Rin swallowed hard, allowing Obito to pull her along without further resistance. "Grandma, I'm heading out on a mission and might not return for several days," Obito explained at the breakfast table the next morning. Watergate had already briefed him the previous day. The 7th Squad would undertake an important task today, escorting an official under the Fire Country's daimyo to a remote hot spring. Given the distance involved, the round trip was estimated to take about 6 days. Thus, Obito felt it necessary to inform his grandmother beforehand. "How long will you be gone?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. "Obito, please be cautious. Safety comes first, understand?" She gently patted his head. Obito nodded. "It'll be about a week, Grandma. Don't worry, I'll be fine." After breakfast, he assisted his grandmother with the dishes before organizing his belongings and shouldering his backpack as he left. The meeting point was at the entrance of Konoha village, and he needed to arrive before 8 a.m. With less than half an hour to go, he hurriedly set off. However, just after leaving the Uchiha compound and a few streets down, he encountered an elderly lady at a fork in the road. She was hunched over, trembling as she shuffled along, muttering to herself, "When one grows old, they become useless. If only a young person could lend me a hand." Obito scratched his head, puzzled. Although the elderly lady's locations varied each time, why did her lines remain the same? How peculiar. Beep. The task of respecting the elderly has been triggered. Please escort the elderly lady to her destination to complete the task and receive rewards. Reward 1. 1 chance to replicate. Reward 2. 1 random reward. A system prompt echoed in Obito's mind. He scoffed, inwardly criticizing, "System, do you really think you can entice me to do good deeds with such rewards? I, Obito Uchiha, am a model youth. I wouldn't ignore this elderly lady's plight. System, host, just admit whether you want the rewards or not. Otherwise, I'll have to cancel them." Obito waved his hands. "Hey, no, I want them of course." "System, you're just being difficult." Obito retorted. "What did you say? How dare you accuse me? Am I not your master anymore?" After that, the system fell silent, ignoring Obito. With the meeting time rapidly approaching, he hurried on. If this were to assist the elderly lady in reaching her destination, it would likely result in further delays. However, Obito remained unperturbed, instead beginning to weave hand signs. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical Obito at his side. The shadow clones swiftly approached the elderly lady, offering her a courteous greeting before supporting her on their way to the destination. The system did not stipulate that shadow clones were prohibited from completing tasks. Since shadow clones were indeed Obito's ninjutsu, designed for such purposes, it naturally counted towards his efforts. "Obito, hurry up," Rin called out, waving from the entrance of Konohagakure. "I'm coming." Obito responded with a wave, quickening his pace. "You really are something, always either late or just on time," Kakashi remarked, arms crossed, casting a cool glance at Obito. Behind them stood Minato, each of the three burdened with their own luggage. "Rin, Minato-sensei, I apologize for making you wait," Obito said with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Then he shot a glance at Kakashi. "I want to greet you today since you always undermine me." Kakashi turned his head away dismissively, childish. Minato gently placed a hand on each of their heads, a warm smile gracing his face. "Obito, Kakashi, let us refrain from bickering for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you." Obito quickly brushed Minato's hand away. "Minato-sensei, please don't mess up my hairstyle. I just styled it this morning." "Oh, my apologies," Minato replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He then became serious. "Obito, Kakashi, Rin, I regret to inform you that I cannot accompany you on today's mission. I've received an urgent assignment from the front lines that requires my immediate attention." Rin's face expressed confusion as she inquired, "Minato-sensei, Does this mean we will be separated, and you want us three to carry out this mission alone? Minato nodded. Precisely. You three are already Chunin, capable of handling yourselves independently. I believe you can complete this mission successfully on your own. Obito raised his hand, giving Minato a thumbs up. Don't worry, Minato-sensei. We will definitely accomplish the task. Minato smiled with satisfaction. Considering your previous mission experiences, I propose that Obito temporarily assume the role of captain for your trio. Kakashi, Rin. Do you agree? Sure, as long as this guy can fix his habit of being late, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Although he often clashed with Obito, he held a certain respect for his abilities and leadership. There were instances during missions where Obito foresaw challenges that even Minato overlooked. Ugh. Obito sulked. A frown etched on his forehead. Kakashi was clinging to this point relentlessly. He had no other faults to leverage against him for teasing. Rin's gentle smile illuminated her face. Of course, I believe in Obito. The scroll that Minato held was handed to Obito, who remarked, Obito, this contains the detailed information regarding our mission. Please review it carefully during your journey. I must part ways with you here. Obito accepted the scroll with a nod, replying, Understood, Minato-sensei. Escorting officials to a hot spring is hardly a formidable task. Although the journey is lengthy, it remains within the borders of the Land of Fire. With the ninja world not yet engulfed in full-scale war, the risks are minimal. Farewell, young ones, and do your best. Minato waved goodbye and swiftly departed in another direction. Let us proceed as well. Rin, Kakashi, Obito called to his companions, heading towards the residence of the Land of Fire's daimyo. The daimyo's estate was not located in Konoha and was quite a distance away. Traveling at full speed would take over half a day. Naturally, the officials under the daimyo also resided in the same vicinity. The daimyo serves as the supreme leader of a nation, commanding numerous ordinary samurai, while ninja are assigned by their respective villages, following an entirely different system. Let me see that, Kakashi said, casually snatching the scroll from Obito's hands. He appeared intrigued, promptly opening it to examine its contents. What does it say? Obito inquired. After a brief glance, Kakashi shook his head in exasperation and returned the scroll to Obito. It detailed the mission, including the route to the Ryun Mountain hot springs, and marked potential bandit hideouts along the way. Obito tucked the scroll into his backpack, saying, That's nothing unusual. It's just like any standard mission scroll. Kakashi replied, Indeed. I anticipated that escorting a high-ranking official might present a greater challenge. Yet it appears to be no different from previous missions. Obito cast a surprised glance at Kakashi, not expecting him to harbor such thoughts. The desire for more challenging tasks suggested a penchant for excitement. Initially, Obito presumed that this seemingly stoic individual would be indifferent to such matters. Clearly, the previous assessment of Kakashi as reserved yet passionate was accurate. Rin, her face a picture of confusion, asked the two, Why would the daimyo's officials travel all the way to the Ryun Mountain for a hot spring? The Land of Fire has numerous hot springs, and there are plenty of inns nearby the daimyo's estate. Is that not sufficient? Obito shook his head. I have no idea. Perhaps they simply enjoy the adventure. Kakashi interjected. It's not quite that simple. It seems there is a legend that the Ryun Mountain hot springs possess special properties. What kind of properties? Obito and Rin asked in unison. Turning to Kakashi for clarification, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, They are reputed to nourish and enhance vitality. What? Obito exclaimed. Rin's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, too embarrassed to continue the conversation. Obito then questioned, Kakashi, where on earth did you hear that? From what I gathered from my former comrades, is there anything amiss? The three of them engaged in conversation for a brief moment before hastening their pace. By midday, they successfully arrived at the residence of the official, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was rotund with a jovial demeanor, his appearance somewhat amiable despite his corpulence. Upon learning that the trio were the ninjas tasked with escorting him to the Ryun Mountain hot springs, he warmly welcomed them and invited them to dine at his estate. After their meal, the group set off without delay. The official was seated in a bamboo palanquin, carried by 4 burly men. Flanking the bamboo litter were 2 squads of armored soldiers, 5 on the left and 5 on the right, exuding an impressive aura. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin trailed behind, leisurely walking in tandem with the palanquin. Ryun Mountain is situated in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, in a relatively elevated area. After a journey spanning 2.5 days, they were finally approaching their destination, estimated to be just a few dozen kilometers away. Accompanying such a wealthy employer undoubtedly had its perks, particularly concerning provisions along the route, which were far superior to their previous experiences. In the past, while on missions under Minato's leadership, they often found themselves camping in the wilderness, subsisting mainly on the soldiers' ration pills for sustenance. Finding an inn for a night's rest was considered fortunate. However, traveling with this corpulent official, the trio was indeed enjoying a substantial upgrade, staying in luxurious hotels and feasting on seafood delicacies. Although the nature of this escort mission allowed for a more leisurely pace, enabling them to settle in nearby towns before nightfall, the absence of urgency made the task all the more delightful. Due to its advantageous geographical position, the Land of Fire boasts numerous natural hot springs. Yet, Obito had never heard of the Longyan Mountain hot springs being particularly beneficial for kidney health, as Kakashi had mentioned. Observing the ecstatic expression on the rotund official's face as he sat in the palanquin, it seemed he was genuinely excited about this prospect. Longyan Mountain, I must remember that, Obito murmured to himself. Despite being only 10 years of age, he was resolute in his ambition to experience all the beauty the ninja world had to offer. Without two robust kidneys, how could one achieve greatness? What did you say, Obito? Rin inquired, having caught a snippet of his muttering but failing to discern the content. Embarrassed, Obito shook his head and replied, "Oh, nothing. I was merely reflecting on how these officials truly know how to indulge themselves, traveling such a distance for a hot spring." Unintentionally, his words reached the ears of the plump official, who turned to cast a glance at Obito, chuckling softly but choosing not to respond. A strong scent of blood seemed to waft through the air. Kakashi sniffed, suddenly furrowing his brow in caution. What? A scent of blood? How come I can't smell it? Obito questioned, his face etched with confusion as he inhaled deeply. Aside from the faint floral fragrance wafting from the nearby bushes, he detected nothing unusual. Rin followed suit, her small face reflecting uncertainty. Kakashi, are you sure? I don't smell anything either. Kakashi shook his head. You don't understand. My sense of smell is far more acute than the average person due to my contract with the Inuzuka clan. If there is something amiss, I'll find out after I use that technique. As he spoke, Kakashi raised his hand and bit into his thumb. He then traced a line of blood on his palm and began to perform a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. As Kakashi crouched down and slapped his palm against the ground, black circular patterns began to spread. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a wrinkled-faced bulldog. The bulldog panted and, speaking human language, addressed Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. Pommy, please check if there is anything unusual around. I just caught a whiff of blood. Obito, still puzzled, muttered to himself, Pommy? Shouldn't he be Parker? He scrutinized Pommy's appearance. Although similar in breed, there were slight differences in coloration and appearance. Could it be that Pommy was Parker's father? Don't worry, leave it to me, Pommy replied, promptly beginning to sniff the air. Indeed, a dog's sense of smell is remarkably acute. The moment he agreed, Pommy lifted his nose and quickly detected something awry. A significant scent of blood was indeed present ahead, and it appeared to emanate from a human source. The expressions of Obito, Rin, and Kakashi shifted to concern. It seemed that Kakashi's suspicions were correct. Something had likely occurred up ahead. What should we do, Obito? Kakashi directed his gaze towards him. As the captain of their trio, it was only natural for Obito to make the call. Obito furrowed his brow in contemplation before speaking gravely. How about this? We should be nearing the hot spring. Let us halt the team here. Kakashi, you and Rin stay behind to protect that official. I will venture ahead alone to scout the situation and return to inform you. Kakashi nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Rin tugged at Obito's arm, her face filled with worry. Obito, you must be careful. I know you're strong. But don't overexert yourself. Whatever happens, come back and face it together with us. Feeling Rin's concern warm his heart, Obito grasped her small hand and nodded reassuringly. Yes, Rin, don't worry. I'll be fine. Rin's cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand, nodding vigorously. Obito then called out to the armored soldiers, everyone. Halt. There may be danger ahead. Upon hearing of potential danger, the servants carrying the palanquin and the 10 armored soldiers immediately stopped in their tracks, turning in unison to look back. Even the portly official displayed a look of astonishment as he rose from his bamboo chair and turned to inquire, What is the matter? My young ninja companions? Lin hastily clarified, Sir. My associates have detected something unusual ahead. Let us pause here for a moment. Rin and Kakashi stepped forward to explain to the official. Pammy, let us proceed. Guide me. Without wasting a moment, Dato called to Pammy to lead the way. Follow me. Pammy raised his paw and gestured forward, then leaped ahead with agile strides. Dato swiftly followed in pursuit. They found themselves at the foot of Longyan Mountain, amidst a grove of trees, not far from their destination at the hot springs. A gentle breeze rustled through the shaded path. As Dato trailed behind Pammy, the pungent scent of blood became increasingly pronounced. Even Dato, an ordinary individual, could distinctly perceive the nauseating odor. Here we are, kid. Pammy halted before a massive stone archway. Atop the arch hung a grand plaque inscribed with the bold characters, "The first hot spring of Longhu Mountain." Flanking the archway were originally 2 guards clad in ornate attire. Yet now they lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood seeping into the earth. The manner of their demise was horrifying, with deep gaping wounds marring their bodies. Indeed, it seemed they had perished not long ago. Pammy lifted his paw to cover his nose, overwhelmed by the acrid scent of blood, which was particularly offensive to his keen canine senses. Let us enter and investigate, Dato declared, his brow furrowed as he jogged toward the hot spring's interior. He pondered the identity of the assailants who would target such a place. Could it be that nearby bandits, taking advantage of the secluded location, intended to rob it? Pammy hurried to keep pace with Dato, cautioning, I am not a combat-type ninja dog. You must ensure my safety once we step inside. Do not worry, Dato replied, casting a quick glance back at Pammy and nodding. However, as Dato rushed through the archway, he abruptly stopped, his face registering disbelief. Pammy, following too closely, collided with Dato's hind leg as he halted. What are you doing, kid? Pammy stumbled slightly, muttering under his breath. I have seen something extraordinary. Dato ignored Pammy, his gaze fixed intently on the ground ahead, not shifting his focus. What is it? Pammy's expression mirrored human-like curiosity as he approached Dato. Only then did he notice a large pool of vivid red blood a few meters ahead. Beside the blood, there was a circle, within which a triangular symbol had been drawn. This peculiar design was entirely crafted from blood. What could this signify? It resembled some form of ritualistic emblem, perhaps? Parker approached the intricate pattern, scrutinizing it closely, and inquired of Obito. After all, it was evident that Obito seemed to possess some vague understanding of the matter. You can actually deduce that this is a sacrificial pattern. It appears you possess some knowledge, he remarked. Obito, with a grave expression, nodded and said, Let us hurry and investigate inside. With that, he charged forward once more. The pattern was indeed a sacrificial one, and Obito recognized it at a glance. It was likely the curse ritual pattern utilized by the Haiden's cult in the original narrative. However, chronologically speaking, Haiden was considerably younger than Obito and his companions, only a few years older than Deidara. Why, at this moment, in the Land of Fire, was there evidence of the cult's murderous methods? A colossal mystery began to form in Obito's mind. Simultaneously, he quickened his pace, racing ahead. This area was developed at the foot of the mountain, resembling a vast estate. Several interconnected buildings, somewhat antiquated in style, stood at the center. The entrance to the estate was adorned with an abundance of flowers and greenery. Between the flora, numerous concrete paths were constructed, leading to various locations. The ultimate destination was likely the assortment of hot springs at the mountain's base, as these springs varied in type, including natural hot springs, medicinal herbal baths, and other unique varieties. Although Obito had never visited such places, he had certainly heard tales of them. As they ran, the ground was strewn with corpses, most clad in servant attire, presumably the attendants of this hot spring. While not all had succumbed to some curse, it was certain that each met a harrowing end, with several having limbs severed. Such injuries clearly indicated the use of blunt instruments. Help! You monster! Don't come any closer! Obito and Pammy had arrived outside one of the hot spring houses. Inside, a cacophony of terrified screams echoed, confirming that this particular hot spring was designated for women. Pammy! Quickly! Obito called, hastening his steps as they surged inside. The pair raced through the corridor, soon reaching the entrance of the hot spring. The door had been shattered, leaning precariously to one side. The chorus of female screams emanated from within, accompanied by a coarse male voice that leered with lascivious laughter. Lovely ladies. Don't be shy. Come serve me well. I want to kill you before I've had my fun. Obito's heart ignited with fury upon hearing those words. Beast! How dare you commit such acts in broad daylight? Without hesitation, he charged in resolutely. Release that girl. No, let her go. You will pay for this. Inside the hot spring, the spring water, infused with a gentle warmth, ascended in wisps. By the pool's edge, several young women, their bodies glistening, lay upon the ground, marred by multiple wounds, submerged in a pool of crimson. Blood flowed freely, mingling with the once pristine waters of the spring, which had now been tainted red over a considerable expanse. A large group of naked women huddled in a corner, their expressions a mixture of terror and disbelief as they gazed at a man clad in black, who stood not far from them. This man, with a prominent pompadour and a robust physique, had partially shed his black kimono, revealing a torso riddled with grievous injuries. His chest, abdomen, thighs, and shoulders bore conspicuous gaping wounds, yet he moved with an unsettling ease, seemingly unconcerned by his dire condition. With a lascivious grin, he continued to disrobe, advancing towards the cowering women. Obito recognized the unmistakable sign of a member of a sinister cult, as only those steeped in darkness could withstand such fatal injuries. However, this man was not Haiden. He appeared to be in his 40s, far more rugged than Haiden. Obito's sudden exclamation drew the attention of all present. The women, who had been weeping in despair, momentarily ceased their cries, their faces lighting up with a glimmer of hope. Yet, that flicker of salvation was extinguished when they beheld a child burst into the scene. Their expressions shifted from joy to sheer hopelessness. The brutish man, incensed by Obito's shout, turned to him with scorn, bellowing, "Who is this little brat? Do you truly wish for death? How dare you ruin my moment?" Obito, unimpressed, retorted, "Not only will I thwart your plans, but today, I shall also pronounce your death sentence." Despite his bold words, Obito's gaze remained fixated on the group of naked women. The scene was more titillating than any indulgence he had previously encountered. His eyes widened as he surveyed the beautiful women, endowed with captivating figures, and he noted the deepening despair etched upon their faces. Amid their sobs, the women whispered among themselves, contemplating their fate. "It seems we are truly without hope this time. What is it with that child's lecherous gaze? Such a tiny child, yet he possesses such lasciviousness. It appears all men share this trait. If only that child could save me from the clutches of that murderous fiend, I would willingly serve him. Indeed, even if he is but a child now, I can wait for him to mature." As they wept, they also expressed their gratitude towards Obito for diverting the attention of the merciless killer. Obito felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What did they mean by "though the child is a bit small"? He, too, had not fully matured. When he did, would they still consider him small? "Hey, you bastard, go die!" With a furious roar, the man with the slicked-back hair brandished a large machete and charged towards Obito. "You want me dead? I doubt you possess the capability." Obito remained unfazed, activating his Sharingan, as was his habit before combat. He too rushed to meet the oncoming threat. The man, infuriated, swung his machete down towards Obito's face. Obito deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. The machete clanged loudly against the edge of the hot spring, sending sparks flying and carving a deep groove into the concrete. Yet the weapon remained unscathed, indicating its superior craftsmanship. "You fool!" The man, frustrated by his failed strike, intensified his fury and swung the machete horizontally towards Obito's side. Obito leaped into the air, the blade grazing beneath his feet. Using the momentum from his jump, he delivered a powerful kick forward. With a resounding thud, the sole of his shoe made contact with the man's cheek. The man staggered back several steps, a shoe print marking his face, while blood trickled from his nose. "Is that all you've got? Come at me again." Obito landed gracefully, taunting the man with a beckoning gesture. Although this opponent was immortal, his strength appeared comparable to that of Haiden, focusing on physical prowess and wielding a massive weapon merely to inflict any form of injury upon his foe, thus enabling him to complete a cursed ritual with the chance to kill. "You little brat." Provoked by Obito's taunt, the man charged forward once more, tightening his grip on the machete. This time, his attack lacked finesse, yet he clearly exerted all his strength, his speed and force surpassing his previous attempts. Each swing of the machete sliced through the air with a menacing whistle. Obito had no doubt that a single blow from this brute would result in grievous injury, perhaps even severing limbs or worse. However, this level of aggression was still insufficient to trouble Obito. After all, he possessed the power of the Rinnegan, rendering him immune to physical attacks. Against an opponent like this, he need not even rely on the full extent of his abilities. With a swift motion, He conjured his nunchaku from the space of his system, and with skilled technique, he forced the man to retreat repeatedly. Minutes passed, and the man not only failed to touch a hair on Obito, but was instead left battered and bruised, his face a canvas of injuries. Look, that little guy seems quite formidable. He could probably defeat that murderous maniac. Indeed, are children today truly this powerful? Once we get out of here, I must reward him handsomely. Humph. Who granted you, this brazen vixen, the audacity to act thus? Have you not considered your age? You are already in your 30s. Yet you dare to lay hands on a child. Any rewards should rightfully come from me. The group of women huddled in the corner, witnessing how Dato toyed with the man sporting a pompadour, felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. The earlier terror and fear had faded, and one by one, they began to wave their hands and cheer for Dato. However, their hands had previously been shielding their sensitive areas. With a sudden removal of those hands, their alluring curves were laid bare to the air. Dato was immediately captivated by this display of springtime allure, nearly causing a nosebleed. Even his movements to evade the pompadour's assaults slowed down considerably. Meanwhile, Pommy, who had remained on the sidelines, had been watching the entire battle unfold, despite not participating. Its eyes were wide with astonishment as it remarked, "This little one named Dato possesses strength that far surpasses that of Kakashi." The pompadour, while enduring pain, was equally astounded. This little fellow was as slippery as an eel, rendering him nearly impossible to catch. Yet, despite the astonishment, fear did not take hold of him. He had certainly been beaten to a pulp and suffered considerable losses, but to him, those attacks were inconsequential. Would a disciple of the unkillable evil god succumb to a mere child wielding nunchaku? That was utterly impossible. "You little rascal, die!" The pompadour roared in fury. He rummaged through his pant leg and withdrew a long iron rod, one end of which was sharply pointed and stained with dried blood. However, he did not intend to use this iron rod for direct attack. Instead, he combined it with a large machete, twisting it until the machete sported an elongated handle. With that, the pompadour swung the weapon once more, charging towards Dato. "Huh, a fool like you can only boast and bully the weak." Dato scoffed in disdain. If it were an ordinary ninja battling the pompadour, it would indeed be a headache, for he would disregard harm entirely, intent on delivering lethal blows. Even a slight loss of blood could be fatal. Yet Dato felt no fear, for he was well aware of the pompadour's weaknesses. "You scoundrel! The Lord of Evil will deliver the most severe punishment upon you." The pompadour had already exerted all his strength, yet he could gain no advantage against Dato. His attacks became erratic and full of openings. After narrowly evading another swing of the machete, Dato swiftly positioned himself behind the pompadour. He lifted his right palm slightly, chakra swirling within his grasp. In the blink of an eye, a rotating blue chakra sphere coalesced. Without hesitation, Dato hurled it towards the pompadour's back. Spiraling sphere. A resounding crash echoed as the pompadour was struck, letting out a piercing wail. The violent energy of the spiral sphere created a gaping, threaded wound on his back. Under the immense force of the impact, the masked man was propelled forward. His large cleaver clattered to the ground. With a thunderous crash, his pompadour plunged into the hot spring, sending up a magnificent splash, while blood gushed from the grievous injury, transforming the once pristine waters into a crimson hue. Yet, despite such a devastating blow, the pompadour man feigned nonchalance. While cursing and lamenting his pain, he vociferously threatened to slay Obito. Obito, with a dismissive smirk, retorted, "A weakling like you is no match for me." As he spoke, he deftly retrieved a length of rope, which he swung and deftly cast. The noose ensnared the pompadour man's neck. With a powerful tug, Obito dragged him towards the shore. "Beast, release me." The pompadour man gasped for breath, unable to leverage the water to his advantage. Coupled with Obito's considerable strength, he could only float helplessly on the surface as he was towed backwards. At last, the pompadour man was pulled to the edge of the hot spring. Feeling the rope slacken around his neck, he braced himself against the rim of the pool, eager to retaliate against Obito. However, as he turned to locate his adversary, he found Obito had mysteriously positioned himself behind him, already brandishing his massive cleaver. In the moment the pompadour man pivoted, Obito swung the blade horizontally towards his neck. Damn! The edge of the cleaver loomed large in his vision. He barely had time to utter a curse before his sight began to spin, as his head was severed and rolled away. Blood gushed forth from the stump, creating a scene of gruesome horror. Among the women cowering in the corner, Many squeamish souls screamed and covered their faces in terror, with some even succumbing to nausea. Yet, a few among them, possessing greater courage, remained unfazed. That little one must be a ninja from Konoha. Truly remarkable to be so formidable at such a young age. Indeed, such vile individuals deserve to be punished in this manner. There should be no mercy. You must not compete with me. I must first introduce myself to the handsome young man. Enough. Let us quickly get dressed. This is quite embarrassing. The pompadour man lay still, devoid of any further resistance. However, the followers of the evil god cult were endowed with immortality, even with his head severed. He merely lost his ability to move, continuing to threaten Obito. You scoundrel! You have truly enraged me. How dare you treat me this way? Even in such a dire state, he still dared to issue threats. With a derisive snicker, Obito hoisted the bulky figure from the water, binding him securely with a rope. Huh! Useless. Even if you sever my head, I shall not perish. I will stealthily creep into your bed while you slumber and sink my teeth into your throat, ensuring you meet your end in terror and dread. The bulky figure roared in fury, spewing curses. Bang! Obito delivered a powerful kick to the man's face, causing his head to roll and bounce across the ground before ultimately plunging into the hot spring, sinking beneath the surface. How noisy! This should grant you some peace, he remarked as he completed this series of actions. Meanwhile, a group of women, who had been hiding in the corner, passed by Obito just then. The sight of their voluptuous forms caused Obito to momentarily lose his composure. A few audacious women even cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Hey, handsome, don't leave. I'll come find you shortly. No. Obito, already at his limit of stimulation, could no longer restrain himself. Blood gushed from his nose, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Pammy, his canine companion, approached him, poking at his ankle with a paw to regain his attention. Hey, you Obito. Do not be ensnared by the allure of women. Hurry and look around. Are there any other wrongdoers? I'll return to inform Kakashi. All right, Pammy. Obito finally snapped back to reality. He and Pammy dashed out of the ladies' bathhouse. As they traversed the changing area, the women, still in the process of dressing, erupted into a frenzy upon seeing Obito's departure. Handsome, don't leave us. Won't you stay and protect us? Come back. We need you. Obito dared not look back and pushed forward, feeling as though he had stumbled into a den of seductive spider spirits, where one misstep could lead to his undoing. Pammy dashed down the mountain toward the base, while Obito took a different route to investigate several other hot springs. Thankfully, the first location discovered by the bulky figure had been the women's bath, and his lustful intentions had delayed him. In the remaining distinctive hot springs, no acts of violence had occurred. Owing to the unique geographical location of this hot spring mountain, the establishment was quite expansive. Despite the numerous attendants being slain outside and the women's bath having been infiltrated, where several lives were lost, those in the other hot springs remained blissfully unaware, leisurely enjoying their time in the waters. In the northwestern region of the Land of Fire, within a forest along the border, as Minato Namikaze hastened towards the battlefield for reinforcements, he was already assigned a mission yet had not yet reached his destination. He navigated through the forest, leaping over fallen branches, his expression a mask of seriousness. Suddenly, a tall figure leaped towards him from the front. The person carried a massive scroll on his back and sported long white hair. A prominent kanji character was inscribed on his forehead protector. Upon catching sight of this individual, a smile broke across Minato's face. He waved and called out, Jiraiya-sensei. Oh, Minato, what a surprise to see you here, Jiraiya exclaimed, coming to a halt. The two stood atop a sturdy tree trunk. Jiraiya inquired, Minato, are you headed to the front lines? He held a deep appreciation for this disciple, who not only exhibited remarkable talent, but also possessed exceptional strength. More importantly, he was principled in his conduct, earning the adoration of his comrades. At such a young age, he had already garnered a reliable team of subordinates. Minato scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, the third Hokage has assigned me a mission at the front lines. By the way, where are you headed? Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Where was he going? Of course, he was eager to escape the dreariness of being cooped up with that old coot, Danzo, at the front. Not only did he have to endure the man's bureaucratic jargon, but he also had to comply with his unreasonable orders. Fortunately, a temporary truce had been established between the Rain Village and Konoha, allowing Jiraiya to take a break from the front lines. Starved for the pleasures of life after days without indulgence, Jiraiya was eager to return to the Konoha bathhouse, where numerous lovely ladies awaited his attention, not to mention an opportunity for some rather hands-on observation. However, in front of Minato, Jiraiya felt the need to maintain a semblance of decorum. His cheeks flushed slightly as he cleared his throat, saying, "I have some important tasks to attend to as well. Minato, you must give it your all." Deeply inspired by his mentor's words, Minato nodded earnestly. "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Goodbye, Jiraiya-sensei." He bowed respectfully and prepared to depart. Yet, before he could take a step, Jiraiya suddenly called out to him again. "Wait, Minato. What's the matter, Jiraiya-sensei?" Minato asked, puzzled. Jiraiya rummaged through his ninja gear and produced a book, presenting it to Minato. "Here, this is the one you requested me to send you." Minato's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the book. The Tale of the Strong-Willed Ninja. He finally completed it. Jiraiya-sensei. His eyes sparkled with joy. Reluctant to divert his gaze from the treasured tome, Minato had previously read excerpts while Jiraiya was still in the process of writing it. At that moment, Minato was deeply captivated and wished for Jiraiya to gift him a copy of the book. Unfortunately, Jiraiya had yet to complete it, so that request was postponed. Now, having finally obtained the long-coveted novel, Minato's joy was palpable. Seeing such admiration from his disciple filled Jiraiya's heart with delight. With the demeanor of a wise elder, he patted Minato on the shoulder and said with a gentle smile, "Minato, keep up the good work. This book has yet to be published. The one you hold is merely a draft of my manuscript." Upon hearing this, Minato was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Really? Thank you so much, Teacher Jiraiya. Oh, and next time, you must come to my house for dinner. Both Yugo and I will treat you well." Before Minato could finish his sentence, a loud bang echoed. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and Jiraiya vanished from sight. Minato stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. What just happened? Why did Teacher Jiraiya leave so abruptly? At Minato Mountain, enormous mushrooms in hues of red and blue sprouted everywhere. Towering peaks pierced the swirling clouds, while butterflies danced among the trees, and birds serenaded from their branches. The scene resembled a realm of dreams, breathtakingly beautiful beyond belief. Beneath one of the mountains lay a massive toad, its skin a reddish-brown, adorned with a long scar across its face, holding a gigantic pipe in its mouth. As it exhaled, enormous smoke rings floated lazily into the sky. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke burst forth, and a man with long white hair appeared before the toad. This man was none other than Jiraiya, who had just vanished from Minato's presence. Bewildered by his sudden arrival, Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings and immediately recognized the colossal toad before him. "What is going on, Fukasaku? Did you summon me here using reverse summoning?" The toad, Fukasaku, rolled its eyes and glanced down at Jiraiya. "Of course. Otherwise, how would you be here?" "Jiraiya, the old man wishes to see you, apparently. There is something important at hand." Jiraiya understood that the old man referred to the most ancient and esteemed toad of Minato Mountain, known as Gamamaru. It was said that Gamamaru had survived since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, though the truth of this claim remained uncertain. What could compel him to summon me? This has never happened before, Jiraiya mused. "I can't say for sure, but I heard the old man had a dream. And it seems to pertain to you," Fukasaku replied. "Ah, I see." Jiraiya nodded. Accompanied by Fukasaku, he ventured deeper into Minato Mountain, following the sages Shima and Fukasaku, until they arrived at a grand hall. Within the hall, upon a massive stone throne sat an extraordinarily large toad, whose size dwarfed even that of Fukasaku. Behold its visage, which appears far more aged than the toad of the past. The old toad's face is riddled with wrinkles, even its lips bearing the deep creases of time's passage. This is indeed the ancestral toad of Minato Mountain, an ancient creature named Gamamaru, who has lived for countless years. Reclining on its seat, Gamamaru's eyes are tightly shut, as if he has long since drifted into slumber. "Great-grandfather, please awaken. Young Jiraiya has come at your summons." Senin Fukasaku waved his toad-like hand, calling out in an attempt to rouse Gamamaru. Yet, all that met Fukasaku and Jiraiya was the sound of resounding snores. Gamamaru showed no inclination of waking. Jiraiya, with a furrowed brow, thought, "Goodness, is great-grandfather always like this?" Fukasaku chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, yes, young Jiraiya. Given great-grandfather's advanced age, he is somewhat hard of hearing and prone to slumber, such as to be expected. Fear not, I shall awaken him forthwith." With that, Fukasaku took a deep breath, his belly swelling. He placed his webbed hands near his mouth, then opened it wide to shout, the sound reverberating with palpable waves. "Great-grandfather, young Jiraiya has come at your summons. Awaken at once." The echo of Fukasaku's voice resonated through the grand hall, causing discomfort to the ears. A gust of wind swept across Gamamaru's face, finally coaxing his eyes open to behold Fukasaku and Jiraiya standing below. "Oh, young Jiraiya has arrived. How fortuitous. I had a dream last night pertaining to you. You shall wander the ninja world, penning novels while searching for the prophesied child destined to save the entire ninja realm." Jiraiya swallowed hard, a flicker of anxiety igniting within him. He had heard Fukasaku mention that great-grandfather's dreams were prophetic, destined to come to fruition. What could it mean for his future? Yet, as great-grandfather began to elaborate, his voice suddenly halted. He closed his eyes once more, the familiar sound of snoring returning. Jiraiya's expression was one of exasperation, his head turning stiffly towards Fukasaku. "Brother, this, young Jiraiya, do not take offense. Great-grandfather is simply old. I shall call him once more." Fukasaku's face was painted with embarrassment. He took another deep breath, forming his hands into a trumpet shape near his mouth, and bellowed, "Great-grandfather, how can you sleep? Awaken. Young Jiraiya awaits your prophecy." Gamamaru groggily opened his eyes again, seemingly bewildered as he glanced at Fukasaku and Jiraiya below. "Oh yes. Young Jiraiya has arrived to hear my prophetic dream. Where was I? Let me start from the beginning." Fukasaku and Jiraiya's lips twitched, nearly toppling to the ground in exasperation. This was utterly tormenting. Is it about to repeat itself again? I hope it won't doze off halfway through this time. Fortunately, this time, Gamamaru did not fall asleep. Young Jiraiya wandered through the ninja world, penning a novel along the way while embarking on a quest to locate the prophesied child destined to save the entire realm of ninjas. The future promised utter turmoil and chaos for the ninja world. However, I envisioned a boy who wore goggles, who quelled the insurrections within the realm and emerged as a hero in the eyes of all, standing atop the world. Young Jiraiya, your duty is to become the mentor of that boy, guiding him towards the righteous path and serving as a paragon in his journey as a ninja. As Jiraiya listened, a chill ran down his spine. He could hardly believe that his esteemed grandfather, the sage, would entrust him with such a formidable task. A hero destined to save the world? To be his mentor sounds rather delightful, doesn't it? The more Jiraiya pondered, the more he felt that, despite its arduous nature, this task bore profound significance and challenge. Yet, the thought of the prophesied child's information made his head throb. Grandfather Sage, is there truly no more precise information about the prophesied child? Just this vague notion of goggles? It leaves me utterly perplexed. Gamamaru sighed, let me think. He seems to possess something akin to a ping-pong paddle. At this, Gamamaru closed his eyes once more, and the hall resounded with snores. Why do they only speak half-truths? A ping-pong paddle? What could that possibly be? Jiraiya sighed deeply, still looking utterly bewildered. The sage, Shinsaku, offered consolation. Little Jiraiya, let it be. The path ahead is long and winding. Focus on fulfilling your own journey. Grandfather Sage's prophecies are never wrong. I understand, big brother, but Grandfather Sage. In the land of fire, at Longyan Mountain. At the foot of Longyan Mountain, within a hot spring inn, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were seated in a private room. The three sat cross-legged on tatami mats, relishing the sumptuous dinner laid out before them. By the time Kakashi and Rin arrived at the hot spring inn, Obito had already conducted a thorough inspection of the premises, confirming that no further anomalies existed. He approached the innkeeper to explain the situation in detail. The innkeeper, upon learning of the brutal murders that had transpired in his establishment, was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Fortunately, Obito provided a suggestion: evacuate the remaining guests from the hot springs and send someone to report the bodies to the nearest authorities in the Land of Fire. Soon, officials arrived to confirm and handle the corpses. As for the mastermind behind the cult, the officials initially intended to apprehend him as well. However, Obito advised that such a perilous individual should be left to the Leaf Village for proper handling. The officials, witnessing the decapitated man still capable of movement, felt an instinctive trepidation towards him. Upon learning that Obito and his companions were all ninjas from Konoha, there were no objections. They readily acquiesced to the arrangement. As for the compensation for the families of the deceased guests, that matter was beyond the consideration of Obito and his group. In any case, The owner of the hot spring inn was immensely grateful to Obito, to the point of nearly bowing down in reverence. Had it not been for Obito's timely arrival, not only would the inn have been lost, but it seemed likely that everyone present would have faced dire consequences. Ultimately, the innkeeper decided to host Obito and his companions, generously rewarding them with a substantial sum. Meanwhile, the official who had come to enjoy the hot springs also benefited from Obito's influence, continuing to indulge in the long-desired kidney-nourishing baths within the inn, which had originally been closed for the day. In the private room, Obito and his companions, having feasted to their heart's content, reclined on the tatami mats, their expressions reflecting sheer satisfaction. Ah, how delightful it was! Obito rubbed his round, full belly, a look of contentment gracing his features. Kakashi and Rin had also indulged quite a bit, especially since the innkeeper had sent the finest ingredients to prepare a special dinner for them as a gesture of gratitude. Rin, her face filled with curiosity, inquired, why was that murderer so peculiar? Even after having his head severed, he still managed to survive? Kakashi's gaze shifted towards Obito. Having noticed during the afternoon that Obito might possess some insight regarding the situation after he assisted the innkeeper with the issues at hand, Obito took a sip of tea from the table and shook his head. I don't fully understand the specifics. Perhaps his body has some unique structure that transcends normal human limitations. However, that individual keeps babbling about a cult of the evil god. You must realize that it could be tied to the special abilities of the faith he adheres to. Rin nodded, her mind drifting back to the arrogant demeanor of that man with the slicked back hair earlier in the afternoon, stirring a sense of distaste within her. The cult of the evil god, indeed a mysterious and enigmatic sect. Kakashi remarked, the secrets surrounding that individual can be reported back to the third Hokage for further investigation. Surely, some answers will emerge. It's getting late. I shall return to my room now. As Kakashi stood and opened the sliding door of the private room, Obito raised an eyebrow, perplexed. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Where are you off to? He found it hard to believe that Kakashi would retire for the night at such an early hour. Kakashi paused in the corridor, rummaging through his ninja tool pouch before finally producing a book with a yellow cover. To read, he announced, turning back to display the book to Obito before resuming his stride toward his room. When had Kakashi developed such a penchant for reading? He had never shown much interest in books before. Obito turned to Rin, puzzled. Although the cover was yellow, he was certain it was not an adult-themed book, but rather seemed to reference some heroic tales from the ninja world. Rin shook her head and smiled. Kakashi has recently taken up this hobby because he admired how much Minato-sensei enjoys reading. Obito knew well that Minato had a fondness for literature. During his routine tasks, or while supervising the training of Obito and the others, Minato often found solace in the pages of a book. The literature he indulged in was not of a scientific or scholarly nature. Rather, he had a penchant for novels. Specifically, he was captivated by the autobiographical tales of a fictional ninja character, chronicling the rise of an individual from humble beginnings to ultimate strength, culminating in their ascendance to the pinnacle of the ninja world as a hero. Obito remarked that Kakashi, seriously, has he even adopted Minato-sensei's hobby? Rin, rising with a smile that narrowed her eyes, replied, there's nothing wrong with having small hobbies. Everyone needs a little something to ease their minds. Otherwise, living in constant tension or solely focusing on training would be exceedingly tedious, wouldn't it? Obito nodded, giving her a thumbs up. You're quite astute, Rin-chan, managing to extract such profound wisdom from something so trivial. Rin chuckled at Obito's compliment. She stepped forward, taking hold of his arm, and urged, Obito, let us go. We have time. We rarely have the opportunity to enjoy such luxurious places. Let us indulge in a hot spring together. Obito felt a rush of excitement. Could it be? A mixed-gender hot spring experience where Rin would open her heart to him? The thought sent a thrill down his spine. Hesitantly, he replied, Rin, I'm not quite ready for that. We're still so young. Isn't it unnecessary to go to a mixed bath? Realizing his misunderstanding, Rin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a playful glare. Obito, what on earth are you thinking? I meant we should go to the hot spring together. Not a mixed bath. Besides, the owner here is being exceptionally courteous to you. I doubt we'll have to pay. Obito chuckled awkwardly. Ah, Rin. So that is what you meant. Of course, that is perfectly fine then. The two of them left their private room. Together with Kakashi, they approached the owner of the hot spring, discussing their intention to enjoy the baths. The owner, delighted, welcomed them with open arms and even arranged for each of them to have a personal masseuse. Initially, The women's bathing area had been compromised due to a certain rowdy patron, but fortunately, the hot spring had ceased operations for the day. Aside from the official brought by Obito and his friends, there were no other guests present. With a plethora of different bathing pools available, Rin could easily choose one for herself. The owner had a knack for hospitality, selecting 3 young and beautiful female massage therapists, all of whom possessed remarkable skills. If not for Obito and Kakashi's youth, Obito would have seriously suspected the owner of attempting to bribe them or that the establishment harbored some undisclosed services. Kakashi found himself for the first time exposed before a woman, his chest bared and back revealed. Throughout the entire massage, his face flushed a deep crimson, which elicited restrained laughter from Obito. It was quite amusing to discover that the youthful Kakashi had such innocence, although it was also Obito's first experience enjoying such services. Being a traveler of sorts, he was far less fazed by a woman providing him a massage. What was there to be embarrassed about, especially with such a stunning lady? Obito and his companions lingered at the hot spring resort for a full 3 days, indulging in the superior hospitality offered by the owner of the establishment. And their days passed comfortably. It wasn't that they were unwilling to leave, nor was it that the hot springs were exceptionally enjoyable. Rather, their mission required the safe escort of an official from the Land of Fire. As the official showed no desire to depart, Obito and his companions felt it inappropriate to rush him. On the 4th day, early in the morning, they set out, escorting a cultist of the evil god sect alongside the official. After successfully delivering the official back to his home, Obito and his friends finally returned to Konohagakure. In the center of the village, on a bustling street, the cultist bore numerous scars from his own self-inflicted wounds. Although the injuries had healed and scabbed over, the ghastly sight sparked murmurs among the passing villagers. Kakashi, Rin, you 2 go report to the 3rd Hokage and submit the mission details. I'll sit this one out, Obito stated as he handed the rope binding the cultist to Kakashi. Kakashi accepted the rope with a look of skepticism, questioning, "Why do you always skip out on the mission debrief?" "Oh, it's nothing. I simply wish to avoid that old man, the 3rd Hokage. You 2 go ahead," Obito replied candidly, not concealing his true feelings. Ever since he had turned down the 3rd Hokage's invitation to join the Umbu in the heart of the Death Forest, their encounters had been tinged with an odd tension. Despite the Hokage's outwardly composed demeanor, Obito sensed an underlying bias against him. Not particularly fond of the 3rd Hokage himself, Obito preferred to minimize their interactions and allow Kakashi and Rin to collect the mission rewards on his behalf. "Goodbye, Rin, Kakashi." Obito waved farewell to the 2 before briskly departing. It had been quite some time since he last saw Rin, and he was uncertain if she was in the village. After such a long absence, it was certainly time to reconnect with her. It was just past noon, around 2 p.m., and the trio hadn't had a moment to eat lunch amid their hurried return. Vendors on either side of the street were vociferously promoting their wares. Stopping at a dumpling stall, Obito purchased 20 dumplings, savoring them as he continued on his way. Having enjoyed a couple of skewers the last time he visited Anko, he had developed a fondness for the taste of dumplings. Although he may not possess the same fervent obsession for dango as Hongdo does, in Obito's heart, the dango from Konoha holds an equal stature alongside Ichiraku ramen. Both are equally delectable. As Obito approached the corner, his gaze casually swept across the surroundings, and to his surprise, he spotted a vaguely familiar figure atop a building on the right side of the street. This individual was tall, with flowing white hair, clad in a dark red kimono, and carrying a massive scroll on his back. Despite it being his first encounter, Obito recognized him instantly. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. At that moment, Jiraiya was holding a cylindrical telescope, peering down with a rather lewd expression, erupting into bursts of raucous laughter, his shoulders shaking in amusement. This lecherous old man surely wasn't spying on a women's bathhouse, was he? Obito thought, bemused, as just a few dozen meters ahead lay a women's bathhouse. A large blue sign adorned the entrance, featuring a half-naked beauty, with the words "Hot Spring" emblazoned above her head. Without a shadow of a doubt, Obito was 100% certain that Jiraiya was indeed peeping on the girls bathing. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Obito's mind, announcing, "Ding! The host has triggered a special mission. Disrupt Jiraiya's voyeurism at the women's bathhouse. Completing this mission will yield the following rewards. 1. 2 replication opportunities. 2. Random mission rewards." Momentarily taken aback, a smile soon graced Obito's face. This was the bustling street. Accomplishing such a task would not be difficult. Resolute in his decision, he hastened to finish the dango in his hand. Subsequently, he began to jog, scaling the wall with nimble feet, and once he reached the edge of the third-floor rooftop, he called out loudly, pointing at Jiraiya's back, "Everyone, come quick. There's a pervert spying on the girls as they bathe. Is this a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? Truly lawless." Given Jiraiya's prowess, he had already sensed Obito's presence while he was climbing the wall. However, with his mind preoccupied by the maidens in the hot spring, he could not divert his gaze. Moreover, with Konoha's generally excellent security, Jiraiya paid no mind to who Obito was. Yet, upon hearing Obito's boisterous shout, not only could Jiraiya no longer continue his voyeuristic antics, but the villagers passing by below also turned their attention upward. The women in the bathhouse heard Obito's loud exclamation as well. They glanced towards the source of the noise and discovered the lecherous old man on the adjacent rooftop, telescope in hand. Instantly, they gasped in shock, covering their vital areas and submerging themselves in the water, hurling curses at Jiraiya. The villagers below, having grasped the situation, began to condemn Jiraiya for his actions. Look at him, he's old enough to know better, yet he still engages in such disgraceful behavior. What a shameful display. With attire like that, he must be a ninja. But what a disgrace indeed. Is it possible that within the ranks of the Konoha ninjas, there exists such a lecherous individual? I had never heard of such a character before. Jiraiya, of course, overheard the villagers' discussions. He felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide himself. With frantic gestures, he attempted to clarify to the villagers, "Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, please do not misunderstand. I am merely conducting a research experiment here, not peeping as that brat claimed." Jiraiya's cheeks burned with heat, and a surge of anger welled up within him as he turned his gaze towards Obito. "Hey kid, why are you ruining my good fortune?" Obito, with a mischievous grin, shrugged nonchalantly. What other reason could there be? "I'm simply standing up for the female patrons in the bathhouse." Without waiting for Jiraiya's response, Obito leaped from the edge of the third floor. As he parted the crowd below, he dashed towards the home of Yugao Yuzuki. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The task of sabotaging Jiraiya's peeping at the women's bathhouse has been completed. Now, we present your rewards. Reward 1. 2 copying opportunities. Reward 2. 60 explosive tags. Wait, that kid with the goggles. Jiraiya, filled with indignation and embarrassment, had originally intended to teach Obito a lesson. However, he did not anticipate that Obito would be so clever, immediately fleeing at the first sign of trouble. As Obito's figure receded into the distance, Jiraiya also wished to hastily depart from this place of scandal, for being branded a pervert by a crowd is indeed quite shameful. Yet, gazing at Obito's silhouette, he suddenly recalled something. Wait, the characteristics of the prophesied child spoken of by my esteemed sage uncle, why do they align so closely with this brat? Jiraiya then realized that the boy described by Gamamaru, who wore goggles, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had thwarted his plans. As for that so-called ping-pong paddle, the Uchiha clan emblem on the boy's back did indeed resemble one. Could it be that this child truly is the prophesied one mentioned by my sage uncle? The more Jiraiya contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He had not expected to glean such significant insight so swiftly. The image of Obito had been indelibly etched in Jiraiya's mind. However, Jiraiya was unaware of who Obito was or what his name might be. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya resolved to visit the Hokage office to inquire with the third Hokage. Having made up his mind, Jiraiya clasped his hands together in a seal. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, and Jiraiya vanished from the rooftop. At the residence of the Yuzuki clan, Obito arrived at Yugao's home with ease. The courtyard gate was ajar, welcoming him in. He walked straight through and immediately spotted Yugao practicing in her front yard. She was fluidly weaving her hands, seemingly familiarizing herself with a particular ninjutsu hand sign. "Yugao," Obito called out, waving his hand. Yugao, deeply engrossed in her training, was only then aware of his presence. Upon recognizing Obito, her face broke into a radiant smile as she jogged towards him. "Obito, have you finally returned from your mission?" Tobirama nodded with a teasing smile, saying, "Well, I just returned to see you. Have you missed me?" Hinata stood before Tobirama, her cheeks instantly flushing red, and she shot him a mock glare, retorting, "Why would I miss you, you silly fool?" Tobirama chuckled, "Even if I am a fool, you still like me, don't you?" Hinata, more flustered than ever, pushed him playfully, exclaiming, "You're so annoying. Who said I liked you?" I never said such a thing. The little girl's bashful demeanor was truly endearing. Tobirama gazed at her luscious red lips, almost yearning to pull her in for a kiss. However, realizing they were at her home, where her parents might still be around, he thought better of it. After all, such behavior at their tender age could be viewed poorly by others. Without hesitation, Tobirama suggested, "Hinata, shall we go train at our old spot?" Hinata glanced at him shyly, giving a soft affirmative hum. The memory of Tobirama kissing her in that grove still made her blush, but deep down, she felt quite pleased to be treated that way by the boy she admired. "Wait for me a moment. I need to tell my mother," she said, then hurried inside. A few minutes later, she returned, seemingly clad in a new outfit. Seeing her in a lovely orange dress, Tobirama's eyes widened in delight. "Why did you change clothes?" "We're just going to train," he inquired. Hinata pouted and huffed. "Why do you care? My previous outfit got soaked with sweat from training, so I changed." Tobirama pressed, "But we're still going to train. Won't you just get sweaty again?" Hinata rolled her eyes. "Tobirama, that's why I said you're a blockhead. You really are foolish." There was nothing wrong with wanting to look pretty in front of the boy she liked, to maintain her best image. Yet, of course, she wouldn't voice these thoughts to Tobirama. Girls also have their pride. "Hinata, don't be upset. I won't ask anymore," he said, scratching his head awkwardly. Although he didn't understand why she called him foolish, he could sense her lack of malice, as she often used to say such things. Soon, they exited the Hyuga clan's territory and arrived at the training grounds. Following the path leading to the training area, they ventured into the forest. Noticing the absence of others, Tobirama seized Hinata's small hand without hesitation. Hinata's body jolted slightly, her cheeks aflame. Yet, she didn't resist. Instead, she tightened her grip on his larger hand. The warmth radiating from his palm sent a delightful flutter through her heart, filling her with a joy she could hardly articulate. "Is this what it feels like to be in love?" Hinata mused internally, nearly bursting with happiness. "Hinata, Tobirama suddenly spoke, but only managed to get half of his thought out. "Huh," Hinata instinctively replied, turning her gaze toward him. As she glanced over, she noticed Obito was also gazing at her, his eyes aflame with a fervor that suggested he had begun to grasp something profound. The two halted in their tracks. Obito placed his hands gently on her shoulders, locking his gaze onto her eyes, his head gradually leaning closer. A flutter of anxiety surged within her, causing her to instinctively clutch the hem of her dress, her breath quickening, her small chest rising and falling in rhythm. As she beheld Obito's face inching nearer, she softly closed her eyes, seemingly acquiescing to his intentions. However, just as their lips were mere centimeters apart, Kakashi's voice abruptly pierced the air. Startled, both Obito and Red instinctively recoiled several steps. Red's cheeks flushed crimson, extending down to her collarbone. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing to vanish from sight, casting a fleeting glance at Kakashi who stood not far off. Finally, she turned to Obito, her lips poised to speak, yet falling silent. Obito, overwhelmed with frustration, internally chastised Kakashi for his ill-timed interruption. With a glare that could pierce through stone, he demanded, "What brings you here?" Although Kakashi had not intended to disrupt their moment, his keen intellect had already deduced the nature of their previous interaction from their startled reactions. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he replied in a low voice, "The third Hokage wishes to see you. You are to report to him immediately, otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to come find you." "The third is looking for me? What could he possibly want?" Obito questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face, uncertain of the third's intentions. Kakashi shrugged. "I have no idea. However, while Rin and I were exchanging mission details, a white-haired fellow barged into the office, likely informing the third of something." A white-haired fellow? Could it be Jiraiya? Obito pondered, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. Surely, Jiraiya wouldn't be so petty as to report him for merely interrupting his peeping on the women's bath. Despite a lingering unease, Obito resolved to investigate further. He reassured Red, "You should head to our usual training spot for now. I will join you shortly." Red, still blushing, nodded in agreement and hurried off into the depths of the forest. "Let us go, Kakashi," Obito called, preparing to accompany Kakashi to the Hokage's office. Kakashi responded with a brief acknowledgement, walking alongside Obito. "Here, this is your commission for the completed mission," Kakashi said, pulling a thick stack of coins from his pocket and offering it to Obito. "Why so much?" Obito inquired, taken aback as he accepted the money. The task they had undertaken was a mere C-rank mission, and the remuneration typically did not warrant such a sum. Kakashi explained, "Don't you remember? An official from the Land of Fire proposed an elevation of the mission's rank from C to B. The third said that the remaining balance will be sent by that official later." Obito tucked the coins into his pocket and nodded in understanding. When parting ways with the official, he seemed to have mentioned something in passing. However, at that moment, the raucous voice of the cult leader was incessantly clamoring, causing great distraction. Obsidian was preoccupied with reprimanding the leader, thus he did not pay much attention. The elevation of task levels was a matter being discussed between Rin and Kakashi, and Obsidian only vaguely caught snippets of their conversation. Ultimately, it was that conscientious official from the Land of Fire, who, not lacking in wealth, understood that subduing the cult leader would not be an easy feat for Obsidian and his companions, hence he offered a bit more remuneration for their efforts. "Obsidian, what exactly does that feel like?" As they walked side by side, Kakashi suddenly turned his head to glance at Obsidian, awkwardly inquiring, "What feeling?" Obsidian's face was a canvas of confusion as he turned to Kakashi. "That feeling you had with Hong just now." Kakashi stammered even more, his face slightly flushed. He gestured with his thumbs, mimicking a kissing motion. Obsidian was taken aback, realizing that Kakashi was asking about this. Could it be that Kakashi had also been influenced by my brother and was now yearning for romance? It appears the children in the ninja world mature rapidly, and this notion seems to hold true. However, how should my brother respond to the notion of kissing? Although Obsidian had indeed kissed Hong once before, at that moment, his mind had been entirely blank, and he had not truly experienced any sensation. Is it difficult to answer? Then let us just assume I never asked. Kakashi's face was flushed with embarrassment, and upon noticing Obsidian's prolonged silence, he realized the topic was rather peculiar, especially when discussing such matters with another male. Reflecting on it, Kakashi could not help but shudder at the oddity of the situation. In truth, it might just be that when together, there exists an inexplicable attraction between them, which one might refer to as the allure of the opposite sex. Obsidian scratched his head, attempting to explain. The allure of the opposite sex? Kakashi remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. Moreover, Obsidian's response seemed to describe the essence of romance, albeit slightly deviating from the original question. Obsidian's eyes twinkled as if a thought had suddenly struck him, followed by a mischievous grin. He then retrieved a book with a yellow cover from his person, presenting it to Kakashi. "Here, perhaps this book holds the answers you seek, a gift for you." "What?" Kakashi accepted the book with a hint of skepticism. Upon seeing the words "Intimate Paradise" emblazoned on the cover, he sensed a foreboding. Imagining the potential contents within, his cheeks flushed, and he quickly returned the book to Obsidian. "Obsidian, how could you read such material? This could have a detrimental influence." Obsidian cast a dubious glance at Kakashi. "Are you sure you don't want it? It contains illustrations, you know." "What?" Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, his mind battling the decision of whether to accept it or not. Within less than a second, he swiftly withdrew his hand. Well, I suppose I shall borrow your book for the time being. I merely wish to see what it is that occupies your mind daily." Obito scoffed dismissively, mercilessly exposing Kakashi's stubbornness. "Tch. A dead duck stubbornly clings to its words. If you desire it, just say so. I want to mock you." Kakashi's face was awash with embarrassment, and he had no choice but to stow the book into his ninja tool pouch. This marked the first occasion in over a year that Kakashi willingly conceded during their banter, refraining from retorting to Obito's jab. In the past, Kakashi had always been able to counter with ruthless precision. Yet today, he preferred to avoid further discourse on the subject, for he felt a twinge of guilt. Obito, naturally, perceived Kakashi's discomfort and chose not to press further. Memories of the two opportunities he had acquired from Jiraiya, coupled with the two opportunities gained from assisting an elderly lady when leaving the village, brought a smirk to Obito's lips, for opportunities in total. A glance at Kakashi revealed his intentions. He was eager to extract a few more benefits from him. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped Kakashi, and a system notification echoed in Obito's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully replicated Lightning Release Chakra, acquiring 15 units. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully replicated Lightning Release Chakra, acquiring 20 units. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully replicated Lightning Release Chakra, acquiring 20 units. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully replicated Kakashi's Earth Release Technique, Earth Style, Earth Wall, Lightning Release Chakra, 200. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated lightning release chakra. The series of notifications signified that Obito could now officially wield lightning release techniques. Previously, he possessed fire and earth attributes. And now he had added lightning to his repertoire. With 3 attributes in hand, his strength was steadily advancing. I will not accompany you any further. The task has been completed, and the subsequent matters do not concern me, Kakashi stated as he halted at the foot of the Hokage office building. Very well, farewell. Obito nodded, waving goodbye before proceeding towards the staircase. Ah, Obito is here. The 2 ninjas stationed at the staircase greeted him with warm smiles, their enthusiasm palpable. After all, within the ninja community, it was well known that Obito was exceptionally gifted. He had even self-taught himself the unique jutsu created by Minato, the Sharingan. With such talent, it was certain that he would rise to prominence, akin to Minato, among the elite. Thus, everyone was aware that fostering a good relationship with such a prodigy was undoubtedly advantageous. Good day, esteemed seniors. Obito courteously acknowledged the 2 and then jogged up the stairs. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, Obito strolled slowly, his gaze falling upon the open door of the office ahead. Occasionally, the sounds of conversation wafted through the air. Jiraiya, why are you inquiring about that kid Obito the moment you return? What do you intend to do with him? The voice, tinged with age, was unmistakably that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shortly after, Jiraiya's voice echoed. Haha, 3rd Hokage, don't be so cautious. You'll find out when he arrives. From the 3rd's words, Jiraiya gleaned a general understanding of Obito's background, such as awakening the 3 Tomoe Sharingan at the age of 9, graduating just over a year ago, and currently undertaking ninja missions under Minato's team. Remarkably, he had self-taught the Sharingan after witnessing Minato use it just once. It was evident from the 3rd's tone that he regarded Obito highly. Yet, there lingered a trace of sorrow in the 3rd's brow, accompanied by occasional sighs. These traits led Jiraiya to ponder that the prophesied child mentioned by the sage might indeed align closely with this young Uchiha Obito. With a smile, Jiraiya mused inwardly. After all, to be deemed the prophesied child and the future savior of the ninja world, one must possess extraordinary strength or talent. This belief had always been Jiraiya's conviction. Knock, knock, knock. As Obito reached the doorway, he raised his hand and knocked. 3rd Hokage, I have arrived. Inside, Jiraiya and the 3rd simultaneously turned their gazes towards the entrance. Kid, how are you? I've managed to find you. Jiraiya grinned mischievously, pointing at Obito with an expression of triumph. Feigning surprise, Obito exclaimed, What brings you here, you old pervert? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's smile faltered, his lips twitching. Hey, kid, what do you mean by old pervert? Take a good look. I'm not even 40 yet. Isn't that a bit rude? Oh right, you haven't aged at all. Obito replied with astonishment. Indeed, Jiraiya did not appear overly old. Despite his white hair, it was naturally so. Even Sarutobi's hair was not completely gray, as he was only in his 50s. Jiraiya's mouth twitched again. What do you mean I haven't aged? Are you looking forward to my aging? Obito scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. No, I was actually wondering why you asked the 3rd to summon me. It's not because of that incident when I caught you peeping at the girls in the bathhouse, is it? Jiraiya was rendered speechless. This Uchiha Obito certainly had a knack for bringing up his embarrassing moments at the most inappropriate times. Fortunately, only the 3rd was present, who, in his own right, was no stranger to such indiscretions. However, compared to Jiraiya, the 3rd was far more reserved and discreet. In the past, the 3rd had even sought Jiraiya's teachings on the art of using a telescope for such voyeuristic purposes. Upon contemplating this, Jiraiya could not help but indulge in a fit of quiet amusement. Seeing that the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, Hiruzen swiftly stepped in to lighten the mood. Moreover, he temporarily set aside his previous resentment regarding Obito's rejection of his offer to join the Umbu, discreetly jotting down a mental note. Haha, Obito, fear not. For my intentions in seeking you out are far from trivial matters, he remarked, casting a glance at Jiraiya. Now, Jiraiya, can you enlighten us about your true purpose in approaching Obito? Turning to face Obito, Jiraiya wore a confident smile. He bit into his thumb, his hands moving in a swift, intricate series of hand seals. Crouching down, he slapped his palm against the ground. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a large toad, approximately a meter in height, at Jiraiya's feet. The toad, with an air of arrogance, began to hop about on one leg atop its head. while Jiraiya recited with flair, "Young one. It seems necessary to reintroduce myself. I am none other than Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, renowned as the white-haired sage of Mount Myaboku." "Wow, your name is quite lengthy," Obito interjected, interrupting Jiraiya before he could finish. He smirked, pondering whether this fellow felt any embarrassment at such a long self-introduction every time he met someone new. With a thud, Jiraiya fell from the toad's head. His cheek pressed against the ground, half of his body dangling over the side of the creature. "How rude it is to interrupt someone while they speak, young man," Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling particularly unlucky that day. It seemed as though fate had conspired against him in the presence of this Uchiha Obito. "What is it that you seek from me? Can you please get to the point?" "I am rather busy," Obito replied nonchalantly, crossing his arms. "My little lady, Hinata, is waiting for me to return for our date, and I cannot waste time here with you two old lechers." With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya picked himself up from the ground. Despite the apparent discord between him and Obito, he recalled the prophecy of the great sage Toad, which had led him to believe that Obito was indeed the child of prophecy, destined to be the savior of the future. Thus, he swallowed his frustrations and looked at Obito, stating, "Very well, I shall speak plainly. Uchiha Obito, would you be willing to take me as your master and allow me to teach you the ways of ninjutsu?" Upon hearing this, Obito's immediate reaction was one of confusion. He could not fathom Jiraiya's intentions in wanting to take him on as a disciple after their first meeting. Why would you want to teach me ninjutsu? Aren't I already under the tutelage of Lord Minato?" Jiraiya sighed once more. "Consider it a recognition of your exceptional talent. You are undeniably gifted, a fact well known throughout the village." As he spoke, Jiraiya turned his gaze toward Hiruzen, third Hokage. "While it is true that Obito is Minato's pupil, I believe my teaching him ninjutsu should not be seen as a breach of protocol." Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was instantly filled with joy. Initially, he had felt somewhat disheartened due to his strained relationship with Obito, which led to the loss of a promising ally. However, now that Jiraiya had made such a request, he felt a surge of delight. After all, Jiraiya was also his disciple. If Jiraiya could take Obito as his pupil, the relationship between Hiruzen and Obito would be strengthened, making future attempts to reconnect with him more seamless. With this thought in mind, Hiruzen nodded vigorously, affirming, "Of course, that is entirely feasible." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Obito, displaying his characteristic smile. He inquired, "Obito, Jiraiya is an exceptionally talented ninja in our village. Even Minato was trained by him. I believe Minato would have no objections to Jiraiya teaching you ninjutsu. Are you willing to study under him and heed his guidance?" Obito glanced at the third Hokage, then at Jiraiya, his mind racing with contemplation. Jiraiya's claim of valuing Obito's talent seemed unfounded, as he had only met Obito once and was hastily calling for the third Hokage to summon him. The sudden eagerness to take Obito as a disciple hinted at underlying motives. Nevertheless, having read the original story, Obito possessed some insight into Jiraiya's character. His greatest flaw was his lecherous nature, yet in every other aspect, he was an exceptionally skilled ninja, capable of guiding the younger generation along the right path, endowed with remarkable strength. Most importantly, Jiraiya had a kind heart, unlike the third Hokage, who often engaged in superficial nobility while secretly colluding with Danzo. Moreover, Jiraiya excelled in the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, which made the prospect of learning such arts quite alluring for Obito. He nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I accept." Jiraiya sighed in relief, having been anxious that Obito might dismiss his proposal. From their first encounter, this young lad had continuously undermined him, causing him embarrassment. He understood that proposing to take Obito as a disciple was somewhat abrupt and perhaps too hasty. However, given the prophecy from the great sage Toad, having found Obito, he needed to swiftly establish a mentor-student relationship. Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled that the elder sage had mentioned he should write a novel during his journey while training the prophesied child. He remembered this, but refrained from sharing it with Obito just yet. The unexpected proposal of taking on a disciple was already too sudden. He did not wish to jeopardize the fragile bond they had just begun to forge. Due to Obito's lingering feelings for Rin, he was resolutely determined to find her and continue their unfinished kiss. Thus, he exchanged only a few simple words with Jiraiya and the third Hokage before bidding farewell and departing. However, upon his swift arrival at the familiar grove, he discovered that Rin had already left. At the base of the large tree where they often rested, a kunai was embedded. its handle tied with a strip of cloth bearing an inscription. Obito, the teacher has assigned us an urgent mission. I have left already. We shall practice together next time. The note was signed, Yuhi Rin. A wave of frustration washed over Obito. It was all Jiraiya's fault for ruining his chance. What was supposed to be a delightful rendezvous with Rin had been thwarted. He tucked the cloth strip into his backpack and, seeing that he had no other immediate tasks, began his solitary training. He engaged in physical exercises, push-ups, striking the training posts, and pull-ups, each performed thousands of times. Only after that did he commence his ninjutsu training. Although Obito possessed the power of Kamui, he was cautious, aware that excessive use without the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would lead to deteriorating eyesight and potentially blindness. Therefore, he refrained from employing the Mangekyō techniques unless absolutely necessary, as it was his greatest trump card, one he preferred not to expose to outsiders. The afternoon swiftly passed, and as the sun dipped behind the mountains, the sky darkened. Obito realized that nightfall was imminent, signaling the end of his training for the day. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and retrieved the kunai and shuriken from the tree trunk before turning to leave the grove, heading towards the Uchiha compound. Obito-kun, let's spar? As he arrived at his home, a small figure blocked the entrance of his wooden house. Shursui, what are you doing here? Were you waiting for me? The individual was indeed Shursui, and Obito was somewhat taken aback. He had only just returned today, not even having been home to inform his grandmother. Yet Shursui appeared to be waiting for him, as if he had anticipated his return. Shursui nodded, a confident smile gracing his youthful face. Yes, Obito-kun. I was specially approved to graduate from the Ninja Academy today. Lord Third informed me that you had returned, so I decided to wait for you. Special approval to graduate. Obito was bewildered, disbelief evident in his eyes. Is this a joke? Shursui, you're only 5 years old. Indeed, this little boy was proving to be an extraordinarily gifted talent. Much like Kakashi, a proud smile spread across Shursui's face as he nodded. Yes, I successfully passed all my assessments and graduated from the academy. Obito-kun, I will catch up to you very soon. If these words were uttered by another, Obito would undoubtedly wear an expression of disdain. Yet, when spoken by Shursui, he found himself willing to believe. After all, in the original narrative, Shursui, at a tender age, unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan through sheer prowess. He carved out a name for himself amidst the chaos of the ninja world, earning the moniker of Shunshin Shursui. There existed certain exceptional rules within the ninja realm. When faced with the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, one could opt to flee, and when confronting Shursui, the Shunshin of Konoha, one could abandon their mission without fear of reproach from superiors. These two simple statements suffice to illuminate the extraordinary strength and abnormality of these two individuals. Congratulations, Shursui, on your early graduation, Obito remarked, stepping forward to affectionately ruffle Shursui's hair. Shursui squinted and smiled, seemingly relishing the affectionate gesture. Subsequently, Obito feigned rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. With a subtle mental nudge, he retrieved a previously drawn ninja tool set from his system inventory and presented it to Shursui. Shursui, congratulations, this is a gift for your early graduation. Such a comprehensive set of ninja tools would cost a significant sum if purchased from the market. Shursui was acutely aware of their value, though his eyes sparkled with joy. His small hand hesitated, retracting momentarily. Is this really okay? Obito, I shouldn't accept this. Obito gently pressed the ninja tool pouch into Shursui's hands and ruffled his hair once more. What is wrong with that? Didn't I tell you? This is a gift for you, celebrating your early graduation. With a radiant smile, Shursui cradled the tool pouch close to his chest, nodding vigorously. Obito, let us have a match. It's been a while since we last sparred, and as I will soon embark on missions, our opportunities to meet may dwindle. Obito hesitated. Really? It's already dark outside, and you want to spar? I'd rather return to reassure Granny. Beep. The host has activated a special mission. Accept Uchiha Shursui's challenge and defeat him to complete the task and earn rewards. Reward 1. 2 copying opportunities. An additional 2,002 chakra points. As soon as Obito finished speaking, an electronic notification resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the enticing rewards, he promptly agreed to duel Shursui. 2 opportunities for replication were not to be missed. While 2,002 chakra points may seem modest, it still represented an enhancement to his overall power. At this moment, Shursui had stowed away the tool pouch and pointed to the wide road before them. Obito, let us duel here. We can be mindful not to disturb the nearby residences. Obito shook his head in resignation. Very well, but it seems your insistence will not wane. Shursui chuckled and, with a swift leap, positioned himself in the center of the road. Obito stepped back a few paces, halting several meters away from Shursui, as the two faced each other in a tense standoff. Fortunately, it was mealtime, and the road in the Uchiha clan's territory was devoid of any passers-by. Shursui retrieved a brand-new kunai from his ninja tool pouch, twirling it elegantly on his fingertips. His gaze sharpened, his pupils shifting from black to crimson as the two Tomoe rapidly revolved within his eyes. He sprinted towards Obito, exclaiming, "Obito, I'm coming." "Well done, young lad. Have you awakened your eyes already?" Obito responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. For Shursui had activated his Sharingan at the tender age of 5, and his first manifestation was the double Tomoe. Such prodigious talent seemed almost otherworldly. As Shursui charged at him with his kunai, Obito did not flinch, nor did he activate his Sharingan or attempt to block with his own kunai. He merely tilted his body slightly, evading Shursui's strike with ease. In a swift motion, Obito grasped Shursui's wrist firmly. With a mischievous grin, Obito remarked, "Shursui. Approaching the enemy without understanding their strength is quite reckless." Shursui's expression shifted to one of alarm. Only months prior, Obito had not been able to so easily subdue him. It appeared that Obito had been diligently honing his skills lately. As Shursui marveled at this newfound prowess, he clenched his left fist and aimed a punch at Obito's abdomen, seeking to compel him to release his grip. The punch landed with a sharp slap against Obito's palm, yet despite the force behind it, Shursui's strength was still insufficient against Obito. "Obito, watch out!" Shursui shouted, undeterred by the predicament. With his hands captured, he bent his knees and leaped into the air, aiming a kick at Obito's face. "Well, you little monkey, you're quite slippery." Obito laughed, releasing Shursui's hands and retreating a couple of steps to evade the flying kick. However, before he could fully distance himself, he snatched the kunai from Shursui's grasp. "Obito, witness my prowess." Though their exchange had been brief, Shursui was acutely aware that he was no match for Obito in hand-to-hand combat. He performed a series of agile backflips, creating a considerable distance between them. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Shursui began to weave a series of hand seals. "Fire style, great fireball technique," he proclaimed, positioning one hand before him as he drew in a deep breath. A torrent of flames surged forth, crackling in the air, coalescing into a massive fireball with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. The fireball scorched the stone-paved street as it rolled ominously towards Obito. Simultaneously, Obito was also executing hand seals, albeit a fraction of a moment later than Shursui. Yet, the flames erupting from his mouth followed closely behind, creating an exhilarating standoff. Flames crackled before Obito, swiftly coalescing into a massive fireball that surged toward the oncoming sphere of fire. At that moment, Obito's fireball was evidently larger than Shursui's, measuring approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, occupying nearly half of the street. With a resounding clash, the two fireballs collided, erupting into a vast display of flames that fanned outwards. A wave of fire surged skyward, resembling a blossoming mushroom cloud, illuminating the darkening night with a vivid brilliance. However, as Shursui and Obito continued to intensify their chakra release, the flames erupting from their mouths did not diminish. Instead, they amplified the strength of their great fireball technique. Ultimately, Shursui's fireball proved insufficient, succumbing to the overwhelming force of Obito's, which drove it backward in a relentless retreat. Aware that he could not match Obito in chakra prowess, Shisui humbly acknowledged his superiority and relinquished his control over the great fireball, leaping backwards to perch upon a nearby wall. Obito, too, quickly withdrew his chakra, causing the previously advancing fireball to diminish in size. It rolled a few more meters through the center of the street before extinguishing completely. Meanwhile, Shisui, now atop the wall, completed the hand seals for his next jutsu, fire release, Hozenka no Jutsu. With knees slightly bent and one hand positioned before him, Shursui summoned a barrage of fireballs, each the size of a basketball, that crackled with the sound of burning flames. Like blooming impatience, they soared through the air, each following a unique trajectory towards Obito. "Well done. Your hand seals are impressively swift, and your timing for releasing the jutsu is commendable." Obito laughed heartily. Rather than retreating from the oncoming Hozenka fireballs, he charged headlong into the fray, deftly dodging and leaping as the fiery projectiles whizzed past him. Yet Shursui was not one to remain passive, waiting for Obito to breach his defenses. "Obito, be careful," he shouted, producing a multitude of shuriken and deftly positioning them between his fingers. With a flourish, he hurled the hexagonal shuriken into the air, where they spun and darted toward Obito. Obito, compelled to defend himself, brandished the kunai he had just reclaimed from Shisui, parrying the incoming projectiles. The clanging of metal echoed as the shuriken were deflected and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the commotion of their battle had drawn the attention of neighbors, who, initially engrossed in their own affairs, now emerged from their homes, gathering at doorways to witness the unfolding conflict. Amidst the bustling discussions, numerous onlookers cast admiring glances at Obito and Shisui. Many children of similar age to Obito gazed upon him with awe. "Oh, is that Obito? Why is he sparring with that little fellow?" It appeared to the observers that their engagement was less of a fierce battle and more of a friendly contest. Obito is truly remarkable. He has awakened his 3 Tomoe Sharingan at such a young age. Indeed, I shall take Obito as my role model and strive diligently from this day forth. Yet, it seemed the child sparring alongside Obito was quite formidable as well. On another note, Obito and Shursui were wholly absorbed in their duel, undisturbed by the chatter of the spectators surrounding them. As Obito charged towards him, Shursui grit his teeth and swiftly drew a ninja sword from his back. Remarkably, Shursui's current height was only marginally greater than that of the sword, yet he wielded it with the poise of a master swordsman. "Obito, here I come," Shursui shouted, gripping the sword tightly as he leaped from the wall. Utilizing the momentum of his descent, he aimed a powerful slash towards Obito's face. Obito, undeterred, met the strike with a kunai. The clash resonated with a sharp sound as sparks flew from the impact. Realizing his first strike had failed, Shursui repositioned himself, once again launching into a series of attacks. Obito, with kunai in hand, parried and engaged Shursui in a flurry of exchanges, the sounds of their duel ringing out. However, Obito had trained extensively in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, particularly over the past year, having replicated the 8 gates technique from Guy, which significantly enhanced his physical prowess. At Shursui's age, his skill in taijutsu was still vastly inferior to Obito's. Seizing an opportunity during another parry, Obito swiftly closed the distance and gripped Shursui's wrist. Ouch! Shursui winced as Obito's grip tightened, causing him to instinctively release his sword, which clattered to the ground. In the fleeting moment after Shursui had shut his eyes in pain and reopened them, Obito had already positioned his kunai at Shursui's neck. "Congratulations, host. You have accepted Shursui's challenge and successfully defeated him. Task completed. Now, here is your reward. Reward 1. 2 replication opportunities. Reward 2. 2,002 chakra points. Shursui, your timing in releasing ninjutsu was commendable, yet your taijutsu still needs refinement," Obito chuckled. "Brother Obito, I concede. I will continue to work hard and strive to catch up to you," Shursui replied, sheepishly scratching his head. He acknowledged Obito's words. Indeed, his training in taijutsu was still insufficient. Just then, the door to Obito's wooden house creaked open. As grandmother stepped out of the house, her gaze instantly fell upon the scene where Obito held a kunai against Shursui's throat. Immediately, her discontent surged. "Obito, what are you two doing? How could brothers resort to fighting? And with ninja tools, no less?" As she spoke, she began to shuffle forward with her unsteady steps, intent on intervening. Obito, acutely aware that this demeanor from grandmother meant he was in for a scolding, quickly exclaimed, "Grandma, you misunderstand. Shursui and I are merely sparring, not fighting." He hastily retracted the kunai, shoving it back into Shursui's hand, scratching his head awkwardly with a nervous smile. However, grandmother had no intention of letting Obito off the hook so easily. Without hesitation, she seized his ear and reprimanded him. "A spar is one thing. But how can you use ninja tools? Placing a kunai against your brother's neck. Surely you understand that he is your sibling." "Oh dear, I was wrong, Grandma," Obito pleaded, wincing in pain as she tugged at his ear. Shursui quickly rushed forward, wrapping his arms around grandmother's, and began to explain on Obito's behalf. "Grandma, please let Obito go. We were truly just sparring. He had no intention of harming me." Grandmother shot Obito another glare before finally taking hold of both their small hands, saying, "I understand. But I still wish for you brothers to live in harmony and refrain from resorting to violence." With that, she led the two of them back inside, declaring, "Come now. Let us return indoors for dinner. Feeling the warmth emanating from her weathered palm, Obito's heart swelled with warmth. Grandmother always had a way of imparting a firm lesson. Yet beneath that firmness lay an abundance of tenderness and care. Unbeknownst to her, grandmother had not anticipated Obito's return, nor was she aware that Shursui had come to block the door. Thus, she had prepared only a single portion of food, a frugal habit that led her to serve up remnants from lunch. After ushering her two grandsons inside, she cheerfully hurried off to the kitchen to busy herself. Watching grandmother's hunched silhouette, Obito felt a pang of sympathy and quickly urged Shursui to join him in the kitchen to lend a hand. By the time the three of them finished dinner, the clock had crept towards 9 in the deep night. Shursui bid farewell and headed home after finishing his meal, while Obito lingered to engage in pleasant conversation with grandmother for a while before heading off to bathe and prepare for bed. The following morning, after finishing breakfast and exchanging greetings with grandmother, Obito set off towards the meeting spot designated for Class 7. Having just returned from a mission the previous day, the customary protocol allowed for a 2 to 3 day rest before the third Hokage would assign another task. After all, ninjas are human too, requiring rest and time with family. Thus, today's gathering was not to receive a new mission, but rather to convene with Kakashi and Rin for training. Each small team must cultivate a sufficient level of synergy, and achieving that requires a deep familiarity with one another. With such rapport established, they could accomplish their tasks more efficiently during missions. Since the establishment of Team 7 over a year ago, Minato has consistently emphasized the importance of teamwork and synergy during their missions. The trio of Obito, Rin, and Kakashi have excelled in this regard, often training together in their spare time to further enhance their mutual understanding. A few kilometers away from the Ninja Academy, on a wooden bridge, Rin leaned against the railing, gazing intently down the path. As the meeting time approached, a look of confusion crossed her delicate features. It struck her as odd that Obito, who was usually punctual, was late today, and Kakashi as well. Just as Rin voiced her thoughts, a figure wearing goggles approached at a brisk pace, waving and calling out, Sorry. Rin, I'm late." Upon seeing Obito, Rin's face brightened with a gentle smile. "Obito, it's all right. Today, Teacher Minato is away, and we don't have a mission anyway. He went to the front lines, and I truly have no idea when he will return." Obito nodded, standing before Rin and surveying the surroundings. "Where's Kakashi?" Rin shook her head, her expression mirroring his confusion. "I don't know either. Kakashi has never been late before. Could something have delayed him?" Obito doubted that Kakashi had anything of great importance to attend to. Since the death of White Fang, Kakashi had been rather solitary. If there was anyone he was close to in Konoha, it would be Obito, Rin, and Minato from Team 7. In the tumultuous world of ninjas, many children find themselves orphaned. The bonds formed within their assigned teams, through years of missions and training together, have often transcended mere camaraderie, evolving into familial ties. With Minato away on a mission and neither Obito nor Rin receiving any task notifications, it was unlikely that Kakashi was on a solo mission. Obito surmised that Kakashi likely stayed up too late watching Intimate Paradise, and thus had overslept. With Rin right in front of him, Obito seized the opportunity to tease her. He moved a little closer and nudged her with his shoulder. "Rin, since Kakashi is late, why don't we enjoy a little world of our own?" Rin's face instantly flushed a deep crimson at his words. She playfully raised her small fist and lightly punched Obito, pouting, "What do you mean by our own world, Obito? Don't say such things." Obito chuckled mischievously. "I'm not saying anything wrong. Training together is just like our own little world, I assenti it." Rin's cheeks reddened further. "You. How can you say such things? You should be off enjoying your own world with Sakura instead." Obito was momentarily taken aback. Rin's mention of Sakura caught him off guard, revealing a hint of jealousy as she knew he often spent time with her. Fortunately, at that moment, Kakashi finally arrived. Waving from a distance to greet the two, "Obito, Rin, you are late today? Caught you at last." Obito responded with a dismissive gesture, his face filled with disdain. In the past, whenever Obito was tardy, Kakashi would seize the opportunity to ridicule him. Today, however, the tables had turned, allowing Obito a moment of reprisal. Kakashi jogged across the wooden bridge and came to a halt before them. He awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing for having stayed up too late the previous night. Kakashi appeared somewhat different today, lacking his usual vigor, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Rin, ever perceptive, noticed this and inquired with concern, "What is wrong, Kakashi? Did you not sleep well last night?" Kakashi shook his head dismissively. No, it's nothing. I just practiced too late yesterday. Rin's surprise deepened. Oh? While we should indeed train diligently in Sensei Minato's absence, there's no need to push yourself to the brink of exhaustion. That could harm your health. A mischievous grin spread across Obito's face as he discerned Kakashi's deception. Practicing late at night? More likely, he had been tucked away under the covers, engrossed in an inappropriate novel. Ahem, Kakashi, how was that book? You were up all night reading, weren't you? Caught off guard, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of shock, his heart racing at the thought of Obito revealing his secret. If Rin learned about his late-night reading of such a scandalous book, it would be utterly mortifying. Rin's face contorted in confusion as she turned to Obito, asking, "What is this intimate paradise?" "Obito, what kind of book is that? The title sounds rather dubious." Seeing Kakashi's discomfort, Obito struggled to contain his laughter. However, he had no intention of divulging the nature of the book, as it was a gift he had given to Kakashi. Should Kakashi spill the beans, Obito would also lose face in front of Rin. "It's nothing. Intimate Paradise is merely a tale from another realm, just a jest of mine. Come on. Let's not dwell on this. We should commence today's training." As he spoke, Obito pulled Rin and Kakashi along towards the other end of the bridge. After traversing the bridge and walking a few more kilometers, they reached a grove of trees. This was the very place where Minato had first taken the three of them for their class assessment. Since that time, it had become the training ground for Minato's team. Whenever they were free from missions, the trio would gather here to hone their skills. However, as they approached the thicket outside the grove, they noticed a figure already standing there. The individual was tall, with spiky white hair, and donned a dark red cloak. Arms crossed, he faced away from Obito and the others, exuding an air of mystery. Who is that man? What is he doing standing there alone? Rin wondered aloud, her expression tinged with curiosity as she gazed at Jiraiya's back. Jiraiya, believing himself to be quite dashing, turned around with a self-satisfied grin, embodying an enigmatic charm. Before he could embark on his lengthy self-introduction, Obito preemptively interjected, "Lin, you can regard him as a lecherous old man. As a woman, you must remain somewhat wary of him." Lin's small face was awash with terror, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Jiraiya's forehead bulged with veins, his smile evaporating instantaneously. Turning around in a fit of anger and frustration, he pointed at Obito and exclaimed, "You brat! What nonsense are you spouting? I, the illustrious white-haired sage and one of the legendary three, am only interested in adult women. Must you tarnish my reputation?" Jiraiya was utterly exasperated. It was this same Obito who had caused him to lose face previously. Now, upon their first encounter, Obito was at it again. Obito, seemingly unfazed by Jiraiya's ire, brusquely shifted the conversation. "Haha, Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to find you." Jiraiya sighed, his tone laced with resignation. If it weren't for the great toad sage designating this lad, Obito Uchiha, as the prophesied child, he would have preferred to avoid the ordeal of mentoring him. Just yesterday, he had discussed this with the third Hokage. With Minato still on the front lines, it fell to him to temporarily guide Obito, along with Kakashi and Rin, in their training. "Me? So soon to begin my training?" Obito questioned, pointing at himself, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Jiraiya nodded. "Indeed, my visit is to mentor the three of you collectively. Not solely you. I've heard from the third Hokage that Minato has trained you exceptionally well. Thus, I wish to ascertain the level you three have achieved." Initially, Kakashi and Rin were in a state of confusion. However, as they listened to the exchange between Obito and Jiraiya, they gradually discerned the identity of the white-haired man before them. Jiraiya's reputation in Konoha was quite formidable. During the Second Great Ninja War, the legendary three had already made a name for themselves in the ninja world. The villagers held a certain reverence for them. Yet, the legendary three rarely made public appearances. Hence, when Jiraiya was discovered peeping at the women's bath, the villagers failed to recognize him. "Wait a moment, Obito. Is that esteemed elder truly Jiraiya, one of the legendary three?" Rin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief and tugging at Obito's arm. Obito nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is him. Why do you ask?" Kakashi stepped forward, his eyes mirroring the astonishment. "Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, is a remarkable figure in Konoha. Even our teacher, Minato, is a disciple of Jiraiya. I never imagined he would come to instruct us." Seeing the expressions of awe on Kakashi and Rin's faces, Jiraiya crossed his arms, a proud smile blossoming on his face. "Indeed, This was the reaction he expected from the youngsters upon meeting him: admiration, reverence, and envy. Unlike Obito, who seemed intent on undermining him at every turn. Jiraiya waved his hand with a sense of ease, addressing the children. My little ones, there is no need for such excitement. I will merely be teaching you for a while before Minato returns. Once he is back, I must take my leave. He then added, now, aside from my acquaintance with Uchiha Obito, I invite the other two young ones to introduce themselves so that we may become better acquainted. According to the will of the great sage Toad, Jiraiya was meant to travel and compose his novels while simultaneously mentoring Obito. His primary objective in coming to instruct Obito and the others was to cultivate a closer rapport with him. Ultimately, he intended to depart from Konoha with Obito for a grand adventure once Minato returned. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Rin and Kakashi appeared somewhat taken aback. That's wonderful. I understand. Rin exclaimed, waving her small hands in excitement before eagerly introducing herself. My name is Nohara Rin, and I am currently a chunin. My interests lie in earning money to ensure my mother enjoys a good life. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction. Ah, quite commendable, Rin. You are a dutiful child. Rin chuckled shyly. Her hands clasped behind her back. Jiraiya then turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi nodded apathetically, stating, My name is Hitaki Kakashi, and like the two of them, I am also a chunin. When not on missions or training, I prefer to find a quiet place to read. At the mention of reading, Obito stifled a laugh. Kakashi had previously read autobiographies of heroes, and now he was engrossed in Ica Paradise. One could only wonder if Jiraiya would be thrilled to discover that Kakashi possessed the first volume of Ica Paradise, perhaps even trying to snatch it away in excitement. As Obito daydreamed, Jiraiya reminded him, Hey, it's your turn. Obito appeared bewildered. Huh? Aren't we already acquainted? This feels rather tedious. Jiraiya's lips twitched in amusement. As a member of this group, you cannot receive special treatment. Now go on. With a sigh of resignation, Obito replied, Very well, my name is Uchiha Obito, and I am a chunin. As for my dreams, I do not have any concrete aspirations at the moment, but if ensuring the Uchiha clan's stable roots in Konoha counts, then I suppose that is it. The other three exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing his words. Obito's mention of securing the Uchiha clan's stability in Konoha was, in fact, a somewhat misleading statement, as the Uchiha clan had established their roots alongside the Senju clan during Konoha's inception. Obito's statement stemmed from the long-standing discord between the Uchiha and Konoha, which had only intensified in recent years due to issues surrounding the security department. The Uchiha clan's reputation had deteriorated, and their standing had become increasingly precarious. Jiraiya, Rin, and Kakashi understood that Obito's words expressed a desire for the Uchiha to overcome their current predicaments. Lin gently tugged at Obito's arm, offering her comfort. Obito, don't worry. I believe everything will turn out well, and you will certainly succeed. Obito clasped Lin's small hand, nodding appreciatively. Yes, thank you, Lin. This time, even though Lin's cheeks flushed crimson from the touch, she did not withdraw her hand immediately. Instead, she gazed at Obito with tender eyes, smiling encouragingly. All right, little ones. Now, let us return to the main topic. First, I shall test your true strength. Jiraiya clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. He then performed a series of hand seals. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical clone of Jiraiya beside him. Now, the three of you will collectively attack my shadow clone. If you manage to defeat it, you will have passed my first test. What? Obito, Lin, and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances. Was this not the same routine Jiraiya had employed during their first meeting? After all, Minato was Jiraiya's disciple. Could it be that he had also adopted this method for assessing his students? Jiraiya, noticing their expressions of confusion, asked, What's wrong? Why do you three look so perplexed? Is there an issue? Obito shook his head. Teacher Jiraiya, are you certain you want us to attack just one of your shadow clones together? That hardly presents a challenge for us. Lin stifled a giggle, nodding in agreement. Indeed. During our graduation assessment, Teacher Minato conducted a similar test, and we passed it quite effortlessly. Oh, is that so? Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. It seemed Minato had indeed learned this method from him, summoning a shadow clone to avoid direct involvement and minimizing the need for intricate strategies. While this approach was effective, it also appeared somewhat simplistic and lacking in sophistication. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya sought to regain his composure. Now, do not underestimate me. I, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, am not as easy to handle as you might think. Even if it is merely a shadow clone, prepare yourselves. Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, both confident in their abilities, believing that their combined strength could easily handle a single shadow clone. Rin, however, was more modest, nodding earnestly. Yes, Teacher Jiraiya. Stepping aside, Jiraiya took out a pen and paper, preparing to draft his next book. Although he recognized that Obito and his friends were not weak, he held unwavering confidence in his shadow clone. While Minato was indeed formidable, Jiraiya considered himself superior in overall prowess. Yet, the outcome was far beyond Jiraiya's expectations. As he began to contemplate his writing, the shadow clone was swiftly overwhelmed by the trio's coordinated assault, bursting into a cloud of white smoke and vanishing into thin air. At this moment, Jiraiya found himself somewhat unsettled, retracting his writing materials into his ninja tool pouch. His face was etched with astonishment as he vociferously praised Obito and his companions for their commendable efforts. For several months thereafter, Jiraiya refrained from rushing to the front lines to offer assistance. Instead, he primarily focused on training Obito and his friends or embarked on various ninja missions, such as escorting gold shipments and eradicating a notorious bandit hideout, among other C and B-rank tasks, which the trio undertook in abundance. During these missions, as Jiraiya grew increasingly familiar with Obito and his companions, it was only natural that they would frequently seek materials and sneak peeks at young women bathing. Upon being discovered by Obito's group, Rin, adopting a mature demeanor, delivered a stern reprimand to Jiraiya. Fortunately, Jiraiya, possessing a thick skin, merely chuckled at Rin's words and dismissed them, continuing with his endeavors. After all, he was preoccupied with pouring his heart and soul into his writing about the paradise of affection. If he were unable to gather inspiration or indulge in less respectable establishments, he feared he would be devoid of ideas to pen down. During this period, Tsunade returned from the front lines and remained in Konoha to recuperate. Her reluctance to engage with frontline matters stemmed from her fear of blood, a consequence of the deaths of Dan and Chozo. However, out of a sense of duty as Princess Tsunade of Konoha, she chose not to abandon the village during its most difficult times. Yet, this woman had been mired in the grief of her loved one's demise for many years, and upon returning to Konoha, she engaged in little of substance, spending her days indulging in alcohol and gambling. Through Jiraiya's connections, Obito and his friends occasionally encountered Tsunade in restaurants and other venues. While they were not well acquainted, they had at least recognized one another. Moreover, Tsunade was seldom seen without Shizen by her side. From a young age, Shizen had taken on the responsibility of caring for Tsunade, persistently urging her to drink less and gamble less. Months later, Jiraiya departed from Konoha. Before leaving, he expressed his desire to take Obito with him and discussed it with Minato. However, in the end, Obito declined the offer. This refusal was not born from any aversion to Jiraiya or a lack of desire to venture into the world, but rather due to the peculiar nature of his replication ability. Each time he completed a mission, he needed to replicate the abilities of those around him. Compared to copying Jutsu solely from Jiraiya, remaining in Konoha was a more suitable choice for Obito. The evolution of the Mangekyō Sharingan necessitated the replication of ocular techniques from members of the Uchiha clan. Individuals such as Shursui, Fugaku, Mikoto, and the Elder were the ideal candidates, all of whom held a fondness or deep regard for Obito. As the end of the 48th year of Konoha approached, Obito was 11 years old, on the cusp of turning 12. At this juncture, the Third Great Ninja War had erupted in full force. The ninja army of Iwagakure launched a direct assault on Konoha, traversing the land of grass and inflicting severe casualties upon its ninja forces, who were retreating in disarray. Under the command of Hanzo the Salamander, the ninja army of the Rain Village clashed fiercely with the forces of Konoha led by Danzo at the border of the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, the ninja troops from the Rock Village, having traversed the territory of the Land of Grass, swiftly joined the fray on the side of the Rain Village. The situation devolved into a chaotic melee among the three factions, Rain, Leaf, and Rock. As dawn broke once more, Rin and Kakashi arrived early at a wooden bridge several kilometers from the Konoha Ninja Academy. Obito, punctual as ever, reached the destination precisely at 8 o'clock. After exchanging greetings with the two, it wasn't long before Minato, their teacher, made his appearance. Minato-sensei, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito called out in unison. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, though the gentle smile that typically adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. In a somber tone, he addressed them, Obito, Rin, Kakashi. I trust you have heard about the urgent situation at the front lines. We must hurry to provide support. Curious, Obito inquired, Minato-sensei. What is the specific situation at the front? Could you enlighten us? At this point, the trio was aware that a fierce battle raged among the three factions of Konoha. Rock and Rain. Danzo was leading the defense on the Rain side, while a jonin from Konoha named Yagura was spearheading the counteroffensive against the enemy from the Rock side. Beyond this, they were left in the dark. Minato nodded gravely and continued, last night, a message was dispatched from the front lines by Yagura, who was responsible for defending the Rock Village. The report conveyed that the Rock Village has launched a full-scale invasion into our Land of Fire, led by an upper ninja known as Dong Shuren, with an exceptionally aggressive momentum. Konoha has been forced into a complete retreat, now holding the last line of defense. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated the Rock Village's advance to be so swift and direct. Rin asked, Minato-sensei, are we the only ones being sent to reinforce the defensive forces at the front? Minato confirmed, indeed. The situation in Konoha is exceedingly complex. We must remain vigilant against potential attacks from other major ninja villages, while simultaneously reallocating the majority of our ninjas to the front lines for combat. We have no surplus personnel available to provide support to Yagura. The situation Minato described was well understood by the trio. Danzo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were stationed at the Rain Village, constantly at odds with Hanzo the Salamander, leading to unending skirmishes and battles. Meanwhile, Might Guy, Kakashi's father, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, and Akatsuki were stationed at the western borders of the Land of Fire, guarding against incursions from the Rain Village. Of course, the true commander in this area was not Might Guy, who was still regarded merely as a low-ranking ninja without significant fame. Rather, it was simply his son, Might Guy, who was present on the battlefield. There were also two other locations involved. At the borders of the Land of Fire, two elite ninjas from Konoha are stationed, standing guard against the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning and the Sand Village of the Land of Wind. The mission that Minato spoke of, involving reinforcement at the front lines, primarily targets the battle against the Rock Village, as Konoha's forces defending against them have already been defeated. Observing the concern in Obito's eyes, Minato understood that it was essential to uplift the morale of his team at this moment. He stepped forward, gently patting each of the three on their shoulders. And with a smile, he reassured them, you need not worry. Our purpose in this mission is not to engage the enemy directly at the foremost front line. Our objective is merely to sever the supply line of the enemy by targeting a critical bridge. Only by cutting off their supplies can our forces have a chance to expel the Rock Village from the territory of the Land of Fire. A bridge? Upon hearing Minato's words, Obito was taken aback. Was Minato referring to the Canopy Bridge? Upon reflection, the battle at the Canopy Bridge seemed to commence around this time. In the original narrative, Rin was captured by the Rock Ninjas, prompting Obito and Kakashi to rush to her rescue. Obito fell victim to a plot by Uchiha Madara, suffering severe injuries and sacrificing one of his eyes to Kakashi, entrusting him with Rin's safety. Minato nodded and reiterated, indeed. Our mission is to destroy the Canopy Bridge and disrupt the enemy's supply routes. His words confirmed Obito's thoughts, affirming that they were indeed headed for the battle at the Canopy Bridge. However, Obito had long since awakened his dual Mangekyō Sharingan, his strength vastly surpassing that of the original narrative's version of himself. Even Kakashi and Rin, having benefited from the teachings of Jiraiya and Minato over the past few years, had significantly improved their abilities. Obito and Kakashi had completed their Jonin examinations a month ago, successfully rising to the rank of Jonin, while Rin, through her exceptional medical ninjutsu, had elevated to the rank of Special Jonin. Thus, Obito was nearly certain that the tragedies depicted in the original story would not repeat themselves. With the changes brought about by Obito's soul as a time traveler, everything had shifted ever so slightly. Obito, do not worry. We will surely accomplish our mission, Rin said, gently tugging at his arm and smiling reassuringly. Her tender demeanor led her to believe that Obito was anxious due to the impending frontline mission, feeling the weight of pressure upon him. Yes, Rin, I'm fine, he nodded in response. All right, Obito, Rin, Kakashi, you three should return home to gather your belongings. We will convene at the entrance of Konoha Village in an hour, Minato instructed. Understood, Sensei. The trio responded in unison, before swiftly darting away like shadows towards their respective homes. With Obito's speed, he arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory in less than 20 minutes. Along the way, he encountered two elderly women in need of assistance and utilized the shadow clone technique to have his clones help escort them. Currently, a temporary mission has been issued to the host, directing him to visit the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha. Upon successful completion of the task, rewards will be bestowed. 1. 2 opportunities for duplication. 2. An increase in total chakra capacity by 003. As Obito dashed through the streets, the Uchiha clan members around him became mere fleeting glimpses. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. What is this? A visit at such a time? Obito, bewildered, could not comprehend why the system would suddenly assign such an eccentric task. However, in pursuit of the rewards, he did not let this opportunity slip away. He executed a sharp turn and sprinted in another direction down the street. A few minutes later, Obito arrived at the entrance of Fugaku Uchiha's home. The gate stood wide open. Knock, knock, knock. Clan leader, are you home? Obito called out, knocking 3 times and stepping inside. He was already quite familiar with Fugaku. On several occasions during clan meetings, Fugaku had summoned Obito to sit alongside him and participate. Despite Obito's lack of interest in such matters, he had overheard discussions regarding the frequent grievances faced by the Uchiha clan due to the actions of the security department, often leading to unfounded accusations. Consequently, the clan members were somewhat agitated. Each time, Fugaku would patiently mediate and arrange subsequent matters. Sometimes, Obito truly admired Fugaku's patience. He found even a few instances of listening to such discussions to be tiresome. Yet, Fugaku had managed to navigate these chaotic disputes within the clan for many years, which was indeed commendable. Who is it? A woman's voice rang out from within the house. Recognizing it as Mikoto's voice, Obito followed the sound. Shortly after, a woman emerged from within, holding a child of about 1 year old, with black hair and curious, wide eyes gazing up at Obito. Ah, it's you, Obito. What brings you here today? Mikoto greeted him with a warm smile. Obito nodded, surveying the interior as he stepped inside. Aunt Mikoto, I haven't seen you all in quite a while, so I thought I would pay a visit to the clan leader. Is Uncle Fugaku not home? Upon hearing this, Mikoto's smile widened. Obito, you are such a well-mannered child at such a young age. By the way, your Uncle Fugaku went to the front lines with the ninja forces a few days ago. Oh, I see. Obito nodded, realizing that the situation was as Minato had mentioned. The majority of Konoha's main forces had been deployed to the front lines. The personnel from the Uchiha clan's security department had likely diminished significantly, accompanying Fugaku. Glancing at the little one Mikoto was holding, he inquired, Aunt Mikoto, this must be Itachi, right? He has grown so much in just a few months. Indeed, he has now learned to speak. Mikoto nodded gently. Subsequently, she lightly tugged at Itachi's arm and reminded him, Itachi, this is your brother Obito. Hurry and greet him. Hello. Brother Obito, Itachi said, nodding his small head as he looked up at Obito, his voice sweet and innocent. Obito knelt down, pinching Itachi's cheek. Well, little Itachi, you are truly adorable. He chuckled, reflecting on how today, the future Itachi, revered as a god, is so effortlessly charmed by him. Observing Itachi's obedient demeanor, it was evident that he was a well-behaved child. Who would have imagined that in the original story, he possessed such maturity at a tender age? Mikoto beckoned Obito. Come in and sit down. Please play with Itachi. He seems to quite like you. Obito quickly shook his head. No, thank you, Aunt Mikoto. I must head out of the village for a mission. Sensei Minato and the others are waiting for me. He had come merely to visit and bid farewell. Mikoto's face reflected surprise, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. I see. Well, if you have a mission, I won't keep you. But Obito, the situation at the front lines is complex and perilous. Regardless of the nature of your task, be exceedingly cautious and prioritize your safety. Mikoto exemplified the ideal of a devoted wife and mother, and Obito felt her genuine concern deeply. Rest assured, Aunt Mikoto, I will, Obito replied with a nod. Just as the system's notification of task completion echoed in his mind, Mikoto took Itachi's small hand, instructing, Itachi, quickly say goodbye to Brother Obito. Goodbye, Brother Obito. Itachi's sweet voice chimed. In response to the two, Obito began utilizing his newly acquired 2 chances for replication, enveloping Mikoto in a radiant light. Subsequently, from the system's virtual interface, several dark red energy orbs emerged, encasing Obito's eyes. Congratulations, host. You have replicated the Uchiha clan's ocular technique. gaining 15 points of ocular power. Congratulations, host. You have replicated the Uchiha clan's ocular technique, gaining 20 points of ocular power. In her youth, Uchiha Mikoto had studied alongside Kushina, Minato, and others at the Ninja Academy, distinguishing herself as one of the top students of the Uchiha clan. However, after marrying Fugaku, she dedicated herself to nurturing her family, ceasing to undertake ninja missions. Thus, it was a fitting choice for Obito to replicate ocular power from Mikoto. Current ocular power, 550-1000. Obito glanced at the system's virtual panel, noting that his total ocular power had reached 550 points. Once he attained 1,000 points, he would be able to unlock the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Given the frequency of the tasks assigned by the system, it would likely take less than 3 years to achieve the next upgrade of his Sharingan. Aunt Mikoto, Itachi, farewell. After bidding farewell to Mikoto and her son, Obito dashed towards his home. After briefly explaining the situation to his grandmother, he packed a few clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and sprinted towards the entrance of Konohagakure. He had already lingered at Mikoto's house for quite some time, with only an hour until the assembly time. Less than 20 minutes remained. Obito, over here. Underneath a towering pine tree outside the village gate, Rin waved and called out. Hey, I'm coming. Obito responded, racing to Rin's side at a speed of 80 miles per second. Today, Kakashi refrained from teasing Obito. All right, let us set off. Minato's expression was equally grave. Once everyone had gathered, he beckoned to the group and began to run in a specific direction. Nodding in agreement, Obito and the others closely followed Minato. The land of fire is vast, and even at their fastest pace, it would take a full 2 days to reach the front lines. As they traveled, the 4 members of Minato's team noticed a growing unease among the villagers in each town they passed. The streets were filled with frantic expressions, and many people were seen hurrying in groups, carrying their belongings, seemingly attempting to flee the city. Minato-sensei, what is happening with these people? Are they leaving the city to seek refuge? Rin observed the hurried villagers, her little face filled with confusion. It was midday, and they were still less than a day's journey from the front line. The team slowed their pace as they moved through the town, their purpose solely to procure supplies, some food and water. After all, consuming those hard military rations every day was quite a trial. Taking advantage of the opportunity to replenish their water supplies, Minato nodded solemnly. Indeed, they are all leaving for distant places to seek shelter with relatives. The proximity to the front line makes everyone anxious. No one knows if the enemy's ninja forces will invade and plunder these cities. Kakashi remarked, the situation is truly complex. The greatest suffering and impact of the war between nations fall upon these common villagers. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is something no one wishes to witness. Yet the continuous warfare in the ninja world makes it unavoidable. Obito furrowed his brow. Minato-sensei, I believe those small nations caught between the great powers are perhaps the most tragic. When battles erupt between the great nations, they are inevitably forced into conflict. The small nations, with their limited strength, cannot possibly stand against the great powers. This time, with the 1000 Iwagakure ninjas invading our land of fire, they likely left a trail of destruction through the land of grass, causing considerable suffering to its ninjas and villagers. Upon reflection, it became clear that the land of grass was merely a victim in this conflict. They had no intention to attack anyone, nor did they provoke anyone. Yet, inexplicably, this nation was trampled upon by the Iwagakure ninjas. The land of grass can merely be regarded as an example. Countless small nations, like the land of grass, have undoubtedly suffered persecution during times of war. Among these diminutive countries, only the land of rain possesses the genuine capability to instigate conflict and challenge the authority of great powers. The audacity of the land of rain is bolstered by the presence of Hanzo of the Salamander. Without him, it is likely that the nation would swiftly crumble. Upon hearing the words spoken by Obito, Minato could not help but reveal a look of admiration in his eyes. Previously, Minato had merely been caught up in the throes of war, focusing solely on how to achieve military accomplishments to alleviate the burdens of the third Hokage and protect the territory of the land of fire. The broader perspective that Obito spoke of had not been something Minato had contemplated in depth. He reached out to ruffle Obito's hair and smiled, saying, Obito, I am truly astonished by your perspective on these matters. Indeed, as you stated, small nations are primarily the victims in times of war. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. We are born into tumultuous times and can only exert our utmost efforts to safeguard our homeland and ensure the safety of our families. Each individual's fate is inherently different from birth, and we cannot effectuate significant changes for others. Rin and Kakashi were equally astonished, turning to gaze at Obito with incredulity. They had not anticipated that Obito's thought process would be so comprehensive, surpassing even that of their teacher, Minato. Noticing the astonishment in their eyes, Obito awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Have you been captivated by my charm?" Kakashi turned his head away with a huff, remarking, "Indeed, some people cannot resist flattery. Once complimented, their thick-skinned nature is immediately revealed." Obito, feeling vexed, retorted, pointing at Kakashi. "Kakashi, your penchant for confrontation and your sharp tongue are also on full display." Witnessing their playful banter, Rin could not stifle a giggle and refrained from intervening as she usually would. After years of interaction, Rin understood well that although Kakashi and Obito often appeared to be at odds, their bond was quite strong. Minato then interjected, urging, "All right, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, have we gathered all the supplies? We must set out immediately." "Yes, Teacher Minato." Obito and the others responded in unison. Subsequently, the four of them leapt onto the rooftops. Traversing forward, their choice to travel via rooftops was not for show, but rather due to the throngs of hurried pedestrians crowding the streets below. The following afternoon, as dusk approached, Minato's team halted at the edge of a forest. Holding a map, Minato surveyed the surroundings, seemingly comparing the terrain to ascertain their distance from their mission's objective, specifically, the exact route to the Canopy Bridge. Continuing onward for several more kilometers from this point will bring us to our desired destination, Watergate remarked as he folded the map. Kakashi responded, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off directly." "Wait." Both Watergate and Obito exclaimed simultaneously, each grasping Kakashi's shoulder from either side. They exchanged a grave look, nodding in silent agreement. Just moments prior, when Watergate paused to examine the map, Obito had activated his Sharingan to assess the surroundings. With the heightened sensitivity of the Sharingan to Chakra, Obito was astonished to discover that among the trees ahead, approximately 30 to 40 figures were concealed. The immense chakra emanating from them indicated that each was a formidable ninja. This was the reason Obito had halted Kakashi. As for Watergate, being proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique necessitated exceptional perception skills. Thus, he had sensed the anomaly in the forest even before he ordered the team to stop, aware that enemies lay in ambush, prompting him to feign a map inspection. "What is going on?" Kakashi inquired, glancing back at the two with confusion. Both Obito and Watergate shook their heads, and Kakashi understood that something was amiss. Rin, despite her own sensory abilities, had not activated them at such a distance and had initially remained oblivious to the situation. However, at this moment, she recognized the unusual expressions on their faces. Through years of harmonious teamwork, Rin could easily grasp the circumstances. She edged closer to Obito and whispered, "Watergate-sensei, there are enemies ahead, aren't he there?" Watergate nodded and turned to Obito, asking Obito, "Can you discern the number of enemies with your Sharingan?" Obito replied, "Yes, there are approximately 30 to 40 of them. But I cannot determine if there are more hidden deeper within the forest." In the forest, atop the trunk of a large tree, a tall ninja clad in red armor and a red scarf, his forehead adorned with the forehead protector of a Mangekyō, noticed the peculiar behavior of Watergate's group through the gaps in the dense foliage. His expression turned serious as he remarked, "These Leaf Village shinobi are highly vigilant. They have detected us without even stepping into our encirclement." Beside the red-scarfed ninja crouched a slender ninja, who quietly asked, "Captain, what should we do? The enemies have discovered us. Should we rush out and eliminate them?" The captain, the red-scarfed ninja, gently shook his head. "No, we do not yet know the exact strength of the enemy. We cannot act recklessly. Inform everyone to remain hidden and stay put. The enemies must pass through this route to advance. We shall maintain our ambush." "Understood, Captain." The slender ninja nodded, then quietly retreated, stealthily making his way to join the other ninjas. Obito and Minato exchanged a glance, each calculating their strategies to confront the adversary. Rin stood resolutely beside Obito, her expression grave as she discreetly unsheathed her kunai, her gaze fixed intently on the forest ahead. Upon hearing rumors of enemies lurking within the woods, Kakashi's eyes sparkled with determination. Breaking free from the constraints of Obito and Minato, he confidently declared, There are merely dozens of enemies. There is no room for hesitation. With my new technique, I can resolve this in an instant. As he spoke, Kakashi swiftly completed the hand seals. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, a brilliant surge of electric energy emanated from his palm. Raikiri, without waiting for a response, Kakashi charged towards the forest, the dazzling lightning crackling from his hand, leaving a long trail of energy in his wake. "Wait, Kakashi," Minato urgently called out. But it was too late. Kakashi was already less than 10 meters from the trees, closing in on the enemy. "Obito, Rin, advance and cover Kakashi. Find a way to neutralize the enemy," Minato urged as he followed Kakashi's lead toward the looming forest. "Understood," Obito and Rin acknowledged, swiftly trailing behind. Within the woods, as Kakashi recklessly surged forward, the hidden Iwagakure ninja revealed triumphant smiles. Although that masked boy's jutsu appeared formidable, they had long set traps and ambushes in this very forest. The moment the four intruders stepped into their domain, victory would undoubtedly be theirs. From behind a grand tree, two Iwagakure ninjas clad in crimson armor stepped forth, each wielding kunai. With a deft flick of their wrists, they severed two thick ropes. A massive net cascaded down from above, ensnaring Kakashi. Kakashi, resolute and taciturn, immediately perceived the danger above. He understood that retreat was no longer an option, nor did he wish to back away. Instead, he slightly bent his knees and leaped toward the descending net. "Raikiri," Kakashi thrust his hand, piercing through the net, creating a significant opening. Using the trunk of a tree for leverage, he propelled himself toward the two armored Iwagakure ninjas. "Fool, do not be so arrogant," the two ninjas shouted, cursing as they swung their kunai once more, severing the rope to trigger the next trap. As the rope snapped, the branches above violently swayed. A hefty tree stump, bound by the rope, plummeted downwards, aiming directly for the advancing Kakashi. Rather than veering away, a confident smile graced the corner of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask. Once more, he wielded the lightning, thrusting it towards the oncoming wooden stake. Raikiri, with a crack, the stout tree trunk was obliterated by the surge of electricity, splintering into fragments that scattered in all directions before rolling away. Kakashi, undeterred, landed firmly on the ground, his palm piercing through the chest of an Iwagakure ninja. His hand traversed the enemy's body, the lightning still crackling and illuminating the dim forest intermittently. "Scoundrel!" cried another Iwagakure ninja clad in red armor. Witnessing the demise of his comrade, his rage spilling forth. Armed with a kunai, he seized the opportunity to strike at Kakashi's face. With a deft tilt of his head, Kakashi evaded the attack, forcefully retracting his hand. Before the sparks of Raikiri dissipated, he thrust once more, his arm piercing the abdomen of the Iwagakure ninja. However, at that moment, the remaining hidden Iwagakure ninjas, observing that the four members of the Minato team had infiltrated the forest and entered their encirclement, were prompted into action. The leader, his head wrapped in a red scarf, bellowed commands: "Commence the assault. Engage with full force. Leave no survivors." As his voice echoed through the woodland, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas, concealed behind the great trees, brandished their kunai, severing the ropes beside them. With the ropes cut, the traps previously set in place activated, targeting the Minato team. Swish, swish, swish. A torrent of kunai and shuriken rained down like a deluge. Simultaneously, more tree stumps, suspended by ropes, charged toward the Minato team. "Everyone, stay alert," Minato shouted, swiftly drawing two specially crafted kunai from his waist, positioning himself protectively beside Obito and Rin. Without needing to be told, both Obito and Rin, sensing impending danger, mirrored Minato's actions, each grasping a kunai and bending their knees in readiness. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed relentlessly. The trio of Minato, Obito, and Rin danced with their kunai in a defensive flurry, knocking away countless shuriken and kunai. Yet, the enemy's assault was far from simple. The initial wave of kunai and shuriken merely triggered ordinary traps. However, the subsequent waves contained many kunai with explosive tags affixed to their ends. Minato-sensei, Rin, be cautious. Obito, having activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, quickly discerned the burning explosive tags on the kunai. Boom, boom. As the explosive tags detonated, Obito seized Rin's arm, leaping upward while continuing to deflect and knock away the incoming kunai. Obito, with Rin in tow, deftly navigated the onslaught of massive tree trunks. leaping and dodging side to side to evade the relentless barrage of explosive tags. The enemy's most vicious tactic involved placing numerous explosive traps even on the tree trunks that were suspended by ropes, ready to crash down. The moment Obito and Rin's feet made contact with these trunks, the detonation mechanism was triggered, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. In the forest, Obito led Rin, bounding over the incoming tree trunks, ascending to the upper branches to evade this series of traps. Meanwhile, Minato, upon receiving Obito's warning, sensed the imminent danger. At the instant the explosive tags detonated, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. He did not pause to consider the safety of Obito and Rin, for he trusted in Obito's strength to protect Rin. Kakashi, positioned at the forefront, was approximately 10 meters away from Obito and the others. Ahead lay the area most densely packed with traps. He unsheathed his short blade, skillfully parrying the rain of shuriken and kunai that came hurtling towards him. However, amidst this onslaught, the explosive tags caught Kakashi off guard. Despite evading the initial waves of explosions, he was ultimately swept away by a fierce surge of flames from an explosive tag. Kakashi cried out in agony as a kunai pierced his shoulder and 3 shuriken embedded themselves deep within his thigh. In the midst of being hurled through the air by the flames, his mind was momentarily clouded, leaving him no time to think or react. He watched in despair as another wave of kunai and shuriken rushed towards him from the front. Is this how it ends? How infuriating! In an instant, a flash of yellow light appeared behind Kakashi. Just before the barrage of kunai and shuriken could reach him, Minato swooped in, embracing Kakashi and once more utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the perilous scene. Meanwhile, Obito had led Rin to the safety of the upper branches of a tree. Although shuriken and kunai still flew below them and explosive tags continued to detonate, their elevated position kept them beyond the reach of enemy traps, effectively shielding them from harm. Obito, thank you so much. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, I would have been caught, Rin said, her heart still racing as she patted her slightly heaving chest in relief. Obito's Sharingan whirled as he surveyed the surrounding enemy forces. No need to thank me, Rin. I will never allow any harm to come to you. His casual remark made Rin's cheeks flush slightly. Was it true that she held such significance in Obito's heart? She mused silently, glancing at his profile, noting the earnest and serious expression on his face, which exuded a unique charm and sense of security. Rin, in a moment, as I unleash my fire release over there, follow my rhythm and throw the explosive tags in that direction. Suddenly, Obito spoke up to remind her. Lin's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality, and she was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly responded with a soft acknowledgement. Although she did not fully comprehend why Obito urged her to act in such a manner, she understood deeply that there must be a rationale behind his words. In past missions, Obito had consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to devise the most effective strategies during combat operations. This instance would undoubtedly be no exception, and Lin had unwavering faith in him. Under the gaze of Obito's Sharingan, he discerned several hidden ninjas lurking behind a large tree a few meters to the right. Despite the Sharingan's inability to see through solid objects, it could perceive the flow of chakra. Thus, the expertly concealed rock ninjas were completely exposed to Obito's sight. In addition to the ninjas hiding behind the tree on the right, numerous others were stealthily advancing towards Obito and Lin. This indicated that, at the very moment the trap attack ceased, the enemy began to consolidate their formation, encircling Obito and Lin. Some of them were closer to Obito, while others were farther away, prompting him to direct Lin to initiate an attack on the nearest 4 ninjas. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As the words left his lips, Obito's hands moved swiftly, completing a series of hand seals for the fire technique. With a slight backward tilt of his head, he puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a massive ball of fire from his mouth. The flames quickly coalesced into a large fireball, rolling through the air and creating a crackling sound as it surged towards the space between the 2 large trees a few meters away. Be careful. That guy has spotted us. The rock ninjas hidden behind the tree, witnessing the approaching fireball, instinctively sought refuge behind the tree to evade the searing flames. The ancient trees of the forest were sufficiently vast, serving as an ideal shield against the fiery onslaught. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the tree trunk, and flames erupted outward in a spectacular display. TCH, is that guy an idiot? Knowing we are hiding behind the tree, he still attacks with fire jutsu. What good will it do? The four rock ninjas smirked derisively. They huddled behind the tree, using its substantial girth to shield themselves from the attack. As the waves of fire surged past the sides of the tree, they felt the scorching heat dangerously close to their skin, yet they managed to endure. However, in the next moment, as Lin hurled a multitude of shurikens towards their direction, they sensed imminent danger. The shurikens followed the trajectory of the flames. And as they passed by the large trees, the explosive tags attached to their ends were ignited. Boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated in rapid succession, the sound of explosions ringing in the air. The rock ninjas were caught off guard, their bodies mangled and flung away by the force of the blasts. At last, the four of them rolled across the ground, coming to a halt, each transformed into a lifeless, ebony corpse. Obito, how wonderful! Lin's small face radiated with joy. In the fleeting moment before she threw her kunai, doubt lingered in her heart. It was only upon witnessing the Iwagakure ninja being blasted away that she comprehended Obito's use of fire release was not intended as an assault, but rather to force their adversaries to take refuge behind the trees, thus avoiding the flames while rendering escape nearly impossible. The kunai she had launched, imbued with explosive tags, was the true lethal strike. Even if the opponents were agile jonin, it would be too late for them to react once they realized the explosive tags were incoming. However, had this occurred in the past, Lin's demeanor would have elicited playful banter from Obito, who would have seized the opportunity to tease her. Yet now, amidst the forest below, Obito noticed a multitude of fleeting shadows leaping towards them. Lin, be cautious. Do not stray from my side, Obito warned gravely. Although Lin was now a special jonin, she was primarily a medical ninja, making combat her Achilles heel. To ensure her safety, she needed to remain within Obito's sight. I understand, Obito. Lin tightened her grip on the kunai, her expression once again somber as she sensed the unusual activity below. Let us go down. Without further ado, Obito grasped Lin's small hand and leaped from the towering tree. They had initially ascended to avoid the traps, but with those threats now eliminated and enemies converging, remaining atop the tree would only make them prime targets for concentrated fire. Conversely, descending to the ground and using the trees below as cover for tactical engagement would be advantageous for both Obito and Lin. They're over there. Eliminate them. No sooner had Obito and Lin touched down than 5 or 6 Iwagakure ninja approached from about 10 meters away. Among them were 2 strikingly similar figures, tall and with ruddy noses. The duo moved their hands in unison, forming identical hand seals with astonishing precision. Water release, water barrier. Water release, water barrier. They completed their seals simultaneously, each placing a palm before them, unleashing torrents of water from their mouths. Typically, ninja from the land of Earth excelled in earth release. But these 2 brothers were a notable exception, both masters of water release. Their synchronized assault conjured a massive wave of water, approximately 5 meters wide and 2.5 meters high, surging towards Obito and Lin like a deluge breaching a dam. Earth release, earth flow wall. Without hesitation, Obito began to weave hand seals, crouching low and striking the ground with both palms. Before the 2 figures, Lin and Obito, loomed a wall approximately 5 meters wide, emerging from the earth, standing resolutely before them. This wall towered around 3 meters high, adorned with several dog-headed insignias. The tumultuous waters of the surrounding flood crashed against the earthen wall, producing a thunderous roar. However, the wall's defenses were remarkably robust, showing no signs of damage. Water surged and cascaded upwards, while additional streams flowed swiftly along the sides of the earthen barrier, posing no threat to Lin and Obito behind it. At that moment, as the 2 Iwagakure ninjas unleashed their water techniques, 4 more Iwagakure shinobi surged forward in a direct line, propelled by the torrent of water. Upon observing Obito's use of the earth release technique, the 4 exchanged knowing smirks. Utilizing earth release ninjutsu before the ninjas of Iwagakure was akin to performing a grand display of martial prowess before a seasoned warrior. The earth wall technique was a relic from their childhood. Prepare. Execute that technique, called out the elder Iwagakure ninja, his hands moving in a flurry. The other 3, silent yet resolute, began forming hand seals in unison. Earth release, rock split. They aligned themselves horizontally, completing the same hand seal. As the seals were finalized, they pushed their palms outward, striking the vast earthen wall before them. The dog-headed earth wall trembled noticeably, yet it did not shatter. Instead, a substantial chunk of rock, roughly the size of a door, was cleaved from its center. In that instant, As their palms pressed against the wall, the formidable rock barrier surged backward with terrifying force. As it flew through the air, numerous branches and even several less sturdy trees were snapped in its wake, echoing with the sound of splintering wood. Anyone unfortunate enough to be behind the earth wall would undoubtedly suffer fatal injuries from such an assault, their bones shattered without question. However, as the four gazed through the gap left by the missing rock segment, they were met with an unexpected sight. Neither Rin nor Obito was present behind the wall, nor had either been struck down. Confusion flickered in their eyes. "Here I am, you fools." Obito's voice rang out from above. The four looked up in astonishment, witnessing Obito and Rin standing atop the earth wall. Notably, there appeared to be two Obitos, one on the right and another on the left, accompanied by a serious-faced Rin. The left Obito was a shadow clone, his palm raised slightly, a swirling blue chakra sphere forming within. The right Obito was the original, his palms also raised outward, each hand already containing a rotating blue chakra sphere. As the four rock-hidden ninjas lifted their gazes, the three standing above the earthen embankment had already leapt down with great haste. "This is bad. We must retreat," exclaimed the lead rock ninja, his face pale with alarm, urgently urging his companions to flee. Rasengan. Yet, regrettably, the attack was executed in mere moments. Just as the rock ninja turned, Obito's true form thrust both palms forward in unison, unleashing two Rasengans that struck behind the two ninjas. "Ah!" They screamed in agony, blood gushing from their mouths. Their backs were swiftly seared by the spiraling energy, and under the influence of the Rasengan's swirling currents, they were propelled away, spinning through the air. Meanwhile, Obito's shadow clone also landed a decisive blow, sending another rock ninja hurtling backwards. He flew 5 to 6 meters before crashing into a large tree, blood erupting from his mouth, and then fell heavily to the ground, rolling away, devoid of any further sound. Rin also played her part, fulfilling her duty. Before the enemy could react, she gripped her kunai tightly and plunged it into the back of the rock ninja's heart. "You two bastards." The rock ninja spat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he turned his head to cast a resentful glance at Rin, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. On another front, after Minato and Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God to escape the trap, the scene shifted, and they found themselves in a grassy clearing at the edge of the forest. Minato gently set Kakashi down, concern etched on his face. "Kakashi, how are you?" Kakashi, dazed, looked at Minato, pain evident on his features. "I'm sorry, Minato-sensei. I was too impulsive." "Kakashi, are you injured critically?" "Let me see," Minato replied with worry, quickly crouching down to examine Kakashi's wounds. "I'm fine, Minato-sensei." Although Kakashi had been hurled by the explosive tag's flames, he had managed to curl up defensively at the last moment, protecting his vital areas with his arms and legs. The flames had only scorched large areas of his arms and calves. As for the kunai embedded in his shoulder and the shuriken lodged in his thigh, such injuries were merely minor for a ninja. Kakashi, determined not to be a burden, felt enough guilt for having disregarded advice and recklessly charged in, endangering everyone. "Minato-sensei, Rin and Obito are still inside. You must hurry to help them." "Do not worry, I have faith in Obito. They will be all right," Minato reassured him, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Over the past 2.5 years, Minato had come to trust Obito's strength and composure. Though Obito often appeared carefree when with Kakashi and Rin, he was undoubtedly reliable when it truly mattered. Especially in the face of formidable foes, Obito always devised clever strategies to confront them. "Minato-sensei, please go. I'm really fine. I can handle this injury myself." As Kakashi felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, his complexion grew slightly pale. The searing pain radiating from his arms and thighs was nearly unbearable. In a bid to reassure Minato, Kakashi gritted his teeth and forcefully extracted the kunai and shuriken embedded in his shoulder and thigh. With a series of soft thuds, blood spurted forth, causing Kakashi to grimace in agony. "Very well, take care of yourself. We shall return shortly." Minato, perceptive to Kakashi's concerns for his comrades, hesitated no longer. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly reappearing beside Rin. Long before Obito, Kakashi, and Rin ascended to the rank of Jonin, Minato had gifted each of them a specially crafted kunai for this very technique. Thus, whenever Minato wished, he could effortlessly reach their side. As Minato materialized next to Rin, she and Obito were engaged in combat with two drunken-nosed ninjas. These adversaries were merely Chunin, and Obito and Rin found it quite manageable to deal with them. With a swift movement, Rin dodged a heavy punch from the enemy, plunging her kunai deeply into his body. Blood splattered out, some of it staining Rin. Yet her serious little face remained undaunted. Though inherently kind-hearted, Rin showed no mercy to her foes amidst the brutality of war. With a thud, the drunken-nosed ninja, eyes wide with disbelief, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other, witnessing his brother's demise, was instantly thrown into disarray. Obito swiftly dispatched him with a kunai across his neck, leaving him to fall beside his fallen comrade. Rin, Obito, are you unscathed? Minato inquired, gripping his kunai tightly while scanning the surroundings for threats. Upon seeing Minato's arrival, Rin's face lit up with joy. Sensei, we are fine. What about Kakashi? Kakashi is unharmed. Do not worry. He merely sustained a minor injury. Minato reassured them, his voice tinged with relief. Obito, well done. Let us together eliminate these enemies in one swift strike. Minato referred to how Obito had managed to keep Rin safe amid the perilous ambush. The chaotic scene around them, littered with the bodies of red-armored ninjas, indicated that a fierce battle had recently transpired. Obito chuckled, no problem, sensei. The main course has yet to be served. These rascals dare to pull such tricks. Not a single one shall escape. Indeed, Minato nodded in agreement. At that moment, aside from the two foes Kakashi had initially dispatched, and the 12 that Obito and Rin had just defeated in tandem, there remained a total of 28 ninjas. They had already split into two groups, swiftly advancing towards Obito and the others. It was not that they were slow, rather, their intentions were clear. The battle, from its inception until now, has scarcely elapsed a few minutes. The demise of more than 10 companions merely left them in a momentary state of shock, utterly unprepared for the formidable strength and ruthless tactics exhibited by Obito and Rin. However, they now find themselves in a genuine arena of life and death. There is no time for lengthy lamentations or expressions of awe. After a brief moment of stupefaction, they quickly reorganized their ranks and charged towards Obito's group. Their initial scattered assault has transformed into a coordinated attack by two groups of ninjas, signifying their acknowledgement of Obito and Rin's substantial prowess. Yet the ultimate outcome of the battle remained largely unsurprising. The Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, adeptly employed his Flying Thunder God technique, weaving through enemies with dizzying speed, while simultaneously dispatching foes with his kunai from behind. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 or so rock-hidden ninjas on the right succumbed to Minato's kunai. Meanwhile, the skirmish on Obito and Rin's front continued unabated. Due to Obito's desire to conceal his true capabilities, he refrained from utilizing the powers of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Nevertheless, with his formidable taijutsu and the devastating Rasengan, coupled with the presence of multiple Obitos, he swiftly pressed forward, unleashing Rasengan upon the enemy. Without exception, the 10 or so rock-hidden ninjas on the left were also vanquished, with 2 Chunin falling to Rin's kunai. The remaining adversaries primarily met their end at the hands of Obito's Rasengan. However, the time taken by Obito and Rin to eliminate their foes was somewhat longer than that of Minato, approximately 4 to 5 minutes. There was no contest, after all. Minato is renowned as the fastest man alive. All done, Obito casually discarded his bloodied kunai onto the ground, wiping the crimson stains from his hands. Obito, are you all right? Rin stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. Although she was well aware that Obito was unharmed, her heart was troubled, prompting her to inquire. Moreover, this was Rin's first genuine confrontation with an enemy, and having personally claimed the lives of several foes, her cheeks flushed slightly, betraying a mix of excitement and exhilaration. I'm fine, Rin. Obito replied with a smile, shaking his head. Minato spoke gravely. All right. Obito, Rin, let us return. Kakashi has sustained serious injuries and requires immediate medical attention. Understood, Obito and Rin nodded in unison. Subsequently, Minato grasped their arms, and with a swift motion, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. The three vanished from the forest, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses and the remnants of the chaotic battle. At this moment, Kakashi sat on the ground. His teeth clenched in pain as he leaned against a large rock. His face was ashen, and he was bandaging his thigh and shoulder with his severely burned hands. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of Minato and the others, Kakashi turned his head to glance at them, revealing little surprise. After all, the Watergate incident has drawn close to everyone in this manner countless times in recent years. The trio from Team Toby has long since adapted to it. Others cannot possibly possess such rapid body flicker technique to suddenly appear beside them. Kakashi, stop right now. Your hastily applied bandages are ineffective. The wound remains untreated and is bound to become infected. Upon witnessing Kakashi's grave condition, Rin's delicate face displayed concern. She hurriedly crouched down and snatched the bandages from Kakashi's hands. She carefully unwrapped the already bandaged area on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi, do not move. Allow me to treat you. Rin's face was serious as she instructed Kakashi. Subsequently, she swiftly formed the hand seals for her medical ninjutsu. Her palms came together, igniting a soft green chakra that emitted a faint humming sound. As her hands gently approached Kakashi's wound, everyone could distinctly see that the bleeding from his shoulder had diminished in a small area. Kakashi, you were rather reckless charging in like that, Toby remarked. Kakashi, with a hint of complexity in his eyes, unusually refrained from retorting Toby's words this time. He nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed. I was in the wrong this time and have hindered everyone. I apologize. Kakashi, who is typically so strong-willed, displaying such vulnerability surprised Toby. Toby's previous comment was made half in jest, intending to tease Kakashi as usual. After all, they frequently exchanged banter. And witnessing Kakashi in such a predicament made Toby unable to hold back. Unexpectedly, Kakashi's usually steadfast mental defenses had been easily breached this time. Minato crouched down, squinting gently with a warm smile, addressing Kakashi. Kakashi, don't dwell on it. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as you can learn from them and proceed with caution next time. That's what matters. Rin, while maintaining her treatment, also smiled softly in comfort. Yes, Kakashi, don't take it too hard. We of Team 7 are the finest ninjas. Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. Initially, he thought that the situation would lead to some blame directed at him. Yet, not only did they not reproach him, but they also offered him such solace, warming his heart and stirring a complex emotion within him. Kakashi gratefully glanced at Rin and Minato. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Toby, finding solace and a glimmer of hope in him. This setback was significant. He would need to be more cautious next time. Toby had just wiped the remnants of enemy blood from his hands. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Toby leaned back with his hands behind his head, grinning in response. Humph. Kakashi huffed with a touch of pride, turning his head away. Toby, as expected, was not one to offer comfort. His words bore a hint of reproach. Watergate, Kakashi. There is something I wonder if you have noticed. Your new technique is still not fully refined and possesses certain weaknesses. The power and might of Chidori is indeed formidable, comparable to my Rasengan. However, the lightning that envelopes your hand is excessively blinding. As the very creator of this lightning, you find yourself at the epicenter of its brilliance. This implies that the brilliance of the lightning can obstruct your vision, making it difficult for you to accurately discern your enemy's movements. Sensei Minato, Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect Minato to so incisively pinpoint the flaws in his technique. Indeed, during the recent confrontation with the enemy, he had barely managed to evade an attack from a shuriken, and the reason for this was the dazzling nature of Chidori's lightning, which diminished his spatial awareness. Minato, perceiving Kakashi's realization, spoke solemnly. Kakashi, I am not speaking in alarm. From now on, you should refrain from using Chidori as much as possible. If you encounter a stronger opponent next time, this technique could very well become your own fatal flaw. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression dimmed, and he lowered his head. I understand, Sensei Minato. Kakashi had dedicated 3 whole years to the development of Chidori, culminating in its current formidable power. Yet, Minato was indeed correct. The technique still harbored significant deficiencies. Soon, Kakashi rallied his spirits and forced a smile, asserting, I will find a way to address the shortcomings of Chidori. I am certain there is a solution. It was evident to all that Kakashi's words lacked confidence. He was merely offering himself a semblance of consolation, hoping to alleviate the worries of those around him. Obito shook his head in resignation, silently pondering. This flaw is unlikely to be resolved in the short term. Chidori must be utilized in conjunction with the Sharingan. Otherwise, it possesses power without the precision required for accurate strikes. As someone who had read the original story, Obito was acutely aware of this fact. Now, with Obito's growing strength, the original narrative had already begun to shift. The Sharingan would no longer be available to Kakashi. Without access to the Sharingan, Kakashi could not perfect Chidori, rendering it a half-finished ninjutsu. Perhaps another opportunity will arise, he mused. Obito. Must find a way to infiltrate Danzo's stronghold and see if that old coot has hidden away any Sharingan to bestow upon you, Kakashi. Obito resolved within himself. Although the Uchiha clan's demise had not yet come to pass, he was acutely aware that Danzo had already undergone the transplantation of the Sharingan. The bandages wrapping his right hand, along with the heavy metal clasp, served as irrefutable evidence. Danzo's insidious ambitions regarding the Sharingan abilities of the Uchiha clan were not the result of a mere whim. Since the Second Great Ninja War, during which Danzo engaged in countless battles, he had harbored these ulterior motives. The ninjas dispatched to confront the enemy undoubtedly included members of the Uchiha clan who had awakened their Sharingan. It is certain that news of Uchiha clan members perishing on the battlefield would be plentiful. Given Danzo's authority, erasing the bodies of those fallen Uchiha and seizing their Sharingan would be an effortless task for him. Thus, by this juncture, Danzo had already acquired the 10 Sharingan embedded in his right arm. He must have also gained knowledge of the Izanagi technique through certain means. Years later, Danzo would once again exert considerable effort, collaborating with Sarutobi Hiruzen and several high-ranking officials to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. The motivations behind this act were likely multifaceted. A portion may have stemmed from the Uchiha's perceived treachery, posing a threat to Konoha. However, a more significant driving force was probably Danzo's selfish desire to procure additional Sharingan. Although his right arm could only accommodate 10 Sharingan, he could certainly stockpile more for safekeeping. Due to multiple injuries sustained by Kakashi, including severe burns which are notoriously challenging to treat, Rin attended to his wounds. By the time she had finished, darkness had enveloped the sky. The pale moonlight cast a soft glow upon the earth, while the depths of the forest exuded an air of foreboding. Apart from the chirping of insects, the only sound was the gentle rustle of the wind. All right, we shall retreat 1 kilometer for now and rest in the rocky area we just passed through. To avoid encountering enemies here again, Minato instructed in a low voice. Everyone understood that Minato's decision was the most prudent. The presence of Iwagakure ninjas lurking in the wooded area indicated that this location had already been seized by the enemy. The closer they ventured, the greater the peril became. Therefore, it was wise to prioritize safety in the inky darkness of night. Understood, Minato-sensei. Obito and the others responded in unison. Minato then stepped forward, hoisting Kakashi onto his back, and the 4 of them retraced their steps. They maneuvered through the crevices of the large boulders in the rocky area, settling against the stones as their makeshift camp. Each of them retrieved their bags of rations and water canteens. They first used the scant drinking water to wash their hands of grime before starting to nibble on the hard, cold rations. If only we could start a fire to warm this flatbread, Rin lamented, taking a hearty bite. That is not possible, Rin. We are too close to the enemy's main forces. Lighting a fire would draw attention, Minato replied. Rin smiled knowingly. I understand. Minato-sensei, I was merely expressing a thought. Such a simple matter was clear to Obito and the others as well. However, they were now on the battlefield, requiring utmost caution in all actions. Not only was lighting a fire out of the question, but even the blood and sweat staining their clothes from previous skirmishes with the Iwagakure ninjas could not be washed away. This state is quite discomforting. Just moments ago, during the altercation, it was manageable, but now, as we come to a halt, a foul odor emanates from my body, rising through the seams of my clothing. It is suffocating, making even breathing a trial. The 4 of us shared a modest meal of dry rations and flatbread, accompanied by the water from the jug. Obito retrieved a pouch of insect repellent powder and sprinkled it around the crevices of the stones to ward off mosquitoes during the night. We exchanged a few brief words. The continuous journey and battles had left us weary. Each of us leaned against a stone and succumbed to sleep. Everyone wake up. In a haze of slumber, Obito was suddenly stirred by a voice calling out. It seemed to be Minato, his tone laced with urgency. Obito blinked his sleepy eyes open, realizing that dawn had just begun to break. Minato stood at the edge of the crevice, cradling a white carrier pigeon in his left hand and a piece of cloth inscribed with writing in his right. What is it, Minato-sensei? Rin, having heard the commotion, awoke and groggily surveyed her surroundings. Only Kakashi remained in deep slumber, which was unusual given his usual vigilance. His failure to awaken likely indicated the severity of his injuries, plunging him into a restorative sleep, compounded by his unwavering trust in Obito and the others. Minato gently tossed the carrier pigeon into the air, and it flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. He turned to Obito and the others, his expression grave. Obito, Rin, the situation has changed. I must leave immediately. Rin's face displayed surprise. Huh, Minato-sensei. What has happened? Obito, however, seemed to have an inkling of what was unfolding. Indeed, the narrative was progressing similarly to the original tale. At this juncture, Minato was required to head elsewhere for reinforcements. The situation at the Hidden Leaf Village is dire. They have been unable to withstand the enemy's assault. 1,000 ninjas from the Rock Village, all skilled in earth release techniques, have breached our final line of defense. The senior members, including Mei from the village hidden in the mist, are currently besieged and being hunted. I must rush to their aid and halt the enemy's advance. Should those rock ninjas penetrate deep into the Land of Fire, the consequences would be catastrophic. The ramifications Minato referred to were not solely the potential harm to the villagers of the Land of Fire or the extensive destruction of infrastructure. More troubling was the possibility of those rock ninjas infiltrating deeper into the territory and then flanking the rear of the Leaf Ninja forces from another direction. It is crucial to note that the Leaf Ninja forces are currently divided into multiple factions, each defending against the enemy's onslaught. If the rock ninjas were to indeed penetrate the rear, it would pose a grave threat to any segment of the Leaf forces. Facing an assault from both the front and rear, the Leaf ninjas would undoubtedly face defeat. Moreover, the emergence of such a situation signifies a catastrophic defeat for the Leaf Village. The forces of the Leaf Ninja army stationed in various other locations would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. Rin's expression was grave as she grasped the gravity of the problem. She hastily inquired, Sensei Minato, what shall we do now? Should we accompany you to provide reinforcements, or continue advancing? At that moment, Kakashi also rose from the ground. His face equally solemn, having clearly absorbed every word Minato had just spoken. Kakashi, you are alert, Minato remarked, casting a serious glance at him. I will be the sole one to provide reinforcements to Elder Yekwan in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, I trust you all understand that merely repelling the enemy is far from sufficient. In other words, our current mission to destroy the Kemonobe Bridge and obstruct the enemy's supply lines must not be abandoned. Kakashi asked in a low voice, Sensei Minato, you want us three to proceed to destroy the Kemonobe Bridge, correct? Minato nodded affirmatively, indeed. Yet, this task is extraordinarily challenging. We have now reached the outskirts of the battlefield, and continuing forward may result in encounters with the enemy at any moment. Your objective, the Kemonobe Bridge, lies deep within enemy territory, making this mission exceedingly perilous. He then turned his gaze to Obito. This is the situation, Obito. You will once again assume the role of team leader and lead them both to the bridge. Remember, safety is paramount. Do not act recklessly in the face of danger. Rest assured, Sensei Minato, we will accomplish the mission, Obito replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Obito's formidable strength would enable him to guide Rin and Kakashi safely around the backlands of the Rock Hidden Village's ninja forces to destroy the bridge, a task that posed no significant challenge. Rin and Kakashi held unwavering trust in Obito. Over the past 2.5 years, they had executed numerous missions together, with Obito consistently serving as the core of their team in Minato's absence. Very well, I shall depart first. You two should eat something and rest. While it is still early, you can set off promptly, Minato said, casting a final glance over his three disciples before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In a blink, he vanished from sight. Kakashi, are you able to move? Obito turned back to ask Kakashi. Of course, I am perfectly fine, Kakashi replied, nodding and attempting to stretch his limbs to demonstrate his readiness. However, his vigorous movements inadvertently strained his already healing wounds, eliciting a grimace of pain. Kakashi, Rin exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she shot him a worried glance. As the medical ninja who had aided Kakashi in treating his injuries, Rin was acutely aware of his condition. Even though she had meticulously tended to his wounds the previous night, a single night of rest was insufficient for complete recovery. Excessive movements undoubtedly carry the risk of reopening wounds. My apologies, Rin. I assure you I am well and will soon be able to move freely. Kakashi cast a slightly apologetic glance at Rin. However, he was not inclined to prolong the conversation. He retrieved several soldier pills from his pocket, popping them into his mouth and crunching them with vigor. All right, Rin, Obito, let us hasten and consume something to regain our strength. Teacher Minato has instructed us to proceed without delay. Yet Rin maintained a serious expression, her heart heavy with concern over Kakashi's incomplete recovery. prompting her desire to check on him. "Rin, please, eat something," Obito urged, pulling her arm and placing a pouch of soldier pills into her hand. He subtly gestured with his eyes, shaking his head. The meaning was clear. Kakashi was a determined individual, already burdened with guilt from yesterday's reckless incursion into the woods. Given the urgency of their mission, he was even less inclined to become a liability to the group, hence his stubbornness. "Very well," Rin acquiesced. Having spent many years with Obito, she immediately grasped his intent without the need for further words. Together, they settled against a nearby rock. All three chewed on the bitter soldier pills, taking a few sips from their water bottles before standing and gathering their belongings, preparing to set off once more. "Let's go?" Kakashi ran. Obito took the lead, hands clasped behind his back, leaning slightly forward as he sprinted ahead. This was the quintessential posture of a ninja. Obito himself was unsure why he instinctively adopted such a stance. Perhaps it was merely a matter of following the norm. "Oh," Kakashi responded, his face still somewhat pale. Yet he persevered, forcing his unhealed body to match Obito's pace. Rin followed closely behind, casting a worried glance at Kakashi's retreating figure. Soon, the trio advanced 2 miles, returning once again to the grove from the previous night. Upon entering the woods, they found the bodies of dozens of rock-hidden ninjas still sprawled on the cold ground. Numerous snakes, insects, and rodents had begun to appear, scuttling around the corpses, perhaps seeking a feast. In death, a body remains a form of energy within nature. Thus, animals and insects would naturally scavenge from the deceased humans to satiate their hunger. War is indeed a terrifying affair. Why must we inflict harm upon one another in the pursuit of territory? As the trio traversed the branches of a great tree, Rin expressed a quiet lament. Her compassion stirred as they flew over the lifeless forms. Obito glanced at Rin with a wry smile, understanding her empathy for the fallen adversaries. "Rin, have you forgotten what Teacher Minato said? We were born into tumultuous times. In the face of an unchangeable chaotic order, we must do our utmost to defend our land and safeguard those around us." Lin perceived the concern woven into Obito's words, and her heart warmed slightly. She nodded gently and offered him a soft smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The trio had been traveling since morning to accommodate Kakashi's injuries. They paused for a brief respite in a secluded thicket around midday. After replenishing their energy, they resumed their journey. As the afternoon approached, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Obito and his companions continued their trek through the forest, only to encounter a small stream ahead. "Wait!" Obito halted, raising his hand to signal the others to stop. Confusion crossed Kakashi and Lin's faces. "What is it, Obito?" Lin inquired. Obito hesitated to respond immediately, as he had begun to sense a hint of danger. Focusing his gaze, he activated his Sharingan, the 3 Tomoe swirling in his eyes. Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, he discerned several human chakra signatures concealed behind a large tree on the opposite bank of the stream. Moreover, to the left and right of their side of the stream, he detected additional chakra signatures lurking behind trees a dozen meters away. "Kakashi, Lin, it's nothing. Let us keep moving," Obito said, turning to his companions. Though his words were casual, his eyes conveyed an unspoken warning of impending trouble. Having worked in tandem with Obito for years, Lin and Kakashi instantly understood. They nodded in silent agreement, their hands subtly inching toward their ninja tool pouches. "Let us go." At Obito's call, the 3 leaped down from the tree trunk and proceeded forward. The sound of their feet splashing on the water's surface produced a series of gentle ripples. Concern etched on their faces, Obito and his companions heightened their vigilance, closely observing their surroundings. Behind the stream, within the right side thicket, 2 ninjas clad in red armor exchanged sinister smiles. One of them, a man with shoulder-length hair, whispered to his companion, "They've entered our trap zone. Initiate the attack." "Understood." Captain Oishi. Oishi remained silent, his fingers deftly weaving through hand signs. Ninjutsu, camouflage. As Oishi completed the incantation, a colorful energy wave enveloped him. As the vibrant energy intensified, his form gradually became ethereal, eventually vanishing from sight. This was an exceptionally advanced stealth technique, one that rivaled the Moonlight Gale's phasing ability, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to detect. Oishi had silently eliminated over 60 leaf ninjas on the battlefield using this very technique. Meanwhile, Obito's group formed a V-shaped formation, treading carefully through the flowing stream. Obito led the way, flanked by Kakashi on either side. Suddenly, A rustling sound of ropes echoed from the trees across the stream. The Iwagakure ninjas, perceiving that Obito and his companions had stepped into the heart of the trap, promptly activated their ambush. A flurry of bamboo, with its tips sharply honed, pierced through the foliage ahead. Prepared for such an eventuality, Obito swiftly and deftly formed a series of hand seals for a fire release technique. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Obito tilted his head back slightly, and with a powerful expulsion from his cheeks, a massive inferno erupted from his mouth. The flames coalesced into a grand fireball, hurtling toward the oncoming bamboo with great ferocity. In midair, the bamboo was scorched black by the searing heat of the fireball, instantly turning to charred remnants. The now weightless bamboo lost its momentum and force, crashing down into the stream below with a cacophony of splashes. However, this bamboo trap was merely the initial wave of assault. Following closely behind was a considerable array of tightly bound wooden rafts, their pointed ends directed menacingly toward Obito and his companions. Should one of these collide directly, it would likely result in a gaping wound. Yet, standing behind Obito, Kakashi sprang into action, taking the lead. He swiftly formed several hand seals, gripping his right wrist with his left hand. Brilliant arcs of lightning coalesced in his palm. Chidori. Kakashi leaped into the air, his right arm slicing downward with ferocity. The electric brilliance struck the raft, cleaving it in two with a decisive force. The severed halves, released from their bindings, were flung apart, crashing into the water with a resounding splash. Before Obito and his companions could catch their breath, the leader of the ambush squad from IWA, Daisher, had stealthily approached Lin from behind, utilizing his camouflage ability. The surface of the stream rippled with the imprints of his footsteps. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Daisher reached Lin's rear, knife in hand, inching closer to her neck. Yet, just as he lifted his weapon, the water beneath him surged violently. A pair of somewhat juvenile hands emerged from the depths, grasping his ankles. "Oh no!" Daisher exclaimed, realizing his peril as he transformed into a colorful, translucent figure. The camouflage technique had a critical weakness. Upon contact with the enemy, or vice versa, the chakra sustaining the invisibility would falter, rendering him visible. Now, with his ankles seized, the camouflage was swiftly undone. "Gotcha!" The owner of the hands, emerging from the water, wore a pair of goggles and a triumphant grin, gazing up at Daisher. As he spoke, he forcefully yanked down on Daisher's legs. With a splash, Daisher lost his balance, his feet plunging beneath the water's surface, his body thrown into disarray. However, Daisher, as a seasoned jonin, was not so easily subdued. The moment his body plunged into the water, he thrust a kunai towards the head of the young boy submerged below. The kunai embedded itself deeply into Obito's crown, yet no blood flowed forth. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and the figure of Obito vanished from beneath the water. A shadow clone, perhaps? How infuriating. When did this happen? Daisher was struck with astonishment, failing to comprehend when the boy with the goggles had managed to position a shadow clone hidden beneath the surface. Could it be that the boy had anticipated the ambush and traps laid here from the very beginning, deliberately leaving a flaw in their defenses? If that were the case, then these 3 mere children, barely a decade old, were indeed formidable adversaries. In the moment of Daisher's shock, Obito's true self commenced his assault. "Lin," Obito called out, pivoting swiftly as a swirling blue chakra sphere coalesced in his palm. "Understood," Lin replied gravely, her expression serious. She slightly bent her knees and leaped forward, positioning herself beside Kakashi to defend against any impending threats. Meanwhile, Obito sprang into the air, launching the rotating blue chakra sphere directly towards Daisher's face. "Oh no. The trio's synergy was impeccable. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Daisher became aware of the imminent danger, the Rasengan expanded rapidly in his vision. Ultimately, Daisher's visage met the Rasengan in a devastating collision. He let out a startled cry as his face was obliterated, blood splattering profusely. With such a brutal impact, survival was utterly impossible. Daisher succumbed to his injuries, collapsing into the water, which was stained crimson by his blood. Daisher. Damn it. Witnessing their comrade slain before their eyes, the reinforcements from Iwagakure erupted with fury. Daisher was not only their squad leader, but also a cherished friend and ally. Instantly, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas concealed along the banks revealed themselves, dashing forth like shadows. 4 in the front, 3 in the rear, all donned in the standard dark red armor of a Wagakure ninjas. Shadow Clone Technique. Obito's hands moved deftly as he formed the hand seals for the technique. With a thunderous pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and an identical Obito materialized beside him. The moment the shadow clone appeared, it understood its purpose. It swiftly turned and dashed towards Rin, tasked with ensuring her safety. "You brat! Die!" A red-haired Wagakure ninja roared. Leaping towards the masked Kakashi, the red-haired ninja activated a mechanism on the backs of his hands with a series of clicks. Sharp tiger claws extended from the back of his palms, each measuring approximately 50 centimeters in length. In an instant, the red-haired ninja descended, closing the distance to Kakashi within mere feet. He waved his hands vigorously, each of his claw-like fingers manifesting sharp, white streaks of light as he launched a fierce assault on Kakashi below. Unyielding, Kakashi had already drawn the short sword from his back, engaging in a fierce battle with the crimson-haired ninja. The sound of clashing weapons resonated as Kakashi, utilizing the swordsmanship passed down from the white fang of Konoha, managed to gain a slight upper hand. However, the red-haired ninja was also a jonin of considerable strength, refusing to be easily defeated. Yet, charging forward were 4 IWA ninjas. Kakashi, unable to eliminate his foe swiftly, lost the opportune moment to strike. Among the 3 remaining IWA ninjas, 2 advanced to encircle Kakashi, while the seemingly weaker Rin, despite having a shadow clone of Obito beside her, only sent 1 clone to confront the enemy. This clone was a stout figure, watching Rin and Obito's shadow clone intently, halting 5 meters away without advancing further. The enemy's strategy was straightforward: concentrate their firepower to eliminate Kakashi, while the hefty ninja merely served to restrain. "Obito, go assist Kakashi. This one is mine to handle." Rin's face was grave as she instructed the shadow clone beside her. Recognizing the simplicity of the enemy's strategy, Rin was quick to discern their intentions. "However, Rin, I was sent to protect your safety." Obito's shadow clone scratched his head, hesitating momentarily. Rin, her hands weaving rapidly, began to form hand seals, preparing to unleash her jutsu. She glanced sternly at Obito's clone, asserting, "Obito, I understand your concern for my safety, and I know you have always prioritized my well-being. However, please trust in my abilities. I am not merely a medical ninja. I possess combat prowess, and am not just a fragile girl in need of shelter under your wing." As she spoke, Rin completed her series of hand seals, positioning her hands before her. Water style, water bullets. Rin stepped onto the water's surface, and a massive column of water, as thick as a barrel, surged forth toward the rotund IWA ninja. Earth style, rock face. The stout IWA ninja's expression flickered with surprise, yet he did not panic. In the brief moment of contemplation, he swung his hefty hands to perform a series of earth-style hand seals. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of mud and stone, which swiftly coalesced into a sturdy wall upon striking the water's surface, shielding him from Rin's assault. The water column crashed against the wall, failing to inflict any damage. After all, this was merely a standard water technique without any inherent offensive power. "Be careful, Rin." Hearing her words, Obito's shadow clone ceased his hesitation and, without a moment's delay, dashed towards Kakashi. Indeed, as Rin has stated, she is not only a medical ninja, but has also ascended to the rank of special jonin. Although her combat prowess pales in comparison to that of Obito and Kakashi, the current Rin is far from the frail medical ninja depicted in the original narrative. She possesses commendable fighting capabilities. Behind the stream, Obito stands resolutely against 4 oncoming Wagakure shinobi. Rather than retreating defensively, he channels his strength, charging boldly towards them. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. As he sprints, he forms a series of hand seals, halting his advance to unleash a barrage of basketball-sized fireballs from his mouth, each following a unique trajectory aimed at the 4 adversaries. These 4 adversaries, clearly formidable in their own right, exhibit remarkable speed and acute combat awareness. They deftly evade the incoming fireballs, skillfully dodging and weaving to avoid the fiery assault. In a swift counterattack, they draw an array of shuriken from their persons, launching them at Obito. With a flurry of whoosh, the shuriken spiral through the air toward him. Forced to cease his fire technique, Obito brandishes kunai, deftly parrying the incoming projectiles, knocking them down one by one. Meanwhile, he casts a glance back to assess the situation between Rin and Kakashi. Kakashi, initially struggling against 3 jonin, appeared somewhat overwhelmed. His inability to utilize the Chidori left him at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of his shadow clone, the pressure on him significantly diminished, allowing him to gain the upper hand through effective collaboration. Rin's battle with the corpulent ninja was equally intense. The bulky shinobi persistently attempted to close the distance to inflict damage upon her. Yet, Rin, displaying remarkable intelligence, leveraged her advantageous terrain to unleash a series of water techniques, forcing the overweight ninja to retreat after attempting to advance just a few paces. Although this method of combat demanded a considerable expenditure of chakra, Rin remained undeterred, intent on stalling her opponent to alleviate the pressure on Obito and Kakashi. It seems the time has come to resolve this conflict swiftly, as prolonged engagement is inadvisable. Obito furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. They were situated in enemy territory, and the cacophony of battle would undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby Iwagakure shinobi. Should they linger too long, reinforcements would arrive, plunging them into peril. Kid, you still have the presence of mind to look around while engaging us. You must truly be courting death. The four Iwagakure shinobi, now within 3 meters of Obito, leaped into action, kunai poised to strike. A cold smirk crept across Obito's lips. They mistook his restraint for weakness. At that moment, he activated his ocular powers, his gaze sharpening with intent. Within the dual pupils, the 3 spinning Tomoe swiftly transformed into the shape of a windmill shuriken. Susanoo! Obito exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of azure energy that enveloped him in a skeletal frame. Clang! Clang! The moment the skeleton emerged, the attacks of the 4 Iwagakure ninjas struck. The kunai plunged brutally into the skeletal form, producing a resounding metallic clash. The blade shattered, snapping into 2 fragments. What? How could this be? What is this kid capable of? The 4 Iwagakure ninjas were taken aback, their initial assault thwarted, their bodies instinctively losing weight and plummeting towards the water's surface. They had never encountered such a phenomenon, a skeleton encasing a young boy, nor had they even heard of it before. Yet, Obito was evidently not about to squander this splendid opportunity for a counterattack. With a slight intensification of his ocular power, 2 skeletal hands materialized on either side of the skeleton's body. Each hand extended 3 to 4 meters and swung towards the 4 Iwagakure ninjas, grasping menacingly. Be careful! One of the bearded ninjas shouted, sensing the impending danger and warning his comrades. As he called out, he forcefully pushed off the skeleton's body, propelling himself backward. Another frail ninja mimicked the bearded one's movement, leveraging the skeleton's form to roll several meters away. He clumsily tumbled into the creek, but was fortunate enough to escape with his life. However, the other 2 Iwagakure ninjas, reacting a moment too late, were not so fortunate. The colossal skeletal hands seized them with brutal force. With a ferocious grip, a sickening crunch echoed as their bones shattered. The 2 ninjas let out a harrowing scream, blood gushing from their mouths, their bodies grotesquely contorted. As the skeletal hands released their hold, the pair fell straight into the water below, their tragic demise leaving no doubt that their innards had likely been obliterated, evidenced by their blood-engorged heads. Damn it! Ryohei! The remaining 2 Iwagakure ninjas, witnessing their comrade's death, glared at Obito, their eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, they refrained from recklessly launching another attack, standing on the water's surface, filled with terror and disbelief as they gazed upon him. The frail ninja's legs trembled slightly, fear of Obito's bizarre and merciless tactics seeping into his very core. What's wrong? Wasn't it said I was long-lived? Come and take my life then. If you don't come, I shall come for you. A cold smirk curled at Obito's lips, his gaze sweeping mockingly over the 2 remaining ninjas. Subsequently, the azure energy surrounding him dimmed, and the skeletal frame dissipated into nothingness. As Obito's feet gradually sank into the flowing waters of the stream, not a single drop was disturbed nor the current impeded. It was only when his head vanished beneath the surface that the 2 rock ninjas, momentarily stunned, regained their senses and exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? What kind of ninjutsu was that? Was it an illusion? The slender ninja inquired of the bearded one. The bearded ninja shook his head. I have no idea. But it is certainly not an illusion. Look around. There are no changes in the environment. The slender ninja, now realizing the situation, scanned their surroundings. Indeed, several meters ahead, his comrades were still entangled with the masked youth and the young girl. The large trees along the bank remained unchanged, indicating that they had not fallen into an illusion. This could only imply one thing. The two of them were not ensnared in a ninjutsu. Yet, the mystery of how the bespectacled boy could so seamlessly vanish into the water eluded them. Be cautious. Watch the water. That boy could reappear at any moment. The slender ninja grasped his kunai tightly, a grave expression settling on his face as he gazed into the flowing stream. Unbeknownst to him, a head was slowly rising from the water behind him, a spectral presence that made no sound. Looking for me. Suddenly, Obito's voice echoed from behind, startling the slender ninja. Instinctively, he swung his kunai, turning to strike at the source of the voice. Yet, he was a heartbeat too late. Obito's hand swiftly pressed against his back, and in an instant, a distorted spatial wave enveloped him. His body twisted and was drawn into a realm beyond, vanishing from sight. Damn it! The bearded ninja turned just in time to witness the slender ninja being consumed by the void. Terror surged within him, and his mental defenses crumbled. He hurled his kunai at Obito and fled into the nearby woods. The kunai struck Obito's forehead but left no mark, passing through him as if he were a mere illusion. So, you abandon your comrades so easily? It appears that you rock ninjas are not as united as I had imagined, Obito scoffed, pursuing the bearded ninja. Get away from me. As he ran, the bearded ninja cast a glance over his shoulder, and, upon seeing Obito gaining ground, fear propelled him to run faster. Unfortunately, his physique, robust yet not built for speed, limited his distance, and Obito quickly closed the gap. Rasengan. Without hesitation, Obito formed a swirling sphere of chakra in his palm and struck the back of the bearded ninja's head with tremendous force. Ah! The man with the stubbly beard let out a harrowing scream as the back of his head was reduced to a bloody mess, sustaining a severe blow to his cranium. His body lost all weight, and he toppled forward, crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, and after a few convulsive twitches, he lay motionless. Toby turned to glance back at the battlefield. At this moment, Kakashi and one of Toby's shadow clones had gained the upper hand. The clone, using its own body as a shield, fought fiercely against the opponent, creating the perfect opportunity for Kakashi to strike. With a swift release of the Chidori, Kakashi's right hand crackled with electricity as he seized the moment, thrusting his arm forward to pierce through the chests of two Rock Village ninjas. Such a flawless attack came at the cost of merely one shadow clone dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, Rin, leveraging the advantage of the terrain, engaged in a prolonged battle with the rotund ninja using her adept water release techniques. However, the extended use of the technique took a significant toll on her chakra. At this juncture, Rin found herself panting heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically due to chakra exhaustion. The plump ninja finally seized the opportunity to counterattack. Earth release, rock cannon. He bellowed as he swiftly formed hand seals. With a mighty breath, he unleashed a volley of fist-sized rocks that hurtled toward Rin. Her face a mask of panic, Rin frantically darted across the water's surface, evading the deadly projectiles. Yet, due to her depleted chakra and waning stamina, she ultimately failed to dodge the last strike. A large boulder crashed down onto her shoulder, breaking her fair skin and causing blood to flow. With a pained scream, Rin fell backward, her eyes squeezed shut in agony, breath held, bracing for the inevitable plunge into the water. However, to her astonishment, she did not submerge. Instead, powerful arms enveloped her, lifting her from harm's way. As she instinctively opened her eyes, she found herself cradled in Toby's embrace. A warmth spread through her heart. During countless perilous missions, Toby had always emerged as her protector, shielding her from danger at the most critical moments. This time, despite her insistence on facing the adversary alone, she had faltered and been injured. Rin felt a pang of disappointment. Was she truly so helpless? Yet, being protected by Toby filled her with a comforting sense of warmth, a blend of gratitude and joy. Rin, are you all right? Toby asked, lowering his head to inspect the gaping wound on her shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. Rin gripped her shoulder, gritting her teeth to feign composure, and offered a faint smile. Toby, I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. After all this, you still claim to be fine? Toby replied, steadying her posture and gently caressing her cheek. The young girl consistently displays remarkable kindness, choosing to bear her burdens in solitude to spare others from worry. As Obito tenderly gestures towards her, Lin's pale cheeks, tinged with pain, blush slightly. She lowers her head, her gaze evasively shifting, yet does not withdraw her face, allowing Obito's hand to linger close against her skin. A few meters away, A corpulent ninja from a Mangekyō finally perceives the shift in circumstances upon Obito's arrival, glancing back with growing unease. His eyes widen in disbelief as he surveys the scene. The once crystal-clear stream now tainted a deep crimson, alongside the lifeless bodies floating upon its surface. It does not take him long to deduce that his 4 comrades have fallen victim to this Konoha ninja's treachery. Yet, he is acutely aware of their prowess. They are all jonin, the weakest among them being a special jonin. How could they have been so easily outmaneuvered in a 4-on-1 encounter? This was unfathomable. What have you done? The rotund ninja stares at Obito, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and disbelief. Preoccupied with countering Rin's water techniques, he had neglected to notice the chaos unfolding behind him. Obito turns his head, casting a glance at the ninja with the coldness of a harbinger of doom. What I have done is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that I shall send you to hell to reunite with your fallen comrades. As he speaks, Obito charges forward, sprinting towards the corpulent ninja. How dare you, you arrogant brat! Do you truly believe yourself to be so formidable? The hefty ninja's ire ignites. Unfazed by the terrifying potential of Susanoo, he remains blindly confident in his own abilities. Earth release, rock arm. The ninja swiftly forms hand seals. Upon completing the sequence, he positions his arms before him, then opens his mouth wide to unleash a torrent of mud that cascades down to envelop his massive arms, solidifying into 2 pillars of rock, each fist equivalent in size to a basketball. As Obito approaches, the ninja swings his stone arms, generating a powerful gust of wind aimed at him. However, this slow and cumbersome assault appears to Obito as nothing more than an ant's crawl before him. He need not even employ the predictive prowess of his Sharingan to evade the heavy strikes. With a slight bend of his knees, Obito leaps into the air, lightly stepping on the ninja's rock fists to gain momentum, then delivers a kick. The impact resonates with a thunderous crack. Obito's shoe makes brutal contact with the ninja's chin, causing his teeth to clatter violently and his tongue to be bitten. Blood gushes from his mouth as the force of the blow sends his hefty form toppling backward. With a resounding splash, he crashes into the stream, water flooding his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, rendering him unable to open his eyes. As Obito descended from the sky, his right hand was already slightly raised, with chakra swirling around his palm, forming a rotating blue sphere of chakra. Spiraling sphere. The hefty man instinctively attempted to lift his head above the water, but as soon as it broke the surface, he was met with a crashing sphere of light. His pupils dilated in shock, and in the next instant, he was struck brutally, blood gushing forth as he succumbed on the spot. After dispatching the hefty man, Obito turned to glance at Rin, who was silently observing him while tending to his wounds with medical ninjutsu. A smile involuntarily crept across Obito's face. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having previously eliminated 2 enemies with a swift Chidori, now faced only a single adversary, free from any further pressure. Armed with the short blade passed down through the Hitaki lineage, his swordsmanship was elusive, leaving behind mere afterimages. Before long, he had dispatched the lone ninja from the stone village. Kakashi observed the fallen opponent before him with a detached demeanor, his expression revealing little emotion. He crouched down to rinse the short blade in the water before sheathing it at his back, and turning to Obito, remarking, "I was still a step behind you." Obito chuckled, "You were many steps behind, my young friend. Keep striving." Kakashi's implication was that his speed in eliminating enemies lagged behind Obito's. Surprised that Kakashi would compare himself to him in such a manner, Obito couldn't help but mimic his sharp tongue in jest. As they spoke, both Obito and Kakashi quietly moved to Rin's side, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Though Rin's injuries were severe, they were not life-threatening. However, proper treatment would require some time. She understood the intentions of Obito and Kakashi and, after briefly staunching the bleeding, she took out a roll of bandages, preparing to dress her wounds. "Obito, could you assist me?" Rin extended the bandages toward him. Obito took the bandages and glanced at her wound. "You haven't fully treated this yet. Why the urgency to bandage it?" Rin replied, "The commotion from the battle was considerable, and other stone ninjas are likely nearby. We must leave swiftly, or we may attract more enemies." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Rin is correct. I share her concerns." However, Obito appeared unfazed. "No need to panic. This rare water source provides us an opportunity to wash in the stream, and with nightfall approaching, we should find a place to camp. Traveling at night is far too perilous." Here, Rin and Kakashi both looked bewildered, asking in unison, They had not anticipated Obito's audacity to consider camping in such a battleground. Wouldn't that invite yet another clash with the stone ninjas? Obito shook his head. Of course not here. We can move upstream or downstream, distancing ourselves by 3 or 4 kilometers. Kakashi's brow furrowed in skepticism. 3 or 4 kilometers would be enough to avoid detection by the enemy. As the enemy tracked their scent, we were likely to find ourselves encircled. Do not fret. I have a plan, Obito said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He then began to weave hand signs with swift precision. Upon completion, a series of white smoke explosions erupted around him, and identical replicas of Obito emerged from the mist. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 dozen shadow clones of Obito had materialized. Go, commanded the original Obito with a sweeping gesture. The clones responded in unison, scattering in all directions. With the intelligence possessed by Kakashi and Rin, they quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing Obito's actions. Rin's face lit up with excitement as she inquired, Obito, are you intending to disperse the shadow clones to deliberately leave traces, thereby confusing the enemy's pursuit? Obito nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as you mentioned. The commotion from our battle was considerable. It won't be long before others arrive. Since we have already revealed ourselves, we might as well create more chaos. The enemy is unaware of our true objective, which is the Kamui Bridge. Admiration sparkled in Rin's eyes. Obito, you are truly ingenious. You certainly have a plethora of clever ideas. Kakashi, observing Obito with an indifferent gaze, could not entirely conceal a hint of approval. Obito chuckled, scratching his head. Oh, do not flatter me too much. I might blush. Kakashi scoffed lightly, turning his head away. Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Do you honestly think you would ever blush? Rin stifled a giggle as she watched the two exchange banter once more. Soon, Obito tended to Rin's wounds with a simple bandage, and the trio sprinted towards the upstream of the creek. After approximately 20 minutes of vigorous travel, they distanced themselves about 5 kilometers from the earlier battleground. The three found a rocky cave by the creek, where they took refuge to recuperate. As night fell, the moon graced the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the earth, illuminating the shadowy forest. One after another, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi washed themselves in the creek, changing out of their soiled garments before returning to the cave to find a suitable spot to rest. However, the forest was fraught with peril, and they could be ambushed by a squad of rock ninja at any moment. Thus, they remained vigilant, setting traps outside the cave. Obito then created 2 shadow clones to guard a concealed position at the entrance, allowing the three to finally drift into a secure slumber. The night swiftly passed. When dawn broke, Obito awoke to find Kakashi and Rin still peacefully asleep against the stone beside him. Kakashi, having been injured previously, had yet to fully recover, while Rin had sustained injuries only the night before and required ample rest. Reluctant to disturb them, Obito first stepped outside the cave to dismantle the traps they had set at the entrance. At the brook, he scooped a few handfuls of clear water to wash his face. As the time approached 7:30, Obito returned to the cave to awaken the 2 companions. Is it dawn? Rin murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up groggily. Obito nodded with a smile. Yes, quickly wash your face and wake up. We must continue our journey. Rin responded with a soft stretching her body. However, due to her restless sleep the previous night, the buttons of her clothing were slightly loose at the neckline. As she stretched forward, a considerable expanse of her fair skin was exposed to Obito's gaze, leaving him momentarily stunned. Though Rin was still young, her figure had begun to develop, presenting a proud silhouette. Upon opening her eyes, Rin sensed Obito's gaze was not quite right. She glanced down at her chest, and, upon realizing her inadvertent exposure, her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered herself with her hands. Obito, she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, shooting him a glare before lowering her head in shyness. Clearing his throat, Obito awkwardly redirected the focus. Ahem, Kakashi, why are you still asleep? Get up and let's get moving. He coughed, pointing towards Kakashi, who remained undisturbed. As Obito approached and shook Kakashi's shoulder, the latter, bemused, protested, What are you doing, Obito? Are you crazy? I just wanted to rest for a couple more minutes. Little did he expect such a rough awakening. No time for nonsense. Rise and shine. We need to have breakfast and hit the road, Obito insisted, pulling Kakashi to his feet. With an exasperated expression, Kakashi rolled his eyes, reluctantly heading outside the cave. Rin's face was still flushed, her embarrassment not yet faded, but she understood the urgency of their mission and knew they could not afford to linger. She stood and followed Kakashi out to the brook to wash her face. Meanwhile, Obito retrieved the map, assessing the distance to the destination of the Kamui Bridge based on their current location. The bridge lay behind enemy lines, and the trio had ventured deep into hostile territory over the past few days. They needed only to traverse this wooded area and advance a few more kilometers to reach their intended goal, the Kamui Bridge. In the southeastern border of the Land of Fire, the Leaf Village's defensive forces, led by Mikura Yawara, were being relentlessly pushed back by the rock-hidden ninja. Tragically, Mikura Yawara had already fallen to the enemy's onslaught. Now, only 4 members of the Leaf defense team remained, crouched in a dirt pit, their faces ashen with despair. They had scarcely escaped one peril when they found themselves surrounded once more. The enemy was now less than 100 meters away, conducting a slow, thorough search. It was only a matter of time before they would meet their end at the hands of their foes. What do we do? We are surrounded again. Damn it. Let us fight to the bitter end, even if it means taking a couple of scapegoats with us. Indeed, we cannot succumb to a miserable fate in this pit. We must confront them. Just as the 4 Konoha ninjas gritted their teeth, resolutely deciding to charge forth, a flash of golden light abruptly illuminated their surroundings. A figure materialized beside them, strikingly out of place. This individual, with his golden hair and handsome, refined features, donned the standard green ninja vest of Konoha. He was none other than Minato Namikaze, who had come to their aid upon receiving a message from a carrier pigeon. The moment Minato appeared, he raised his hand, firmly grasping the arms of 2 Konoha ninjas. The 4 ninjas were momentarily taken aback, gazing up in astonishment. Upon recognizing Minato, they let out a sigh of relief. It was Minato. You nearly scared us to death. Minato, have you come alone as reinforcements? His expression was grave as he nodded. Indeed. My friends, what is the situation on the battlefield? One of the ninjas, sporting a distinctive mustache, quickly replied. The captain has perished. The Konoha defense forces have been utterly defeated. We are the only 4 left. Upon hearing this, Minato's heart sank slightly. The defense forces led by Mikura Yekawa comprised nearly 1,000 ninjas. It was hard to fathom that within just a few short days, they had been decimated by the Iwagakure ninjas. According to intelligence reports, the enemy had deployed a force of only 1,000 ninjas as well. Given the relative parity in numbers, it was disheartening to see Konoha suffer such a complete rout. This could only indicate the formidable strength of the adversary. Minato asked in a low voice, "How many of the enemy remain? Approximately how many ninjas are surrounding you?" The mustached ninja responded, "I am unsure of the exact number, but I estimated that there are about 50 enemy ninjas besieging us." "I see," Minato nodded. "If it is merely 50, then it should not pose a significant challenge." With that, Minato reached into his ninja tool pouch and produced a handful of kunai, laying them out in front of the 4 ninjas. These kunai were unlike the ordinary ones. Each was considerably longer and inscribed with unique black runes on the grip. Minato instructed, "You 4 need not engage in combat. Simply assist me by throwing these kunai at the enemy." The mustached ninja's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? The enemy consists of over 50 ninjas, and you intend to fight alone?" Minato nodded. "Trust me, you will not be disappointed." Though the 4 were still somewhat shocked, they could not argue further given Minato's determination. As the Iwagakure ninjas approached within a few dozen meters, Minato wasted no time. He rose to his feet and hurled a kunai towards one of the enemy ninjas. "Let the battle commence." "Throw the kunai," Minato shouted, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. The specially crafted kunai, imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, narrowly missed as the Iwagakure ninja tilted his head to evade. However, despite this, he could not escape the inevitability of death. As Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, he swiftly materialized behind his adversary. Grasping the shuriken soaring through the air, he deftly sliced through the neck of the Rock Village ninja. With a thud, the ninja collapsed, clutching his throat, succumbing to the crimson pool beneath him. Following this, 4 Leaf Village ninjas, who had been concealed in a pit, emerged, hurling their shuriken towards the cluster of rock ninjas. They paid no heed to accuracy, heedlessly following Minato's command to unleash a barrage. Meanwhile, Minato continued to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, darting effortlessly among the rock ninjas. In a mere 3 minutes, over 50 rock ninjas lay defeated at Minato's feet. The 4 Leaf ninjas witnessed the entire spectacle, their eyes wide with astonishment and jaws nearly unhinged. Is this the infamous yellow flash? How terrifying. The realization struck them that Minato had instructed them to throw shuriken for this very purpose. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed formidable. Previously, Minato had garnered a certain level of renown, especially during the Second Shinobi World War, where his remarkable achievements on the battlefield earned him the esteem of the higher-ups in Konoha. However, during the war, Minato was still quite young and had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, which he learned only towards the war's conclusion. Thus, despite the illustrious title of Yellow Flash echoing throughout the ninja world, there remained individuals unfamiliar with his prowess, including these four. Witnessing Minato's extraordinary capabilities now left them utterly astounded. With a swift motion, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing beside the four-leaf ninjas. "You four," he said, "I have already called for reinforcements from Konoha and nearby allies. Let us depart together and seek a location to set traps, impeding the enemy's advance." "Understood," they responded in unison, nodding emphatically. Their initial doubts about Minato vanished entirely in the wake of his demonstrated strength. At the border of the Land of Fire, nestled within a somewhat shadowy gorge, lay a cavern that appeared ominously dark. The interior of the cave was vast, yet devoid of any visible entrances or exits. The flickering light within emanated solely from red candles affixed to the stone walls. At the farthest recess of the cavern stood a grotesque humanoid stone statue, protruding from the wall. Its immense visage bore 10 eyes, all tightly shut, yet they occasionally quivered as if alive. Below the statue, a broad stone seat cradled an elderly man, his skin a tapestry of wrinkles and his long hair streaked with gray. He appeared to be on the brink of drawing his last breath. However, the elderly man's eyes remained as bright and piercing as ever, two blood-red orbs seemingly imbued with an undercurrent of lethal intent, as 3 Tomoe slowly revolved between his pupils. That fool. Why has he not returned after such a long time? The old man cast a glance at the stone wall at the forefront of the cave, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered to himself. Not long after his words faded, the stone wall at the cave's entrance began to undulate, and a figure, half black and half white, emerged, kneeling before the old man. "Master Madara, the plan has failed." "Oh, how could this be?" The elder, addressed as Madara, was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Obito had been chosen early on to inherit his will and to continue the Moon Eye plan. Hearing this news sent a ripple of alarm through Madara. That Uchiha Obito has undergone a tremendous transformation in strength compared to a few years ago, Zetsu stated gravely. "From my observations, it appears he has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, and our traps set by the rock ninjas proved futile, resulting in their demise instead." Zetsu had personally witnessed the battle that unfolded by the stream. Utilizing his affinity with the earth, he had concealed himself among the distant trees, unnoticed by anyone. Madara's brow furrowed deeply. At such a tender age of 12, he has already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? Truly an extraordinary boy. I can only hope he does not become an impediment to the Moon Eye plan in the future. After pondering for a moment, Madara pressed on, "Zetsu, since the first plan has failed, is there an immediate arrangement for the second plan?" Zetsu nodded. "Of course. There is another hidden genius within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yumiko. Her father was brutally slain on the battlefield, and her mother was ravaged by the enemy. Witnessing these horrors has profoundly affected her. She has already progressed from the 2 Tomoe Sharingan to the Mangekyō Sharingan." Oh, upon hearing this, Madara's interest was piqued, a glimmer of delight crossing his face. "How does this Uchiha Yumiko compare to that Uchiha Obito?" Zetsu's low, raspy voice replied, "Rest assured, Master Madara, Uchiha Yumiko's Mangekyō Sharingan techniques are nothing short of perfection." White Zetsu chimed in, Indeed, Master Madara. My clone is currently escorting Uchiha Yumiko here. We returned first to report to you." Madara chose not to elaborate further, content to close his eyes. After all, his current body had reached its limit. Even with the sustenance from the outer path golem, it could no longer endure. He needed to rest and conserve his energy. After a considerable time, the ground within the cave stirred. A somewhat peculiar white Zetsu emerged from the earth, having grown considerably larger. Upon surfacing, his entire body, from the abdomen to the chest and legs, had transformed, spreading outward like a plant. A girl, enveloped within, was abruptly expelled from the body of White Absolute. She appeared to be around 14 years of age, with long, raven-black hair tied in a simple ponytail, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, albeit marred by traces of tears on her cheeks, as if she had recently wept. Clad in a delicate lavender short dress, her slender legs were exposed to the air, showcasing her fair complexion. Why must I be brought in this manner? It is utterly repulsive, she thought, casting a disdainful glance back at the manifestation of white absolute. The manifestation of white absolute, contracting back to its original form, remarked, Yumi, this was unavoidable. The cave entrance is protected by a defensive barrier. Without my assistance, you could not have entered. Yumi, displeased, pouted and turned her attention, finally noticing Uchiha Madara seated upon a stone chair. Startled by his frail appearance, she exclaimed, why have you brought me here? Who is this old man? Is he a Grim Reaper? Madara had been observing Yumi intently. After scrutinizing her, he nodded in satisfaction, sensing a potent fluctuation of ocular power emanating from her. Child, do not be afraid. I am Uchiha Madara. Absolute has brought you here so that you may assist me in fulfilling an unfinished wish. Yumi's expression turned wary. A wish? Why should I help this old man fulfill his wish? Madara spoke in a solemn tone. Your name is Yumi, correct? The death of your parents must be your greatest regret. What I ask of you will not only aid me, but also serve your own interests. For I possess the ability to resurrect your parents. Meanwhile, Obito led Kakashi and Rin, having replenished their energy with soldier pills, as they embarked on yet another journey. This time, the path was remarkably smooth. Although they encountered several waves of Rock Village ninjas along the way, the trio swiftly dealt with the adversaries, ensuring no hindrances obstructed their progress. Faced with larger groups of enemies, they chose to evade confrontation, opting to take alternate routes. By midday the following day, they successfully arrived at the Kanabi Bridge. Upon reaching this location, they observed that the bridge was indeed substantial. It would likely require several hundred, if not 1,000, explosive tags to obliterate it entirely. Fortunately, through years of systematic missions, Obito had amassed a collection of over 1,000 explosive tags. Thus, he felt no regret in utilizing them for this task. Standing on the flat surface beneath the bridge, Obito hung upside down, diligently affixing explosive tags to the structure. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Rin stood guard above, their expressions tense as they vigilantly watched for any signs of rock ninjas. Obito, are you ready? Hurry up and come back. Kakashi called out, noticing Obito's delay. With a series of swift movements, Obito leaped back to join Kakashi and Rin. He clapped his hands, revealing a relaxed smile. Done. Let us go. Keep your distance. I'll activate the explosive tags and bring this place down. Kakashi and Rin nodded in unison. The three of them swiftly leaped away. And only after they had covered several dozen meters did Obito form a hand seal with one hand, igniting the residual chakra on the explosive tags. The thunderous explosions erupted in succession, with waves of roaring flames reaching skyward. The three of them, separated by several meters, felt the tremors and shockwaves from the blasts, causing them to tumble forward. The sheer destructive force of thousands of explosive tags combined was undeniably formidable. Fortunately, they had already identified a safe spot to take cover. Although they were impacted by the shockwaves, just a few meters ahead lay a large pit. They rolled into the pit, successfully evading the chaos. Once the cacophony of explosions ceased, the three of them peered out from the pit. When they glanced back at the Kamui Bridge, they found it had been utterly destroyed, no longer resembling a bridge at all. Even the surrounding rocks had suffered extensive craters. Resupplying resources from this point would be an arduous task. Mission accomplished. Let us go? Kakashi, Rin, Obito called to them before leaping from the pit. Kakashi and Rin followed closely behind as the trio plunged into the dense woods. Fantastic. With the supply chain of the stone village disrupted, they will struggle to mount an offensive against the land of fire, Rin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as they dashed over the tree trunks. Obito nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mission went smoothly. We can proceed to the next location. Kakashi and Rin exchanged puzzled glances. Before leaving, Minato had instructed them only to destroy the bridge, without detailing any subsequent tasks. However, Obito's words implied that he had already formulated a plan for their next destination. Kakashi tilted his head and asked, Obito, where are we heading next? Obito raised his hand, pointing forward. Of course, we're heading to the front lines. Sensei Minato is undoubtedly still on the battlefield, now that our assignment is complete. We should hurry to provide reinforcements. Kakashi and Rin suddenly understood. It seemed Obito had already anticipated their next move. The situation was indeed as Obito had described. At a battlefield on the border of the Land of Fire, The circumstances had become exceedingly complex over the past few days. With the defending ninja from the Leaf Village, led by Mei, having lost their position at the forefront, the invading force of over 1,000 Stone Village ninjas would relentlessly press forward. Minato had indeed arrived just in time to save the 4 Leaf Ninja, but merely relying on Minato and those 4 was insufficient to hold the front line. Even if Minato was exceptionally skilled at utilizing the flying Raijin technique, allowing him to traverse effortlessly among his enemies and eliminate them one by one, the Stone Ninjas would inevitably adopt countermeasures once they recognized they were no match for him. They can disperse and break through, avoiding excessive entanglement with you, wolfing Shuemen. They could directly lead their main force into the rear of the Land of Fire, then devise traps to deal with you, wolfing Shuemen. Alternatively, they might call for reinforcements from the rear, summoning more Iwagakure ninjas to assist in countering you, wolfing Shuemen. After all, the attackers consist of only a little over 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas, which does not signify that the entirety of Iwagakure has only dispatched this number. The true Iwagakure ninja army is engaged in fierce combat elsewhere against the Land of Lightning. In order to thwart the enemy's continued incursion, Shuemen, accompanied by 4 Leaf Ninjas, commenced setting traps along the route to hinder the enemy's march. The rationale behind this action, as Shuemen previously articulated, was that he had dispatched messages to the nearby Leaf Ninja forces, urging them to come for support. The arriving ninja army happened to be the contingent responsible for guarding Kumogakure. Indeed, upon receiving Shuemen's message, the captain of the Leaf Ninja team assigned to safeguard the Iwagakure forces promptly took action, dispatching some of his own Leaf Ninjas to reinforce Shuemen. However, the Kumogakure ninjas are not fools. They have their own frontline scouts who naturally discern the mass movement of Leaf Ninjas heading towards other areas. The skirmishes between Kumogakure and Iwagakure were mere trifles. Their true objective remained the annexation of the Land of Fire's territory, launching a full-scale assault on it. Consequently, the Kumogakure ninjas decided to have the 3rd Raikage personally oversee the defense. The 3rd Raikage's son, A, along with his adoptive brother, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, led the main forces of Kumogakure in a vigorous assault against the Leaf's guarding army. The situation among the 5 great nations was initially driven by the ambitions of the other 4 nations to seize the Land of Fire's territory. Yet, not long after the war commenced, it devolved into a chaotic exchange of blows, with each side seeking to exploit the perceived weaknesses of the other, aiming to devour their adversary whole. Thus, the current scenario was one of utter confusion. When Obito, accompanied by Kakashi and Rin, arrived at Shuemen's battlefield, they found Shuemen and a host of Leaf Ninjas engaged in fierce combat with the Iwagakure forces. The trio immediately joined the fray, fighting alongside Shuemen. The 4 of them coordinated their efforts with vigor, and with the arrival of over 1,000 Leaf reinforcements, they held a significant numerical advantage, with Shuemen and Obito, 2 formidable weapons, weaving through the Iwagakure ranks. It was not long before the 1,000 or so Iwagakure ninjas began to falter, with casualties exceeding half of their forces. The remaining 500, unable to even gather their fallen comrades, were driven to flight by the fierce onslaught of Obito and Shuemen. Witnessing the Iwagakure ninjas retreat in terror, the Leaf Ninja guarding forces erupted into cheers and shouts of exhilaration. Although they had come to provide support, the pressure they felt within was still considerable. Upon learning that over 1,000 rock ninjas were all adept in earth techniques, many of whom could employ combined earth ninjutsu, the remaining 4 among the Leaf Village's 1,000-strong guard led by Mikura faced a profound sense of uncertainty. How splendid! The enemy has finally been repelled. Senior Watergate is indeed the man I admire most. His application of the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to weave through the enemy ranks like lightning, truly magnificent. Indeed, Senior Watergate embodies the ideal of humanity, a perfect man. Speaking of which, have you not noticed that young lad with the goggles? He is equally formidable. I too observed him. He must be a member of Uchiha's first team. Although he may not possess the same speed as Senior Watergate, he fiercely penetrated the enemy's encirclement. Yes, when I saw him surrounded by enemies moments ago, I thought he was doomed. Who would have imagined he would turn the tables and eliminate those rock ninjas? The crowd buzzed with chatter, their gazes filled with envy and admiration as they watched Obito and Watergate walk side by side. Kakashi and Rin, positioned at the outer edge of the crowd, absorbed every word, unable to suppress a smile. Rin clasped her hands to her chest, her large eyes fixed on Obito in the distance, softly remarking, "Kakashi, Obito is gradually gaining acceptance and admiration from everyone. It seems no one holds any dissent due to his Uchiha lineage." Kakashi nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Ah, it's best if it comes naturally. Obito's acceptance is entirely normal, given his strength, which parallels that of Teacher Watergate, ensuring our safety." Unbeknownst to them, the Kakashi who once relished competing with Obito was slowly fading away. Though Kakashi still enjoyed bantering with Obito, he had genuinely acknowledged his prowess deep within. At that moment, Obito and Watergate approached the crowd. Faced with their fervent gazes, Obito felt a flicker of discomfort, especially as several attractive young ladies in the group cast flirtatious glances his way, causing his cheeks to flush. Watergate, with a smile, scanned the crowd and declared in a deep voice, "Everyone, we have finally driven away the enemy, but the battle is not yet over. Quickly, let us clear the battlefield and find a place to rest and recuperate." "Understood, Senior Watergate." The 1,000 ninjas chorused in unison. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of shadow, weaving through the fallen bodies, retrieving scrolls to commence the task of collecting the dead. Regardless of whether they were leaf or rock ninjas, each took a scroll, hands deftly forming seals as bursts of white smoke erupted, enveloping the corpses within the scrolls. Naturally, the bodies of their fallen comrades needed to be returned to the leaf. The enemy corpses, too, could be brought back to utilize the Mountain Clan's secret techniques to probe the brains of the deceased. This would not only yield enemy ninjutsu, but also provide valuable intelligence. Minato gazed at the trio, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, with a smile, acknowledging their commendable performance. "Obito, Rin, Kakashi, you three have done remarkably well. You completed the mission at a speed beyond my expectations." Rin playfully tugged Obito forward and said with a squinting smile, "It's all thanks to Obito's excellent leadership. We encountered several unexpected challenges along the way, and had he not detected the dangers in advance, we might have faced far greater peril." Flattered by Rin's praise, Obito scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Oh, Rin, please don't say that. The mission was a collective effort. All right, but truly, your contribution was the most significant." "There's no need to feign modesty," Kakashi interjected nonchalantly. This remark both acknowledged Obito and simultaneously diminished his accomplishment, leaving Obito feeling rather vexed. "Kakashi, is it impossible for you to refrain from opposing me for even a day?" As their banter threatened to escalate, Minato instinctively placed a hand on both their heads. "You two should refrain from speaking for a moment. I have important matters to discuss with you." "Please go ahead, Sensei," the trio responded, sensing Minato's serious demeanor. Minato continued, "Although the fighting here has temporarily ceased, our forces at the front line are under fierce attack from the hidden cloud of the Land of Lightning. Therefore, I must not delay and will head to the battlefield immediately to provide reinforcements." The trio's faces registered shock at this revelation. Rin questioned, "Sensei, is it truly necessary to rush? You haven't rested for several consecutive days." Minato sighed with a faint smile. "Indeed, it is necessary. I must set aside my need for rest for the time being. The AB brothers have been dispatched from the hidden cloud, renowned for their formidable strength. I fear that our forces in Konoha may not be able to contend with them and could suffer a swift defeat, much like the fate of our esteemed predecessor, Mei Terumī." Minato's words were undeniably accurate. In the battles among the ninja armies of various nations, it was not merely the number of ninjas that mattered, but also their caliber. A powerful ninja could stand against 10, even 100 foes. The third Raikage, in a bid to cover the retreat of the hidden cloud ninjas, valiantly fought alone against the encirclement of 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas for 3 days and nights before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. According to this timeline, the third Raikage's demise occurred approximately 2 years ago. Now, the hidden cloud ninjas had committed the majority of their forces to assault Konoha, and it was likely that the Iwagakure army would soon launch a significant counteroffensive against the hidden cloud. Obito nodded silently, lost in thought. It seemed inevitable that the incident of the third Raikage being surrounded by 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas would soon unfold. Furthermore, the confrontation between Minato and the AB brothers would likely occur during Minato's rush to the other battlefield. Although the locations had shifted slightly, the events were still unfolding in accordance with the original narrative. Ding! A temporary mission has been issued to the host. Participate in the battle between Minato Namikaze and the AB brothers. Completion of the mission will yield rewards. Reward 1. 5 opportunities for replication. Reward 2. 100 explosive tags. The system notification echoed suddenly in Obito's mind. Toby was momentarily taken aback by the prospect of joining Minato and the brothers of Team AB in battle, if memory served him right. The original narrative depicted the Hidden Cloud's assault on the Hidden Leaf as one of overwhelming advantage, although he could not fathom the underlying intent of the system's arrangement. Toby resolved to participate nonetheless. With this thought in mind, he grasped Minato's arm, his expression earnest as he declared, "Minato-sensei, allow me to accompany you." Minato appeared slightly taken aback, asking, "What is the matter?" "Toby, I intended for the three of you to remain here to defend against the rock ninjas. They are unlikely to launch another offensive in the immediate future. My continued presence here serves little purpose. It would be more prudent to confront the cloud ninjas alongside you." Toby scratched his head and chuckled, concocting a reason. He then added with a hint of mystery, "Moreover, I have a new technique I wish for you all to witness. I hold a great deal of confidence regarding this battle." This so-called new technique referred to Toby's impending use of the Mangekyō Sharingan. At present, his strength was formidable, bolstered by the support of the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya, Minato, and others. The third Hokage and Danzo found themselves at a loss when it came to Toby. Occasionally, revealing one's strength could not only earn respect, but also instill a sense of dread in others. Toby speculated that once his Mangekyō Sharingan was uncovered, Danzo would likely exhibit one of two reactions. Either he would return to Konoha and scheme to ambush Toby, much like he did with Shursui, in an attempt to seize Toby's eyes, or he would be so intimidated by Toby's prowess that he would refrain from taking further extreme actions against the Uchiha clan. Yet, Toby surmised that given Danzo's nature, he would most likely resort to treachery. This, in fact, suited Toby's intentions perfectly, as it would provide him with a legitimate opportunity to eliminate Danzo without consequence. "Very well, what about Kakashi and Rin? Do you two wish to remain here or join me on the battlefield?" Despite Toby's somewhat tenuous reasoning, Minato did not probe further. Upon hearing that Toby had a new technique, Minato's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Kakashi and Rin had journeyed with Toby for several days, arriving just in time to be swept into the fray. Both were quite fatigued. However, upon hearing Toby's desire to accompany Minato, their weary expressions brightened with anticipation. Rin smiled with narrowed eyes, saying, "Minato-sensei, I wish to go as well. We are a team and should not be separated." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will go too." Minato replied, "All right then, let us take a 15-minute breather before we set off." His notion of departure involved utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Toby and the two others directly to the next battlefield. Originally, he had not intended to rest, but upon noticing the fatigue etched on Toby and the others' faces, he felt a twinge of compassion and permitted a brief respite. Northeast border of the Land of Fire. Within a dense forest, the air was filled with the relentless sounds of battle cries, the explosive detonations of explosive tags and ninjutsu echoing throughout the surroundings. The AB brothers of the Hidden Cloud Village led thousands of cloud ninjas, launching a fierce assault into the Land of Fire, targeting the Leaf Defense Forces. In truth, the so-called Leaf Defense Forces consisted merely of a contingent deployed by the third Hokage, stationed at a specific border, lacking even fortified city walls. The defenders had hastily erected temporary camps within the woods to guard against enemy incursions, similar to the scale of a conventional conflict. These makeshift encampments were organized into various divisions. For instance, the medical corps was typically stationed in the central area of the camp, as medical ninjas were invaluable and required diligent protection. The morgue was generally located at the rear of the camp, prepared for potential enemy ambushes aimed at seizing corpses. Among the Leaf Ninja ranks were practitioners of the Byakugan and Sharingan. Should these be captured, it would constitute a significant loss for the Leaf. Furthermore, the deceased possessed crucial intelligence value, as their memories could be extracted by foes, or they could be transformed into puppets to turn against their comrades. Thus, safeguarding the bodies was an essential task. Additionally, there were units dedicated to culinary duties, responsible for preparing meals. Enduring the wilderness while subsisting solely on military rations would surely lead to frayed tempers. Moreover, there existed command, operations, reconnaissance, and various other specialized departments, each with its own personnel arrangements. However, following the recent deployment of nearly 1,000 ninjas by Minato to another battlefield against the Rock Ninjas, the Cloud had launched a vigorous offensive against the Leaf. The encampments of the Leaf had already been overrun by Cloud Ninjas, causing disarray among the various divisions. As the Leaf Ninja forces found themselves retreating while attempting to protect key personnel. At the very center of the battlefield stood a muscular man with dark skin, crackling with arcs of lightning, encircled by a throng of Leaf Ninjas, yet he remained unfazed. This man was none other than the elder brother of the AB siblings and the son of the third Raikage. Damn it, this guy has slain so many of our comrades. Take him down. Everyone charge. The Leaf Ninjas shouted fervently, rallying themselves as they tightened their grips on their kunai and surged towards A. In unison, they leaped into the air, thrusting their kunai towards him with determination. Lightning release, lightning ball. A furrowed his brow, bending his knees slightly before springing into the air. He executed a 360-degree sweeping kick, delivering a devastating blow to the faces of the assailants. With a resounding impact, more than 10 Leaf Ninjas, caught off guard, erupted with blood, their faces swelling grotesquely as they were sent flying. Humph. The numbers of these Leaf rookies mean nothing in the face of true strength. With a dismissive snort, AI planted his feet firmly on the ground, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the throng of Konoha ninjas ahead. His older brother remained as irascible as ever, a sight that almost compelled one to break into song and dance. Some 10 meters behind, a man clad in hip-hop sunglasses and a white headscarf wielded a short blade, ruthlessly ending the life of a Konoha ninja. He gestured animatedly, spouting eccentric rap verses. This man was none other than Karabi, AI's younger brother. Effortlessly fending off the assaults of the Konoha ninjas, Karabi pursued AI's direction. The two brothers, disregarding the formation of the Cloud Ninjas, plunged into the encirclement of Konoha ninjas, deftly navigating their way without sustaining a scratch. Damn it! Who exactly are these two from the Cloud? Their combat prowess is astonishing. At this rate, our team may struggle to retreat unscathed. We must find a way to stop them. The Konoha ninja forces were taken aback by the AB brothers, bewildered and unsure of how to respond. In their fluster, they could only huddle together, attempting to launch a coordinated strike against the two. However, the AB brothers proved exceedingly elusive, never affording them such an opportunity. Their synchronized assaults, separated by no more than 3 or 4 meters, surged into the ranks of Konoha ninjas, relentlessly attacking those ensnared within their reach. In this chaotic state, the Konoha ninjas found themselves entirely constrained, unable to unleash their full potential. Any attempt to mount a collective offense required careful consideration, as widespread ninjutsu would inevitably harm their own allies. Near the outer perimeter of the battlefield, Mitarashi Anko and Marino Ibiki were also engaged in the fray. Having already advanced to the rank of Chunin through previous exams, they felt a profound duty to participate in the defense of the Land of Fire. Two Cloud Ninjas soon spotted the isolated Anko and Ibiki. A sinister smile crept across their faces as they exchanged glances and charged towards their targets. Die, kid! One burly figure bellowed, sprinting towards Ibiki. With less than 5 meters to go, he suddenly leaped into the air. Cloud Flow Shadow Slash. Gripping his ninja blade tightly, he swung it before him, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp slashes aimed directly at Ibiki. Damn it! Ibiki cursed under his breath, hastily rolling to the side to evade the onslaught. Shadow Snake Hand. Before Ibiki could retaliate, Anko had already completed her hand seals. With a swift motion, her arm morphed into a massive serpent, darting towards their adversary. The snake coiled vigorously, ensnaring the airborne Cloud Ninja with unyielding force. You little brat, let him go, roared the second Cloud Ninja, infuriated, as he hastened towards Anko to launch an attack. Fool! With a cold smirk gracing her lips, Hongdo flicked her wrist and hurled 2 shuriken directly at the approaching ninja. Boom! The explosive tags attached to the shuriken detonated with a thunderous roar, sending flames and thick smoke billowing forth, momentarily forcing the Cloud Ninja to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Hongdo launched a lethal assault on the bald-headed ninja. Her arms transformed into constricting serpents, swiftly coiling around him before sinking their fangs into his neck. A pain scream erupted from the bald ninja. Yet the serpents tightened their grip, ultimately strangling him to death. In this brutal conflict, Hongdo was no stranger to taking lives. She felt no remorse. On the contrary, the elimination of 2 adversaries filled her with a sense of exhilaration. After all, their side had been at a disadvantage throughout this battle, relentlessly pushed back by the Cloud Ninjas for an entire day. The number of Leaf Ninjas who had perished at the hands of their foes was likely in the thousands. Just days prior, She had witnessed a dear friend fall victim to the Cloud Ninjas, and her heart was consumed with hatred for them. Yubiki, that guy has been injured by the explosive tag. I'm leaving him to you. Hongdo cast a glance at Yubiki before turning her attention to the AB brothers, who were rampaging through their ranks with impunity. Her fury reached a boiling point. No sooner had she finished speaking than she charged towards them. Wait, Hongdo? Those opponents are beyond our capacity to handle. Yubiki discerned Hongdo's intentions from her gaze. She recognized Hongdo's burning desire for vengeance against the AB brothers. Before Yubiki could intervene, Hongdo had already dashed away. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja, though bearing minor burns from the explosive tag, was undeterred and lunged at Yubiki, engaging her in combat. Ninjutsu, serpent summoning. Hongdo rushed to the AB brothers' side, joining the other leaf ninjas in their assault. With hands weaving intricate seals, she slammed her palms onto the ground. Her arms morphed into two serpents that burrowed into the earth. In the next instant, the serpents erupted from beneath AI's feet, bearing their fearsome fangs as they coiled around him. However, Hongdo had overestimated the potency of her jutsu and underestimated AI's defenses. Wrapped in crackling lightning, AI was not merely faster, he was shrouded in a protective barrier. As the serpents ensnared him, Hongdo experienced a violent surge of paralysis coursing through her body, leaving her in immense discomfort. Yet, through sheer will, she persevered and shouted to the surrounding ninjas, "Quick! I've got him! Hurry and kill him!" Upon hearing the reminder from Hongdo, the surrounding Konoha ninjas suddenly regained their senses. They once again howled and charged towards AI, hurling shurikens, kunai, and various single-target ninjutsu at him. "Humph! You foolish girl! You are courting death." AI snorted lightly, not exerting himself to break free immediately. Instead, he merely elevated the status of his lightning armor. The crackling electricity emanating from him became even more pronounced, emitting a series of sharp sounds. He had now entered the second form of the lightning armor, a technique he had recently mastered under his father's true teachings. The moment the second form activated, a surge of violent electricity radiated around him, deflecting all incoming attacks with ease. As the intensity of the lightning increased, the two serpents that had coiled around AI also crackled with electric energy, their dark, scaled bodies charred beyond recognition. Hongdo, unable to endure the pain any longer, withdrew her hands from the ground. When the serpents reverted back to her hands, her once fair arms and palms were now singed and blackened, riddled with wounds from the electric shocks. How could this happen? She gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. This was the first time she had suffered such a devastating blow. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended how inadequate her skills were in the face of such a formidable opponent. Trembling, she raised her hands, the screams of her comrades resonating in her ears. When she looked up again, she found that the ninjas surrounding her had all been taken down by AI. In an instant, AI transformed into a streak of lightning, launching a fist towards her face. "Foolish girl, prepare to die." Hongdo's pupils dilated in terror as she thought, "Damn it, there's no escaping this. Am I going to die?" In fright, she shut her eyes and instinctively recoiled. A thunderous explosion echoed, sending dust swirling around her. Yet, she felt no pain. Opening her eyes instinctively, she found a figure in a blue robe standing before her, adorned with a fan emblem that was half white and half red. Toby. Despite only seeing his silhouette, Hongdo recognized him instantly. Upon realizing that Toby had saved her, her eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. It was a blissful reprieve from the brink of death, a release from the fear she had just experienced. At that moment, Toby radiated a blue energy, a skeletal figure towering 3 or 4 meters high, surrounding him like a protective barrier. AI's fierce punch landed squarely in the palm of the skeletal hand. Gripping his fists tightly, AI engaged in a fierce struggle against the enormous hand of the skeleton. Finding no advantage, he was compelled to retreat several meters. What is going on? Where did this boy come from? AI stood firm, his eyes fixed on Toby, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He was utterly astonished. Such a young child, barely in his teens, could effortlessly withstand an attack infused with 5/10 of his strength. Although he had not unleashed his full power, it was still a strike from the second form of the lightning armor. Coupled with the enhancement of speed, the force was indeed formidable. Suddenly, he realized the boy's lineage. Those eyes revealed him to be from the Uchiha clan, explaining his peculiar abilities. As AI's gaze fixed upon the eyes of Obito, he comprehended the origin of that enormous skeleton. Despite witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, the chilling aura emanating from the chakra of the skeleton profoundly shook him. Killer B, with his flashy sunglasses, caught sight of Obito and privately mused, "This young lad possesses extraordinary strength, even causing my brother to shudder involuntarily." Rin tugged at Minato's arm, her eyes glued to Obito's retreating figure, her face a portrait of astonishment. "Minato-sensei, is this the new technique Obito spoke of? What could it possibly be?" Minato nodded. Indeed, this must be the new technique he referred to, likely connected to those eyes of his. Kakashi, standing silently nearby, nodded in agreement, stating, "I have heard that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan grows increasingly powerful with each evolution. Sometimes, I find myself envious of Obito for possessing such eyes. If only I had them, my Chidori would not be reduced to its current incomplete form." Kakashi had indeed familiarized himself with the capabilities of Obito's Sharingan, which not only enhanced vision but also enabled the user to predict and perceive the movements of their foes. Meanwhile, the surrounding Konoha ninjas and the approaching Cloud ninjas shared the same astonishment as the AB brothers. "That little fellow must be Uchiha Obito. My goodness, what is that chilling skeleton? Obito's prowess is growing at an astonishing rate. What new techniques has he acquired to be able to withstand the AB brothers?" Upon hearing these murmurs, some members of the Uchiha clan could not help but display a hint of pride. Uchiha Tetsuhiko stepped forward, glancing at his companions and proclaiming, "Everyone, what Obito has demonstrated is a manifestation of our Uchiha clan's ocular techniques, a power that can only be wielded by those who have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan." As the son of the clan's elder, Uchiha Tetsuhiko was well informed about significant matters within the clan. He was astounded to discover that Obito, at such a tender age, had indeed awakened the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. Currently, within the Uchiha clan, no one possessed such eyes. Most of the former wielders had long since passed away. It had been many years since anyone within the clan had inherited their bloodline to such a degree. It seems the clan leader was right. Obito's future achievements will undoubtedly be limitless, Tetsuhiko thought to himself. "Red Bean, are you alright?" Obito relinquished the Susanoo form, casting a glance back at Hanabi, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. He paid little heed to the astonished gazes of those surrounding him. After all, the purpose of his visit was to wield the Mangekyō Sharingan. The manifestation of Susanoo would inevitably reveal their current predicament, a realization Obito had long anticipated. "Obito, thank you. If you hadn't come, I fear I would have perished." Hanabi's tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. With a gentle smile, Obito replied, "Do not say such things. I have yet to treat you to those dumplings I promised. How could I allow you to die?" Upon hearing his words, Hanabi's tears flowed even more freely, her sobs becoming increasingly choked. At that moment, Rin and Kakashi approached. Rin hurried forward, crouching down with a worried expression as she examined Hanabi's injured arms. "Hanabi, how did you sustain such injuries? Allow me to heal you," she urged, forming hand seals and channeling a layer of green chakra from her palms to envelop Hanabi's wounds. Obito turned toward Minato, a light-hearted smile gracing his features. "Minato-sensei, let us each take one of them and turn them into the sobbing brothers." At this, A's lips twitched in irritation as he glared at Obito, shouting, "What did you just say, brat? Sobbing brothers?" Obito returned A's gaze, a playful glint in his eyes. "I'll make you all cry. Cry so much that your noses run like rivers. Wouldn't that warrant a name change to the sobbing brothers? How infuriating. You sharp-tongued brat." A's anger flared, electricity crackling around him as he transformed into a blur, charging toward Obito. A's furious reaction elicited stifled laughter from the surrounding Leaf ninjas. However, the battlefield remained fraught with danger, and their amusement was fleeting as they quickly returned to their respective battles. Earth Release, Rock Pillar. Faced with A's lightning-fast advance, Obito merely performed hand seals, crouched down, and struck the ground with both palms. With a rumble, the earth trembled slightly as massive rock pillars, each as thick as a thigh, erupted from the ground, extending toward A bellowed in fury, yet his momentum showed no signs of abating. Ignoring the rising stone columns before him, he unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the pillars to pieces that flew aside. Such a relentless charge could only be matched by A and his father, the third Raikage, whose formidable physiques were renowned for their extraordinary resilience. In less than a second, A had traversed the area of the rock pillars, leaving no trace of obstruction in his wake. This was the second stage of the lightning armor technique, a manifestation of astonishing speed and power. A powerful punch from AI hurtled towards Obito's face, prompting Obito's eyes to swirl once more as azure energy emanated from his body. A towering skeletal Susanoo, measuring 4 or 5 meters in height, emerged to shield him. With a resounding crash, AI's heavy fist struck the skeleton with lightning speed, producing a deafening sound. This time, AI unleashed over 80% of his strength. Under the force of this blow, the skeletal Susanoo staggered, failing to maintain its footing and was sent reeling backward. Crack! Crack! The skeleton's back collided with several large trees, which splintered and fell with a thunderous roar. Yet, AI's assault did not cease there. He pressed forward, relentlessly pursuing the retreating Susanoo. The area where his fist connected with the Susanoo's visage began to fracture, resembling a web of cracks. Break! AI bellowed again, intensifying his strike. Another resounding crack echoed as the skeletal Susanoo shattered upon impact. AI's fist surged forward, aimed directly at Obito's face. Obito! Rin cried out in alarm, her eyes widening in horror as she feared the worst for him. Even Minato felt a rush of fear, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to rush towards Obito. However, despite his swift reaction, he arrived just a moment too late. AI's fist pierced through Obito's head without inflicting any harm. What? AI exclaimed, bewildered, questioning his own perception. How could his fist have passed through the boy's skull without any sensation of contact? Before he could comprehend the phenomenon, Obito's eyes began to swirl, and he activated the power of Kamui. The space before him warped in a spiraling distortion. AI felt himself being drawn into an overwhelming torrent. He struggled to retreat, but found it immensely difficult to extricate himself from the powerful vortex. In an instant, AI's body became contorted, his upper half barely resembling a human form. Just as he felt himself losing strength and breath, on the verge of being consumed, a sudden splash resounded. An octopus's tentacle lashed out, ensnaring his waist. The tentacle, with its immense strength, defended against the formidable suction. Crack! The tentacle was forcibly severed, vanishing into the void. AI narrowly escaped disaster, as the octopus's tentacle yanked him back with great force, propelling him back to Karabi's side. Phew! AI gasped for breath. The overwhelming force he had just experienced left him feeling utterly suffocated. He was deeply grateful to his brother, Killer Bee, for rescuing him. Brother, that little brat is quite formidable. We must exercise caution, Killer Bee remarked, his sunglasses glinting with a flash of white light as he fixed his gaze upon Obito. A slight frown creasing his brow, filled with gravity. Moments earlier, when AI had struck the skeletal visage of the Susanoo, Killer Bee had discerned a subtle clue from Obito's expression. Remarkably, Obito displayed no signs of panic or fear, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This could only signify one thing. Obito possessed absolute confidence in his abilities and was deliberately enticing AI to attack, preparing for a counterstrike. In that pivotal moment, Killer Bee surged forward, hastening towards the two. He arrived just in time to save AI's life. Indeed, you are correct. That boy's abilities are exceedingly peculiar. I clearly struck him, yet it was as if he were utterly impervious, sustaining no injury whatsoever. AI nodded, his expression grave as he regarded Obito. Killer Bee gestured animatedly, reciting, the Uchiha clan's prodigy, coupled with the title of the Yellow Flash, presents us with no chance of victory, yea. Meanwhile, Rin, shaken by the events, momentarily set aside her concern for Akatsuki's injuries to inform Kakashi to protect her. She dashed towards Obito, grasping his arm, her anxious eyes scanning him for injuries as she implored, Obito, are you hurt? What just transpired? Obito took her small hand in his, offering a reassuring smile, don't worry. Rin, I am fine. Tears brimmed in Rin's eyes, I was so frightened just now. Minato, slightly taken aback, inferred from Rin's evident concern for Obito that the two shared a complex emotional bond. With his keen intellect, he also deduced that Obito's ability to remain unscathed despite the recent attack was likely due to his ocular techniques. He approached and gently patted Obito's shoulder, a warm smile illuminating his face. Obito, well done. Your abilities have grown remarkably. It leaves me in awe.